Hello, Pokemon trainers, Pokemon fans, Pokemon lovers. Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships. We're here to kick it off this weekend, and there's only a couple minutes before the official show starts. I'm Caleb Pang. I'm joined with Zoinks, Scott, Kyle, representatives from all 4 of our Pokemon games this weekend. How you all doing?
Doing fantastic. I mean, you can see the set behind us. It's absolutely brilliant. Really excited to be here in Anaheim for the tournament. I'm going to be casting Pokemon UNITE this weekend, and it's going to be a fantastic event. I can't wait.
You're representing the Pokemon video game. It should be super fun. I always like this moment where it kind of brings me back to the first time I was in the crowd waiting for the opening ceremonies as a competitor. I think just so much excitement here, right? Kind of dreaming, hey, if things go right, just a couple days I could be a world champion, or you could not, like I wasn't.
Same here, Scott. For TCG, this is actually the 20th Pokemon TCG World Championships. It's been crazy to see how much it's grown and evolved over the years, but no matter what happens, it's always such a spectacle. It's so amazing to be here. I mean, how could you not be excited to be here at the Pokemon World Championships? A whole season building up to this moment.
Right, and 20 years, so much history behind TCG and Pokemon, all the Pokemon games. But let's start with TCG. What are you looking forward to for this weekend and for the game in their 20th year?
Yeah, for TCG, we have some new cards getting added into the mix. The Scarlet and Violet Black Bolt and White Flare expansions get added into the mix. There's a couple cards that we're going to keep an eye out for. And this season, it's been a lot about Gardevoir EX and Dragapult EX. We'll see if there's anything that can kind of shake things up and knock those two off their pedestal.
And BG, Scott, what's it looking like for you all?
I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We're continuing the same format we've had for a few events now, so players have had some opportunities to prepare. It's kind of one of the more open formats we've had with Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, where pretty much all the Pokemon permitted. You're still allowed to use those 2 really powerful restricted Pokemon. At first, we had a kind of a handful of pairings that seemed like they're really dominating, especially that Shadow Rider Calyrex and Zamazenta, but more and more teams have kind of popped up later in the format to also prove their threats. We saw Lunala win at North American International Championships. We had a Groudon win the last Grassroots tournament, so it's kind of a deeper threat list that players are going to have to work through for this tournament.
Definitely. And Zoinks, Pokemon Unite, new kids on block with Pokemon Go too. What's it looking like for you all in year 4?
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned a really open tournament for BGC. I think Pokemon Unite's in a pretty similar fashion. The metagame is pretty wide. One thing that'll be a bit more narrow, I think, is our ban phase that we have at the beginning of each match, where you get to take 4 Pokemon out of contention for that matchup. Both teams get 2 bans. Pokemon like Latios, Ho-Oh, and potentially even Charizard are all just powerhouses in the metagame right now, which a few of those Pokemon would be a bit of a surprise. It's been a while since they have been meta, but they are so strong, so assuming those are getting banned. But in terms of picks, it's going to be the Wild West, I think. It's going to be really interesting. The Eastern metas versus the Western metas could not be more different, so very excited to see that clash.
Awesome to hear. And for Pokemon Go, too, something really special for me for the game is that we've had a world champion from pretty much a different region every single year, and we've never had a repeat champion for that fact. So there's a chance this year. I think 3 of the previous world champions will be here this year. So we'll see if that can happen, or we get a world champion from a different region this year. So we'll see how that goes. But speaking of players, there are some players we should look out for too. Let's start with TCG. What are the players to watch?
I mean, there's so many out in the field, right? And there's so much history for the TCG. We'll get to Ross Cawthon in the middle in the second, but one player that stands out is Ryuki Okada from Japan. Traveled internationally a lot this season to compete in a lot of different tournaments and ended up winning EUIC and also a regional championship. Very rare for a player from Japan to travel to these events and win big like that. So he's had a gigantic season so far, definitely a player to watch. But it's not the World Championships without Ross Cawthon. I said there's been 20 Pokemon TCG World Championships. He's the only player to compete in all 20 of them. He has a storied history. 20 years ago, he made the finals of the World Championships for the first time. He's a 2-time runner-up, and he's always pushing to get that win. He's always got that fire, that desire to finally get a win at the World Championships. Then we also have players like Obind and there's hundreds and hundreds of players competing in the TCG World Championships. Everybody has a shot.
Right, and we got some other players for VG, I believe, as well. A lot of players, hundreds of you all competing too. What are the ones to watch for in VG?
You know, there's so many great players this year where it's hard to narrow it down to just a few, but I think that, especially the number of former world champions and former international champions, that there's some names to maybe be particularly afraid of. You see Wolf Blick here, our UIC champion, also a former world champion in 2016, which had a very similar format to this tournament. Has been very dominant all year. Wolf's always sort of been a player who liked to solve formats his own way, kind of plays teams that no one else played. I think both of his tournament wins this year are really reflective of that, where they're kind of teams that are very Wolf. It's not like playing anyone else when you play against Wolf. I think that's some of his advantage, where he does have a little bit of aura there, not just in the picture, but also with, kind of just the way that he plays.
A lot in the picture, though.
It's true, right? Very unique style. I think Marco Silva next to him, another international champion from this year, nearly at the 3,000 championship point, just an incredibly dominant player. And I think he's been a really great barometer kind of just kind of keep an eye in the meta, because he's that player who always seems to be playing kind of the team that's perceived as the best, and he's always the best player at it, where, you know, if you're trying to kind of, you know, win in like the most conventional way, I think that's him. And then, you know, the final name on the list there, you know, Shohei, the world champion from 2 years ago. You know, Kyle's mentioning some Japanese players traveling, and the trading card game, he's kind of been our video game equivalent to that, where we've seen him in all the international championships, regional championship as well. He didn't pick up any wins, but did consistently get deep into day 2 in all those events. So proving he's still one of the most consistent players. We'll have to see if he can get that big dub again here.
Right. All right. Awesome to hear. We have Go coming up next. We have a bunch of players here in our 4th year competing. We got some players to look out for too. Marco Galde, first year at World Championships, he got 5th place. And then last year, his 2nd time competing at Worlds, he got 3rd place. Average of 4th place finish at Worlds is incredible. Not only that, he won an international LAIC and 3 regionals or special events. So 4 major wins this season, and he's looking to improve his average of 4th place finish at Worlds. Definitely a player to be feared here in the Go circuit. And then we got its Axon, the Yokohama World Champion from 2023. Also won a regional this year, the last regional in North America, and then won North America International Championships. And now he's trying to complete that golden road and be the first repeat World Champion for Pokemon Go, which is going to be a huge accolade if he does achieve that. And then we got Patamon, who got 1st place at European International, Spanish player, and he came over to North America International and got 2nd place. So 1st and 2nd at 2 internationals played in. Super impressive feats, and of course a lot of other players to watch out for that could upset all of those players. So definitely a lot on the line for Pokemon Go. And Pokemon Unite, you know, if Luminosity's on this teams to watch, I don't know what's going on, but what do you all got for us?
Yeah, great prediction. They are going to be up there. We do have 15 players to watch, so we will be doing this for a while, but we did combine them into 3 teams for all of you. So we got 3 squads to look out for. We got Luminosity Gaming, Zeta Division, and High Five. And yes, great intuition there, Caleb. Luminosity Gaming is, of course, one of these teams to watch. They are a 2-time World Championship squad. They had an incredible first couple of years of the game. They did take a loss in the last year's World Championship, but this year, the track record is looking great. 3 international championship wins. That's all of them. All of the ICs they were able to take down, so a very impressive squad. Big favorites for this event for sure. Zeta Division, one of the strongest teams out of Japan, honestly, this year and the year prior, so a great team to look out for. And then High Five, making this list in large part because they're the only team that's been able to beat Luminosity Gaming at an in-person event, so that's a lot of credit.
All right, well, really impressive stuff too. A lot of history there. You know, Luminosity just being gentlemen and just taking a year off from the World Championships. Let's see if they're able to get that title back on their side. Now, for those at home, too, even if you're not watching in the venue, there's still a lot to be gained, right? A lot of entertainment, but there's also some drops, some distributions, some Twitch drops, too. I believe TCG has some to kick us off.
Yeah, we have lots of stuff for TCG going on this weekend. One thing you can do is head over to TCG Live, put in that code WCS25TCGL. You'll get a bunch of cool cards from those latest expansions, Black Bolt and White Flare. That Hilda there is one we expect to see pop up in some decks. Very good in the Dragapult EX deck. So that's a cool one you can get. So make sure you get that on TCG Live. But then there's also Twitch drops going on as well. There's fun deck box, card sleeves, coin, lots of credits, fun stuff. Yeah, as long as you just watch along this weekend, you can sync up your TCG Live account. You'll get some awesome stuff.
Right, and I know, you know, a lot of fans at home, they don't just play one of our games, but multiple games too. So we got something for everyone. Let's go to Pokemon Go next. the mobile game. And we got Skarmory, one of the Pokemon from the world's winning team from Yokai from 2024. You get some Skarmory candy, some XL candy as well if you want to use Skarmory in the Ultra League, and Stardust that you need for everything. And of course, the very coveted Charge TM as well, where you can get exclusive moves that can't be learned at any other time. So a lot to be gained from Pokemon Go, but also if you're getting back into the game a bit or want to get into competitive, you can choose different paths on Pokemon you can get throughout. And we got Leap, Squirtle, Sentret, and you're thinking, oh, these are just pre-evolutions, but their evolved forms do have a lot of play in the competitive circuit. So choose your own path there as you build out your own team. Speaking of building teams too, you gotta definitely build some teams for VG.
Yeah, and I think you could potentially get a great Pokemon to help you do that. If you were to enter this code here, you can get our the photograph from our secret 4th player to watch here, last year's world champion, Luca Tirabelli. And yeah, it's been a great Pokemon, so this will come with you all trained if you download this in the game. Also kind of get a unique Pokeball in there if you're an enthusiast about that like me, where it should become the Cherish Ball. And yeah, really powerful Pokemon. It's been strong at both the previous world championships and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And hey, I think if you tune into the video game stream, you're probably going to see a few photographs today as well.
That'll be awesome. And then last but not least, we got Pokemon Unite with some drops as well. We got some emblems coming, I assume?
We got some emblems, we got some boxes, we got a lot of really cool rewards, honestly, for this year's Twitch drop. So just watching along, like Puka said, you can get the Murkrow Platinum emblem, as well as some rental license selection boxes, and a jersey random box. The very cool Pokemon Unite jerseys that our players get to wear on stage. You can get one of those as well, just from watching the Twitch stream. Get one of these random boxes. That's going to be, of course, throughout the weekend. And on Championship Sunday, we got some exclusive drops as well. So some really cool stuff, just like you said, for watching along, enjoying the event, and you get to get the payoff. Also, we do need to mention this. We haven't mentioned it yet. We are all wearing brown shoes. It's a rule. If you come on this stage, you have to wear them. So just as a heads up for everybody else working the event, brown shoes only.
Yeah, there's actually, people don't know, but there's actually a box over there with a bunch of brown shoes. So, you got to have one on if you come over here. Right. Now, I got a little fun question for you all, too. We talked about players to watch and those that have already made a big name for themselves and things like that. But I'm very curious to hear from each of you for your respective games. Any underdog stories or storylines you think would be super exciting to see come to fruition this weekend? Now, I'll start it off here, so I give you all a little bit of time to think. For me, it's got to be Sajin Park playing in Pokemon Go. Now, for those that don't know, Sajin Park won VGC World Championships many years ago with a Pachirisu, but has also competed competitively at World Championships in all the Pokemon games. I believe Pokken as well, too, except Go. He actually did qualify for Pokemon Go back in 2022, but he opted to go for Pokemon Unite that year. Now, this is the final Pokemon title that he hasn't competed in for World Championships. And even though it's his first, major international tournaments, I have a suspicious feeling that he might do a lot better than people anticipate. So for the VG fans, for the fans of Sajin Park out there that has been following his journey, I'm sure some of them might even tune in to see his Pokemon Go tournament results. So that would be a really fun one to see.
Ooh,
What about for Pokemon
I like
Unite?
that a lot. Yeah, if I'm picking out a team to watch this weekend outside of our big three, maybe, I think if we're here in North America, a team that's got to be mentioned is the Orange Juicers. A very fun name, of course, but also just a fantastic team to watch. With Luminosity having such an incredible season internationally, I think oftentimes the Orange Juicers' regional success gets a little bit overlooked. And this is an amazing team. They had a great Worlds run last year, the best performing North American team in the World Championships in Honolulu, and I think they're looking to do an even better job, obviously, at this competition. So I think they're a great team, a great one to watch, and I know they've been putting a lot of prep into their group stage specifically. So maybe not even an underdog, just a really strong team, but because of Luminosity being the titan that they are, the spotlight gets stolen a little bit sometimes. How about you for VG, Scott?
I'm going to whip out a little bit. I think rather than calling out a specific player, I think it's a specific strategy that I'm really looking out for. I think one thing that's neat about this format, it's a little more archetypical than most video game championship formats are, where usually you can kind of just put whatever 6 Pokemon together. In this, it's really about 2 pairings of restricted Pokemon. Usually by the time we get to the World Championships in one of these formats, players have really figured out their matchups against the top pairings, and sometimes what ends up winning, like what's notably with Wolf's team in 2016, something a little weird, right? Something no one really thought of, something no one was preparing for, and I'm kind of curious to see what that thing will be in this format. I think it's been a little trickier to innovate, where the strongest Pokemon are really strong, and it's tough to find too many solutions to them, but I think there's a good chance, even if it's not the winner of it, I think deep in Top Cut, we'll see some things that I couldn't possibly have thought to call out right now, and I'm hoping that some players have a really cool solution, because it's a really tough puzzle to solve.
All right, that's awesome here. What about TCG, Kyle?
Yeah, so TCG is always interesting because anything can happen, really.
Yeah.
We saw just last year, Fernando Cifuentes won with a deck that was just 4 Iron Thorns EX, nothing else. TCG Worlds has been a lot of underdog stories. The awesome thing about it is you really don't know what's going to happen. It's just one tournament, and there's hundreds of players who had to qualify to get here. They're all very talented, but sometimes it's just about you picked the right deck on the right day. People are wondering, is that going to happen again this year? There's a Crustal deck that is basically an anti-metagame card. It can't take damage from Pokemon EX. So it's a very polarizing deck. You run into a deck that's not prepared, you win. You run into a deck that is prepared, better luck next round. So it's always a question mark. Will one of those decks go on a big run? We don't know what's going to happen. It's exciting.
Definitely. And you're speaking about different decks. It kind of reminds me too how even though we are all different Pokemon games, sometimes certain things that are useful in the meta kind of vary based on our game. So I'm curious to hear what's been really good in your game that might not be relevant in the other games. So there's a chance that we might get that wrong. There might be some overlap. But for Pokemon GO this year, it's got to be the Dene, right? The other electric mouse, maybe not as popular as the main one, but this one really exploded in the meta and has put a splash on scene. Something that wasn't even relevant in Pokemon GO for years has finally made scene, and we might actually see a world champion running it on their team. What about for Pokemon UNITE, Zoinks?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the meta's pretty open, so it's tough to pin down like something that maybe won't be in every other game. But I do think a few Pokemon are going to be really strong this weekend. I think one interesting thing I talked about a little East and West earlier on. Zarina versus Suicune has been an interesting debate where a lot of teams from Japan love Zarina. It's a really powerful Pokemon, especially when you know how to use it, a very skill-intensive Pokemon. And then Suicune has just been kind of unseen. However, in the West, it's everywhere. So I think those two Pokemon will be really interesting to watch. And I don't think you guys got Zarina or Suicune going around in your metagame. So how about
Not right now.
Yeah, I get one for the beginning. I think it's been it's had its moment in the TCG before, but I have to shout out VGC Legend and Smeargle. It's no longer doing the Darkrai cosplay thing. Now a little bit more of an interior designer with that Decorate and the Spore. So I guess mimicking a different sleep-inducing Pokemon. But we've seen it a lot more as a support Pokemon. It's pretty neat where Decorate does some fun things where powers up your partner. So we get to see some Pokemon that normally maybe aren't such devastating attackers suddenly become really scary.
Right.
Glad Smeargle was able to get out of that dark void.
What about for TCG, Kyle?
TCG always has a lot of wacky Pokemon. I would say the one on top of everybody's mind that stands out is the Badoo.
Yeah.
It's just tiny little Pokemon. It's only got 30 HP, which for TCG standards these days is tiny. All right, there's Pokemon with over 300 HP, but yet this little 30 HP Pokemon just does 10 damage, but it prevents your opponent from playing item cards on their next turn. These are just the weird things that can happen in the TCG. It doesn't look very imposing, but it can completely freeze your opponent for like multiple turns. So yeah, it's always funny when it's like, oh man, my opponent had Badoo, I couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
terrifying monster.
Right. Well, I will say to you, 30 HP in TCG might not be a lot. It's also not a lot in Pokemon GO. I would love to see Badoo in action, but maybe one day for Pokemon GO. Very excited to see the action come out too. Grab your beverages, grab your popcorn, get relaxed here. This is Pokemon World Championships. Get in your seats. We're gonna kick it off here. Stay tuned. Let's hear the hype, everyone.
Man, y'all ever have one of those perfect days? The sun is shining, the tailwind is pushing you, and things are going your way. You're finding shinies, you don't hit yourself in confusion, you land all your focus blasts. Yeah, I got a good feeling about today. Wake up in the morning, grab a Pokeball. Got a feeling that today I'ma catch a ball. Throw my tag to the back and a strap on my pack. Every challenge that I face is looking laughable. First things first, hit the mark, first supplies. $Poké high because I'm winning every time. Know that on the roof, 4 trainers giving eye till they see me with my team and then they spin into the side. Hit that road and we don't run slow. Red fines in the tall grass when I roam. Pressure's high and the cash rate slow, but I get them first strike every time that I throw. Hit the gym, gotta flash the credentials. These leaders sleep on my potential, so I send my ace. I got a badge to claim. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a good game.
Nothing's gonna stop me today.
No way.
I've got a feeling it's gonna be a good game.
Good game.
Nothing's gonna stand in my way. I've got a feeling it's gonna be a good game.
Gym to gym, and you know we flexy. Add another digit to the Pokédexy. Add just some eggs way I'm getting my steps in. I'm holding the chest, though. If you see me resting, I'm taking this league, man.
It's pure domination.
And we can run doubles.
I've got combination.
My PC is built up, my strategies thrive. Way I'm one shot and close, I don't need no revive.
Hey!
Worked hard to prove this. Hall of Fame's on my to-do list. Tall grass stains on the brand new kicks, and I hold down beat to the championships.
Hey!
Drop my foes and say, alone we fold, but a team goes ways, and the road back home's gonna feel so great. Got a feeling that it's gonna be a
Good game.
good game.
Nothing's gonna stop me today.
No.
I've got a feeling it's gonna be a good game.
Good game.
Nothing's gonna stand in my way.
That's right.
I've got a feeling it's gonna be a good game. La da da da, la da 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 da, la to me. I have come all this way, here I make my stand on the edge of my fate, almost in my hands. I'm reaching out, and it's so close now I can almost taste it. Just beyond, just beyond. It's just beyond my fingertips. Just beyond, just beyond. It's just beyond my fingertips. Just beyond. Now we're reaching the horizon and it's just beyond.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokémon World Championships! So, what'd you think of that performance? I'm Anna Prosser, and I feel so lucky to get to perform in our opening ceremony alongside Cam Steady, Toasty Marshmallow, and Name Wants to Battle. Let's all give them some more love. For those of you at home, we're coming to you live from the Anaheim Convention Center right here in California, USA. We're here, of course, to celebrate our titles, Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet, the Pokémon trading card game, Pokémon GO, and Pokémon UNITE. Over 2,000 of the world's very best trainers are here to claim the title of world champion. Only a few can do it, and we're here to watch their world story unfold. Now, you all know who we're going to see next, so please let's welcome to the stage the president and CEO of the Pokémon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Pokémon トレーナーの皆さん、ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップス2025へようこそ。
Hello, trainers, and welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships.
世界中から集まってくださった皆さん、そしてオンラインでご覧いただいている大勢の皆さんにまずは感謝を申し上げます。皆さんのポケモンへの愛と長年のご支援がこのイベントを本当に特別なものにしています。
I first want to thank everyone who traveled from around the globe to be here today, and of course, all of you joining us online. It is your love and support of Pokemon over the years that truly make this a special event.
そして競技に参加するトレーナーの皆さん、新たな世界チャンピオンの誕生を見届ける観戦者の方々、そしてイベントを楽しみに来られた方もぜひ仲間と一緒に素敵な思い出を作ってください。
Whether you're here to compete, watch the rise of the next world champions, or to enjoy all of the event activities, I hope you all have a great time making special memories with your friends.
またトレーナーの皆さんを支えてくださったご家族やご友人の皆さんにも心より感謝申し上げます。皆さんの愛情とサポートが彼らをこの世界大会へと導いてくれました。
I also truly appreciate all of the family and friends who are joining our trainers this weekend. It is your love and support of these competitors that help them overcome the challenges they faced on their way to Worlds this year.
さあ、いよいよ始まりの時です。日曜にはポケモン世界大会史上で初めてアリーナ会場で決勝戦が行われます。日曜日にまたお会いしましょう。
And now it is time for the competition to begin. This year, on Championship Sunday, we'll be hosting our finals in an arena for the first time in the history of the Pokémon World Championships. And I look forward to seeing you all again there.
それでは皆さん、大いに楽しんでください。そしてご健闘を心よりお祈りしています。ありがとうございます。
Now, please enjoy the show and competition, and I wish the best of luck to all of our competitors this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishihara. I am very much looking forward to what you have in store for us on Sunday. So, all right, let's see. Our incredible Pokemon community is in the house. Check. Intro video, check. Opening performance, check. So, how about all you top trainers? Are you ready to compete? Let's get the 2025 Pokemon World Championships started. Competitors, good luck. The battle to become the next Pokemon World Champion starts right now.
Hello and welcome, trainers, to the 2025 Pokemon GO World Championships under the swaying palm trees and that cool summer sky. We are coming to you live from Anaheim, California. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 with Amanda Lundberg.
Yes, trainers have been paving their path this whole season to be able to get here at Worlds. Brick by brick, I would say, championship by championship point, leaderboard placement by leadership point placement into this international championships. These were major ways that a lot of these players qualified, but it is not the only way that they got here in Anaheim, California.
No matter what road you take, you have to follow the signs, and these international championships were waypoints along the way. Let's break it down a little bit further, though, into our NA regional schedule. We started off in Baltimore with Wadaj winning with Chestnut. I can't believe this is the same season that we started with the in-game max out season, but so many surprises along the way.
And not only did we have regional competitions in North America, we also had special championships, regionals, international championships for Europe. A lot of these trainers are ready to prove it here in California, but they started out in Dortmund. They made all their way through Bologna at the end of the season.
We've had Guzzlord champions, Corviknight winners. We've had Alolan Raticate taking the crown in EU. We are going to see it all here at the World Championships. But Amanda, what are these trainers actually competing for?
Well, I'll tell you what, there's going to be a lot of championship prizes here. Look at this. First place finish with $20,000, but that's not all. Look at that, all the way down to top 13. That's still $1,000. That's still so much money. That's a big chunk of change, Will.
It absolutely is. That's a huge incentive to continue to fight your way through this bracket. We talk about points all season long, but it's all about the prize money out here in Anaheim, California. But we need to look as well at the tools of the trade. Let's zoom in here early on in the season at LAIC and take a look at which Pokemon were climbing the usage charts.
Yeah, we got points, we got prizes, and we've got Pokemon, of course. That's what we're here for. No surprise, Azumarill at the top of this list. Azumarill is one of those tried and true Pokemon that we've seen time and time again throughout the seasons. Really one that's able to take a lot. But what's been so interesting was this was the first season that Galarian Moltres was available to be able to play, and it really made a big impact at the beginning of the season.
I want everyone to keep an eye on Superior down there at 25%. I've heard whispers, rumbles, if I may, that trainers are going to bring it to Worlds. But let's fast forward a little bit further back to February of this year. This is EUIC, and right there at the top two Pokemon at almost 72% even, Azumarill and Shadow Drappy. And Amanda, you mentioned Azumarill being a staple. I think these two go together like peanut butter and jelly.
I think so. Looking at the percentage usage, it makes a lot of sense. Some other ones that are interesting to point out is as the meta sort of shifts, as new Pokemon get added to our game, Galarian Corsola was another Pokemon that was really, really impactful. But take a look at this. With the North American International Championships, the last one, the one that actually in the meta that we're currently in, no Azumarill on that at all, no Galarian Corsola, drop down a little bit, and Diggersby was king.
Cradily is a big dilly. That Pokemon has climbed the usage charts in practice tournaments, and not only that, it has been very close to winning prizes at tournaments thus far. We've only had 2 events within the Delightful Day season, being the PJCS and NAIC, so coming into Worlds, it's anyone's guess if that Pokemon's going to be strong and if it'll take the crown.
You know, it's really funny that you just mentioned Cradily, because when we are taking this, again, there's only been just a couple of tournaments so far. You have to wonder which Pokemon are really going to keep trending upward, and that is one that is definitely on the rise. A lot of times in the past, trainers had opted for Bullet Seed as its fast attack, but nowadays we're seeing a lot more Acid as the fast attack of choice.
Rock Tomb and Grass Knot provide incredible coverage, but Cradily needs to watch out for those bug-type Pokemon that we've seen in the meta. Pokemon like Scizor, like Fortress. I think those two will really, really make waves. But speaking of Cradily, there's other Pokemon here as well. Let's talk about Tinkaton, a Steel and Fairy-type Pokemon that is literally hammering its way back into the meta after being basically ubiquitous for about 3 or 4 months of the season.
Now, I made that joke earlier because, Will, you were saying that you weren't sure how many people would bring Tinkaton to it. So you want to place a little wager at the beginning here? Do you think we're going to see it on the world stage?
I think we're going to see it for sure. I think we might see about 25% usage. But while that's an uptick, let's take a look at the downslide and see a few Pokemon that were strong and still relevant, but maybe are losing their grip on their role within the team. Diggersby, I think, is very threatened by Pokemon like Shadow, Kanto, Marowak.
Definitely. And if you looked at NAIC, Diggersby was that top Pokemon. So naturally, I do think that it would be trending down as players are starting to gather a little more intel about the different Pokemon that they want to play. Very interested to see how this will turn out.
Exactly right. Well, Amanda, I alluded to the sunny skies. It's been warm. It's been beautiful here in Anaheim, California, as expected. But we also have a forecast within the venue. And the question for everyone watching at home is, how much spice are we going to see here at the World Championships? I've heard rumors of King Gambit making an appearance. I don't know if that's practical, though. What do you say?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I will tell you one thing that everyone should be very excited about is, little sneak preview here, we're going to have the new moveset updates going to be kind of like given to you guys ahead of time. So make sure that you are watching this broadcast because you're not going to want to miss what you're going to be doing in the next meta.
It's one of the most hyped segments of every single World Championships, and I can't wait to get to that. But let's talk about the players that you need to keep an eye on as the tournament progresses. We're going to take a look first at the North America region. It's so hard to talk about this region without mentioning these three fellows right here, Rise to Occasion, Out of Pocket, and Elam, the latter of which, Amanda, is my personal favorite to take it all.
I know you've been talking a lot about him. This has really been a season almost of Elam, overall winning multiple regional competitions after top place finishes years before. I really think that this trainer has a lot of momentum behind him.
Let's take a flight across the Atlantic and look at the EU region. We've got Z Swilas as well as PvP David and nickname 29585. I alluded to Guzzlord and Corviknight champions. What if I told you that nickname was both, winning 2 events, the gold standard for a champion in EU?
And he's not the only trainer. EU this season had so many new trainers getting their first regional titles there, PvP David being one of them. But Z Swilas, though he didn't actually take home a gold medal, he's top placed in so many tournaments so far. Well, he's someone we call the reverse engineer. He takes a look at what the popular Pokemon are and finds those spice picks, those counter meta options that really let him rise to the top.
Let's take a look south of the equator at LATAM. We've got LNDS, Harjeff, Corlash, and Richie. Richie is really coming to his own this season, winning in Bogota with Galarian Corsola and Primeape. But Corlash has taken 2 events, and he has been the foil to last year's LATAM champion in Harjeff, defeating him in 2 grand finals so far this season.
And of course, Harjeff was one of those staple names in that community. He was also our very first trainer to go through a tournament and not even lose a single battle.
Insanity. Let's take a look down at the Oceania region because those trainers traveled a long way and they want to leave with a trophy. We've got Rick Flareon, Godzilla, and Valiant Vish. I think 2 of these trainers in Rick Flareon and Valiant Vish, this is their 4th Worlds appearance. I mean, back to back to back to back. They want to take home that gold.
Yeah, Valiant Fish making a lot of valiant efforts this season with a lot of top cut placements, but these aren't the only trainers. The thing is, some of these areas, we don't get a chance to watch them play very often, so we might not be as familiar with the names. These are still names you guys definitely need to be keeping an eye on for this tournament. We got Teddiness, Beelzeboy, and Gamebird TW.
Beelzeboy was so impressive last year on the world stage, finishing within the top 8, and Gamebird TW, the Taiwan TPC champion, has definitely got a lot of surprises for us. I've heard rumors of Bullet Seed, Cradily, and maybe some Talonflame action as well. Let's go over to Japan. We've got Salted Koji, our PJCS champion, as well as Kaysarn, one of the only trainers to place in the top 4 back-to-back at the PJCS, and Kento Sarunori as well. So these trainers, I really love watching the trainers from Japan and South Korea. They always come in, they always surprise us, and more often than not, Amanda, we see a trainer from APAC in the grand finals at Worlds.
It's true. We have a lot of predictions of the different players that we think are going to make it on, and we also have some predictions of the Pokemon that we think are going to make it. So we gathered all the casters and we said, hey, guys, I know there's really good players here, but what do you guys think that we're going to see often here? And this is kind of what we gathered. Will, why don't you talk us through some of your picks? Because I see some interesting, not necessarily meta Pokemon.
You know, there might be a theme here. I kind of like steel type Samantha. I don't know if it's you know 100%, but I love steel type Pokemon. I've got Fortress Shadow Scizor, Shadow Steelix with Thunder Fang, and Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Now the last one I mentioned is going to require a ton of finesse, but if you can bait Weather Ball, land Overheat, you can clear the field. Tell me about Araquanid and what you got going on over on your side.
Well, I tell you what, after watching its Axon do so well at the North American International Championships, I said, okay, Araquanid is actually a pretty good choice for this. Lantern, I know it's something that's been, you know, a couple seasons ago, but I've been keeping an eye on some practice tournaments, and I think I see a couple trainers who did really well with the Water Gun Lantern. So, you know what? Maybe we'll see it here at Worlds.
Sorry, man, I don't mean to cut you off. We actually have prizes not only for the trainers that are watching Pokemon Go, but also our VG competitors as well. So make sure to utilize this code. You can get a awesome Farigiraf as well. I want this Pokemon to come to Pokemon Go so badly. I'm so jealous the VG trainers can get it. So make sure to go ahead and enter that code Worlds Armor Tail. I believe there are some 0s and 1s in there, so make sure to keep a close eye on the
How did they get my Pokemon Trainer login password on the screen? Oh, I think that's a production error. Well, let's move on to TCG, the trading card game. We're not leaving them out. There are so many potential ways that you can watch and earn Twitch drops for very nice cards in the packs.
I love the art here on the Hydreigon. The Z's Wireless looks so cute, and the Hydreigon is just so menacing in that thunderstorm. But let's go ahead and head over to our final batch of drops. We've actually got a double whammy here for you on the Pokemon Go side. We've got a awesome track where you can get a Skarmory reward as well as a choose your own path. We're going to have a lot more details on that, so make sure to go ahead and get engaged with that research and kick off your next season, because this is the bookend of 2025, but 2026 is right around the corner.
And this is one of the best ways that you are going to be able to get some maybe Pokemon if you're new to the game and you're watching it. First of all, welcome in. But yes, look at this. This is a potential that you can win a Skarmory that was inspired by last year's world champion Yakai for this first day. Not only that, you're going to get XL candies, you're going to get Stardust and Elite TMs.
Exactly right. Skarmory was such a prominent Pokemon. Yakai, like you said, slashing through the competition, but you can choose your own journey. It doesn't have to be Yakai Skarmory. You can start with the Lileep, the Squirtle, or the Sentret. Each of those Pokemon are very key. Amanda, which one are you picking?
You know, I said that earlier on. I said Credilli was on my caster predictions. This is what Lileep can evolve into, so I'm going with that one. And I can already predict for you because I know Blastoise is your favorite Pokemon, so you're definitely going with the Squirtle path, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously, there's no surprises here. I'm not going to surprise everyone this early in the day. Squirtle absolutely is going to be the key. But make sure to go ahead and connect your account. We're going to have our mods dropping instructions of how to connect your Pokemon Go account to your Twitch channel and then claim the drops. It's a little bit of a process, but we want you to have a great time watching the show. So make sure to follow those instructions, claim those drops, and have a great time watching literally the world's best trainers on stage again, and again.
Yeah, and speaking of process, it is a process to be able to get to Worlds and to be able to compete at this level. Again, if you're a little bit newer or want to know how our format is going to go, we have a little video to explain it for you.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon Go at the 2025 Pokémon World Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $2 million in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon Go World Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Only 2 trainers will remain to compete in the Anaheim Arena on Championship Sunday. Matches are best of 3 until the end of the bracket. Winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals are all played as a best of 5 series. Each match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers craft a team of 6 Pokemon, but only bring 3 into each game. The trainers are bringing their all to the playtables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of World Champion. Let's get this tournament started!
So that's how we play, but you're going to see more of it this whole weekend with some of the top level players that we have in this game. Some of them already getting ready on the stage as we're going to jump into our first matches very, very soon.
Before we get there, trainers, make sure to go ahead and follow us on social channels. We always blush a little bit when you give us a follow, so make sure to go ahead and click that follow button on all of our main channels, as well as social media, whether it's X or wherever you might be browsing the internet these days. But we really appreciate you so much for your support, and make sure to do that so you stay up to date with all the new Pokemon that are coming out, with all the new events that are scheduled. There's a lot of competitive Pokemon these days.
Definitely, and use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds, and I mean, maybe we might feature in a future social post. Let us know who you think is going to take it. Let us know what region you think is even going to take it, because this Worlds is stacked.
Amanda, you wrote a really nice preview article for the World Championships.
You know what? So did you.
Oh, would you look at that? And our friend Martine as well. We kind of, tag teamed the effort there, but I think we have similar vibes on a region that we're definitely keeping an eye on, that being LATAM, because if you look back at the previous World Champions, we've had them from other regions so far, being EU, NA, and APAC. Maybe it's time for LATAM, but you know what else it's time for?
It's time for the battles. Let's kick it to the stage.
Our first set of trainers for the 2025 Pokemon GO World Championships are Nighttime Clasher taking on Stone Collection.
These two trainers are people who have been very well known within the community. Stone Collection, someone who's been around since the very first year of the Pokemon GO World Championships. Nighttime Clasher really rose to the ranking basically last season, making a huge name for himself in this scene.
Exactly. You're kind of looking at one of the trainers that's learned the fastest, has improved the fastest, our Liverpool regional champion, and this trainer is on fire in practice. I've heard he can't be beaten with this team. We've got Shadow Kanto, Marowak, as well as Mandibuzz, Azumarill, which I'm going to just lay it on right here, Amanda. I think that Pokemon is coming back in a supreme tour de force.
It's so back, baby.
It's so back. We've never been so back, Azumarill fans, as well as the Cradilly and the Dusclops and Fortress. So Stone Collection on the other side. Amanda, what is going on here?
Oh, I tell you what, this is something that I wasn't expecting to see. If you guys have a bingo card, I guess, then cross off Shadow Charizard if you had it there, because that is a Pokemon that we haven't seen for a long time. And also note the fast attack on that Shadow Charizard. It is Ember, which is also not something that you standardly see very typically nowadays.
If you've got a steel sickness, if you're sick of the Ticketons, the Scizors, and the Fortress, I'm writing you one prescription for Shadow Charizard. That Pokemon might be the key, and it's definitely not been on my radar so far, but our trainers are going to take just a few more moments to get locked in, because, again, this is the first matchup of Worlds. Hands have to be shaking, palms are sweaty. This is a really, really important series to get right.
And both of these trainers obviously want to be making it on. This is a double elimination tournament, as was stated earlier on. Getting in some momentum in round number one is exactly what you need to be able to boost your confidence, boost your way forward, and one of these trainers is going to do it, as both of these trainers taking a little bit of time to lock in. You see the nod. Looks like they're getting ready to go.
Yeah, Stone Collection locked in, ready to go. Nighttime Clasher follows suit. We're headed down to the arena, not just in Anaheim, but also on the battlefield, trainers. Let's hear it. We've got Shadow Kanto Marowak versus Lapras.
Make some noise here as these two kick it off here. We got that Sidewave Lapras going into that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Keep an eye on the charge attacks, because he's going to be able to hit this first as a Sidewave goes through. And if you're Stone Collection, I think he realizes this is not going to be the heavier hitting attack. Lets it go through. Bone Club connects.
I definitely think that the charge attack you choose kind of alludes to your strategy going forward. We see the swap there into the Dusclops versus the Lapras, going for the Sparkling Aria on good timing. But you have to wonder, can Stone Collection even swap out? Does he go to Tinkaton after this, or does he just stay with the Lapras?
I mean, honestly, Dusclops is one of the best, I think, save swaps in the game, and a lot of people know it. It doesn't surprise me that Nighttime Clasher is using it in such fashion, but there was so much energy on this Lapras since it didn't throw on the Marowak that it's able to do a nice chunk of damage here. Look how much energy, though, is on the Dusclops. This Shadow Punch, I don't think is enough. It's just going to be a regular Dusclops going through here.
Yeah, I agree. Shadow Punch is not the strongest attack. It charges incredibly quickly, but Lapras is known for its bulk. Question is, can it get to another Sparkling Aria? Nighttime Clasher does not want to take that chance. Throws a second Shadow Punch.
Punch number one, punch number two, shield number one coming up from Stone Collection at this point. He knows he's going to be able to reach another Sparkling Aria, but he's going to have to, because he can't fast attack down, but at least it puts him in a position where he can line up whatever Pokemon he has in the back.
Oh, or not. It looks like Nighttime Clasher is going to go ahead and invest the shield as well. Coming out with the Tinkaton, revealing that Pokemon in the back. Another Shadow Punch coming through here. Fairy Wind doesn't do much damage either, so it's going to be tricky to see if Tinkaton can actually fast attack this Dusclops down.
I think if you're Stone Collection, that's a position you absolutely want to be in because you're going to get a lot of energy to be able to go through. And look, these Shadow Punches don't do too much damage. Tinkaton wants to be able to throw something back at that Shadow Marowak because that's the thing that is going to be doing some heavy damage just by fast attacks alone. The hammer is swung, the charge attack is loaded, and it is thrown.
Exactly to your point. Play Rough is ready to go. That takes a lot of energy, and it's normally not that easy to get to, especially against a Mud Slap user like the Shadow Kanto Marowak. That connects. Instant Simul Swap. We're just going to see that Cradily taking on a Dusclops.
We saw Dusclops before, but this one is a Shadow. You see those little purple flames around it? That means it's going to be doing 20% more damage. And Stone Collection actually gets to throw his charge attack first before the Cradily is able to debuff him with this Rock Tomb.
Exactly right, and Rock does not resist Ice, so that Ice Punch is definitely going to freeze out that Grass typing on the Cradily. Rock Tomb as connects, as you said, Amanda. That's going to slow down the Dusclops a little bit, but the energy generation is still just as potent.
Ice Punch number 2 coming through. No Protect Shields remaining, but actually no Protect Shield needed really at this point. This is going to do a nice chunk of damage, but not enough to knock out, and Stone Collection knows it. You see, he's kind of upset about this position, but what can you do at this point? You have to use your shield because this Dusclops still has to be able to get some energy off.
This is going to come down to the wire because the Cradily is going to take the final shield here, but that Ice Punch would KO that Kanto Marowak, and I think Nighttime Clasher needs it in the back for the Tinkaton. This Dusclops for Stone Collection is putting in a ton of work.
Going ahead, getting this, but it is double debuff now because 2 Rock Tombs has gone through. It's not enough to knock out. Trying to catch here, but both of the trainers swapping at the same time, and you see how much this Mud Slap damage does. He throws the Mud Slap, or the charge attack onto the Tinkaton.
Yeah, that was huge. I feel like he wanted the Mud Slap down. He didn't want to use the charge attack energy, but he's forced to throw it against the Tinkaton. Now the Dusclops comes in. The Hexes are adding up. The Mud Slaps are too. Dusclops doubles up.
Dusclops doubles up at this point. He needed one for the Cradily, but guess what? Charge attack priority, the Pokemon with the higher attack, in this case being that Marowak, is able to throw first, takes out the Dusclops, and Nighttime Clasher takes game number 1.
Very, very close. We saw in the mid game there, both trainers fighting for control of switch advantage because they were working with the knowledge that they had. Nighttime Clasher leading that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Stone Collection looking at his team, recognizing he had the Tinkaton. He wanted to control switch advantage, and as you expertly pointed out, Amanda, when he wasn't able to take it, when Nighttime Clasher shielded his Dusclops and KO'd the Lapras, it meant that Stone Collection needed energy. He needed energy to fight back against Kanto Marowak. It just wasn't enough in the end, though.
Absolutely. It seems so crazy when you look at this. Look at the fact that there is 2 shields and you want to use it on such low health Pokemon, but sometimes it's not the health that matters as much as it is the alignment here. Nighttime Clasher being able to do that really helped secure that victory in the end game there.
Exactly right. Mud Slap, super effective versus that Steel typing. Tinkaton is, in my opinion, one of the less preferred Fairy type Pokemon in the meta just because it has such tough matchups against Kanto Marowak, against Diggersby, against Talonflame, against even a Shadow Charizard, if I may. That Pokemon, it can be so useful, but you have to position it perfectly.
Only 2 shields are in a game. It's really like, I think this is a good showcase of exactly how high-level trainers think, because I think sometimes if you're playing a game and you're like, well, I can just let it go. Why would I want to shield this? Because it's not going to be able to do that much more damage. But in this scenario, especially, game number 1 on the world stage, Nighttime Clasher proved why he knows when to use his shields.
Jumping right into game number 2, a familiar scenario. We're going to see Dusclops from Nighttime Clasher taking on that Lapras from Stone Collection. You saw in game 1, he threw the Sparkling Aria plus the Ice Beam. Lapras does get same type attack bonus on both of those attacks. Ice Beam costs a bit more energy, but it does marginally more damage. Let's see if he decides to play it out the same way.
Going ahead, this time the Lapras is on even energy as the Dusclops, going ahead and just getting up a little more energy. I don't think he wants anything to get caught at this point. Basically almost to 100. Great timing again by Stone Collection, throwing this first Sparkling Aria. And I think at this stage, we might even see him just go for 2 Sparkling Arias instead.
Yeah, that 3-turn Hex versus the 1-turn Sparkling Aria, it's so tricky, but timing those Psy Waves perfectly is really, really critical here. We're going to see another Shadow Punch come through from the Dusclops, neutral damage. You're not going to throw an Ice Punch into a Lapras, of course, right?
Don't do that.
I would never make that mistake in my own Go Battle League games. I've never done that. Don't check my records. But we're going to see an Ice Beam come through here. This might not be enough to KO, but it's going to take that Dusclops so low.
Still going ahead, I think that this is maybe the advantage of running that regular Dusclops over the Shadow Dusclops. Perhaps with the other ones, the Sparkling Aria plus Ice Beam would be enough with that Sidewave damage, but even still, that Lapras able to hang on and a quick pivot into the building to get one acid ahead. This is great because no matter what comes in, he's going to be able to debuff before their charge attack goes off, able to get right to that Rock Tomb in time.
Yeah, it was definitely a good move there to go ahead and get rid of that Lapras to get an energy lead, but Tinkaton excels here where the other Fairy-type Pokemon that you're going to see this weekend in Azumarill and Dedenne absolutely do not. The Steel typing on Tinkaton is going to help it a lot. Play Rough coming through here into the Cradilly.
Play Rough going to be able to connect there. You do see that Bulldoze is another option. Bulldoze has a potential to debuff the defenses of your opponent here, but the Stone Collection doesn't want to take that risk. He wants to go for that heavier hitting damage no matter what, but Rock Tomb number 2 going through, making each charge attack, making each max attack do a little bit less.
Second Rock Tomb connects, whittling down the Tinkaton. Another Play Rough coming through here. This is very much like a war of attrition, right? These Pokemon just throw charge attack after charge attack until they get exhausted over time due to the debuffs that you pointed out. We're going to see the swap now. Oh, it looks like Nighttime Clasher waits a moment. Now we see the Dusclops. 2 shields on both sides still.
2 shielded Mud Slapper is going to do a lot of damage here, but that first punch is going through. No Protect Shield use on Nighttime Clasher's side, recognizing that he still has 2 very low health Pokemon in the back, but he's going to be able to make some plays here, just chonking away, going for that next Bone Club. Again, what happened at the end of the last game is happening now, going for that charge attack priority.
Yeah, exactly. Lining up those 3-turn attacks perfectly. Looks like the Bone Club is going to get shielded, and we're going to see a Shadow Punch forced to shield at this point. Nighttime Clasher looks pretty comfortable, though. I'd say by the body language, he doesn't seem very flustered. I think Mud Slap in a 2-shield situation is usually good.
Going ahead and just going and throwing once again, but actually Nighttime Clasher doesn't throw on this time. Just gonna go ahead and use that shield, maybe get one more Mud Slap in before he goes. Look at this, look how low all 3 of his Pokemon are, but he still feels he's in a very comfortable position, even waits to make sure that he saw that fast attack go through before throwing his charge attack here. He didn't want that Bone Club getting caught on anything else.
I absolutely adore that you pointed that out. The combo play here from Nighttime Clasher to send in his own Dusclops, looking for the knockout. This is one step forward, but allowing your Dusclops to get farmed down by Stone Collection's Tinkaton might be 2 steps back.
Yeah, there are no Protect Shields remaining. Tinkaton, though you saw how much damage those Mud Slaps do, it still has to be able to get to an attack. It can take out either one of these Pokemon with it. He comes in with it, and he goes for the attack before Stone Collection.
Wow, you saw there Nighttime Clasher was trying to remember how much energy the Tinkaton had. Stone Collection had the Bulldoze ready, but the Mud Slap damage connected first, and that is a 2-0 for the North American over Stone Collection.
Nighttime Clasher once again proving how good he is at team building, how good he is at team reading, being able to take 2 games off of a very, very good trainer from Germany. Congratulations to him. He's moving on that winner's side of the bracket, while Stone Collection, since this is a double elimination, will be knocked down to the loser's bracket, where he can potentially still have an incredible, incredible run.
Stone Collection's incredible, right? A trainer that we've seen compete year after year, always a threat. Whenever you see him in the bracket, you say, this is a trainer that could win the title. Losers bracket runs are not unprecedented, especially on the world stage. Just rewind back to 2022 when Dancing Rob won, I think it was like 6 or 8 rounds in a row to make the grand finals before resetting the bracket and taking the gold. So I hope Stone Collection doesn't have any wind taken out of his sails. There's still a lot of battling to be done this weekend.
And a really interesting team on his part, taking a lot of these staple meta picks that we see quite often, but also pairing it with some things that people might not be prepared for, such as that Shadow Charizard.
Let's talk about that a little bit, because if you see the teams here on screen, let's talk about what we didn't see in these battles. We didn't see Mandibuzz from Nighttime Clasher, Azumarill, or Fortress. And when you don't see those picks, I mean, is there a big reason to bring the Shadow Charizard if you're not anticipating the Bug Steel type in particular?
I think that both of these trainers recognize sort of what the gameplay was going to be from each of them. We saw very similar plays between each of the games, and that's because in a Show 6 Pick 3 format, you kind of have to determine not only if you have a certain play style, but how does my opponent play? Like, what are the Pokemon that I think that they're going to bring because they think that it's strong against me?
there's that old adage, right? Walk a mile in someone else's shoes. You really have to put yourself on the other side of the board and say, if I was in their position, how would I attack my team? What are my weaknesses? What are my vulnerabilities? And how would I beat me? And that's such an important mindset, because I really believe that half of team reading is looking at your team of 6 and then deciding what to do. The other half, the other 50%, is looking at what your opponent is likely to do. And some of the trainers that succeed the most consistently at the highest level do that every single time.
And not only, you talk about trainers at the highest level, literally all of these trainers here in Anaheim are the ones that were at the highest level. These are the world's qualified competitors for Pokemon Go. And there was these are people who had the most championship points of each region. These are people who went ahead and won a regional or special championship or an international championship. So already so many accolades behind these trainers' names just to get to the point that they're at.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that we opened up with Nighttime Clasher and Stone Collection, because those are 2 trainers that are still in the hunt for a trophy, a win at a regional or special event, or special championship, I should say. And they didn't get those this season.
Yeah, absolutely. Not this season, but maybe. I mean, I think a lot of them would be pretty happy with maybe a gold medal at Worlds. Who knows?
Yeah, I think they'd settle for that, right? Maybe Jim will interview them later on and ask them, would you be happy winning? Is that enough? We'll see.
Now, you talked about how they haven't won this season, but Nighttime Clasher actually was a trainer who got a championship title in Liverpool.
It's true.
Do you know who he played against?
No, remind me.
He won against Tomahawk UK. One of our co-casters here this weekend, and we've got them both up on stage for an interview.
Take it away.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Amanda and Speedy. We're joined by the winner of that first round, Nighttime Clasher. Eric, what a way to start off your World Championship run.
I mean, honestly, last year, round 1, I played against Yikai, so literally anything but that, I feel like is a huge step up. Just getting a win on the board just feels so incredible, especially like on the stream as well. What a great way to start today.
So this is your 2nd World Championship, but your 1st ever win. And that was a very dominant win against a great player, Stone Collection, who you know.
Yeah, I was a little worried about the Shadow Charizard. It made my Fortress an instant no bring. I was pretty sure he wasn't gonna bring it, but that probably would have been one of the worst things that could happen in all of play Pokemon history, is leading a Fortress into a Charizard.
And you've used a few Pokemon there that we've seen all season. You've had a great season already. That Shadow Kanto Marowak, it's a bit of a favorite of yours.
I really enjoy the neutrality of it. I think it was a little bit suspicious in the early days when I was using it, actually, because there's so much Superior, Jump Bluff. I think now, with both of those out of sight, the only grass is Cradily. So I think it almost makes no sense not to bring K-Wack.
And the motivation when you go into round 1, there's a lot of pressure. You know that this is critical, and you're on stream as well. What was the pressure feeling like for you in that moment?
I was incredibly nervous, just walking into the venue, and then opening up my phone and seeing that I'm on stream, just 10,000 times more nervous. I've went to probably 13 tournaments this year, and the feeling never goes away. It is something that is truly unique to playing these competitions. And after you get the first round, though, it's the best feeling in the world.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And now you must be looking at the rest of the competition. You've put your name out there. Are you really feeling that this is your event to win?
I mean, let's see. I think I am literally may play against my brother in next round, and Teresa in round 3 if she wins as well. So very, very interesting bracket for me.
Nighttime Clasher, congratulations on that first win. We all can't wait to see how far you can go. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, NTC, LG, and Tomahawk UK. Like you said, getting that first win under your belt feels so good. And there's something subtle. You and I alluded to it. The Shadow Charizard versus Fortress matchup, of course, would be disastrous. But from a player perspective, it's not making the preventable mistakes, right? The unforced errors, not being too bold in the moment and kind of starting off the game a step back, right? I think that's so important to kind of play measured as you move through the bracket, especially in the earlier rounds.
I really like what the Nighttime Clasher had to say. I mean, he's not making excuses, but he did say, hey, last year, I had the world champion up in round number 1, so maybe Stone Collection could be saying that about him later on in the day. But also, another really fun thing that the Nighttime Clasher pointed out is that his brother is playing. His brother also qualified for Worlds this year for the first time, and he's going to possibly be playing him up next. And then his girlfriend after that. So my goodness, what's in the water there in Texas where they're at?
That's an awkward flight home. I'll say that if he ends up winning all those matches. But let's go ahead and take a look at the meta. I don't think Shadow Charizard is going to be very high on the rankings here, but wow, there are actually a few surprises here.
Wow, day 1 metas I actually love to see because this shows the overall temperature, right, of how players think there's the team wants to be built, what they think is going to be strong. And a lot of these Pokemon, we were right on both of the trending ups. Look at that. We got Credilli and Tinkerton at the top, and no Diggersby to be found in this top 12.
And this is what I'm talking about when we kind of emphasize that we only had 2 events in this Delightful Days meta. I mean, where's Dedenne? Where's Araquanid? You know, where are these key Pokemon? Where's Fortress? Where are these Pokemon that we expected to see? I mean, this is, honestly, to me, this is very shocking. Also seeing Galarian Corsola.
So high.
At 32% usage. Amanda, you realize that Galarian Corsola's championships were all in the Dual Destiny season. It has not won a tournament since February.
Let's see if this could be one to change that. Another fun thing to note, Mandibuzz or Galarian Moltres, a lot of people, it's an either or for them, right? So are we going to choose one that's a little bit bulkier, or are we going to choose one that has a little bit more attack pressure? And now it looks like people are like, why not both?
Exactly right. In ground types, we did see Shadow Quagsire there. That's going to be one to keep an eye on. The water and ground type coverage is something that's been a staple of competitive Pokemon for years, but has kind of receded in recent months or recent seasons, I would say. But anyways, we got some battlers ready on the stage. I know you want to see the games, everybody. That's what we want as well. We've got LNDS Palinotad taking on Elephant Flashe.
One fun thing, you probably will see quite a bit throughout these days. LNDS ahead of time, that is the Lindos, that is a Brazilian team together. They train together, they build teams together, and I think every time that you see one of them have a win, it's a win together for that team.
Agreed. I think they've got the best crowd here. All of LATAM, to be honest. I mean, everyone rallies around the trainers from their countries and their teams, so very, very exciting to see that. We're going to take a look here at LNDS Palinotad. He's got a Cradilly as well as Dusclops. Dedenne, a Pokemon that is not high on the usage charts. Lapras, Primeape, and Shadow Kanto Marowak. So this is a pretty well-rounded team. I like it a lot. I think you've got a lot of built-in Mandibuzz coverage there in that Dedenne. And let's see what his opponent has across the stage. Elephant Flashe with Diggersby, Shadow Annihilate, as well as Shadow Drappy, and Galarian Corsola, Lapras, and Cradilly.
I mean, we talked about where's Diggersby. Oh, it turns out, yeah, it's here. It's here on this team. And what a great counter for actually quite a few Pokemon, especially like that Dedenne. It's like that's something that is just going to be able to negate a lot of that energy, but it does have to be a little bit wary. And for the first time of Worlds this year, we are seeing that fighting type Pokemon Primeape. Primeape had a lot of utility. It's one of those Pokemon that are kind of frail. It requires some shields to hide behind. But when that Pokemon ramps up, it's almost impossible to stop.
The Karate Chops are just so fast. Rage Fist, like you said, obviously increasing the attack every single time. Then you can choose, kind of pick your poison. Do you want Ice Punch for coverage, or do you want Close Combat to close out battles? One thing I will say is that its evolution, Annihilate, I have not seen a Close Combat Annihilate in quite a while. I think it's safe to expect Ice Punch on that Pokemon. I want to make one note about the teams as well. On the left side of your screen, LNDS Palinotad, that Cradilly is actually a purified Cradilly. It's not going to show up visually, but we will see it on the battlefield if he decides to bring it. I've seen some nuance with Cradilly. I've seen Bullet Seed, I've seen Acid. I think that Rock Tomb and Grass Knot are honestly pretty standard, but it does have the capability to run Return if he so wishes.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be able to do that. It looks like he has TM'd that away. Since this is open team sheets, Elephant Flashe is able to see that it is going to be a Rock Tomb and Grass Knot. But if it's in a blind format, like a Go Battle League format, it could be a tricky thing, because if you see those little purified rays around the Cradilly, you're like, oh my, could it be running Return? Because that's a heavy-hitting normal attack.
Especially scary up against a normal type Pokemon like Alolan Raticate, for example. That's definitely perilous. But let's see what these trainers are going to lock in. We're going to see, in my opinion, I think we're going to see a lot of what we saw in the first round. We might see some Dusclops, some Lapras here and there, maybe some Kanto Marowak. I think Galarian Corsola for Elephant Flashe looks really, really solid. It doesn't have a hard answer at all on the opposing side. Let's see what these trainers decide to do.
We're going to go ahead and see that Cradilly up against a Lapras in the lead here. Really nice position for Elephant Flashe, because here's the thing too. Even if you want to swap out of a bad matchup with the Cradilly, no matter what swaps in, it's probably going to be able to have to take a Rock Tomb, which is going to lower the attack.
Exactly.
And then Elephant Flashe could just swap out. So Palinotad going ahead, throwing the first Sparkling Aura, and it looks like he's just staying in and going to be able to take one attack. The real question is, does he want to shield it? No, he's not using any Protect Shield at the beginning here, even though this is a super effective attack.
Same type attack bonus on the Rock and Grass type. Leaves a dent in the Lapras. We're going to see another charge attack. Get ready to go. Oh, reaching for the Galarian Corsola. Can't pull it out of the back line, though. And honestly, that might be for the better, because once Elephant Flashe sees the other Pokemon on Palinotad's team, he needs to be very careful about which ghost type he selects.
Going ahead, just getting in some extra side waves, knowing he won't be able to make it to another, but Paulino is going ahead, letting that Lapras go down completely. He did have the option to shield, but this is such a small sliver of health that he could be getting some nice farming energy, some nice fast attack energy to be able to create the charge attack for whatever he chooses to come in. Looks like it's going to be that Marowak, and he's able to mud slap down.
I'm a little bit surprised not to see the Dusclops come in there. I think he could have gotten maybe 3 hexes worth of energy, but Paulino Tad, looking at the team sheet, saw something that he thinks he might be able to exploit. So Elephant Flash comes in with the Annihilate. This is actually a massive, massive call on his part. He had 2 Ghost-type Pokemon, sends in the Rage Fist one.
I actually really like that play from Paulino. I guess if he's looking at the other team, he says, you know, the biggest threat to that Marowak is that Credilli. And you know what? Now that's out of the picture. Let me go ahead and get a little bit of an energy advantage. We saw in round number 1, the Mud Slap damage from a Shadow Kanto Marowak is so huge, but now the Rage Fist goes through, and that means he's counter damage and anything else coming in from the Annihilate. Nope, there it goes.
Exactly. Here comes the Galarian Corsola. Astonish versus Hex. You're talking about damage versus energy in how those 2 fast attacks are oriented. We're going to see a Shadow Punch connect into the Galarian Corsola with that Best Buddy ribbon on top. No need to shield the first one, but I do think Elephant Flash will need to shield the second.
They're looking here at 2 bulky Ghost-type Pokemon. They're throwing super effective attacks at each other, and as you can see, that Corsola is still in the green, just now being knocked down to the yellow because of the fast attack damage of that Dusclops, but Dusclops' pace is so much quicker, able to throw one more, and you have to see if Elfasha wants to use his shielder. He doesn't! He knows he's going to survive it, but just by a sliver!
Wow, needs to hang on through one more Hex, and he does it, but it's the charge attack priority, so if you want this Nightshade as Elephant Flash, you have to use your final Protect Shield of the game. He needs to KO the Dusclops, so he uses the shield.
Yeah, a little bit of a head shake there at that point because he wants that energy off. This will be enough to knock out the Dusclops, but you see both of them feeling still kind of confident about the abilities here. Immediate pivot here, going back in with the Mud Slap. Will he be able to get to the Bone Club before the next Rage Fist goes through?
I'm telling you, that one Mud Slap that Paulino Tad was able to get against a Cradilli in the mid-match was the difference maker. It allows him to outpace the Shadow Annihilate and win this game number 1.
Shadow Kanto Marowak, like Nighttime Classic said in that interview, that he doesn't understand why people wouldn't be using it. I think both games so far have really showcased a point for him there because Paulino Tad was able to just maneuver that Pokemon masterfully to be able to take that game.
Such a curious thing because you could argue, you know, the alternative and say if Paulino Tad would have come in with his Dusclops and gotten 3 Hexes, would the game have been different? Would the Galarian Corsola have still been able to get the second Nightshade? You can argue about the hypotheticals, but I do think it was so clever to bring in that Shadow Kanto Marowak because, I mean, you're looking at 12 turns to the first Bone Club and then 9 to the second, and that Annihilate is always going to pace the Rage Fist at the same rate. So if you want to get ahead of whatever your opponent has in the back, you have to eke out these small advantages wherever you can find them.
So these are some of the big differences. We see a Primeape on the side of Paulino Tad, and we see an Annihilate on the side of Elephant Flasha. And it really comes down to the raw damage because Annihilate has that counter as a fast attack, so it's going to be able to do a little bit more damage when it does its fast attacks, and then with its charge attacks being able to ramp up a little bit more using that Rage Fist, it just gets more potent. While on the other side, Primeape is using Cross Chop, and it is all about pacing with that Pokemon. So being able to get to Rage Fist so quickly, it's like charge attack after charge attack, it seems almost. And so, you know, there's trade-offs and there's balance for both of these teams.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Primeape. I'm going to look here at the team for Elephant Flasha. He does have the Diggersby, the Lapras, the Shadow Drapion, and the Cradilli. And then if you look at the other 2 being Ghost types, I mean, there is a myriad of targets here for Primeape if Paulino Tad decides to pivot to that Pokemon in game number 2. But like you said, you have to protect it, especially against Pokemon like Shadow Annihilate and that Lapras, because the Psywaves and the counters just do so much damage to that frail HP.
And another thing, while is better for the Annihilate, is against like a Diggersby, because Primeape has to rely on its charge attacks because the fast attacks don't do much damage, and Rage Fist, a Ghost type into a normal type, doesn't really do much damage at all. So it would need to rely on its close combat in the back. So let's see. Both of these trainers are locking into game number 2. I have to see, will there be a Primeape on the floor? Doesn't look like it here. We got a Dusclops up against a Cradily.
Very, very neutral matchup. As we've seen before, that Dusclops will outpace the Cradily to the first charge attack. Yeah, I mean, it outpaces basically everything. It's only 9 turns to the Shadow Punch if he decides to throw it, and wanting to get this damage off before the debuff, we do see the neutral Shadow Punch from Paulino Tad.
You see Elephant Flash a little bit confused. He knows it's not an Ice Punch. He's just calculating in his head. He's like, no, he didn't have the energy for that. You don't see Protect Shield, and great timing here by Elephant Flash, and now throwing this right before the next attack goes through, getting that guaranteed debuff of the Rock Tomb as the Ice Punch has been connected. No, it looks like he didn't even bother throwing, going for one more fast attack before throwing now.
Dusclops returning fire here with a super effective Ice Punch. Elephant Flash is already debuffed. She's not going to shield this first one. You can kind of budget the HP based on how much damage it does, and remember, it's going to do even less, but actually going on charge attack priority with the Grass Knot. This is slightly more damage. I don't think it's going to be quite enough, but it's going to be close.
Again, we're seeing all these Dusclops now. We're seeing Shadows, we're seeing regular ones, we're seeing Ice Punches being thrown. It's only single debuff at this stage. Will it be enough to knock out the Cradily, or will the next one be able to do a quick pivot now, trying to get in some extra energy, and now being met by a hard counter here with that Dedenne already at the charge attack.
The parabolic charge. Oh, this is not looking good for Elephant Flash. The electric type can be so potent and it can be so polarizing at the same time. Parabolic charge will buff that Dedenne's defense, making those side waves even less effective. But the Sparkling Aria will connect.
Going ahead, getting number 1 through at this point. No Protect Shield needed. But I tell you what, this next one could be enough to knock out if he doesn't want to use the shield at this point. And Paulino Tad puts it up here because he's got a lot of energy on that Dedenne. Wants to be able to probably maybe even fast attack down and throw whatever's coming in.
Yeah, that second, third, and fourth Sparkling Aria are 11 turns, and the Thundershocks do so much damage that the Dedenne just devours the Lapras there and exits the matchup with so much energy. And if you're Elephant Flasher, you're probably thinking, it's time to catch.
It's a hard position to be in at this point, going for yet another charge attack. So this means the Dedenne is going to be boosted in its defense even more. This is a very bulky Pokemon, but it's still going to have to put in some work. Do you think we're going to see it try an aggressive charge attack? No, he tries to go for a catch, unsuccessful on the side of Elephant Flash.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense too. He was able to throw after the 6th turn there, when a lot of trainers would throw one additional Thundershock and then the charge attack, but Paulino Tad, such a veteran competitor, knew it was coming, did not fall for the trap. Kanto Marowak comes out and is slapping down this Galarian Corsola.
Confident shake of the head by Paulino Tad as his last Pokemon enters the field, gets that last Protect Shield off of the Corsola's side, and just continues to mud slap away. Going ahead, using Protect Shield of his own, wants to keep this Marowak nice and healthy.
Going to see a Nightshade get Protect Shielded up there by Paulino Tad, like you said, trying to keep his ground type in the battle, and he knew that Elephant Flash had stored a ton of energy. Second one will connect because there are no more Protect Shields in the game, but again, this is Astonish versus Mudslap, the heavy hitters of the 3-turn fast attacks.
Yeah, not after Corsola throwing shade, but Marowak says that's not enough. Here's a Bone Club for you. Here's game number 2 for Paulino Tad.
Absolutely stellar performance here. A couple of 2-0s to kick off the action in Anaheim, but I think just masterful maneuvering, bringing that Dedenne in game number 2 was such a clever play. And if his opponent, Elephant Flash, had brought, I don't know, Cradily, Diggersby, maybe even the Drapion, it would have given that Dedenne a real fight. But again, team reading and team prediction is so critical in Pokemon Go. A lot of games, I mean, are heavily influenced on that lock-in screen.
We talked about that even in that first matchup. It's so hard to predict what your opponent is going to bring into this battles. There's 6 Pokemon on the team, and I don't know. You're absolutely right, and I think Elephant Flash will be looking at that later too, being like, well, if I'd only done this. But it's so hard to tell what the opponent is going to bring. And these first couple games, when especially against trainers who you maybe haven't played that often before, who you're like, oh, I don't really know their play style. Are they someone who likes to risk it and play a little bit more of flimsy, or is it someone who really likes a lot of bulk to their teams? Unfortunately, it's just a best-of-3 matchup.
Yeah, I remember our top 3 at NAIC. I was thinking to myself that Dedenne is such a risky pick, especially when you're going up against Diggersby teams or Shadowkits and Marowak teams. And then we open up series like Axon versus Elam, and they've got Dedenne in the lead on both sides. I'm thinking, what? What do they see that I'm missing? This feels like such a risky position, but they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and sometimes it's like there's very polarizing Pokemon that you see on its even top 12 usage. I mean, we see things like Dedenne, but then we see things like Galarian Moltres.
Yeah.
We see things like Mandibuzz. It's just like there's so much danger there. But then we see so many Shadow Kanto Marowak. Do you really want to risk bringing a Dedenne when you know you have such positive matchups, but you know that you can also get so hard countered?
We talked a lot about Primeape and Annihilape as being like momentum Pokemon, you know? They build up with the Rage Fist, they're ready to go for the next opponent, but Dedenne is a sneaky, different style of momentum Pokemon because the Parabolic Charges are buffing its defense over and over and over. So it's not that it gets stronger, it just gets more dense. It gets harder to take off the field. And the potency remains the same. And Electric is such a good typing. There's so many weaknesses. And like you said, Galarian Moltres with his flying typing, Lapras or Azumarill with the water typing, even the occasional Feraligatr does not want to take damage from an electric type. So when you actually like solve that problem of bulk as an electric type, you get really, really dangerous.
I was gonna say, is he like, Dedenne's been hitting the gym like Will, just getting bulky, you know?
No, it's just the jacket.
Just getting strong. Oh, yeah.
It's just the jacket, right? Let's be real.
He stuffed the sleeves.
Hey, come on.
Oh, sorry.
Come on. But no, I really think that Electric is very potent. We saw that in earlier seasons with Lantern. Yeah, very funny. We saw that earlier seasons with Lantern being a staple of the meta. Will we see Lantern in this tournament? I've heard rumors.
Could the rumors be true?
Maybe.
Well, let's see.
Maybe. We'll find out. We're going to get a couple more trainers up here on stage for you shortly, but I think we're going to see, it looks like Gordon the Flash taking on our former Toronto regional champion in JJan 11.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves because, I mean, the day has just begun, and we've seen some trainers now from North America. We saw trainers from Europe. We just saw someone from the LATAM region taking a good victory, a 2-0 victory, and we want to hear a little bit from him ahead of time, too. So let's go ahead and kick it to the stage with him and Martijn.
Thank you. I'm here with the winner of that tremendous match that we just had. Such excitement. Linus Paulinho Tat, congratulations on that victory. And we'd love to know from you, how did you actually prepare for this World Championships and these matches?
Ok, Paulinho, como você se preparou para conseguir vencer essa batalha?
Eu me preparei, tipo, eu usei estratégia de usar um Marowak com energia e eu levei uns leads neutros que eu conseguiria deixar o primeiro Pokémon com pouca vida e o Marowak ter energia.
Okay, I decided to go the strategy of using Marowak to go with energy, and I went from there keeping Marowak on the game.
Would you say that Shadow Marowak might be the best Pokemon in the current meta that you brought? It is currently at a 35% usage, which is incredible. Is that why it's the ground type Pokemon of your choice?
Ok, o Marowak Sombroso, ele é um Pokémon com 35% de vitória. E é por isso que ele foi uma decisão de trazer esse Pokémon de tipo terrestre pro jogo?
Sim, o Marowak foi o mais usado do torneio e ele foi o astro do meu time nessa rodada. Meu adversário não tinha tantos counters dele.
Ok. O Marowak, ele é um Pokémon que tem sido usado bastante em torneios, e esse foi o motivo de ele ter trazido isso aqui, e ele foi o astro. Ele foi o astro da equipe. I should have. Okay, so he's saying that Marowak was the Pokemon that has been winning a lot of tournaments, and that's the reason why he brought it here. He was the star of his team, and he believes that's the reason he got it, the match. He won the match.
Paulinho, you are with many of your Lindos friends here. How did you actually all make it here? Did you build your teams together with your friends?
Paulinho, ele notou que você tá com muitos amigos aqui. Você montou o seu time com eles?
Sim, eu fiz o meu time com a Ju Muniz.
Yes, I did my team with you, my friend.
Thank you so much. I just want to ask you one more question. Do you have any shout-outs what you want to give to friends, family friends that are watching from here or from home?
Paulinho, você tem alguma mensagem para alguns amigos que estão aqui ou estão lá no Brasil te vendo aqui?
Eu agradeço o apoio da minha família, da equipe da TUS e todos os meus amigos. E também a família do GB Lindos. Não tem como.
I just would like to thank all my friends, my team, and I mean, that's the least I can do. I am here because of them.
Well, thank you so much, Paulinho, and good luck in your next matches. We're going to have so much action here at the 2025 World Championships in Anaheim. I'm Anand Speedy, back to you.
Thank you so much, Martine. It was great to hear from LNDS Paulino Tad, a trainer that's been competing for quite a while in the Championship Series. Great to get off on the right start here at the World Championships in 2025. We wish him a lot of luck as he continues to move through the bracket. But Amanda, we've got so many trainers to keep an eye on. It's kind of hard to keep track of everyone. Why don't we take a look at some leaderboards?
All right, let's go ahead and take a look.
All right, we're going to get our NA leaderboards first. With a whopping 2,022 points is Elam, a trainer that, again, I think has been so close to the crown multiple times at the international or world level, but hasn't quite reached it yet.
Yeah, but this season was really the one where he broke out, winning 2 different regional competitions after he was not able to, he was always top placement. A lot of trainers said he's a player that I fear playing, so it's really kind of encouraging to be able to see how some trainers have been continuing to move up through the seasons. Of course, there are still our staple trainers, Out of Pocket, Dunebug, Rise to Occasion. These trainers have been there. It's Axon. This is such a star-studded leaderboard here for North America.
But look at that, wedged between Rise and It's Axon. We have trainers like Septile Ice. Also keep an eye on Lil Muffins, one of the best Galarian Moltres trainers that I know. And at 16th, I'm a Derpopotamus. That's their name, not me.
Well, no. If here's a Derpopotamus, and I'm a Derpopotamus too.
Let's take a look over at the EU leaderboards. We've got our EUIC champion, Patoman, at 2,065 championship points, as well as Z Swilus, the runner-up at EUIC 1990.
There's quite a few there. Next up on the leaderboards is Colin Six, the first trainer of Europe to win 2 regional competitions in one season. We nickname him the final boss over there because chances are you're going to see him. He's been in so many finals, but there are so many good names. And what I love this season about Europe is that there's been so many new trainers that haven't really even had top placements at any competition before, winning, getting into those top cut placements, and getting to the top of these leaderboards. I'm looking at you, Kazim. I'm looking at you, Mindjo.
I really would love to see Kaifia have some success. He really had a breakout season this year. But let's go ahead and take a look at our LATAM leaderboards and see what our trainers are doing there as well. We've got Marto Galde, I believe with the most championship points of anyone on the planet at 2,190. So, you know what? I'm going to win a regional, then another regional, then an IC, then another regional. 3 regionals and 1 international in the same season is Pokemon Go history.
Not only that, he had a top 4 placement at Worlds the season before, so he got a direct qualification all ready for this Worlds in Anaheim. So he qualified 5 different ways for this year.
Exactly right, followed by a couple of trainers from Mexico, and Richie and Ashton Ash, Hard Jeff as well, right there in the runnings. Let's go ahead and head down to Oceania, where Rick Flareon is over 1,100 points. So many talented trainers, and it's very, very competitive because only the top 10, excluding the champions, are able to travel to Worlds and earn their qualification.
And it's very fun to see a lot of these names because some of these trainers have been able to go to different regions to be able to try to collect some championship points there as well. There's players like Jins, who has been competing in the North American circuit, PvP Steve, who's been traveling the globe for this game, meeting trainers and taking names along the way.
Telling you, content creator, a Worlds qualified trainer, PvP Steve might just be your future world champion, but you got to tune in to find out. Godzilla Llama stomping through the competition with the likes of Guzzlord. So many fascinating stories with our trainers here. And as you pointed out, Amanda, you said something that I kind of interpreted it in a different way. You said a lot of EU trainers that are not former regional winners were taking the crown. I feel like a lot of EU trainers that have never won an event will come here at Worlds and just catch on fire. The trainers from LATAM will absolutely just pop off, and we could see anyone. You don't have to be a former champion to win again. To be honest, more likely than not, it's your first one.
I think that especially because Pokemon Go is relatively new to this whole scene, we only have a handful of champions. And this year, it's still under 5. So at this point, it's still anyone's game. Our game continues to grow. Trainers just get better and better. I was having a chat with It's Axon a little bit earlier yesterday, and he said like a very similar thing. He's like, players just are getting better and better. That he had a really good season when he won Worlds, then he had a season where he just felt kind of off and he wasn't doing as well, and he saw so many new trainers go up on the rise, becoming just as good, if not better than him at that point.
I mean, I feel it in the Go Battle League as well. You know, I'll be battling at 2,500 and I'll think, you know, 2 seasons ago, an expert would have made this play. A legend would have made this catch or this swap or this read. It feels like the skill bar is constantly going higher and higher, and these trainers have to do a lot to keep pace. speaking of keeping pace, we're right back on track with more battles. We've got Gordon the Flash taking on the, I believe, 2023 Toronto Regional Champion in JJam.
Look at the teams here that we've got. It's like you maybe took just a read right off of Gordon the Flash's side there. We have a Shadow Steelix on the team as well with the Shadow Scissor.
Double Shadow Steel types means you need protection against something like a Talonflame or a Shadow Charizard. I think that's exactly what Azumarill is there for, but I'm going to be honest with you, Amanda. Outside of that Pokemon, you've got a neutral matchup with maybe the Furret or your own Fire type in Talonflame there as Gordon. How do you protect those Steel types?
I was just looking at that and thinking the exact same thing, Speedy, because there is, in fact, a Talonflame on the other side, but how do you play a team with a Shadow Scissor, a Shadow Steelix, and a Shadow Marowak? Do you just have to rely on that bulk of the Azumarill and the fast pacing of the Furret to, kind of go through it?
It's a good question. You've got kind of a balance here of bulk and offensive potency. Look at the Talonflame as well. I want to note it's running Flame Charge and Fly. That's going to ramp up that fire type damage and not going to give it that Brave Bird potential. But let's flip over across the stage to J-Jan, also with the Azumarill and Talonflame and Shadow Scizor. But then you've got some more like standard Pokemon here on the team.
Yeah, but one thing to point out, when you talked about this Talonflame on the side of Gordon the Flash running that Flame Charge, this one is a double Fly charge attack with Brave Bird and Fly. Brave Bird ends up really dropping your defenses, so you want to usually swap out at that point. But now, since this is open team sheets, maybe Gordon isn't as afraid of the Talonflame because it's just that fast attack, that's Incinerate, that would be doing the damage.
I think also your Talonflame moveset gives a strong suggestion about how you're going to play that Pokemon. We see a lot of Brave Bird Talonflames in the lead. It's very rare that you see it as the swap in or the final Pokemon, because once you debuff yourself with a Brave Bird that you alluded to, you are stuck in that matchup, and Talonflame is already not the bulkiest, and its typing combination does have a lot of weaknesses, so dropping your defense even further is really, really not a good recipe. So I would expect to see Talonflame in the lead more often than not for J-Jan. Meanwhile, Gordon the Flash can move his around wherever he likes in his team composition.
But if you have a team with the Talonflame on it, there's one major target that I see on J-Jan's side, and that's that Scissor. But there's so many things that can kind of, even if it boosts with that Flame Charge, it's just going to be able to just keep it in pacing, because Azumarill can tank a lot of the attacks there. The Quagsire can hit back with its charge attacks of either Stone Edge or Aqua Tail, and the Rock Tomb of the Cordelia is enough to really, even though the Flame Charge will boost, Rock Tomb's just going to knock it right back down.
I think you nailed it, Amanda. I mean, honestly, if you have a Pokemon that is that nuanced, that requires that much finesse to play, building 5 others around it that support it is definitely the safe way to go. And it really kind of puts this bug into your opponent's mind, like, am I going to see it? Are they just kind of bluffing? Is the team composition maybe too weighted towards protecting Talonflame, and that opens up something else for me? Again, look at your team, figure out what your matchups look like, and then turn the table around and say, if I was attacking Shadow Steelix, if I was attacking a team that only had one water type, how would I address it?
Yeah, and to your point with that a little bit, there on Gordon the Flash's side is a Pokemon that has won and has been called the MVP, the most valuable Pokemon, by both Paulino Tad and Nighttime Clasher, and that is that Shadow Kanto Marowak. So will we see yet another 2-0 sweep on this, using a Pokemon that seems to be, I think it was a top 3 in day 1 usage?
Exactly right. I mean, we talked about Diggersby trending down. Honestly, Amanda, as casters, sometimes we weigh in, and sometimes the chats, roast us a little bit.
Sometimes, more often than not for me.
Yeah. It kind of feels like, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't say our opinions. But honestly, this time, I feel like we're really on it, Amanda. I think we know exactly what the trainers are cooking. And seeing all these Shadow Kanto Marowaks and seeing them succeed makes me feel pretty validated in my choice.
I completely agree. Look how calm and collected J-Jan's here. He knows he's been on this stage many times. He's a very calculated trainer, and he's someone who's very valuable to the community. He gathers a lot of Pokemon detail for us, for the community, so people can see what people are bringing to the different tournaments, who's placing well throughout the seasons, and someone that's really, I think, a valuable asset.
I really appreciate Gordon the Flash's team composition, not just because it's so unique here in this context, but also because I've seen him battle with Pokemon like Skeledirge, Guzzlord, Cresselia. He's tried so many different variations and so many different combinations of Pokemon. So sometimes you'll see certain things, certain themes. Maybe it's you like that Stinger. Right?
And then I didn't even notice that we were in the bottom, so I think everyone saw how much I liked that
Chat,
Stinger.
the Galarian Moltres came down, and Amanda, switched.
I was like,
jumped out of the way.
I was so excited.
Honestly, production looks incredible. I love the Feraligatr transition as well. Just like roaring to the side. So sick. But yeah, I just wanted to compliment Gordon the Flash as well for being willing to change up his style, change up the Pokemon he uses, because some trainers, they like Azumarill Shadow Drapion. They bring it to every tournament, they do well with it, and that is what they know, what they practice with, and there's nothing wrong with that at all, because a lot of trainers give up right before they strike gold, so to speak. And I feel like trainers that are able to switch things up and succeed are also really impressive in their own way.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of things like if it's not broke, don't fix it, or if you really get familiar with a Pokemon, which is a big tip that a lot of really good trainers give newer trainers, like learn 1 or 2 Pokemon, learn the ins and outs of it, learn the matchups and how it's going to play. But maybe Gordon the Flash, he just has that depth of knowledge about so many different Pokemon. He says, I'm comfortable bringing whatever to the tournament, and this is what he's brought to the world stage. Kind of a volatile team again with a double steel format, but very interested to see if he'll be able to pull it off.
We filmed a really fun segment with Arrow yesterday, and he actually had a very, he actually had a very similar team to what Gordon the Flash. This is what he was pitching to our Sharpedos. I'm telling you, we have so much awesome content, everybody. You're going to want to watch the whole stream. But anyways, I'll make it brief. He said he had Shadow Steelix and another Steel type on his team, and he had basically 0 Talonflame answers. And he says, you know what? Look at Shadow Steelix versus Talonflame. When we see that matchup with the Thunderfangs chewing through the flying typing, you tell me how it goes, because I know my win conditions.
Well, and I think if you're going ahead and choosing a team that has some interesting picks, you definitely have to know those win conditions. You definitely have to know what your opponents might be bringing into the battle, and we're seeing it right away here. We got a Shadow Scissor up against that creepy Azumarill, but tell you what, that Trailblaze will really hurt, and an immediate pivot out actually from the Azumarill into a Furret.
Interesting, because the Furret's charge attacks are going to be resisted, but these Sucker Punches are chewing away at the frail Shadow, Bug, and Steel type. Night Slash coming through here is going to take that first shield from Gordon the Flash. Giving up switch advantage and shield advantage this early is a little bit tricky. Let's see if he can come back from it.
And actually, the Shadow Scissor taking this no shield by JJ, recognizing, okay, I got a lot of damage off already. I know this isn't quite enough to knock out because it's not very effective, and I'm at the second Night Slash. Furret came in. Will Furret go out just as quickly?
It's so tricky, because I think if you absorb the Night Slash damage here, there will be a simultaneous KO. These Pokemon are so evenly matched, and we see a swap saving that Shadow Scissor. JJ wants it in that back pocket in case he needs to use it for a catch. And also, swapping in the Azumarill avoids any Trailblaze shenanigans.
Going ahead and just getting a little bit of extra damage. One more bubble going through. Now, this is of its own coming in, saying, I see what you're going to do. There is one shield behind, there is energy behind, but at this point, Scissor is going to be able to put a dent in. Does JJ want to use a shield? Does he think it's just a Night Slash? We wouldn't be doing much damage. Last second Protect Shield. Trailblaze has gone through, and now that it's even more boosted, swapping now into a Azumarill of his own.
Azumarill Mirror Match. If there's any matchup that true Pokemon Go competitive fans are familiar with, it's gotta be this one. Play Rough does connect into Gordon's Azumarill, but a significant health advantage. But I gotta say, that third Pokemon for JJ has not even been revealed yet, and you're going to need a double super effective Trailblaze to knock it out in one shot. So let's see if Gordon can take that final shield away from JJ.
Going ahead, getting that Play Rough connecting here. The Azumarill is low. Just one more charge attack on the side of Gordon the Flash will be able to knock it out. We might even potentially see him try to aggressively bubble down, but JJ will be able to get to another attack. In the meantime, he's at it, and he will throw it at this point. Now the Azumarill is going to be about evenly low on health.
Gordon the Flash trying to recall how much energy that Azumarill is, where its cycle is at, goes in with the Scissor, tries to get the Bullet Punch down, but the Quagsire comes out. Oh my goodness, this could be a flash in the pan moment. We're going to see the charge attack come through. JJ has to make a call.
Oh, will he? He's called it last time. He called it this time. He knows that grass does a lot of damage to that water typing. It gets the attack rise, obviously, as the Trailblaze will be able to do this. And, oh, I love this play by JJ, throwing right before that next charge attack is loaded by Gordon Flash. Just shows he's on point with his counting.
You mentioned the comfortability, and look at the overcharge there. A lot of trainers would just go ahead and fire that charge attack off immediately, but Gordon the Flash actually settling for the Night Slash here. I don't think this is going to do too much damage. Never mind. That Quagsire almost gets KO'd.
It's boosted, baby! That's enough to baby almost knock out that Quagsire here, but JJN says, okay, enough scissor here. Let's get it off of the field. Let's see what's coming in. 2 low health Pokemon coming in with the Azumarill at this point. He's able to bubble down. He's got so much energy on this Azumarill.
Wait, hold the phone. I don't know if JJN has enough gas left in the tank to win this battle. His Pokemon are so weak. Azumarill for Gordon the Flash is ready. Oh, firing the Ice Beam there against the Scizor.
I kind of like this play, throwing no matter what, throwing that low energy charge attack. He doesn't want to risk any extra damage going through, but there was 2 Aqua Tails that were thrown. 1 bubble, 2 bubbles. He's got game number 1.
Wow, off the backboard and into the net. Gordon the Flash able to take that game with a very, very weak Azumarill in the final moments.
My goodness, looking at that game, it's like, it truly could have been for anyone throughout the entire time, but you saw kind of the wheels turning in each of the players' heads. Both of them, I think, felt fairly comfortable near the end game. It wasn't until it truly got down to the wire when recognizing, wow, Azumarill has been king of the Pokemon for a long time, maybe for a reason.
Exactly right. I mean, honestly, a lot of the trainers I caught up with, waiting in line at the Pokemon Center, which is a very relatable experience, I hear.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of the trainers I caught up with have told me that Azumarill, they don't think it's that prevalent. They don't think it's going to be a big player. They're looking at other fairy-type Pokemon like Tinkaton, like Dedenne. But honestly, Azumarill, I mean, it's got a lot of potency, and I think the 5-head, the Galaxy Brain play, if I may, is to bring some superior to the tournament.
You may, because that would be a good call for a lot of these different teams. I mean, Nighttime Clasher said it in his interview too, with really the only grass type currently being Credilli, and Marowak can at least sort of chunk back into that.
Yeah.
I think that's another reason why we're seeing so many Shadow Kanto Marowak in this tournament so far.
I agree. Incredible pan out of the stage there. I love the set that we have for these trainers to battle on. It's got to be so surreal walking up to the desk and sitting down and seeing all this incredible imagery around you. But one of our trainers is locked in, ready to go. The other one taking just a few more moments, wants to make sure they get this right.
So if you are JJ in that position, how do you pivot? Because again, I don't think that, it's not like he didn't play that clean. It's not like he didn't have good timing or anything. It was just really outmaneuvered in the small moments that people potentially didn't even realize as they were going on.
Exactly. It's so tough to pinpoint what went wrong, but there's no time to be stuck in the past. We are in the present now. We got a Furret lead into the Talonflame. Like we mentioned, Brave Bird lends itself to being in the lead.
Going ahead and just getting a lot of energy on both sides. Great timing here, throwing attack before even any charge attack is ready on that Talonflame side. No Protect Shield from JJN. No, this isn't going to be enough to quite knock out. And now Talonflame has some energy to boot. This is how we normally see it. 1 Incinerate, then you throw your charge attack, and that's how you keep good timing on Talonflame.
Gordon has to be so relieved because he does have that Shadow Scizor in the back. If you'd have let that into the Talonflame, as Nighttime Clasher talked about, it would have been a rough matchup. Double super effective fire into Bug Steel is never a good time, but Furret does have the second Swift here on the field, and the shield comes up.
Wow, I'm actually looking at this too. It's a dangerous lineup that Gordon the Flash has to begin with, because neither the Kanto Marowak nor the Scizor really does very well against a Talonflame, and he still goes ahead, lets that Furret go down. At this point, the defense is seriously long. Oh, and an amazing play. He comes straight in with the Scizor because he knows that JJ was going to pivot out.
Not only that, but he knows that it was weak enough after the Brave Bird debuff. He might have been able to bullet punch down. Gordon the Flash is not afraid of JJN across the stage. Night Slash does take a huge chunk out of the Quagsire, but he's going to need a lot of energy to strike back because there's still a Protect Shield in the way. No shield from Gordon.
Wow, there it is, and there it goes. Stonehenge Connect knocks out with so much energy to its name, and now we have that tried and true slow mud slapping Pokemon, but there was still so much energy on that Quagsire. It gets off a little parting gift, and it is super effective.
Aqua Tail does connect. Gordon wants to save that final shield. He doesn't know what's in the back yet. Mudslap does connect. Kanto Marowak stands strong but low in HP. Here comes the Scizor. The bullet punches are grinding it into the dirt, and Gordon the Flash cannot pull out a victory in Game 2.
Well, this is the first time that we've had so far at this Worlds competition on the stage that the opponent who didn't take game number 1 has been able to fight back to take up game number 2, and we go into a decisive game 3.
Such an interesting call, in my opinion, to have that Shadow Kanto Marowak as the final Pokemon. Like you alluded to, maybe a bit of a riskier line, maybe taking a few chances there. But when you look at JJN's team and you see Pokemon like Credilli, Azumarill, Shadow Quagsire, putting all of your chips, so to speak, on a ground-type Pokemon seems a little bit risky.
At this point, the risky business. Again, if you only have 2 Protect Shields for a whole game, you really have to decide when is the most impactful time to use it. I think Gordon the Flash thought that it was going to be an Aqua Tail, which would have still done so much damage, but he would have been able to get to another attack.
No, I think you're right. For Alligator brings us back over to the stage here. Gordon tied up here in the series 1-1 against J-Jan. Decisive game number 3 here in the early goings of the 2025 World Championships in Anaheim.
This is a big moment for both of these trainers. They've been able to be selected to be on this main stage. They both want to continue on in the winner's side of the bracket. This is winners round 2, so that means they already have, both of them, a victory under their belt. But one of them, after this next round, will be knocked down to the loser's bracket to continue that run.
Let's see what these trainers decide to do. We talk about polarizing matchups quite a bit in competitive Pokemon, whether it's electrics versus the flying water types or fire versus the steels. Let's see what we get here in game number 3.
Ooh.
Taking it down to the stage. Gordon the Flash brings out the Scizor, and it's got to run for the hills.
Going ahead, getting one Bullet Punch, and then going and immediately swapping into the Furt. The safe swap of choice I've noticed for Gordon the Flash, either using it in the middle or at the beginning. At this point, J-Jan goes ahead, throws a charge attack, and you see the Protect Shield on this side because this could be the potential Brave Bird that throws everything out of the loop, just throws a fly instead, gains that energy, comes in with the Scissor of his own.
I like this play a lot by J-Jan to go Scizor because this Furt's got a lot of energy. You do not want to risk bringing in that Quagsire and then getting hit with the Trailblaze. Swift is going to connect. I mean, Steel resists normal, and Bug Steel double resists that Trailblaze. So there's really nothing for the Scizor to fear, even though it's not a bulky Pokemon and the Sucker Punches are chipping down.
Not only that, you want to make sure that that Talonflame is going to be able to still line up against that Scissor. So at this point, we might see the last Protect Shield going through on Gordon the Flash's side. He recognizes he has to do it. He's going to fast attack down to be able to throw it whatever comes in, but he's got to get that Scissor away.
And the problem here is now you get incinerated down by the Talonflame. Gonna get off the Swift here after 2 Sucker Punches. He might get 2 more Sucker Punches, but honestly, Amanda, the worst situation here would be if this next Incinerate does not KO, because it would mean that the Talonflame gets even more energy. It comes through. Furret gets knocked out.
Furret's knocked out. You see an instant pivot there coming in. He wanted to go to the Quagsire, decided to throw instead. No Protect Shields remaining, and Azumarill will take the full brunt of this Brave Bird here. Knocks it to about half, and now a pivot for both trainers into the Azumarill, or out of the Azumarill, into the Scissor, and into the fast attack here, going ahead, throwing a Night Slash.
So risky. J-Jan doing the safe play here. I definitely think you want to shield this. You're not trying to flex too hard in the early goings of the World Championship. So great safe shield there on the Night Slash. No boost for the Scizor and the Stone Edge. I didn't think we'd see Stone Edge connected to Scizor once. How about twice in the same series?
Knock it off your bingo card for number 2 of unexpected things as it knocks it out here. Coming back in, there's a Protect Shield to hide behind on J-Jan's side. He's sitting in a very comfortable position, even though there's a low health Talonflame in the back.
Got to kind of budget your energy here as J-Jan. He's going to throw the Stone Edge. I think after the Stone Edge, the Aqua Tail will be enough. Meanwhile, Gordon the Flash needs a lot of energy here. He needs to Ice Beam. He needs to break his shield and another Ice Beam, and I don't think there's enough time to get it done. Aqua Tail from Shadow Quagsire.
Cooling off the Azumarill here. J-Jan's taking game number 2 with Stone Edges for everyone. It's handing him out light gifts. Stone Edge for the Scissor, Stone Edge for the Azumarill. Game 2 win for J-Jan.
Absolutely. J-Jan taking the series there. Winners round 2, Group C. Make sure to follow along with the bracket as well so you can track your favorite trainers as they progress through the World Championships. What an incredible run there. You know, J-Jan's got a nickname in the community. Some people call him the janitor because he typically sweeps up. And it looks like there he did get pushed to a Game 3, but he still won the series. So in terms of keeping that record clean with the 2-0s, J-Jan's right on track.
And I think that this goes to show you just never know what's going to happen here at Worlds. We talked about multiple times so far. Well, I didn't expect to see that. I didn't expect to see a Shadow Charizard.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to see a Stone Edge onto a Shadow Scissor. Well, we've seen so many things, and the day is young. The tournament has just started. All these players are hungry, and these battles have been fantastic.
Furret, a Pokemon that was very prominent about the midway through the season, and Gordon the Flash bringing it here. It looked really good. Like you said, using it as a safe swap, using it as a neutral Pokemon in the lead. It looked like it could fill almost any role that Gordon needed, but just the gameplay here from J-Jan in the early goings of battle number 3 was so clever to get that shield advantage. And once he went 0 to 2 shield advantage, J-Jan just could not be stopped.
I think, again, we were not expecting the Shadow Quagsire. It wasn't so many people that predicted that it would be there, but it really proved very vital for him in both of the games that he won.
Yeah, exactly right. Quagsire is a staple. We saw, I believe it was last year at NAIC, Pocket was able to win with it. Winning with your favorites is one thing, but Pocket was able to do both. And Shadow Quagsire looks like it's back, so I'm going to be very curious if we do get him on stream eventually, if he's going to be playing that Pokemon. And like you said, Pokemon that are not necessarily high on the usage charts might see just outsized performance. My favorite example of that is Dugong. Over the years, we've seen a lot of trainers bring Dugong to really, really high levels, top 8, top 4 championships. But then you look at the usage charts and you don't see it there. Maybe it's kind of, at the back of the bus, so to speak, but you don't see it, at 90% usage, for example. And I think that's just a testament to skill and nuance with some of these Pokemon that other people overlook.
Yeah, and speaking of Pokemon that other people overlook, JJ, our Victor, again, it was something I brought up a little bit earlier. He really has an eye of everything that's going on in the tournaments, and he's someone I think that really knows what Pokemon people are planning to bring to a tournament.
Yeah.
Sort of a similar thing of Z's Wireless, where he wants to reverse engineer, but instead, JJ just knows his team, right? He's like, okay, maybe I can play a super meta team, but I really know how to play it, and it's been a delight to watch, and we're going to have a chance to have a little talk with him and Caleb out on the interview field.
All right, thank you, Amanda. I'm here on stage with JJ right off his victory in game number 3. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. The first game I felt like I fumbled a little bit, and then, I couldn't have dreamed of better alignment, situations in game 2 and 3.
I gotta say, that Quagsire, the Stone Edge really came in clutch game number 2 as well, taking out the Scizor, right? Especially if that one shielded, different story, but the Aqua Tail would not have been enough, so great recognition there. Is Quagsire the best ground in this current meta?
Yeah, there's not really too much grass fast move pressure, so I think Quagsire just has play against everything.
And things that are really fearful of grass is they're scared of that Talonflame, which definitely a little more unique pick in this current meta. What drove you to decide to go with that meta pick and just your team compositions in general for this World Championship?
Yeah, I did a few practice tournaments just trying to figure out what felt good. I was listening actually to the Battlecast podcast on the way in, and I realized that there's nothing really to counter a Talonflame. And so then I ended up also picking up a Zoom Roll because that was the only real kind of thing that sponges all the fast moves and charge moves.
I am familiar with that podcast. I know this is your second World Championships. What are you looking forward to in this one? Obviously, winning it all would be fantastic, but what are your immediate goals? Obviously, you're still on the winner's side here.
Yeah, I'm just vibing right now. I wasn't expecting to do too well. Had a bye in the first round, which is obviously nice. Just kind of see how it goes.
Well, you're only a couple more wins away from day number 2, so wish you the best of luck. Any shout-outs you'd like to give to people that help you prepare here or anyone watching at home?
Shout out to the Northeast Battlers. Shout out to my friends and family watching. Shout out to England and Ashley watching right here. Shout out to the JJan fan club as well. Good to always have some more fans.
Well, it's a good day to be a fan of JJan, and really appreciate you taking the time to have this interview, and best of luck in the rest of your battles. It was a journey for you to get to Worlds. Let's take a quick break and take a look at the journey that other people had getting to World Championships.
Make sure you catch all the action. Capture all the battles.
Gear up for glory.
From LAIC to EUIC, NAIC to here, we've traveled the world together, trainers, fans, and champions in the making. Now it all comes down to this. The stage is set, the battles will be fierce, and the excitement is just beginning. Welcome to Worlds. It's gonna be legendary.
I think it was in GBL. I was pushing the leaderboards, and then I got to the top 8 of the leaderboards, and I got invited into an exclusive tournament called GBLA Go Battle League Arena. I participated multiple times, but the first time I got eliminated in the first round of the tournament. So I have 2 favorite Pokemon. One is Beware, and the other is Darumaka. I just like the way both of them look, and I like how little Darumaka is. I'd say Hoenn is my favorite generation, and it's just because playing through the game Emerald, it was I still have memories of it. It was a lot of fun. I like to look at everyone similar levels of skill. Anyone could beat me. I believe I can beat anyone. But so I'd say right now that person is Lyle Jeffs. He won 2 regionals. He said that he won the second one just to get on level with me, winning 2 regionals. So I'm excited to see him at Worlds. Hopefully I face him there too. I would battle Cynthia because I remember back in the main series when I was playing that, I would lose so many times to her, and she's a very tough opponent. I'm more of a night owl. I like to sleep in the mornings. So I prefer Ancient because I played through Scarlet and I enjoyed playing through that, and I enjoy Fluttermane, and I like Great Tusk because I compared it with the future version, and I just like the way the Great Tusk looks more. So definitely my family members. I'd probably call my mom first, and my dad, and then my brother and sister. Valor, because when I first started playing the game, I got reeled into it. But as time went on, I saw Mystic becoming really big, and I felt it's my I need to be competitive with Valor and help boost the competition on Team Valor.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Trainers to the World Championships 2025 here in Anaheim, California. We have thousands of players here to watch and compete for their chance of being the very, very best in the world at Pokemon. My name's Tomahawk UK. I'm joined by Martin, also known as Inadequance, and we're very excited to be here.
I am almost imploding with excitement. We saw already some exciting matches in this meta, and we've seen so many developments in the North America International Championship. But remember that everything we've had in this season all led up to here at the World Championships. Our next matchup coming up soon is going to be Ash Nash, a very well-known name that we have. He was the runner-up of last season's NAIC. Farid, who's he up against? Tell him.
We have massive player on the other side. It's Seijun Park playing under the username Mungme. This is a player that we have known throughout Pokemon history. He is an icon. He is famous for winning the World Championships in VGC with a Pachirisu. And this is his first chance, I think, in the World Championships for Pokemon GO, a player that has competed now in every single game at a World Championships.
Qualifying through the South Korea qualifiers, a player that has actually even done that for every single game so far, the trading card game, Unite, the video game, and now he's competing in Go. I'm really curious to see what a player like that is going to bring to the field against a veteran like Ashton Ash. Of course, Ashton Ash has played in previous World Championships as well. So this is kind of, you have two sides here, right? You have a player that is quite experienced in the Go World Championships, and let's get to that pick on the right soon. And we have a player that's been generally in World Championships all over the place.
Yeah, this is it. As everyone pursues in their goal to become a Pokemon Master, Mengmi on the left-hand side here really does have a massive, massive hurdle if he wants to take on a player like Ashton Ash. As Martijn says, Ashton Ash is a veteran of the game very recently, this year and last year, with some incredible performances on the international stage, and he will want to show the world that he has what it takes to go all the way.
Now let's talk about that unique pick that we see on the right. That's a Pokemon you don't see a lot in the current meta. It is Runerigus, a ground and ghost type Pokemon with a very versatile moveset. Its fast attack is Shadow Claw, so it's not a ghost type attack that you see usually like Hex or Stun. Shadow Claw is a fast attack that charges up quite quickly, and he has Brutal Swing, a low energy cost dark type charge attack to fight back into Pokemon like Diggersby. But the most important part,
it's that Rock Tomb.
It's the best attack right now.
It really is. And so he's going up against a team that is a little bit more conventional. We've got the Shadow Dusclops on the left-hand side. This is Seijan Park, and he is really thinking about the meta here. The Shadow Sizzle, the Dedenne, Cradily, which we've already seen, is right at the top of that usage, and then Shadow Quagsire and Mandibuzz to close it out. And this is what we would say is a very standard team, very expected, but a really, really safe, well-balanced, flexible team.
And if we take a look again at the team from Ashton Ash, we're going to zoom in on some of those movesets. Like I said, Runerigus with Brutal Swing and Rock Tomb, insane coverage across all of the meta, even giving coverage in the Mandibuzz that Mengmi also has. And we see Golisopod. It wasn't on the top 12 usage, but it's a Pokemon that probably gets really close to that, as it has a very good moveset. Fury Cutter was buffed last season and is very efficient right now. Farid, we're gonna get into game number 1. Let's get ready between these two titans of the World Championships. We're gonna have the Shadow Quagsire Miri. Get ready for a derpy matchup here.
Yeah, this is a great matchup. Shadow Quagsire versus Shadow Quagsire. So it will go down to which Pokemon has the slightly higher attack stat. That indicates your charge attack priority. Now, Mengmi immediately, as soon as he reaches this Aqua Tail, is going to throw the attack. Ashton Ash, you actually saw, is over farming here. So he has all of the energy, but he's banking it for later. And I think that this is a really nice way to play out a mirror, because it ensures that if your opponent switches in, you already have some residual energy that you can now throw into that Pokemon as well. But both players stay in here.
And this is that charge attack priority tie you were talking about. The Pokemon with a higher attack stat will win that and will be able to throw his charge attack first. Now Mengmi is forced to use a shield, or Let's Switch Go. He lets the Quagsire go. Ashton Ash Quagsire is still at like 30% health, so this is kind of iffy for Mengmi here. What do you bring in? I would reckon you'd either get some energy on the Scizor or just tank the energy on the Mandibuzz. He comes in with the Mandibuzz, which has the fast attack Air Slash. It can get a lot of energy here, but Ashton Ash, I think, is quite happy with switch advance here. This chip damage is going to be so important. This Stone Edge, super effective, will do about 45% to his Mandibuzz, and Mengmi lets it go!
Yeah, that lands and does a huge amount of damage to the Mandibuzz. Now, Water and Ground is a really popular type in Pokemon Go, and the advantage that Shadow Quagsire has is access to that rock type attack. Stone Edge does a massive amount of damage to a flying type Pokemon like Mandibuzz. And now Mengmi has a lot of energy on this Mandibuzz, not a lot of health, but a lot of energy to throw back into this mirror matchup.
In Pokemon Go, we talk about bulky Pokemon and we talk about the Glass Cannon. This is one of those Glass Cannons. This is why Mengmi did not use a Protect Shield on the Mandibuzz, because he's using them for the Shadow Scizor. Scizor doesn't have a lot of bulk, so it will take a lot of damage even from an attack that's not that powerful. But now with that shield advantage, the Runerigus is going to do quite well there. Do keep in mind that Scizor's energy and fast attacks are going to output a lot of damage here, so it's still going to do pressure. And Night Slash has a 1 in 8 chance to boost the attack. Looks like Mengmi's not getting it this time, and he is sad about that one.
Yeah, so the Night Slash is on the left side for that Shadow Sizzle. They're trying to reach as many as possible. Will he shield? He does shield this Brutal Swing. Brutal Swing, quite a low energy attack. It won't take a long time to reach another one. Not before this second Night Slash comes through. Ashton Ash going to shield up yes again.
He needs to get rid of that Shadow Scizor as soon as possible, but the timer's almost up for Mengmi. He could make a potential switch here, but no, Ashton Ash is going for the Night Slash immediately. Mengmi may not have expected that, and now the Shadow Scizor goes down. The only thing that can save him is that Mandibuzz, but already has so low health, and Ashton Ash's own Mandibuzz is still hanging in the back there with so much health still.
Yeah, Ashton Ash is in a really good position here. Health on this Runerigus means that Mengmi needs to throw. He's actually going here for the Aerial Ace instead of the Dark Pulse that would have taken taken out this Runerigus. Dark Pulse is a lot more energy, so maybe Mengmi was thinking, perhaps I can farm down and use some energy on the Mandibuzz. Ashtonash says, it's far too late for that. Here's a Rock Tomb. Mandibuzz goes down. Ashtonash takes game number 1.
Ashtonash was not going to take any chances. Chat, this is the World Championships. You need to play to all the win conditions that you have here, and Ashtonash was going to play it safe here, not going to make any weird switches there that could potentially lose in the game. No, Ashtonash knows how to lock in here, and he just did.
So there's a very interesting matchup that we're actually seeing, and that's that Runerigus, which is a Ghost and Ground type Pokemon. And on paper, a Mandibuzz, which is a Dark type and a Flying type Pokemon, should have a massive advantage. But this is the strength of Rock Tomb. Runerigus has a decent amount of bulk already. The Mandibuzz isn't using a Dark type fast attack, so those air slashes, they're not doing a ton of damage. And the Rock Tombs hit really, really hard and guarantee an attack debuff. That makes it a little bit tricky for Mengmi. As we say, he's running a very standard meta team, and sometimes when you come against Pokemon like Runerigus or other core-breaking Pokemon, it can really cause problems for you.
It's just what you see a lot on these Mandibuzz. Air Slash, and then you have Galarian Moltres that we've seen before on the stream as well with Sucker Punch. It's kind of just the difference that you have in coverage versus Flying and Dark type theirs. And as Mandibuzz with Air Slash, it allows Ghost type Pokemon, most of the time that is Dusclops and Galarian Corsola, but also Runerigus just has some more play into that because Air Slash doesn't pressure you as much. Dark Pulse, like you said, Fareed, costs way more energy than an Aerial Ace or Foul Play, so it just takes much longer there before you even get there, and it gives Runerigus so much more time to get to those Rock Tombs that will save it in that match.
One thing that was interesting is Ashtonash played double ground in that first matchup. Quagsire in the lead, Runerigus in the back, and I wonder if that was to really try and dissuade Dedenne coming from the side of Mengmi so that Ashtonash can have his Mandibuzz free in the back. And he used that Mandibuzz with a massive amount of bulk. It'll be very interesting to see how the players adapt going into game number 2. We have Mandibuzz up against that Runerigus. Let's see how these players play the matchup out.
I would not be surprised if Ashtonash going to stay in here. He has the Goliath in the back, which is considerably weaker to this Mandibuzz because it consistently takes super effective Flying type damage here. And you have a Rock Tomb, super effective, and always going to drop the attack of this Mandibuzz. Will Mengmi use his first Protect Shield?
Yeah, look how much damage this Rock Tomb is about to do, unshielded by the Mandibuzz, almost down to half health. And then the Shadow Claws are so close to taking it into the yellow. So the Dark Pulse is now going to land. This will do a decent amount of damage, but let's remember that Mandibuzz is one stage debuffed at the moment.
This next Rock Tomb is going to come out very quickly. Runerigus makes this zero shield scenario. That means both Pokemon wouldn't be using any shields. Extremely close here. If Mengmi is going to value this Mandibuzz, he would use a Protect Shield, and he does. But do keep in mind that now for your next match, this Mandibuzz is extremely debuffed. If you look at the back line, you see the Dedenne from Mengmi. And Dedenne is a Pokemon that wants switch advantage. You do not want that aligned to a potential Quagsire.
And so a shield goes up for that Runerigus. The air slashes, they're coming in very, very slow. Runerigus already at that next Rock Tomb. This will threaten a knockout on this Mandibuzz if it goes unshielded. Only one shield left remaining for Mengmi.
Runerigus, the Ghost type Pokemon, takes out the bulky Dark Flying type Pokemon. What a great call there, and now going into the Goliath. I think this is a beta for the Dedenne, and Mengmi falls for it, going in with that Dedenne here, but this is kind of what Ashtonash wants. Here's the problem though. The Runerigus from Ashtonash is so low that Mengmi is actually still in a decent spot as long as he can get rid of this Goliath spot. But this Aqua Jet goes through unshielded and does a lot of damage already.
I really like this play from Ashtonash. The Runerigus was so low in health that all that was likely to happen was it was going to get farmed down by a Quagsire. Ashtonash brings out the Goliath spot. He goes, look, if you've got a Dedenne on your team, I want to see it here. I don't want to see it against my Mandibuzz. The question is, can Runerigus hold on long enough to take out this Dedenne? It's in such low health already. Ashtonash shaking his head. He knows this is going to be quite tricky going into the endgame.
He knows exactly, because Mandibuzz is helpless into this Dedenne, going for the brutal swing right before the next parabolic charge. I wouldn't expect Mengmi to shield here, but if he's expecting the Mandibuzz, he just might, and no protection there. Going in with the shield advantage for the final Pokemon. Quagsire comes back in, takes another brutal swing here. You have a protection still with this Mandibuzz in the back. Quagsire is great later when shields are down.
And this is the advantage again. Quagsire is a water and ground type Pokemon, but one of very few water ground type Pokemons to have that rock coverage. Stone Edge is such an efficient attack. It does a massive amount of damage, and this is a Shadow Quagsire, remember. So this will put huge pressure onto this Mandibuzz.
Stone Edge, wow, there's a lot of damage here. And Ashna shaking his head, he knows that the next one will knock out. There's still a Protect Shield on the side of Mungmi. Going for the Area Ace will definitely pull the final Protect Shield, but Quagsire only one Mudshot away from the final Stone Edge.
Really nicely played by Mungmi, just about to reach that Stone Edge. This will put a huge amount of damage onto the Mandibuzz. I think Ashton Ash knows what's coming. Mungmi is about to equal the series. Shadow Quagsire taking down the Mandibuzz.
A sigh of relief as the Stone Edge goes through there. What a play there from Sejun Park. He's not giving up just yet against that veteran Ashton Ash, coming in here as someone who can do everything, and he's showing it.
I think when you've played as much Pokemon as Sejun Park has played, one of the things that you're definitely going to have learned is how to read opponents. And I really, really like that Ashton Ash, despite playing double ground in Game 1, Quagsire in the lead, Runerigus in the back, Sejun Park recognized it's the Mandibuzz that was causing him a few problems. And if I can work out how to leverage my Dedenne, then I think I have a chance. And he did really do very well to take that game number 2 and tie up the series.
Ashton Ash went in with an ABB strategy. Freed, can you explain to us what is exactly an ABB strategy, as we call it in the community?
So we're obviously using 3 Pokemon here, and we often use our first one as something that is really strong to something that we're weak to. So that could be Runerigus as a ground type being very strong into Dedenne. That's the A. And then you have 2 Bs. Those are your Pokemon that are weak into the Pokemon such as Dedenne. Here we had Golisopod and we had Mandibuzz. Now, Mandibuzz, it stands no chance. It's a dark flying type Pokemon. All of its attacks are resisted by the electric and fairy typing of Dedenne. So Ashton Ash used his Golisopod, the first B, to bait out that Dedenne to try and get it out of the way so that the Mandibuzz could be free in the back. Sejun Park wasn't having any of it. The versatility and flexibility of that Shadow Quagsire meant that he could see out the game nonetheless.
I think Ashton Ash was just kind of in a problem with his team composition because he faced the Mandibuzz in the lead. He couldn't exactly swap in his Golisopod to bait out the Dedenne as he initially wanted, and that kind of got him in trouble. But you did see, as soon as the Runerigus took out that Mandibuzz, he swapped out immediately to still try and bait out the Dedenne. At the time he already did, the Runerigus was too weak to actually handle it consistently. One of our trainers has locked in already, the other one still thinking through what to take into this decisive game number 3.
And in this meta, the impact of Dedenne and Mandibuzz, in terms of their polarizing nature in their matchups, it's really, really important where they're aligned. Ashton Ash, he doesn't have a Dedenne, so he's trying to work out how can I deal with this Mandibuzz that otherwise is extremely safe for Sejun Park. He can use that Mandibuzz almost wherever he wants. Ashton Ash has to be a little bit more careful about his. He cannot afford to get it lined onto the Dedenne. We're now into game number 3.
And we have the Shadow Quagsire from Ashton Ash into the Shadow Scissor from Mungmi, swapping immediately into the Mandibuzz. This is an interesting play and answered by the Cradilly with the fast attack acid. I think that Mungmi is going to try and get to the charge deck immediately because you want to launch this before a potential Rock Tomb debuff from Ashton Ash Cradilly.
What a superb team composition from Ashton Ash. He recognizes that Sejun Park's Dedenne is a big threat to his Mandibuzz, so he drops the Mandibuzz and he plays 3 Pokemon that are extremely strong against Dedenne: Shadow Quagsire, Runerigus, and Cradilly. That Dedenne on paper has nowhere to go.
The Dedenne is kind of just lurking in the back there and looking at these Pokemon like, Mungmi, what am I gonna do here? Rock Tomb's coming through, a slight undercharge there to get the acid down. What an excellent play there from Ashton Ash. He's gonna get the full farm down after taking 1 more areas, but because this has been debuffed, Cradilly's gonna hang on easily here.
And the other reason that this is such a smart play is it means that the Shadow Sizzle gets slightly less farm because these Bullet Seeds are going to come through. Acid, it's a poison type attack. It's double resisted by the steel typing of Sizzle, and Sizzle just takes it down before Ashton Ash is able to reach an attack. Quagsire returns to the field, and Aquatail is about to come through.
I wonder if Mungmi realizes how important this Scissor is going to be. He knows that he needs to get rid of this Quagsire for the Dedenne to have play in the back. That energy advantage on the Scissor is going to be so important because now you will be able to win the 2-shield scenario. The scenario where both Pokemon use both shields, because even though Bullet Punch, a steel type fast attack, is resisted, it's still very important. And there we see the attack boost. That is incredible for Mungmi. Now this will do even more damage, and we see no protection from Ashton Ash. Does this Niceness knock out?
This is a massive massive moment for Station Park. The Quagsire just holds on. Aqua Tail is reached. There is still one shield available to the Sizzle. Mungme thinking to himself, look, if there's a Mandibuzz in the back, I don't need shields for Dedenne anyway. The Sizzle could be my win condition here. I am boosted, and look at the amount of damage from these bullet punches.
It does so much damage. Rodriguez almost at half HP already. You gotta shield this Night Slash if you want to stay in this match here. Little does Ashen Ash know there is going to be the Dedenne in the back. You don't have Shadow Ball for massive damage though, but you do have the Rock Tomb to debuff immediately. You need to lift the player up from the Dedenne.
Runerigus, it's a ground type Pokemon, but it doesn't have a ground type attack. That means the Dedenne won't get knocked out by this attack, and Play Rough will still do a massive amount of damage. It's a fairy type attack. It gets same type attack bonus. Dedenne has quite high attack. Ashen Ash begging, please Runerigus, I need you to hold on. How much damage is this going to do?
Runerigus is quite bulky. It can hang on. Thundershock is double resistant. You need to get the 2 charge stacks here and get a knockout with the Brutal Swing, but no, going for the Rock Tomb. I think Ashen Ash is hoping that he has another Brutal Swing here. I think that you may have to go for the Brutal Swing here. That was resistant. Rock Tomb's going through. Can Runerigus ruin the day of Mungme? Yes,
he has the Brutal Swing! Ashen Ash energy management is sublime! He has the attack available for the Sizzle. He could have not made that closer. What a superb start to his World Championships here in Anaheim, California.
Ashen Ash doesn't need Rock Tomb to seal the deal here. What a relief there, defeating Sejun Park on the World Championship stage. We see the handshake there, so much respect between these two players, and I need to catch my breath here. We saw so much action. Is Runerigus going to be the pick of this tournament? It might be early to say, but what a performance that was there. It is definitely a Pokemon if you want to keep that Dedenne in check.
I love Runerigus. I was going to bring it myself at NAIC. It did actually make day 2 at NAIC as well. But what a massive moment there for Ashton Ash. You run a team 3 times strong to Dedenne, and yet 1 Shadow Sizzle boost can make all the difference, and that was so close. What a game.
And this is kind of what we talk about often with polarizing picks. Dedenne is a Pokemon that has a really good typing, but not against particular other ground type Pokemon. So when Ashen Ash brings 3 Pokemon that beat it, Dedenne doesn't really have a lot of neutral play. Even that Play Rough, after the Rock Tomb debuff, just barely wasn't enough, and then you have Thundershock just dealing 1 damage.
And look at this. The Shadow Sizzle comes through, takes out the Cradilly before it's able to reach an attack, and then the boost that Sejun Park gets from this Night Slash, massive amounts of damage coming through. Shadow Sizzle, what a pick in this meta. A recent addition. We're in the Delightful Days season now, and Shadow Sizzle is such a fun option. But Runerigus, the energy management there, and that is the advantage. You might not be doing massive amounts of ground pressure, but you have some of the best pacing in the game.
And that was just such meticulous energy management from Ashen Ash there, right? Because he went for a Rock Tomb to make sure that Dedenne would get knocked out there. Dedenne is not exactly a bulky Pokemon. I think maybe a resistant Brutal Swing would still have knocked out from there, but he just played it safe, and having exactly the Rock Tomb and the Brutal Swing. Chef's kiss.
There is some really nice energy synergy between Rock Tomb and Brutal Swing, and the Shadow Claws that are coming through. Runerigus has such great coverage, and being able to take out both Pokemon in that endgame, our hearts were in our mouths. We were on the edge of our seats, so that was really strong and impressive.
I almost fell off my seat. Like the Dedenne that got knocked out by that Rock Tomb there. Ashen Ash, muy bien. Incredible plays from him. We've known him for so long. He's been in so many of these tournaments, and he's going to move on at the World Championships now. So incredible gameplay from him. And yeah, of course, just great representative. In the end, like the emotions that come out, right? I just love that.
We saw how he was feeling, but we want to hear how he was feeling. So we've got him down on stage with Butters for an interview.
Thank you so much, Tomahawk. Ashen Ash got the crowd going here at Worlds 2025. How are you feeling right now?
Ooh, that was so intense. I can't begin to explain how much of a precision I had to play there. And the thing about this meta, and that's something that I've been telling to Iomero, Racha, and all those fellas, that in this meta, you have to play perfectly. And if you do not play perfectly, it's over for you. It's over. There's no way. So yeah.
Speaking of that perfect play, I got to go to 2 moments there. First off, that boost from Sejun Park, one of Pokemon's GOATs, to be able to get that Night Slash, and then the Quagsire enduring. Did you think you were going to hold on to that double boosted Night Slash?
This is a brand new Quagsire. So I was used to my previous Quagsire, so I had a little bit more of a, I had a little more attack added to it to win CMP. So I was praying that I lived that Night Slash. It was just, I think I knew I was gonna live, but not by like 1 HP. I thought it was gonna be like for like 5 HP. Yeah.
And we need to talk about the end game. You were able to get to that Rock Tomb and that Brutal Swing to secure it. How did you know you were gonna be able to endure those Thunder Shocks there?
Because I know it does 1 HP. I did the sim in PV Poke. Shout out to PV Poke, my guy. I did the sims and I realized that it only does 1 damage, right? So I actually traded that Runerigus. I went to Culver City just to trade. I did not even play the cup. There was a cup going on. Caleb, Mamba was there, Drift Flames was there, and I didn't even play the cup. I just went there for like Runerigus. And yeah, basically I had to get a good one, and I think that specific one has enough HP for that.
And last question here. I consider you one of the best trainers in all championship series to not have won a title yet. What are your ambitions here at Worlds?
That's a rough question. You know, I think I was thinking about that earlier this morning, right? And like you see the bracket and everybody's just so good at it, right? So I think for me, what my expectations are for Worlds is, at least I didn't go 0-2 like compared to the last one. I just want to prove myself that I'm one of the best as well, that whenever you see my name in the bracket, you're going to be like, oh, I don't want to fight this guy. I just want that. Yeah.
Well, you're off to an awesome start. Best of luck the rest of the way, and let's head back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Butters. Ashton Ash traveling the world to get his Runerigus, bringing it to Worlds, and showing us all just how much it can do.
Friendship is everything in this game. Like, trading Pokemon just really helps. Remember the Giratina Origin that was used in some of these tournaments? You get it by trading. So, you know, hit up those locals. Or at these championships, we have many people that can trade you these kind of Pokemon that you can use in PvP.
And Ashton Ash was saying that his Shadow Quagsire was brand new. We're currently in-game in a rocket rotation. You are able to use a charge TM to get rid of the frustration attack, and it looked like it came in clutch there because that charge attack priority win in that first game was pretty impactful. That gave Ashton Ash the lead. The series got tied up, and that game 3, what a game to watch. That's why we are here at these World Championships in Anaheim.
Everyone always says that you want like a low attack, high defense and HP. Sometimes you want some attack, right? Just for those mirror matchups so you have the upper hand there. Now our next match is gonna be a good one because we're gonna have E4 x Sankylor versus Wolfpack. E4 Sankylor has, his best performance was a top 10 at San Antonio in 2024, and now he's scattered some points from locals and some regionals together. Wolfpack has played at the 2024 World Championships as well, but didn't exactly get the record that he wanted. So for both trainers, it's kind of a newer experience to play on the stage here at the World Championships.
And it comes with a ton of pressure as well, but also pride, responsibility. These players want to represent everything that they have worked so hard for this season, and that they know that this is the venue, this is the forum that they really want to showcase their talents. So we have some really, really fun teams here. The 2 ghost types are the ones that I really want to highlight on either side. We've got Galarian Corsola on the side of Sankylor, and the Shadow Dusknoir on the side of Wolfpack. Shadow Dusknoir, one of my favorites for this tournament.
Why is it one of your favorites? Is that a good Pokemon?
I really love the Ghost plus Fighting type coverage that it offers. There are no Pokemon that are really used in the Show 6 format that can resist both Ghost and Fighting type damage. So I love the ability, the offensive pressure that Shadow Dusknoir is able to put on.
If we take a look at the team from Sankylor on the left, we saw the Talonflame, one of my favorite Pokemon to use, but it's going to be a little bit tough when 72% of the trainers here have a Credilli on their team. And we see Fly and Brave Bird. No Flame Charge here from Sankylor. He's opting for the Brave Bird that hits extremely hard. It does drop your defense by 3 stages though. And then we see Lapras, no Ice Beam. We see Skull Bash instead. That's probably for an opposing Lapras mirror. And we see also the Fortress. What is your opinion on Fortress?
I think Fortress is a really interesting pick. We can see it on both sides here. Sankylor's got that Fortress, but so does Wolfpack. And now, Fortress is a Bug and Steel type Pokemon, so it's only weak to Fire typing. And the way that Wolfpack is looking to adjust for that is I'm going to bring a Lantern, this Water Electric type Pokemon. The most popular fire that we're seeing, as you said, is that Talonflame, a Fire and Flying type Pokemon. So Lantern is the definition of a hard wall. And I assume that Wolfpack will look to leverage that to try and dissuade Sankylor from bringing that Talonflame.
You know, my friend Lil Winery, she said that in North America, Lantern is called the European fish. I only know it as the fish.
I don't know. I think some of the Europeans maybe are the best players in the world at utilizing it. So let's see if Wolfpack can put that to the test. So we've got Zankylo on the left side. We've got Wolfpack on the right. One player is locked in. We're ready to go very, very soon.
Here we go. We have a lock-in on both sides. Sankler on the left, Wolfpack on the right. We have the Fortress into the Moltres. Now you think, oh, this flying-type Pokemon, this bird-like Pokemon on the right is going to eat this bug on the left, which looks XXL, by the way. It's very big, this Fortress. But it's actually quite good because Bug Bite has been buffed this season. It is equally strong as Dragon Breath, so it does a lot of damage. And you can see that the Bug Bites actually do more than Sucker Punch.
Yeah, Bug Bite is such a strong attack now. All of those Bug Bites going through. The first shield goes up on this fly, and then Wolfpack goes straight into his own Fortress. So the super effective Rock Tomb that could have landed on that Galarian Moltres is now a neutral damage attack into the mirror matchup.
And this is still going to drop the attack of this Fortress. So, however, you see on the team for Sankylor, they doesn't really have exactly an answer to this. Going for the Rock Tomb right before the Rock Tomb from Sankylor. I do think that you can hang on here. Let's see if Sankylor is going to use the last protection. No, he does not. Letting this Rock Tomb go and going for his own. As you can see, it doesn't do as much damage. And now swapping into the Shadow Drapion, which is actually doesn't have a great matchup here, but now that the Fortress use the energy, you can outpace the Fortress to your own crunch. This would secure a knockout on the Fortress. Does Wolfpack want to use protection? Yes, he does. But there's no Earthquake on this Fortress. It's only Sand Tomb, which is super effective, but it will drop the defense of this Drapion. As I said, super effective, but not the strongest charge deck. Drapion will hang on just quite.
Yeah, I really like this play because the Rock Tomb that first landed on that first Fortress, it doesn't actually reduce the amount of Bug Bite damage that we were seeing, so there was still a lot of pressure being able to be thrown on both sides. Sankylor now just comes in with the Shadow Drapion. This is a Pokemon that we've seen all season. Crunch lands, it does a huge amount of damage, but that Lantern is so bulky. The problem is Lantern is a lot slower than it used to be, so that Drapion reaches another Crunch. This won't threaten a knockout, but it will do a ton of damage.
Drapion is speed. Lantern, the fish, takes it, and now coming in with the Cradley, there's a defense drop, but this Lantern is still able to get the Surf off. It's gonna do a decent amount of damage to the Cradley. Looks like Sankylor is not enough protection just yet. Sankylor knows there is a Fortress in the back from Wolfpack. Cradilli has about nothing on that. In fact, there's not a lot of health left on the Pokemon of Sankylor here. I think as Wolfpack, you just have to make sure that you can get this Cradilli low. You have a lot of fast attack pressure on either your Moltres, on your Fortress. And I think that at this point, you just want this Cradilli to expend some energy.
What's really nice about Cradilli, it's a grass and it's a rock type Pokemon. So as a grass type, usually you fear flying type Pokemon. Moltres would have had a great matchup. But with both Acid and Rock Tomb, Cradilli can put a massive amount of work.
Whoa, the catch!
We see a catch. That's a great catch from Wolfpack. All that energy preserved on the Galarian Moltres. Fortress is going to go down, and the Cradilli would now have to start from scratch to try and reach another attack versus this Moltres, but he's banked a Rock Tomb already on this Fortress. That's superb play from Sankylor.
I think at this point, Wolfpack wanted to predict when the swap would come through. There was still that protection on the side of Sankylor. He takes game number one convincingly. Wolfpack has to find another plan to make this work. Because this was a tough match. Having that Cradilli in the back and swapping out of the Fortress lead kind of really put you at a disadvantage. Because Cradilli has no fast attack pressure against the Fortress. As long as Fortress has shields, it will eat Cradilli.
It was really, really nice play from Sankylor. And the double Rock Tomb strategy, I really, really like that. The Fortress and the Cradilli put so much pressure because every time Wolfpack thinks, I'm either going to take a ton of damage, but regardless of what happens, I'm going to get debuffed. And that makes it difficult to plan around.
It does. It makes Rock Tomb just one-off, if not the best attacks in the game. And of course, Crunch also with that defense drop can really make an impact. We see the catch here from Wolfpack. A tremendous play, but it didn't even matter because there was another Rock Tomb stored on the Fortress. I think that Sankylor is just really banking, okay, if I don't know what to do, I'm just going to Rock Tomb. It's the best attack.
And the tricky thing here is we obviously saw that Lantern. Yes, you might have dissuaded that Talonflame, but outside of the Talonflame matchup, what did that Lantern achieve? It's a bulky Pokemon, but 2 crunches put it into a farm down range. It was debuffed, it didn't put out a lot of offensive pressure, and so Wolfpack now needs to really think, have I done enough to dissuade the Talonflame, and can I pick something that has a bit more neutral pressure into this matchup?
I think Lantern would have been fine if there was Talonflame, but there wasn't any Talonflame. Let's see if we're going to see it in game number 2. We have the Cradilli from Sankylor, this time into the Galarian Moltres from Wolfpack. We see a slight adjustment from Wolfpack there now with the Shadow Marowak in the back. We also see the Galarian Course Corsola from Sankor in the back.
So immediately Sankylo is seeing that there is a Galarian Moltres in the lead, and he's thinking to himself, okay, my Galarian Corsola had to avoid that, and I've done a great job of doing so. So I'll stay in this matchup, and hopefully Galarian Corsola should have a really strong matchup into whatever is in the backline for Wolfpack.
Bravebird coming through. If this goes unshielded, it's going to deal massive damage. And we see a no shield on Sankylo's side. Bravebird's coming through. Here we go. Boom! And it doesn't look out just yet. And getting the farm down on the fortress before the Rock Tomb is launched. What an incredible play from Wolfpack. Très bien.
A really, really nice play from Wolfpack. As soon as you throw a charge attack, you are able to instantly switch out. Fortress is using the one-turn attack Bug Bite. That means the attack goes first, just before Sankylo was able to throw the Rock Tomb. Super effective Bug Bite, heavy damage, takes out that Cradley, now met by this Galarian Corsola. So remember that Wolfpack, he is what we call switch locked. He's not able to come out of this matchup, so the Galarian Corsola is resisting these Bug Bites and able to then put a lot of pressure on with these Ghost-type Nightshades.
And even though Bug Bite is resisted, this is still not that terrible for the Fortress, as it can still chunk that Galarian Corsola plus drop the attack stage. Chad, we're gonna see a lot of Rock Tomb in this stream still, because remember, Cradily, but also Fortress is all over the place. Swapping immediately into the Fortress to clear the debuff of the Galarian Corsola, and Marowak is down a shield here. This is looking quite decent for Sanklo. However, this Marowak outputs a lot of damage and plays just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, this is really, really nicely played from Sankilo, because even though Fortress is a Steel type, it is also a Bug type Pokemon. That means that the ground type damage from this Shadow Kanto Marowak is neutral, it's not super effective, and these Sand Tombs and Bug Bites are really starting to add up. Look at the amount of fast attack pressure that Fortress is able to put on, but it is now in the red.
Yeah, but what about the fast attack pressure from the Marowak? Because this Fortress also almost going down, and if you don't have a lot of health there, and in comes the Moltres, can it get the front? No, it goes for the fly immediately to take out this Fortress, and you kind of have to use a Protect Shield here. You need a charge attack because Corsola doesn't have a lot of play here. There's still a Protect Shield as well. This is looking really good for Wolfpack. Another Rock Tomb's coming through, but I think if you can put a Protect Shield up here, you still have that Galarian Moltres to tackle the Corsola, which I believe doesn't have a lot of energy at all.
Look at the amount of work Fortress has done, showing just how strong it is. Galarian Moltres, however, already at an attack that's in the red. It's more than enough to take down this Galarian Corsola.
Fly coming through, knocking out, and Wolfpack ties up the score. The Fortress comes in, but it doesn't have health left anymore.
So Galarian Corsola, despite ostensibly avoiding the Galarian Moltres in the lead, still ends up getting taken out by it in the back. And it just goes to show how strong Galarian Moltres is. We obviously have seen Mandibuzz plenty in this format, but Galarian Moltres, I think, is one that players may be overlooking. I think it's a really, really strong Dark and Flying type option.
The difference is just in both fast and charge attacks there, because Sucker Punch, a great Dark type fast attack, Fly and Brave Bird, an excellent choice of flying type charge attack, and it makes it a choice to bring over the Mandibuzz for different kinds of pressure here. Of course, you would do worse into fighting type Pokemon, but we've not seen a lot of fighting type Pokemon. And also into Draft, your Mandibuzz could hang on a little bit better, but this was definitely the Galarian Moltres show, just putting in so much work there. And because Sankler brought that Corsola, it just had even more play into all of it.
I would really like to see Wolfpack consider that Shadow Dusknoir. It's a really, really strong Pokemon. As we said, the Ghost and Fighting type pressure that it's able to put out can put a lot of pressure on almost any Pokemon in the meta. Wolfpack knows that Sankilo is really, really loving this Fortress. And so there needs to be a way that you handle it. He needs to think to himself, how can I adapt? Because Sankilo currently has no real reason to not bring Fortress. So I'm expecting to see it once again in this game number 3. It's currently 1 game apiece.
Well, it's just such a strong Pokemon. We saw its accent win the NAIC with Araquanid, and that was also a Pokemon using Bug Bite. Bug Bite, being as strong as Dragon Breath is, makes these Bug Bite users such good at this meta. Here we go. We have decisive game number 3. We have the Fortress, and this time Wolfpack brings out the Shadow Dusknoir.
This is a superb matchup that we get to view here. This Shadow Dusknoir, if it throws a dynamic punch as its first attack, will put a ton of pressure onto the Fortress. Bear in mind, there's no Rock Tomb that's landed, so this is not debuffed. This is exactly the way to play out this matchup. You can now one-shield and fully Astonish down. So Sankila's going to bank all of that energy and come into the Shadow Drapion. Wolfpack's response is his own Fortress. This is generally quite a decent matchup, particularly if you were to Sand Tomb and then Bug Bite down.
But I do think that if you want to keep switch advantage as Wolfpack, you have to use Protect Shields because the Sand Tomb is not going to be threatening or anything lethal to this drop kill just yet. And going for the Aqua Tail rather, this is an interesting play. I think as Wolfpack, you know you can hang on there, and Poison Sting doesn't do any damage at all.
Yeah, Sankilo going early for this Aqua Tail here gives Wolfpack a little bit more opportunity to charge up more. And now a Rock Tomb will threaten a knockout. So first shield could go up for Sankilo if he wants to keep this Shadow Drapion on the field.
And we do see the Protect Shield come up. Shadow Drapion is not done yet. He wants to get shields down as well here and going for another Aqua Tail. At this point, the Fortress is definitely an Aqua Tail. The Wolfpack's just fine taking the shield advantage. He thinks that the energy from the Dusknoir is going to be very valuable. And it is going to be. We'll take a look at the backline there. We see the Moltres come in and another Aqua Tail is launched, but still not putting on Protect Shield here.
Yeah, I like this play. We know that Sankilo loves his Rock Tomb users. That Fortress already has a Rock Tomb, and here's the second Rock Tomb user. So Rock Tomb is a much better attack to shield for Wolfpack, and he does have a shield available for it. Only one shield available for Sankilo, and he's giving it up now for this Galarian Moltres.
Brave Birds coming through would deal a lot of damage. Wolfpack has energy on the Dusknoir, but not enough just yet. A Dynamic Punch will be super effective here, and it's an extremely efficient attack from a Dusknoir that has quite the attack on it in its Shadow variant. Rock Tomb will drop the attack, however, this will give the Cradily some more time, but Dynamic Punch's reach is going to be super effective.
Here we go, Shadow Dusknoir about to show the world just how strong it is. This is going to do a massive amount of damage. Down goes the Cradily, almost just holds on for that Rock Tomb. No, it doesn't.
Barely doesn't get there. Dusknoir is still hanging in there, but Sankilor doesn't have any health left anymore on his Pokemon. Yes, you have the Charge Attack here. Do you have any energy on the Drapion? Sankilor shaking his head a little bit. He needs to take out both Dusknoir and the Galarian Moltres. That's a tough task for both Fortress and this Drapion, but this energy on the Dusknoir, it's gonna punch its way through. Pow, 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 Shadow Punch, Dynamic Punch. It's got all of the fists to throw into the team of Sankilor. Wolfpack takes game number 3.
What a performance from that Shadow Dusknoir. Despite it being debuff from that Cradili's Rock Tomb, puts out a ton of pressure. Astonished, Shadow Punch, Dynamic Punch, takes Wolfpack through this winners round 3. That is a great, great moment for him on this world stage here in Anaheim, California.
Exceeding his performance already from last season. He's moving on to winners round 4 in Group A, and it's going to be against Javier V20. And of course, Sankilor with the Rock Tomb strategy. I think it's really solid. However, Wolfpack was able to read what his opponent was going to use, and just at the perfect moment, he brings out the Shadow Dusknoir. Wasn't that on your cast prediction?
I love Shadow Dusknoir. I really want to see it do well, and I really back it to perform this event. I think that there are players out there who can pilot this Pokemon right to the very, very top. And Shadow Dusknoir as a Ghost type really opens the question, what is the best Ghost type Pokemon in this Delightful Days meta? We've seen Dusclops, we've seen Galarian Corsola, Shadow Dusknoir as well. 3 amazing options for all these players.
Cradily was barely not able to get to that charge attack here. This Dusknoir, you kind of needed to get there, but the problem was the Galarian Moltres was also still hanging in the back. 2 Pokemon that have really impacted this match as compared to the previous matches where we saw like Mandibuzz, Galarian Corsola, Dusclops, and now we just see an entirely different approach. I know that quite some of the Japanese also have brought the Fortress Dusknoir core, and I think Wolfpack just kind of took notes from that, going in. Yeah, what a great play from the French player there to bring these Pokemon to core break Sankilor.
Yeah, that was really, really strong. I really like the team compositions. And you do have to think about it. When you've got Fortress with you using that bug type attack, Bug Bite, and Cradily with the poison type fast attack, Acid, Ghost can be a really important defensive profile. We used to see Ghost quite a lot as a resistance to fighting type Pokemon. I've not seen many fighters so far this tournament. I don't think that Annihilate or Primate were particularly high usage, so it must be the bug resistance and the poison resistance that can be really of value.
We've seen Shadow Annihilate earlier today from Elephant Flash, and the main problem that it has, yes, you tackle the Cradily just perfectly, but what do you do about all these spooky Ghost-type Pokemon? They just like Hex and Punch, and you are just kind of helpless as the Annihilate because it has counter. It is double resisted by Ghost-type Pokemon. I'm curious if we're going to see more Primate though. I think that Pokemon just paces quickly enough to work as both like a pseudo ghost type attacker almost, but also having fighting type pressure. A little bit similar to Dustnor actually.
Well, that's
but
what
then with charge stacks.
Yeah, that's what I love about it. That Shadow Dustnoir put in a massive performance for Wolfpack. Let's go and listen to how he feels after that first round. He's down for an interview with Amanda.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Wolfpack, the winner of that last matchup there. We were just talking, you said, ooh, I'm still a little bit nervous, but how are you feeling now that everything's sinking in a bit?
I'm pretty happy of my match. Kind of a relief, actually, yeah.
So you're a trainer that obviously, like, I've known for a while. How has your mindset shifted from going from regional events and top placements to now that you're playing on the world stage?
Well, I really had a bad experience in Hawaii, so I was pushing myself to get just to do better in tournaments. Yeah. So yeah, I'm training a lot, especially with my French friends. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, I think you have a lot of friends here because when you came out, it's a Wolfpack there. A lot of howling in the crowd, it seems like. Is there any Pokemon that you felt with this play style and in this meta that is your most valuable Pokemon or something that you feel very confident with this weekend?
Yeah, Fortress. Yeah, I did a lot of practice with him and I just found out that it was a really great Pokemon. A lot of people are going to bring Credily, so it's also a nice way to handle it. So.
Nice. And I know you said that last year Worlds didn't really go your way. How confident are you feeling this year for the competition?
No, I'm not that confident. I'm just trying to do my best.
Well, your best is pretty good so far. Okay, one last question for you, Billy. Is there anyone that you want to shout out, or is there any, people that you want to thank?
Well, a lot of people. My family, my friend from France, from Spain, my teammates, everyone who helped me to practice, because I ask a lot of people to practice to get to this tournament, so I'm thanking a lot to all of them. Yeah.
All right, well, you heard it here. Here with Wolfpack, he's going to go get ready to continue on in this tournament. We've got so much more action, so don't go anywhere. Back to you guys in the caster booth.
We just got all the players with the biggest smiles, right? We saw Ash and Ash, we saw Wolfpack just now. We're gonna get Richie maybe later as well, someone with the biggest smile. And yeah, we're gonna add so much more action coming up soon.
Yeah, so we talked about Fortress there, and that is a Pokemon that's been quite interesting. It was buffed right at the beginning of the Delightful Days season, but didn't really have the prominence at NAIC that it's starting to have already at Worlds. And Wolfpack gave quite a good analysis of why. Credily is the Pokemon that has massively popped up, a grass rock-type Pokemon. It is weak to bug, and the bug bite damage from Fortress was just putting on so much pressure.
Many more trainers are gonna have it, and we're going to see it in our next match as well. The EUIC champion, Batoman, also brought that Pokemon to this tournament. He will be our next featured trainer. As we see here, the team that he brought and the achievements. He's had a stellar season. EUIC champion this season, regional finalist in his home country in Sevilla, and also top 3 at the NAIC, and of course his first regional championship. I was there, Gdansk.
He is absolutely a player that could very easily take it all here in Anaheim at these World Championships, and he wants to take it all. You can see that the accolades are ongoing, and he is just so good. Can he stay at the top of the game? We've got to remember, all of these players have had a couple of months away from the competitive circuit since NAIC, and he was so close at NAIC to that trophy, that gold trophy that everyone here really wants.
But this is a different type of beast, the World Championships. His opponent is gonna be a tough one. We have Kei-san from Japan. He won the 2024 Japan qualifiers, and this season has qualified through there again. And that's going to be a very good game between these two trainers. We don't see a Fortress this time from Kei-san, but he does have a Pokemon that's been super common here. Tinkaton. What is your opinion of that Pokemon?
I think Tinkaton is such a strong option. It's a fairy and a steel type Pokemon. It's one that has so many resistances, such a great resistance profile, but also a good amount of bulk. And it might just be the best fairy type Pokemon in the meta right now, with a decent matchup into Credily, but also...
Wait, better than Wigglytuff?
Unfortunately, Wigglytuff doesn't quite have the same play now that Tinkaton is in the meta. The steel typing of Tinkaton means that it does outclass so many other fairy types, but Pataman and Kei-san will be a great matchup. And the interesting thing is that a lot of times you play against players so much in your ordinary circuit throughout the season that you can start to learn their playstyle and you can maybe adapt when you're in the moment. These are players that I don't think have ever played against each other before. This is going to be brand new for each of them. They're going to be playing from scratch. And I think that that could be quite interesting. It puts a little bit more pressure on Pataman, who otherwise thinks I've played against almost everyone in the world that I would expect to play against. This could be a brand new challenge.
And speaking of pressure, I think Kaysan's gonna put a lot of pressure on Pataman here as well. What exactly on the team of Pataman is going to hard check that Shadow Sableye? We've seen Dusclops, we've seen Galarian Corsola, in fact there's one on our screen right now. We've seen Dusknoir, but no one talked about Shadow Sableye, the ghost type Pokemon that is also a dark type. It is the ghost that defeats other ghosts. And Kaysan has one on his team.
He does, and Shadow Sableye is a Pokemon that has featured earlier in this season. It is a great Pokemon because of its great pacing, its great coverage, and its great typing, as you say. But it started to reduce in play after Tinkaton got released because both Foul Play and Power Gem are resisted by the Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon. So it's interesting to now bring it back. Perhaps Kaysan wasn't expecting the Tinkaton usage here at Worlds to be quite as high as it is, but fortunately, as you say, Pataman doesn't have one. So this Shadow Sableye has a ton of neutral, flexible play, and Pataman will need to think, how do you adapt? Lapras, it doesn't want to be against Sableye. Galarian Corsola, it doesn't want to be against Sableye. And so you're going to lean into your other Pokemon, the Shadow Marowak, your Golisopod, your Fortress, and your Cradily to see, can you tag team and take down this Sableye? Because if it gets too much energy, it could get out of control.
Another ghost type check that Pataman had on his team is the Golisopod with Shadow Claw. That's going to be a Pokemon that's kind of interesting to use, and I think slightly helps into the team of Kaysan because Kaysan has Talonflame. Shadow Claw's better than Fury Cutter there because Fury Cutter would be double resisted by fire and by flying. Against Tinkaton, Fury Cutter double resisted by Steel and Fairy, but Shadow Claw's neutral. The only thing you kind of lose out on, of course, the same type of attack bonus helps on Fury Cutter, but you don't do as much damage into Pokemon like Cradily and Blastoise that Kaysan has on his team. So I feel like, yes, Golisopod is one of those Pokemon that probably got really close to the top 12 users because of really good coverage. It's going to be a tough Pokemon to use at times.
And Pataman is a player that has emerged so much this season, but for so long, he was a player that was so close to the top. We remember that he was getting a number of second places. He was really, really pushing to try and get his first ever gold medal. And it seems that as soon as it came, he suddenly then rocketed. He got all the confidence in the world. And then this season, as we've said, what achievements he has made. He's such a young player, but he is one of the most accomplished on the planet. And this is the stage, this is his opportunity to try and take it all, to claim the title of World Champion.
Fun fact about Kaysan, by the way, he wears this hat always in game as well. You're gonna see that soon in the battle. Just like take a quick peek. His avatar is gonna have this hat, and I think that's pretty cool. He's like doing a little bit of cosplay, making sure that he is the trainer, that you also see him in the battle.
Do you know what I would really like to see? Is if in real life he also wore the glasses that I think his avatar wears. That would really be something, and maybe if he gets through to day 2 or even day 3, someone can help source the glasses so that he can match his avatar there.
Both trainers still thinking it through for a little bit. Of course, a lot of pressure in this winners Round 3, Group C. Both trainers want to get to that day 2. The top 32 of the World Championships will make it to tomorrow. And yeah, the other trainer would have to try and make it through the losers bracket here. Looks like we're going to have a few more seconds of the trainers locking in. But if we think again of how useful that Fortress is going to be here, the Talonflame is just kind of tough to use when... the Fortress is kind of hard to use when there's Talonflame.
Yeah, Talonflame is such a great Pokemon. There aren't a ton of Pokemon in this meta that resist flying type. So if we even look at the Cradily, which is a rock type Pokemon, its grass typing means that flying is neutral. Fortress, obviously it's the fire that it wants to avoid most, but even as a steel type, because of the bug typing, the flying type damage is again neutral. So Talonflame is a great option. And paired with the flexibility of this Shadow Sableye, Kaysan could be in a great matchup position.
And here we go. We have a lock-in Game number 1. We are from Case on the Blastoise, and we have it locked against the Fortress here. Let's see what both trainers are going to do here. I think Batman is quite satisfied with this lead here, as Golisopod and Marowak are not exactly wanting to see the Blastoise. The Blastoise is just gonna be rolling out here and going for the neutral Hydro Cannon, a very efficient charge deck. And do notice, it has that best buddy on the belly there.
Yeah, look at that Blastoise. It's a Pokemon that has a high HP stat, but not a particularly high defense stat. And that means each of these bug bites are doing a ton of damage. You can see it really throttling down that Blastoise. Rock Tomb lands, but Blastoise is bulky enough to hold on. Some energy is there, and now comes Talonflame. It starts off the Incinerate, Golisopod out to meet it, and Talonflame, one flying attack from this Talonflame could put a ton of pressure onto Patamon's Golisopod.
So you could wonder there, why didn't Kason just go immediately for the fly there? I think Kason was hoping the Patamon would throw immediately, and in that case, because the Pokemon would throw on the same timing, Talonflame would sneak an entire Incinerate through, but Batman doesn't fall for that. He went for the Shadow Claw there and then went for the Aqua Jet before Talonflame went for the Fly, and now going for perfect timing. Talonflame is gonna have a lot of damage here, but this Aqua Jet would knock out, so we see another Protect Shield.
Yeah, Aqua Jet, an attack that recently got buffed for this season. It is now a really strong water type attack. It would take out the Talonflame if it lands. Kason has the shields available, and no flying type, no charge attack at all in this matchup has landed. This is entirely on fast attack pressure.
Swap. Here we go, we see the Fortress come into that Sableye immediately, and now going for the Sand Tube just right before the foul play. I think Kason was trying to reach that, but here's the thing, now that you've thrown the Sand Tube, this Shadow Sableye is just going for a Shadow Claw down.
Yeah, this is a huge amount of pressure from both sides. This Shadow Claws are going through, but look at the Bug Bite! Sand Tomb is reached!
Wow, look at the HP of the Shadow Sableye, by the way. It almost ran out of health there. That low HP Fortress put in so much work, actually. And now this Marowak doesn't really have a lot to worry about from this Pokemon in particular. But you need Charge Deck still to knock out the Blastoise and the Talonflame. I don't remember if the Blastoise had energy, but if it is at a Hydro Cannon, it would take out the Marowak from this range that after the foul play will do.
It is really smart play from Kason, though. He was tracking the energy of that Fortress. Just as the Fortress reaches the Sand Tube, Kason throws some of his energy and is still able to reach another attack for this Kanto Marowak. And now the big boy Blastoise comes back in with this Hydro Cannon, takes out the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Washes away the Marowak, in comes the Golisopod. It has some energy, but it won't have enough to take out... Oh, hold up. Can you take an Incinerate, or can you get 2 Shadow Claws into the next Aqua Jet here if the damage will register? Let's see. Can we get to the Aqua Jet? And oh, it gets to the Aqua Jet!
Oh my goodness! Golisopod holding on against the Incinerate. The Talonflame is not able to take it down. The Golisopod reaches the Aqua Jet. It's so close. It's such a precarious situation here. When the Shadow Claw, it's a case of when does this damage register? And sometimes it doesn't get through. The Incinerate damage doesn't land on the Golisopod. Pataman reaches the Aqua Jet, and that is more than enough to take out the Talonflame.
As you said, sometimes the damage doesn't register, and I think that's exactly what Pataman went for there on the Golisopod, not just versus the Talonflame, but also versus the Blastoise, realizing, okay, if I have this small opportunity, I need to maximize my energy, and that is exactly what he did. I must say, though, Kason played this almost perfectly. I love the way he played that, keeping the energy on the Blastoise for anything that could come back later, because we saw the Marowak from Pataman, and Blastoise energy was just so threatening there.
And we know, as players that have played throughout the circuit for a number of years, that this is one of those situations that can get really close. Typically, in an ordinary situation, we would expect the Incinerate damage to land and that Golisopod to go down. But it doesn't always happen. And Pataman knew that. He knew I'm 2 Shadow Claws away from my Aqua Jet, and there is a chance that the Incinerate won't register before I'm able to throw my attack. And if that happens, this game is mine.
It's looking like Kason is asking about what just happened there. Makes sense as we... let's just analyze a little bit more through these teams. We saw the Shadow Claw Golisopod. And it's kind of a Pokemon that's very neutral into the team of Kason. I'm not surprised that this came out, because even into Blastoise has super effective rollout fast attack. It still has a lot of play there. Blastoise can go straight for the Hydro Cannon, but if it goes for the Skull Bash, it's just so slow compared to the Golisopod.
Well, this is what's also interesting. The rollouts are going through against the Golisopod, and the damage from the rollout also didn't register on the Golisopod.
Yeah.
So the Golisopod reached the X-Scissor against the Blastoise and reached the Aqua Jet against the Talonflame, and Golisopod, he's just turning to Padawan and saying, what more do you want from me? Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? That's exactly what you need for your Pokemon at the World Championships here. I wonder if we're going to see the Lapras from Pataman. If you expect more of the Talonflame, perhaps that is the Pokemon to bring. Lapras is a Pokemon that just always seems to perform well, even in some of his worst matchups. What are like Pokemon that really keep Lapras in check, do you think?
I think Dark types can put a lot of pressure onto Lapras.
Pressure, but does it hard check them?
I think in terms of hard checking Lapras, Lapras is a really, really strong and flexible Pokemon. It's obviously got a water and an ice type attack. So if you're running water and ice type charge attacks, opposing water type Pokemon can be very good against you. However, Psywave, the Psychic type attack, means that there are few Pokemon that resist Psychic and Water and Ice, and actually Pataman is a player that has used a Pokemon that does. Previously, he brought Greninja to NAIC with Water and Dark typing to resist all of Lapras's standard moveset. The problem is, Greninja's not particularly bulky, and so Lapras, because of its bulk, still can hold on.
In fact, if you look at the entire team from Pataman, I feel like everything has at least some bulk there. There's nothing as fragile as either the Shadow Scissor or the Greninja that he brought back then. And maybe that's kind of how he's approaching the meta after getting, well, top 3 still insanely good, actually. But maybe he wants to go for, like, you know, a top 1.
I think Pataman very much wants to establish his name as the greatest of all time in Pokemon Go. And Golisopod could be one of the Pokemon to help him do it. It is one of his favorite picks for this meta, a bug and a water-type Pokemon. That means it resists fighting, it resists ground, it resists water, it resists so much, and also has the pacing and the coverage to put on tons of pressure.
Just for those wondering if anything happened in that match, we're moving on to Game 2. No rematch. We have the Blasters from K-Sun again, this time met by the Cradilly from Pataman. I think this is exactly where you want the Blasters as Pataman. And we see the swap into the Sableye immediately. There's no hard answer here from Pataman. And I think that we see the Foul Play being launched before the Rock Tomb. Yes, we do, because the Rock Tomb would otherwise drop the attack to Shadow Sableye.
Yeah, this is the utility of a Shadow Sableye here. You're able to bring it in as a safe swap, and Pataman doesn't have a hard answer, which means two things. Firstly, he's taking a lot of damage from Cradilly in the process, but secondly, the switch timers are now misaligned. We are in a format where the switch timer is 50 seconds, and that can make all the difference here. Shadow Sableye, because of its new Foul Play pacing, reaches a second one against this Shadow Kanto Marowak, and even though it's debuffed, it takes it down into below half health.
I think the strategy from Pataman is always to gain energy or shield advantage on his Marowak. And the reason why is exactly because of this Pokemon right here. Because you have Rock Slide that can potentially take out this bird in one attack. Do you call it bait here as case, and that will be insane. Oh, he puts out the Protect Shield just at the last second. And now this Marowak will be able to get to a Rock Slide. Going for the Rock Slide. You gotta put up your protection here. You know this is a Rock Slide case, and his final protection, the Marowak has put in so much work already.
But the interesting thing, even though you're giving up both of your shields here already while your opponent has both of their shields remaining, the Talonflame energy was almost unchecked. This Golisopod has to shield up these attacks. It will do a ton of damage if it lands. Pataman now he does have 2 shields, but that means at least K-Sun is able to recover both of the shield deficit that he previously had.
And we see K-Sun go for the fly immediately. Pataman values the Golisopod even into the Blastoise. It could still put in a lot of work. Cradilly does not have...
Blastoise come in now?
Blastoise comes in now, and let's see Pataman building some more energy, not swapping into the Cradilly just yet, knowing that a Hydrokin would almost knock it out. So going for a chip damage first, but I think you need to leave with a charge attack here as the Golisopod, otherwise the Talonflame can take you out later. We do see Pataman stay in just a little bit more.
Do you try and throw another X-Scissor into this Blastoise and farm down with your Cradilly to try and Rock Tomb the Talonflame instead?
Does this X-Scissor actually knock out? Looks like K-Sun may have expected a switch there. X-Scissors coming through. No, Blastoise barely hangs on. Now the swap, and we see the Scorpius catch on the Cradilly. This is resisted.
Normal type is resisted by the rock type of Cradilly. It will still do a decent amount of damage because Skull Bash is still such a strong attack, but now the Cradilly is in a position where it can potentially reach a Rock Tomb against this Talonflame.
Gets there. I think it gets to the Rock Tomb. It gets to the Rock Tomb. This is double super effective. Cradilly is going to seal the deal. Pataman wins this match by 2-0.
What A superb play from Pataman, utilizing all of the energy from Golisopod, from Credilli, to put tons of pressure onto Kaysan's team. He takes the series 2-0.
What a well-played match there. Even though that Shadow Sableye looked so safe for Kaysan and so scary to deal with for Pataman, Pataman just found a way to deal with it. It was the Shadow Marowak. It is top 4 usage. Was it top 3 or top 4? It was like a 35% usage. Let's keep that exact numbers. I remember that. And it's for a reason. It is so good. We saw a lot of Diggersby at NEIC, and now we see Shadow Marowak. Where did Diggersby go?
I think Diggersby really has fallen off because a lot of the ghost types that it's looking to counter are actually able to hit it back. We know that Ice Punch from the Dusclops, we've seen the Dynamic Punch from the Shadow Dust Noir as well, and little by little the utility of Diggersby has started to fall away. But what I think is interesting, how much health do you think was left on that Credilli in the end? We saw it deep in the red. How much do you think it actually held on by?
5 health.
Now, do you know what's interesting?
Tell me.
If Hydro Cannon had been thrown into the Credilli instead of a Skull Bash,
You get the Incinerate down.
you would have incinerated it down. Now, the Golisopod still maybe could have reached an Aquajet against the Talonflame, but the Credilli certainly wouldn't have reached a Rock Tomb. And so the importance of that catch could have been everything for that matchup, and Pataman is going to be very, very pleased either way.
I think the timing of Pataman just really threw off Kaysan. Kaysan perhaps predicting that Pataman would go for the catch there, but because Pataman went over with his energy and went for another X-Scissor, kind of just threw him off, and at the point that Blasters had almost no health left, he kind of was forced to throw a Skull Bash or any charge stack at all, because otherwise, if Pataman didn't switch, he would get Shadow Clawed down by the Golisopod, and then your energy's gone. You lose the battle as well. So you kind of had to throw energy there.
I really like that play from Pataman. Everyone thinking, when will you go into the Credilli? And Pataman is thinking to himself, well, hold on a minute. Golisopod paces so quickly. I know that the Blastoise has to go all the way up to a Skull Bash before it can really threaten a knockout against me. So just before you do, I'm going to take you really low, and then you have to gamble. It's effectively a 50-50 for Kaysan. I either think, yes, you'll switch, and so I'll throw a Hydro Cannon, or if you don't switch, I have to throw Skull Bash to take you out.
Blastoise is such a cool Pokemon. It's one of the Pokemon that is Axon used to win the Portland Regional Championships, and he made it all a whole big thing for Big Man Blastoise. Do you think that Blastoise, in the current iteration of this meta, is still as good as it was?
I'm not sure if Blastoise is the top water-type Pokemon. I think it does have an interesting niche because of that rollout damage, can be super effective against Bug-type Pokemon and Ice-type Pokemon like Lapras. But for me, Skull Bash is ever so slightly too slow, and Blastoise often feels like it's not quite bulky enough. But I do know a player, a fellow caster who is a big fan of Blastoise, that's Speediest Chief 2, and he's currently down with Pataman, ready for an interview.
Thank you so much, Farid and Martine. I'm here with your reigning EUIC champion, Pataman, who just had an incredible win on stage versus Kaysan, one of Japan's best trainers. Pataman, I just have to ask you, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. When I came to this match, I knew how good was my opponent. So I don't know, I knew I had to concentrate and do my best to win this match.
You had two very close wins. Game 1, Golisopod. Right when that Incinerate damage was coming through, you fired the Aqua Jet. Game 2, Credilli. I could hear Inadequates calling it in the booth. He said, he's got it, he's got it. How did it feel to get such close wins this early in the tournament?
Actually, I know that every game is gonna be close because everyone here, are really good players. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just want to enjoy this tournament and also do my best to show the world the thing I wasn't able to show the past year.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about your team, how you came to the decisions. You have Fortress, obviously. I'm a huge fan of that. Tell me about the other Pokemon on your team.
Yeah, also Fortress is like maybe underrated for me because it's the Steel type that I think has less usage. And it's really good in this meta. And also, I don't know, Golisopod always have been really good. I played it in Gdansk when it wasn't even meta, and it worked. So I'm glad to bring it here and do well with him.
Pataman, you've competed at so many competitions. You won the EUIC crown this year. Do you still get nervous?
I really get nervous. Like, For example, in this matchup, I was against a really good opponent, and you know, you always feel nervous. But yeah, I think I'm feeling really comfortable. So let's see how it develops.
I know a lot of people are cheering for you. They want to see you succeed. Is there anyone you want to shout out to or thank for your practice or your support?
Yeah, I want to shout out my family, which is there looking at me and always supporting me. Also, my friends. I want to shout out my girlfriend and everyone in the Infinity Go team, because they always support me and cheer me. So I really appreciate that.
Awesome. Pokémon, we wish you all the best in the rest of the tournament. I know you're going to do really well. But for now, we're headed to the Go Zone Diner. We got Jocks versus Greasers.
Whoa. The Go Zone Diner is our territory. We were gonna use this to park our ride-ons.
No way! We are gonna play electrode volleyball tonight.
I thought we were going swimming?
No, we went swimming yesterday. We're playing volleyball tonight.
No, this is not big enough for the both of us, and there's only one way to settle this.
PV plush.
Oh, it's on. Okay, you ready for this? I'll show first as a sign of good faith. We got Victory Bell.
Plush me, bro.
Hey, that's our move.
Boom! I got the Obama still. I think I have the type advantage here. Ice in the grass.
Yeah, but I mean, we got Acid and we got Sludge Bomb. We got some good attacks that we can hit back with.
Is that a Shadow Victory Bell I'm looking at?
Oh, it's always a Shadow Victory Bell.
I think 2 Protect Shields remaining. I got the Powder Snow. I got the Icy Wind. I think the Jocks take this.
I don't know, 2 shields on a Shadow Victory Bell? We all know how that goes.
Okay, all right, you got me there. I have a crazy idea. What if we simultaneous KO? And what should we do next?
Go swimming?
Let's go swimming!
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon GO. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow. There's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon GO in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon GO. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon GO. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
Welcome back to Pokemon Worlds 2025. I am Tua Butters, joined by Caleb Fagan. What a start we've had here, from the catch of that Skull Bash with Pokémon to that epic matchup of Ashton Ash versus Sejun Park. It has been amazing so far here, Caleb.
Yeah, the crowd was absolutely electric. Big names in every single matchup, and it only gets better from here, Tua Butters. We have ourselves Beelzeboy, fourth place finish from World Championships last year. It was his first Worlds last year, and he's back for more, and I'm excited to see what he's bringing.
And he is bringing a Shadow Steelix, I see. That was on my caster prediction list. It is so safe in this top meta. It's pretty good against Tinkaton, actually. You would think it'd be a negative matchup because you're going to take those super effective bulldozers, but you can use so much pressure with that Thunder Fang damage. You're actually going to be really strong against the Cradilly, the Tinkaton, but what a wild top usage we have so far. Something I don't think any one of us necessarily expected coming into the World Championships.
Yeah, a lot of Shadow Quagsire as well too, which is going to do pretty good into the Steelix, but overall I do agree with you. I think the Shadow Steelix is a sneaky good pick. What is your moveset of choice if you were to run the Steelix?
I think you want to go Psychic Fangs and Crunch, and that does seem awkward, especially because Mandibuzz is 5th on the usage, and I believe Galarian Moltres is 9th on the usage. So double Dark Flying here in the top 10, but you do so much damage with the Thunder Fang, and then you can debuff it with that Psychic Fang, and or maybe even pivot out, use that for a different matchup. And I feel like Crunch is so crucial against the Ghost types. Galarian Corsola is number 4 in usage at the World Championships, and because of that Crunch super effective damage, you can win every shield scenario.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's going to be a really interesting to see how this breaks down. Our players are ready. Let's head to the stage and get on with the action here. It's going to be Beelzeboy, and on the right-hand side here, and we got Danny Booz on the left.
Yeah, Danny Booz is running a fairly meta team here. You can see from that top usage of the Tinkaton, Galarian Corsola, the Mandibuzz, Shadow Quagsire, which is really high in usage. Of course, Cradilly is over 72% at the World Championships because of that neutral play. And then to top it off, you have the Golisopod with the Fury Cutter. Some trainers go for the Shadow Claw, but I really like the Fury Cutter choice, especially in this meta, in a Cradilly meta.
Danny Booz, a player from Latin America, definitely going against a heavy hitter here, but they are still in the winner's bracket, winner's semifinals, so you know that he's going to bring the heat and see if he can pull off this upset. I believe top finish this year is going to be a 17th at Santiago, but any of these players here can take any games off of others. This is going to be Danny Booz's team. It's going to be the Shadow Quagsire, Mandibuzz, Golisopod, Cradilly, Galarian Corsola, and Tinkaton. I mean, you mentioned a couple of these picks already when we're looking at these teams. Galarian Corsola, really high usage, one of the bulkiest ghosts in this meta. Tinkaton, kind of a pivot away from Dedenne, which we saw a lot in the North America International, but a lot of people realizing that, you know, Dedenne maybe a little bit less flexible in some of these matchups here. And the Shadow Quagsire, and we saw J-Champ put in so much work with it too. I think it's such a strong pick in this meta. There's not a lot of grass types, and there's not a lot of grass types with fast attack pressure with grass, except a lot of people are pivoting over to Bullet Seed for that exact reason.
Yeah, and Danny Booz actually has the Bullet Seed on his Cradilly. That is unusual. We have seen Acid so much at NAIC and in the practice tournaments as well leading up to this, but that Bullet Seed, you just pace so much quicker. And then we do see another attack of choice for Danny Booz was that Dark Pulse on the Mandibuzz instead of the foul play. So it's going to be a little slower to the charge attacks, but do a little bit more damage than the Beelzeboy. Of course, he made a name for himself at the World Championships last season in Hawaii, getting a top 4 finish. This trainer is looking to do even better this season as he has a devastating lead. The Galarian Moltres into the Tinkaton to start us off. Instant pivot into the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and then answered by that Shadow Quagsire.
Oh, this is going to be a tough situation for Danny Boost. Shields up. This Shadow Marowak does so much fast attack damage with the Mud Slap, one of the moves that's been buffed since last year's Worlds and has been a staple here in 2025. Danny Boost up to the double Aqua Tail. Got to be a shield at least once from Beelzy Boy. Let's see if he goes for it, or he just lets it go. He does let it go. He's saying, you know what? I'm not going to commit the shields. Instead, I'm going to try to sweep with my own Tinkaton in the back. And Danny Boost going to let the Bone Club go through.
And was this actually on cap here? Was it a charge attack priority? The Bone Club does go through. Did he register the Aqua Tail? Yes, this was on charge attack priority. So all that extra energy that you did bank up is now going to be going to waste into this Shadow Kanto Marowak, knocking it out. But you do keep the alignment, which is absolutely key to land your Tinkaton into that Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres is going to get a healthy farm down here, but all of its attacks is going to be resisted by the Tinkaton. Here comes the pivot. And there it is, Tinkaton versus Tinkaton, throwing a bulldoze first before unleashing the Galarian Corsola.
Really high IQ plays from Danny Boost here because he knows that the Galarian Moltres is going to be in a tough position here because that's the only that could really answer the Galarian Corso. So I love the fact that Danny Boost did not commit any shields here too. Yes, it was on charge attack priority against that matchup with the grounds, but he knows that he's in the clear here. He just needs to wear down the Tinkaton, and he has the road to victory. Play Rough is going to connect. Nightshade is there. Danny Boost going to charge up a little bit more energy before going for it. Actually, yes, going for this move. Beelzeboy in a tough position. He's the 4th place finisher from Worlds last year, but even he is going to be hard-pressed to find a win condition against this matchup.
And now you get to the Power Gem, which is super effective here. There are 2 Protect Shields remaining for both of the trainers, and you're going to use the first one. If you're Beelzeboy, you're going to be able to get the Sucker Punch down. That's probably why Beelzeboy didn't throw his Play Rough into the Galarian Corsola. He wanted to get some energy against this backline matchup, but there is a Protect Shield remaining for Danny Boost, and can you get a Brave Bird through? That might be your only win condition. Going for the fly here, instant no shield, because Danny Boost knows he's not going to try to debuff his defense straight away. No shield on that fly.
It can sound pretty bulky in the Great League, similar to a Superior in bulk. Beelzeboy, like you said, has to land. Oh,
Wait
now
a second.
grabs a shield. Wait, Danny Boost, I think, clicked the Play Rough.
Yeah, I think it did, and there's 1 Protect Shield remaining for Beelzeboy. It was charge attack priority. You're gonna use your charge. You're gonna use your Protect Shield here. If you don't use your Protect Shield, are you trying to call a bulldoze? Does he use his Protect Shield?
Oh!
No, last second Protect Shield here. But now he needs to get to the Brave Bird. He's gonna be able to outpace and land it. But is this enough? It is resisted, but it's gonna do so much damage.
You see the smile on Beelzeboy's face? He knows Brave Bird enough, not very effective, but effective enough to get the first victory here for Beelzeboy.
Wow, Beelzeboy out of nowhere, having every single negative matchup possible, having the Shadow Kanto Marowak against the Shadow Quagsire, having his Galarian Moltres locked into a Tinkaton, literally all battle. 3 different times that Galarian faced the Tinkaton, and guess what? That Galarian Moltres won the battle.
Absolutely wild first game for Beelzeboy. I mean, I feel like some people counted him out halfway through the match, maybe in the beginning of the match, maybe even the end, but absolutely precision play. And you can't even hate on Danny Boost for that because he played it well too, right? At that point, you just have to call a Brave Bird or a Fly, but it's such a 50-50 call. That's exactly the lineup he wanted, right? If you say, hey, if you can pick any 3 Pokemon that Beelzeboy pick, I mean, outside of maybe the Tinkaton throwing a Shadow Nihilate, but for the most part, those are positive matches for him all the way across the board, but Beelzeboy finds the slimmest of margins victory there.
And a positive development here because this meta sometimes can be polarizing. I thought this meta, out of all the metas we've seen in the past, could be matchup dependent. We saw earlier on, Sage Park was matched against Ash and Ash, where Ash and Ash just had 3 counters for Dedenne. He ran them all in game number 3, and you're like, okay, that's a bad matchup. Maybe I'm not meant to win that. Beelzeboy has a terrible matchup. Awful alignment, but still able to pull out this battle. If you want to be the world champion, you're going to have to make these type of plays in this meta.
And Beelzeboy, no fluke, no accident, getting top 4 at World Championships last year, getting that auto qualification from last year to come back to World Championships. I know some people are just watching to see, can he bring home another trophy? Maybe can he bring home the entire World Champion title? That'll be such a feat. What a fantastic game one from him. Danny Boost going to have to hone in here. lock in and see what he can do for game number 2. Game number 2, here we go. It's going to be the Gliscopod lead into the Lapras. A terrible lead for Beelzeboy, but you can't count him out.
Yeah, you do have the Fury Cutter on Danny Boo's side, so once again, a negative lead, and he didn't decide to swap into that Shadow Kanto Marowak because that's an even worse matchup against this Gliscopod. So really, Beelzeboy is ABA weak into this Gliscopod, meaning that his lead Pokemon's weak to it, and another Pokemon is weak to it in the back, so you're forced kind of to just play out this matchup. And I want to point out that we didn't point it out before, he is actually running Ice Beam instead of the Skull Bash.
Yeah, completely walls off the charge attack damage from the Lapras. Not only that, forcing Beelzeboy to spend a shield. I mean, you say he's ABA weak to it, but the Gliscopod has a lot of play even into the Tinkaton as well. So absolutely brutal lead and matchup for Beelzeboy. Let's see what he can do here. Even if you look at the backline matchup, this is tough for him because he doesn't have great matchups in the end, especially the Shadow Quagsire. I love the recognition from Danny Boost. He knows Shadow Quagsire is so strong in this team. There's no grass type to counter it.
And now you're just going to be able to soak this energy, going for the Ice Beam, which you might think is a little weird, but one Ice Beam, even though it's not same type attack bonus, will do more damage than the water type attack of the Lapras, which might surprise you, but it is the correct play there from Beelzeboy. And now the Shadow Quagsire is going to be coming in. Like you mentioned, it's going to have that Protect Shield advantage, and he's going to have an awesome time in this battle if he can clean up this Tinkaton. Oh no, actually Protect Shield's on a Bulldoze! What a huge change in momentum in this battle!
No debuff coming through. Still a pretty solid matchup for the Shadow Quagsire. No ground moves though. Beelzeboy going to let this first Aqua Tail go, knowing that it's not going to be enough, but another one is loaded here. If he spends that shield, he might be put in a more tough position. Throws on charge attack priority. That's going to be favorable for that Shadow Quagsire. Beelzeboy going to let it go. I think the Tinkaton might hang on here, which is crucial for Beelzeboy. He needs to land this play rough to do some sizable damage. Just barely hangs on.
Wow, endures to be able to get to the play rough, and now because you got the bait on the Bulldoze, it's going to do a lot more damage, and now suddenly your biggest threat is almost in the red here, and can you just mud slap it down? You're going to be able to. You're going to be able to Protect Shield on this Aqua Tail. Beelzeboy sees it. He sees his win condition. He was smiling a bit as this Mud Slap is going to be going through. All you need to do is be able to get to enough charge attacks and endure some Nightshades.
He needs to get to double Bone Club here. Can he do it? Nice slash. Going to do a decent amount of damage to Marowak. Still pretty bulky on his own. Going up to the double Bone Club. He's going to get it. Switch timer's not up yet for Danny Boost. I don't think he has time to make this catch.
Can he get there though? This is going to be the last Protect Shield. Can he back to back? No, he actually doesn't have even close to his timer. And that would have been on charge attack priority. Went for the Astonished instead. And now Beelzeboy, after losing 2 leads in a row, is able to 2-0 this series versus Danny Boost with one more Mud Slap to secure it.
And with the 3-ball flex as well, Beelzeboy's back at World Championships, and he's putting a stamp on this. I don't think he's lost a single game yet in this tournament.
And he is in the winner's semi here, now made his way to the winner's finals. It is early on. He is actually just one more victory away from guaranteed top cut in day number 2. Beelzeboy, he's going to be back on Saturday most likely, and maybe even have a chance for Championship Sunday.
That's right. He was, almost 2 spots away from making that Sunday performance last year, but such an incredible performance run, and looks like he's back and even more in form, which is hard to say because he already was looking locked in last year, but flawless plays from him, right? In terrible matchups, lost lead in both games, lost switch advantage both games as well. I mean, he had a Gliscopod into a Lapras, and he spent the shields on his Lapras first. Shadow Quagsire looks so strong there, but just knowing all the energy counts, the damage values there, knowing that Tinkaton could land the play rough was absolutely crucial without spending that shield. And here's the thing, right? Beelzeboy, he cracked a smile halfway through the game. He's so far ahead of his opponents. He's 5 steps, 10 steps ahead. He already knew that he had that game win there in game number 2.
And it was on that Bulldoze bait because he was able to get that debuff with that Bulldoze attack. That attack doesn't do much damage at all. Its main purpose is to debuff the opponent there. So you aren't going to take much damage to it, and then you gain a debuff. So Protect Shielding on that is devastating for a trainer, and that meant that the next attack, the Play Rough that went through the Protect Shield, was going to do even more damage, and then you were able to just get the mud slap down to secure the victory. And Caleb, I want to just talk about one factor of these World Championships. I was worried that maybe because the meta is so wide open, there's so many strong Pokemon right now, it's going to be so hard to separate yourself because you might run into tough matchups, you might just run into some funky teams, because this is the top meta that we're looking at, but there's probably 25 Pokemon that are extremely viable right now. So I was thinking, how are you going to be able to separate yourself? But maybe in a scenario like this, that it's so wide open, there's so many Pokemon, there's so many factors to memorize, to master, maybe that is how you separate yourself like Beelzeboy just did.
I mean, you know, doesn't matter what Pokemon you're running into, a team composition. I'm just hoping if I'm a competitor, I don't run into Beelzeboy here because he is looking really strong in this tournament. And also, let's talk about that 72% Credilli usage. I don't think I've seen any day one tournament where that usage is that high. Even in the Metacham days, I don't think I've seen Metacham being that high in usage, but absolutely wild there to see that grass type explode in usage, and for good reason.
Well, even given the fact that this is the second tournament in this current meta, of course, we had the North American International Championships, and how different is the meta now? Day number 1 of NAIC, the top usage Pokemon was Diggersby. Did you even see Diggersby on that top usage list?
No, and I think that's why the Galarian Corsola has really picked up in usage. The one thing that really shuts down the Galarian Corsola, that bulky ghost type, is going to be that Diggersby. Without it being there, really great meta read from a lot of these players say, you know what? Galarian Corsola is going to be the ghost of choice for a lot of them. And, you know, even if there's some people using Diggersby, I don't think I've seen it in a single battle on broadcast here yet. It does have a lot of play into that Shadow Marowak as well, right? Slightly bulkier in that head-to-head, but Quagsire is going to do well into it, and, you know, Credilli is going to do great into it, especially if they're all running Bullet Seed.
Just the flexibility, I believe we heard from a trainer interviewing about that Shadow Kanto Marowak earlier. It's just so flexible in the meta because it has that perfect ground and rock coverage, where Diggersby is bulkier, could potentially win matchups a little bit stronger, but the flexibility of Kanto Marowak definitely won out in this top meta. And of course, the Tinkaton, which wasn't relevant at all. It wasn't even in the top usage at day number 1 at the North American International Championships at all. And now it's going to be a huge factor, probably because it is the best fairy type going into Cradilly.
Yeah, as we take a look at Tinkaton 2, trending up for good reason. Fairy Wind, Play Rough, Bulldoze going to be moveset choice, and we've seen it in many of these. You know, I think with Heavy Slam, it's much better into that Credilli matchup, but especially if they're running Bullet Seed, that's not going to be as good. You know, and a lot of these players train all year to be here for 2025 World Championships. But for those at home, if you're looking and say, hey, I want to be there next year in San Francisco at World Championships for 2026, there's ways to get there. You got to start with these local points and access points as well to see how you get there. And I believe there's new ways to get there and easier ways to find these tournaments, Butters.
No, absolutely. We have the Play Pokemon Access app that is going to be your mainstay for finding these tournaments. There's a ton of awesome features on it, so make sure and download that app. Use it. It's your best resource for finding these tournaments, for getting practice, for getting championship points, all leading up into the World Championships. These championship points really add up because especially now how it's formatted where North America top 75, Europe top 50, those 100 or more than 100 championship points that you can gain at these locals can really push you over the edge to be able to qualify for the World Championship. So go ahead and check that out.
Yeah, speaking of championship points, I know two people that have a lot of championship points. It's going to be these two players on the screen. It's Arrow from North America versus Zweilis from Europe. Both players, big names in the field. Arrow, very seasoned veteran, playing grassroots and playing Pokemon tournaments from the very beginning in 2022. Zweilis really making a name for himself in the past 2 years. Got second place at Europe International Championships, got fourth place at North America International Championships, won a regional last year, has multiple top cup finishes. I believe he has 2 or 3 second place finishes as well in this year alone. Absolutely wild performances, and he's running a King Gambit. Yeah. What are we looking at?
And what's crazy is, let's look on Arrow's side, because Arrow always brings the spice. I feel like if any trainer is going to shine in this format, it could be Arrow. I was talking in a group chat with some trainers, and I was like, wow, it must be so difficult to pick a team because you just practice against that team. It's a little weak to that team. You practice against that team. You can't really have the perfect coverage, so you can't be strong against everything. So Arrow said, why not just be weak against everything? And that is his strategy. He's just playing the Pokemon that he thinks has the best potential, has the spice, and then Zweilous, way different strategy. You mentioned his top 4 North American International Championship appearance. He was running a Shadow Scizor and Greninja and a Galarian Weezing. So 3 Pokemon with a lot less bulk. And now Zweilous is running a lot of bulk across the board. And then to cap it off, running the King Gambit, which might be incredibly strong against the top meta here. And we're locked into game number 1.
Absolutely wild team. But here we go. It's going to be the Shadow Scizor versus Unova Stunfisk. Overall, a fantastic matchup for the Unova Stunfisk, resisting that Bullet Punch, but even the resisted Bullet Punch adding up almost more faster than the Thunder Shock. You are going to outpace the Scizor on these charge attacks though, and Scizor, you really need to land the Trailblaze to get some value here. Might even go for the bait. That's going to be exactly what Eric, oh, he goes straight for the Trailblaze. Does he snuff this out? Let's see, he's one of the best players in the world. It's going to do, yes, last second shield. Does protect the super effective damage. Arrow for sure going to be outpaced now. Does get an attack boosted, but the Bullet Punches are not enough yet. These Rise might even go for the double shield. Arrow going to let the first one bomb go through. Second one, actually.
The problem for Arrow here is he protect shielded very early instead of protect shielding the second one. So now he does get to the second Trailblaze. Actually could just win this one protect shield situation. And actually, Zweilous has to give up both protect shield in this scenario here. But remember, this backline for Arrow is double weak to electric. So you're not going to have an easy time finishing out this battle. You're going to have to take this super effective charge attack.
I like this play, though, from Arrow, putting everything on that Galarian Moltres. It has a lot of play here. Let's see if Zweilous maybe even goes for a catch here. Does he go for it? He does, but Arrow suspects it coming, throws the X-Scissor. However, it's still resisted on the Galarian Corsola.
What a swap by Zweilous to take the not very effective damage into Galarian Corsola. And remember, this is a switch lock Pokemon because Arrow did pivot out of the lead matchup. Is going to be able to get to the Aqua Jet before he gets knocked out, but Zweilous is going to be able to just farm down. A key difference between that Galarian Corsola and the Dusclops that we've seen so much of is you have way more fast attack pressure. So you can farm down Pokemon that are low health, you can use your fast attack to knock out instead of the charge attack. Dusclops can't really do that, and now suddenly, waiting the timer, you're gonna have this power gem, and you're pretty much gonna be back at your switch timer if you're Zweilous.
Zweilous' Pokemon in the back are in trouble here because I think that Unova Stunfisk doesn't have a lot of energy. Oh, and his switch time's coming up soon. He doesn't want to get farmed out completely, but he's almost at discharge, and now he gets to it. Arrow going to try to farm up maybe as much energy as possible. One Brave Bird is going to knock out the Golisopod. How much energy can he make? Will he even go for a catch? I think it's not a crazy catch here from him because even if he fails the catch, he could, and here it comes, but it gets Thunder Shock down. The patience from Zweilous, knowing that he doesn't even get the move off, but that's the case. Arrow, though, still winning charge attack priority, so great awareness there as well. Like I said, pretty safe catch. Zweilous shaking his head.
Because all you need to do is get to the fly. Wait. But does it knock out? It might not knock out. You need to get to the Brave Bird. Can you get to the Brave Bird? Yes, you have the Galarian Corsola. Zweilous is waiting his timer. It's not up yet. He can get to the Brave Bird before it's up. Does he just send it?
Wait.
No, actually throws the fly. Maybe worried about the switch timer. Zweilous says GG, but I don't think this is enough damage.
I don't think so either. Oh, wait, just a little bit. Off, but not enough. And Arrow pulls off the victory here against game number 1.
Full sweep for Arrow, and his Galarian Moltres is able to take out the entire backline of Zweilous. I thought that was a devastating scenario leading against the Unova Stunfisk. Look at Unova Stunfisk versus Arrow's team. It is incredibly strong against everything except for Shadow Kanto Marowak, but Arrow able to pull out that battle, and Zweilous couldn't quite get back to his switch timer to pull off that catch.
Zweilous, one of the best players in the world, but Arrow is not scared to face any opponents. He has taken multiple games off of players as well. One of the players in our circuit that has had multiple second place finishes, still looking for that title. Hey, if his first title is World Championships, I'm sure he's happy to have that as well. But what a game 1 from them. And you know, the plays here as well, right? Arrow throwing the X-Scissor, expecting a catch from a Gliscod or a Superior. playing 3D chess. ZY is playing 4D chess and catching on the Galarian Corsa, still catching resistant damage. But Arrow, the one to able to find the victory there and not shielding the Scizor double shielding, but the other way around. Here we go. Game number 2. It's going to be the Glycopod versus the Unova Stumpus. A slightly better matchup for Arrow, but not that much better because you still get outpaced from this Unova Stumpus.
But look at this backline, bringing the Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back for Arrow, and Zwilus has the Glycopod and the Talonflame. So if he maintains his Protect Shield advantage in the backline, it's going to be so tough, especially because you have the Shadow Scizor as well. What an amazing adjustment for team composition for Zwilus here. His backline looks dominating versus Arrow's backline.
Arrow is going to get outpaced. Discharge is going to be thrown. Does Arrow decide to shield? No. Going to maybe just farm down with the Scizor, or can even farm down with the Marowak. The Scizor farm down will be a little bit greedy, but he might get a lot of energy if he could pull it off. Let's see if he could get the bullet punches to come through. He is going to go for that. Only a few Thunder Shocks away. Can Zwilus get to it? He does get to the Mud Bomb, but Arrow's going to throw on Charge Type priority. And he's not going to shield, because that would have been potentially even a shield KO for Zwilus.
And does he get the boost here? We already saw it from Mungmi, Sage Park earlier, and no, there's no boost, but it probably wouldn't matter because Talonflame is going to come in, and you're going to throw one bullet punch, you're going to swap out into your Shadow Kanto Marowak here, and you have that Glycopod in the back, and actually Zwilus is running Flame Charge and Fly. He is not running the Brave Bird. Most trainers run double flying attacks with the Fly and the Brave Bird, but instead Zwilus has this Flame Charge, and he's going to be able to ramp it up, maybe double Protect Shield through this matchup, and using the Protect Shield on the bait of the Bone Club.
I like the Flame Charge call from Zwilus because it has a lot more play into the Dene, which, you know, not as much on a lot of teams, but it is around. Now goes to Fly, the cheaper move here. The double shield coming from Arrow. Zwilus though can go for a catch, could swap out. Let's see if he's going to do it or not here. It's going to be much harder for him to go for the catch. Arrow going for another Bone Club bait. Zwilus feeling pretty comfortable. Gonna let it go as well. He knows his win conditions. He's going to try to get to a game number 3 here, and Arrow has nothing but another Mud Slap to be thrown.
This is boosted, and you even have a charge attack going for the Fly instead of the Flame Charge. The Flame Charge would have been double super effective, but maybe he wants to throw one Incinerate after Fly, but no, the Fly just knocks out. One hit knockout from Zwilus, and he ties it up 1-1. Beautiful adjustment to have that backline of the Talonflame and the Glycopod. I was thinking going into that game number 2, he had the option of maybe bringing out that Talonflame, or he could have gone for a King Gambit, because Arrow was showing 3 Pokemon incredibly weak to King Gambit, but I believe Zwilus is not going to run it because he's scared of the Shadow Kanto Marowak, because that's the only counter you know of a Stunfisk. So you have to bring that Shadow Kanto Marowak into these battles.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see the King Gambit this series here as we take a look at the replay, but really great adjustment from Zwilus. You know he's not going to go down that easily to an 0-2 against Arrow, but Zwilus, I mean, he's the mad scientist, the crazy cook in the kitchen. I mean, last year he had a Shadow Gyarados and got, I think, at least a top 20 finish with it. And this year he outdid himself with the King Gambit. I mean, some people are looking at him like, I don't know what you're cooking, but he looks like he's a Michelin star restaurant chef.
And do you think he's cooking up the superior because so many trainers switched to Bullet Seed on the Cradilly? Because maybe you can be way better against that Cradilly matchup against Bullet Seed. Obviously, the Acid matchup is much tougher for the superior. And then there's so much Shadow Kanto Marowak, you don't have that rock subtyping, so now you can really protect your King Gambit against those ground type Pokemon. So the mad scientist was absolutely cooking with his team composition in this World Championships. He's coming off a 4th place in this meta at NAIC. He has an awesome shot to make it to day number 2. Remember, this is winners semis of Group B. Arrow versus Zwilus. Decisive game number 3. We got the Glycopod once again matched up against the Unova Stunfisk.
And look at the adjustment for Arrow as well. Putting the Blastoise in, throwing the Galarian Moltres yet again. Let's see if he goes for the shield or not. Arrow really weak to Unova Stunfisk.
Triple weak.
But he doesn't care. He's like, you know what? I don't think your Unova Stunfisk to take out my whole team, so I'm going to bring weak to it, and I'm going to make you think that it's actually not as strong as you think it is. Let's see if Zwilus is going to throw up the shield. Now, it doesn't as well. Every time Zwilus lets a move go on this Unova Stunfisk, it's getting better and better for Arrow. Arrow knows he's going to get outpaced, and here comes that Thunder, the discharge here. And again, going to let it go. might go for a aggressive sucker punch down. I don't think you get the rollout down. This is resistance.
No,
Gonna
there's
do
no
way
way.
too much. Here comes the Galarian Moltres. Can you get the full farm down? Oh, and get the pivot over.
That's so good for Arrow here. That means it's going to be the Blastoise versus the Talonflame in the back. It's a guarantee. Yes, the Blastoise will still have to deal with a little bit of that Stunfisk health. That will be trouble, but you're so dominant going into that Talonflame, especially that Talonflame can't even punish you with a Brave Bird. You only have Flame Charge and Fly, so this is looking amazing for Arrow here as the Blastoise pops into the battlefield. Start going for these super effective rollouts versus a Golisopod.
You're closing in a Hydro Cannon range as well. Arrow knows this is his win condition. Let's see if Z-Wise can pull magic out of a hat here. His switch timer's not up yet. Arrow gonna come up and get as much energy as possible. Goes for the Hydro Cannon back to back. I believe this should be enough to knock out the Golisopod, and after this, what do you do? Do you bring a Talonflame into Blastoise? That is not going to be a good time, and it's going to be really hard to even catch a move here. Trying to go for another move on the Unova Stunfisk, but you're forced to spend your final shield. Z-Wallace, how do you pull this off?
And the vital shield is gone. Do you pivot to the Talonflame? No, you can't, because you have all this energy here. You're gonna try to go for a charge attack, try to get that last Protect Shield, but suddenly this Blastoise is getting really low health, and I don't think you can get this rollout down. Arrow's looking at his opponent here. He has the switch timer up. Is he gonna try to catch on a charge attack?
Oh.
No, actually gonna throw the Hydro Cannon, but you're gonna have the back-to-the-back Hydro Cannon. Z-Wireless is already saying GG here. He is knowing that the damage from that Hydro Cannon plus the rollout damage, Arrow is giddy because he found his backline matchup on the Talonflame, and he's gonna land the Hydro Cannon. Super effective.
Look at the excitement on Arrow's face. The sportsmanship from Z-Wise. You know Arrow worked so hard to be here, and he's going to find himself a spot on the winners finals.
Oh,
Arrow!
wait a second.
Wait,
tap
hold on.
Wait, tap the screen. Tap the screen. Oh, there it is. It is official. It was 1 HP left on Talonflame, but Z-Wireless and Arrow both knew it was over, so a little premature handshake there, but Arrow sticking true to his strategy. You can't be strong against everything, so just be weak against everything. He did that in game number 3. He had no answer for Unova Stunfisk, but properly called the backline and secured winners finals.
Wow. And you'd love to see that, right? The respect, the showmanship, the sportsmanship as well there, too. I mean, 1 HP and a sportsmanship is what I call that, right? This is why I say, you know what? I know you didn't finish tapping that, but you got the victory here, and you know they share an embrace as well in a handshake. What a huge matchup between these two titans, and Arrow going to be able to take down Z-Wireless and continue his road in this World Championship. This is a double elimination bracket though, so Z-Wireless is not out of it yet. There's still a chance we see King Gambit on the broadcast here. Triple week to Unova Stunfisk, no problem for Arrow.
And remember, Z-Wireless did drop down to the loser side of the bracket in Worlds 2024. He didn't do amazing afterwards because he was already pretty far in the bracket, but he's actually pretty far in the bracket again. And this is a trainer that has more experience dropping to the loser side of the bracket. He said that was one of his biggest weaknesses, is staying focused once he's on that loser side of the bracket, but he has been able to overcome that in the North American International Championships and other tournaments to regain that focus. Now, yes, he's not going to be in day number 2 yet, but he has a really awesome opportunity to get there, and that's a trainer you don't want to count out the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, well, I want to hear what Arrow has to say after that electrifying win. Martine's with him on the floor right now.
Thank you, Caleb and Butters. Yes, I can tell you for sure that Arrow is electrified right now. He's very happy with that win. Arrow, how did you just pull it off?
I was just praying that he would bring the Talon back after what it did successfully in Game 2, and that was destroy me in Game 2. And I was a little worried about the SERP, a little worried about the Stunfisk. My soft check was just Golisopod leading it and hoping that I can get enough chip on the Stunfisk and counteract everything he's trying to do. It worked out in my favor. I'm very happy with it.
I think you really only had that Marowak for it. Now, he also had a very special Pokemon on his team. What is your opinion on the King Gambit? Did you fear it?
I knew it wasn't coming. Not into my team. I have a lot of checks for it, and it's kind of just got nowhere to go. So I thought he was playing with 5 Pokemon, and I was really expecting a lot more SERP, but didn't come. Luckily for me, my Blastoise was able to take care of that because of that fact.
You're moving on to the winners finals of your group right now. That must feel amazing. What are your expectations for this tournament like compared to previous tournaments? Because of course you are a veteran, you've played many tournaments. and you feel great right now. What are your expectations?
The first goal of mine was make day 2, and I seem to have done that. Every battle here, I'm taking it one battle at a time. We'll figure it out from there.
Final question, Arrow. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to friends, family, fans?
Shout out Legends United. Shout out all the people I've scrimmed with. Shout out Orek. I call Elite randomly and ask for advice. There's a lot of different people. There's no reason I'm here other than the people I'm with.
All right, well, congratulations on making it to that finals. We're going to see so much more of you in this championship. Again, congratulations, Arrow. And we are going for more action. Back to Caleb and Butters.
All right, thank you, Martijn. And what a humble player Arrow is, standing on the shoulder of giants and those that he regularly practices with and talks about team building. And like I said, you love to see him succeed as well. He's just always full of positive energy. And, he's got a spot in the winners finals, which is super exciting for him. But yeah, what a series, Butters.
I would consider Arrow to be the trainer with the most relentless belief in himself.
Yes.
No matter what the situation, no matter what the gauntlet of challenges he has to face, he can drop down to losers. He can face the weirdest ABA teams. He can play the weirdest ABA teams. He never gives up on what he thinks is good, and that has been proven to be successful in the past. Hasn't yet won a championship yet, but being able to overcome a trainer like Z's Wireless on this stage to get the winners finals, maybe it's finally his time.
That's right. And, it's so cool to see him grow through the game as well. I think the first time I met him, he was only 18 years old playing grassroots tournaments, and here he has a potential at day number 2 here at World Championships. Speaking of World Championships, we got some special Pikachu running around here. It's going to be the 2025 Pokémon World Championship celebration featuring the special Pikachu in the varsity jacket. I believe you have one of these jackets yourself too, Butters.
I absolutely do. It is an awesome jacket. You can get that at the Pokemon Center. I believe some of our co-casters are wearing it as well. We saw that in the Jocks versus Greasers skit that we did. It's an awesome jacket. Fits great. It feels great. And it's just so cool. The designs that they put into these World Championships year after year. And you can get this Pikachu. You can get this drop on the co-stream, I believe. And of course,
that Pikachu looking fierce.
Oh, it does. It looks like Arrow about to run an ABA lineup because he knows it's going to work. He doesn't care that he's not even ABA.
Triple A.
Triple A week. And when we say ABA week, I just want to break it down. If this is your first time joining us in Pokemon Go stream, welcome in. We're so happy to have you. We hope you're having a great time. But we say ABA week to just there's an A Pokemon that is strong against the other team or weak against another team, and then you can have a B Pokemon in that position. You can have a C Pokemon in that position. They're supposed to protect each other. A is supposed to protect B. B protects A. C might be your neutral pick that is flexible. So if we say you're running ABA, you're running 2 Pokemon with the same weaknesses.
That's right.
And that means if you're running that in the lead and in the back, and then you face that weakness in the lead, you're in a lot of trouble. Typically. So it's hard to get around that. And in this scenario, Arrow was running AAA, Triple A, weak to Unova Stunfisk. So he just went even wilder than he usually does and still was able to pull off that victory.
Yeah, he has no B protecting his A's, but A stands for Arrow. Arrow's protecting himself as he takes that win. We have another star-studded matchup coming up right now. We got Zardy from Brazil, and then we got Trent from North America, from the U.S. Zardy, one of the best players in our circuit. One of the few active players to have qualified for World Championships every single year that GO's been in the competitive circuit, spanning all the way to 2022 back in London. And he's also won 2 regional titles himself, a 2nd place as well, multiple top cuts, definitely someone to be feared. But with Trent, someone also been playing in the circuit since 2022 as well, has attended Worlds on top of it, and has also multiple top cuts. And they're both in winning semifinals, so they're both playing fantastic this weekend, Butters.
And they're in Group A. Let's take a look at Zardy's team because, like you mentioned, Zardy started off his championship career on fire. He won the Joinville tournament, got 1st place in 2022 to qualify for the 2022 World Championships, and he was 5th place in 2022 Worlds. So he has been on that mountaintop before. He is trying to get back there. Like you said, he's here year after year. Trent is also a very experienced battler. He got a 2nd place this season in Indianapolis, a really experienced trainer. known for maybe running some polarizing teams, actually looking a little bit more flexible at the World Championships with that Shadow Drapion, Shadow Annihilate, but of course you have that Fortress in Galarian Corsola as well. What about the Lantern on Zardy's team? I didn't even mention it. He's got the Lantern.
Absolutely wild pick. It's going to be the Water Gun Lantern, a blast from the past, but it's going to be here in the present. Galisabot into Lapras in the lead. It's an Ice Beam Lapras as well, so a fantastic matchup for Zardy. We saw Beelzebub overcome this matchup himself in his own matchup against Danny Boost. Let's see if Trent can pull it off, or does Zardy pick up a huge early lead for himself.
And once again, this Lapras is running Ice Beam. It makes sense in this meta because there's so much Mandibuzz, there's so much Galarian Moltres, a lot of Dark Flying. You want that coverage super effective against those Pokemon. Even having the super effective damage against the #1 usage Pokemon, the Greydilly, actually going for the attack, and there is the Fury Cutter into the X-Scissor to not knock out the Lapras, holding on with 1 HP here. Oh, I thought that was going to be so risky if he didn't get to that Sparkly Aria, but he does. This is not a terrible no-shield matchup, and actually gets the Protect Shield from Zardy.
Zardy going to send that first shield. I like this play from Zardy as well. Bring double water because there's no grass on the side of Trent's team. One of probably the few people to not have any grass. I mean, 72% usage in Credility. The odds are pretty high, but not in this matchup. And Zardy going to get some chip damage off against the Fortress. One is our co-caster's favorite Pokemon, Speediest Sheep here, and going to get some extra energy on this Fortress. Energy on this Fortress could be really valuable because you have that fantastic coverage of rock and ground. Very few things resist it. And I don't think anything actually resists that combination on the side of Zardy. So going to be in a pretty good spot. Throwing the Sand Tomb. Guaranteed debuff. Not a lot of damage, but still super effective. Going to soften up this Tinkaton.
And this is a purified Fortress. This is a higher attack guaranteed because when you purify a Pokemon, it raises the stats of those Pokemon. So maybe trying to go for some breakpoints on the Bug Buzz, going for that Sand Tomb, swapping to the Galarian Corsola, and now the Tinkaton is forced to swap out. Here's that Lantern. The Blast from the past here has that Water Gun. You are at a Protect Shield disadvantage here. How much pressure can you do with that Water Gun damage?
Here comes that fish. I mean, here's the thing. Water Gun is going to do a good chunk of damage, but it doesn't charge up energy as quickly. And since last year World Championship, Surf is more energy intensive. Does Zardy commit to the fast attack pressure? There's so much health remaining on the final 2 Pokemon of Trent. No, he's going to start throwing the first Surf, almost on the second one, but Trent is closing in on the next Nightshade.
It's so glaring how much slower Galarian Corsola is than Dusclops. It is able to do a lot of fast attack pressure, but it's just so slow to these charge attacks compared to that other ghost type of the Dusclops. You do have your switch available. You have a 1-turn fast attack going into you, so it's going to be hard to be able to avoid this charge attack and swap out. And Zardy is able to secure that last Protect Shield from Trent here. Now, do you swap? No, actually throwing the Nightshade straight away here into Zardy. This is going to be able to knock out the Lantern and bring out that Tinkaton in the back. Tinkaton's going to be able to take out both of these Pokemon.
Timers are up though, so Trent can't swap out. No, decides not to. Tries to get for the Nightshade. Is this too greedy from him? He gets fully farmed down from the Fairy Wind. The typing is superior on the side of Fortress, but I don't know if Fortress can get to the moves in time. You are also resisting the Bug Bite damage on the Tinkaton. Double resistance with that Steel and Fairy type. You get that defense drop as well. Insult to injury as Zardy's going to throw another Bulldoze at Trent's Fortress.
I don't know if this is enough to knock out though. This isn't going to knock out the Fortress, and Fairy Wind isn't going to do that much damage. Can you get to one more charge attack? Can you get to the Sand Tomb in time? This is going to be super effective, but I don't think this is going to be enough damage. Yes, it's super effective. It's not save attack bonus, and it doesn't do that much damage into Tinkaton. Tinkaton easily takes it and able to Fairy Wind knock out Zardy. Takes game number 1.
Zardy, a seasoned veteran of the game, and he found the win conditions himself. I mean, it looked like a tough position, right? He had the Fortress onto the Tinkaton and that Galarian Corsola pretty much unchecked. Like, literally unchecked on Zardy's side. He has no direct answer to it. Only could do play neutrally into it. We saw the high usage of Galarian Corsola, but Zardy finding the win conditions here. And again, that double water line looking super safe. The real question here, Butters, is Lantern the truth? Is it actually back, or is Zardy just that good?
Or is it Galarian Corsola is just too slow? He went for that risky moment right here where he tried to get to that Nightshade. If this was a Dusclops, you would have probably got to 2 Shadow Punches by now, but you just can't get to that energy because the Astonish just doesn't generate enough energy for the charge attacks. And actually, one of my biggest surprises was that raise in usage of the Galarian Corsola. It fills the same role of the Dusclops. It has probably some better matchups, especially in the mirror. So I definitely understand why these trainers are going for it. But compared to the flexibility that you can have with that Dusclops, it doesn't even come close, especially with the pacing. And here we are, we're already locked into game number 2. Remember, a lot on the line as these trainers are trying to advance to the winners finals of group number A. Lapras lead once again from Trent.
And the mud slap damage so oppressive. Zardy going straight for the Bone Club, wants to just chip down this Lapras. Trent knows this is not the super effective Rock Slide, going to let it go. But is that a mistake is the real question here, as Zardy going to pivot over to that Lantern. He knows there's not a clear answer. In comes the Galarian Corsola. Trent banked the energy, but this is a matchup that people don't see very often here. Lantern, can you win this matchup now against Galarian Corsola? Galarian Corsola did get the Nightshade nerfed at some point in the season, so not nearly as potent in a lot of these neutral matchups, but still one of the bulkiest Pokemon in Great League.
And unless you're running a Dragon type or a pure Grass type like Superior with Z's Wireless, Water Gun Lantern is actually really hard to counter. So Trent doesn't have that strong counters, just has to throw it his best neutral pick, which is why Galarian Corsola is so strong. It's neutrally dominant. It has such great stat product. It has good charge attack, but it is coming up short with that Nightshade. Lantern can get to one more charge attack, but didn't get to the Thunderbolt there. I don't think this Surf is going to be enough damage.
Yeah, I like the play from Trent, conserving the shields, putting the Talonflame in the back here. Talonflame has a lot of play into the team outside of Lantern, so the fact that the Lantern was used is absolutely perfect for him. He has a decision to make, though. Does he bring the Lapras or does he bring the Talonflame that's going to resist the Mud Slap damage? Brings in the Lapras, has the energy already here. Zardy going to spend his first shield, but this Lapras is closing in on the next Sparkling Aria.
This is tough. Zardy made a great play to get one extra Mud Slap in, but here comes that Talonflame with the double Protect Shield lead. It looks like Trent is also going for the Flame Charge.
Call it?
And he does Protect Shield. He calls it wrong because that is the Bone Club bait, which would have been not very effective instead of double super effective on the Rock Slide. And remember, Bone Club is less energy than the Rock Slide. That is why it is a bait here. As you Protect Shield on the Flame Charge, that is just going to be devastating if this Talonflame decides to just Protect Shield through this matchup. I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to Incinerate down if you Protect Shield here.
This is a tough position for Zardy to be in because now this Talonflame is boosted. You have to come in the Galarian Corsola. You know you're going to get outpaced. There's still the Lapras in the back with a lot of energy, and now Trent goes for the harder hitting Fly. Boosted Fly against Galarian Corsola, going to do a huge chunk of damage off this bulky Ghost type. He's only one Fly away from getting knocked out, but in comes the Lapras instead. Trent's on point here, head on a swivel, going to throw the Sparkling Aria to do even more damage to this Galarian Corsola.
And Corsola is just vulnerable. It's just getting outpaced by everything. It's just sitting there astonishing. It's able to get to this Nightshade here that is going to probably almost knock out this Lapras, but you're just going to be at no health remaining. So Trent is going to be able to bring back the Talonflame, and Talonflame is poised to sweep the entire backline of Zardy with just his fast attack. All Trent needs to do is just tap his screen, and he's going to make it 1-to-1 here. Looks like he's thinking about his options, but there's just no way you can get, or maybe try to transfer the damage.
Wait,
he tried to transfer the damage here, but that was 3 Mud Slaps against 2 Incinerates, which is 10 turns versus 9 turns, so he wasn't able to transfer that damage.
For what it's worth, too, the Talonflame would have won Charge Attack priority. So good plays from Zardy, but great adjustments from Trent. No 2-0s here in these series so far. We're getting fantastic mileage out of these matches. These competitors are so on point here as we're going to game number 3, Zardy versus Trent.
And able to tie it up there. I mean, that backline of able to have the Flame Charge up or Protect Shield really does seem strong in this meta. I think Z's Wireless really demonstrated its ability earlier against Arrow, and he thought it was so strong, he brought it into that game number 3 to try to close out the series. But if you look at Zardy's end, his only true answer is that Lantern. So now he's gonna bring Lantern regardless, but how risky is it for Trent to hold on to that Talonflame in the back, knowing that Lantern is just lurking in all team compositions?
Yeah, it's the hardest answer to the Talonflame, resisting all the movesets, fast moves, and charge attacks from that Talonflame. Also, it's so safe for Zardy. There's no answer. There's no clear answer for it, which is why he knows that Zardy's bringing every time, but he made the adjustment at game time decision there for game number 2. Does Trent bring the Talonflame back? This is a real question. I'm sure Zardy's going to bring back the Lantern. And here we go. There it is. Lantern versus Lapras. Going to be a fantastic matchup for that Lantern with the super effective Thunderbolt, but is resisted Water Gun. Here comes a quick swap out.
from Trent. Galarian Corsola, like I said, no clear answer to the Galarian Corsola on Zardy's side, so getting a lot of value out of this Ghost type.
And if Lapras did have the Skull Bash, it's not devastating in that lead matchup because you can throw a lot of neutral damage that way, but most trainers are going for the Sparkling and the Ice Beam here. And now the early Protect Shield coming out. Here comes the Nightshade. It looks like Zardia is just happy to let that go. That's actually great for Zardy here to get that early Protect Shield and actually just swapping out into his own Galarian Corsola after he took the Nightshade damage, but now has to take another one.
And you can flip Switch Advantage if you're Trent, and Zardy does not want any of that business there. As we see the Shadow Drapion on the back, maybe Zardy predicting it as well. If you get the alignment properly, you're going to be in a good spot with that super effective Mud Slap and Bone Club damage from the Shadow Marowak. Trying to go for the catch, does not get it, but still draw some of the energy away. Trent now putting himself in a tough position because the Marowak could come in at any second now. Switch timers are slightly misaligned, and you can see Zardy not able to get to it yet, but has all this energy banked to keep chewing down this Switch timer. Trent going to let all these moves go, putting everything on the line with the Slappers.
And able to get to this crunch here to knock out the Galarian Corsola finally, but how much damage did that double power gem do? Really impressive stuff from that Galarian Corsola. I was doubting it before, but in this matchup, it did quite a lot. And able to knock out the Corsola there with the super effective crunch, getting that Mud Slap here. And now the backline is that Lapras, of course, but you have that Lantern still remaining. There is a Galarian Corsola with some health left on Trent's side. You have that extra energy on that Kanto Marowak. And remember, this Lapras is absolutely energy dry because they instant pivoted at the beginning. So Zardy is just slightly ahead on energy in this matchup.
I love the place from Trent as he's going to shield the rock slide because he lost Switch Advantage and he managed to gain it back by not shielding the Drapion, wearing down the Switch timers, is now at almost back-to-back Sparkling Aria. This is a really tough catch for Zardy because Trent can just throw in the middle of the Mud Slap damage. So if he can pull off a catch, it's going to be absolutely huge here as he is getting to the rock slide, but the Sparkling Aria connects. Can the Marowak hang on from the super effect damage? I think it might barely. However, Trent still has a catch opportunity with the Galarian Corsola. No, it's not enough to do it! And Trent closing in on a victory.
Wait, you can get to the Thunderbolt. How much energy is on that Corsola? How much energy is left? But the devastating part is you're going to take this resistant Sparkling here. It's going to be not very effective, but if there's no energy on the Corsola, remember the Corsola can't swap here. There is no swap. You're able to throw. Oh wait, he was expecting the swap. He was expecting the swap on the Corsola, so he throws the Surf. That's not very effective, thinking that was his only win condition, but it didn't pan out. Now suddenly it didn't matter anyway because there was a Nightshade banked on Galarian Corsola. That's why he threw the Surf, was trying to remove that energy on a charge attack priority.
Yeah, even in defeat, Zardy still very heads-up play, knowing that the only win condition he has if his Trent went for the greedy combo play there with the Galarian Corsola, but Trent also understanding his win condition, say, you know what? I know you have to commit energy on Lapras. I got my Galarian Corsola with the move loaded, so if you don't throw, I'm going to get to the Sparkling Aria. If you do throw, I win it anyway. Trent find the going down a game, but find the 2-0 comeback after that first game, and he's going to move forward to a winner's finals in Group A.
Well done to Trent there, and Zardy not out of it yet. Was his first loss of the tournament, dropping into the loser side of the bracket. But remember, we're starting with some of these trainers already in the winner's semi. So that means Trent already secured winner's finals, and Zardy is not too far from top cut himself. Having that Lantern, which has been a fascinating pick in this current iteration of the meta. When you look at the top usage Pokemon, there's no true hard answer here, but maybe because it's not as quick to charge attacks as it used to be with running the electric fast attack points, Trent able to just knock that out. But I actually want to break that down real quick. That in-game scenario was really fascinating because he threw that Surf, which was resisted. It looked wrong, it looked wild, it looked like the bad decision. But remember, because Corsola had that Nightshade bank, he was expecting a combo play of the Sparkling Aria and then swapping into the Nightshade of the Galarian Corsola. And then if he called that correctly and pressed the Surf, he would have wasted all that damage, probably would have lost anyway, because there would have been either the Psywave damage or another Sparkling to take him out. But I like to see those kind of high-level plays just to try him out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, you know, Zardy still, even in defeat, he knew what his potential win condition is because he was really in a tough position. And, I mean, Trent, let's think about it. That was a Lantern into a Lapras, right? A hard counter matchup there.
Right.
But he's still able to dance around, not protecting the Drapion at all, recognizing that there might be a Marowak in the back, and he predicted absolutely correctly there, too. Galarian Corsola, I feel like it's going to be the star of this tournament here. It had no answer, right? He's already had no answer to it on his team, and because of that, Trent able to make it as much advantage as possible. No answer really to the Lantern, but Lantern might not be nearly as strong as Galarian Corsola right now.
It's so ridiculously difficult to have answers to everything in this meta.
Yep.
Like I said before, we have a top 12 usage, but it's probably around 25 Pokemon that are extremely viable, so you can't protect your team against everything. Maybe that was Zardy's downfall there, but congratulations to Trent once again. We're going to get some highlights for you, but don't go anywhere. See what happens next at 2025 Pokémon World Championships.
Welcome in, trainers. We've got another episode of Meet the Casters. I'm Fareed, also known as Tomahawk UK, and I'm joined by Jim, also known as Wholesome_. Now, Jim, I'm going to ask you the obvious question first. What is your favorite Pokemon?
I mean, there's so many hundreds to choose from, but if I had to pick one and one only, I got so much love for it. It's the Snorlax. It's cuddly, it's goofy, and it's been great in Go Battle League for a lot of seasons as well.
Yeah, I really like Snorlax, one of the fan favorites here. I'd love to see more of Snorlax performing in Pokemon Go.
Absolutely. Well, same question for you. Do you have a singular favorite Pokemon, Tomahawk?
I would say my current favorite Pokemon, not a Gen 1 Pokemon, a lot sooner it's been released. It's King Gambit, Dark Steel type Pokemon, recently come into Pokemon Go. I love it.
Are you expecting to see it here at Worlds?
I would love to see it. I would love to see it do really well. I'd be so over the moon if it could win the whole event. Now, that's one Pokemon I would like to win the event, but is there a player that you think will win Worlds in Anaheim?
Look, I've been sticking with the same prediction pretty much all season. It's got to be my good friend Lyle Jess III, three-time regional winner. I feel like it's his time here in Anaheim.
I would love to see Lyle win. He's won so many events. He's such a big name in the community as well. But I think I would say for me, the player that I think can go all the way is probably one of the younger players.
Who's that?
I think PvP David. He has a shot.
Yeah.
He hasn't gone to too many events, but when he has, he's often done really, really well.
He's trending up right now, you can say for sure.
He absolutely is trending up. Now, he's from Sweden, Lyle's from Canada, and you and I, we've been all over the world to play Pokemon Go. Tell me, where is your favorite place that you have been to play the game?
Probably when actually you and I met in Japan.
Yes.
I think we met at the convention center, but my specific favorite place was probably on top of the Tokyo Tower. I was with a lot of friends, including one of our co-casters, Martine.
Yes.
Yeah, up at the top, such a tremendous view. I remember catching a Farfetch'd up there, a memory I'll never forget.
Honestly, I think so many of us would probably say that Japan is one of our favorite places as well. And obviously last year we also went to Hawaii. I guess from my perspective,
Yeah.
Hawaii was a pretty awesome place to go to. I'm based in London normally, so the other side of the world to me, and that was pretty awesome.
Okay.
So now what I want to do is take you over to this wheel. We've got a very, very colorful wheel here. And I want you to try and spin it, and we're going to see which question comes up.
All right. Wish me luck here, Fareed.
You got this.
Here we go. Round and round it goes, where it stops. No one knows. What do we have?
Ooh, we've actually just stayed onto that dark pink one there, and it says, a sleeping Pokemon blocks the way. Spin again. There you go. Your Snorlax
come on.
coming in.
All right. Hey, it's consistent. It tracks. I like it. All right, we'll give it one more attempt here. Maybe a little bit of a harder spin. Certainly not going to land on that again. Let's see what we have.
Here we go. Your favorite evolution. What is your favorite evolution?
My favorite evolution has to be Umbreon. I've used it so much in Go Battle League and PvP scenarios. I just think it's a really cool looking Pokemon as well. I played tons of the Gold and Silver games as well, so that's just something that sticks out really well to me. What about you?
Well, Umbreon's definitely up there. It was a staple in Pokemon Go for a long time. It has a beautiful shiny as well.
Oh, yeah.
But I think for me, it'd be remiss to not say Vaporeon.
It's a classic, yeah. Gen 1 as well?
Exactly. We all know it. We all love it. So those are our favorite evolutions. This was Jim. I'm Tomahawk. Now back to the action where you are.
I've been played Pokemon my entire life. One of my earliest memories is just playing Ruby with my brother. He had Sapphire on the ODS. I started competing because in GBO, there was like really good rewards for the casual players. So I just kind of kept playing, and here I am. Since I've started competing, I've learned to stay humble. My favorite moment in competitive history is like definitely when I won Hartford. It was like such a struggle for me to finally get there. It meant a lot.
With the hurt knee and all, able to play through the pain.
Personally, I really look up to Radzi the Cajun. Like we played at NIC and we played before, and he's like my captain almost, like on a grassroots team. My goal this season is to just have the most challenge points like in the world. I have a drive to be the best, and that's about as simple as it gets.
Welcome, trainers. We're here with Meet the Casters here. I'm with my good friend and co-caster, 2-0 Butters. Let's learn more about him. You know, let's start things off, right? I know you like a lot of spice Pokemon, you like a lot of random Pokemon, but what is your favorite Pokemon?
You know, my favorite Pokemon always changes depending on what's good in Go Battle League right now. And a Pokemon that I think is super underrated in the Great League and possibly at the World Championships is Steelix. I have an awesome shiny Steelix. I've been love playing it in Go Battle League. How about you, Caleb?
You know, for me, if anyone's played the OG games, right? Blue, red, on the Game Boy Color, Game Boy back in the day, it's got to be Gyarados. Because if you try to evolve a match card back then, it took so much effort. And the child version of me, you know, that was one of the hardest things that I had to do at that time. But it's always a great reminder that if you put in the work, it always pays off.
Speaking about putting the work to pay off, we're at the World Championships. So Caleb, what is your favorite memory from a World Championships?
Yeah, I got to go back all the way to 2022, the first World Championships for Pokemon GO back in London. And it was when we had Emmy Weedle and Dancy Rob being crowned the first World Champions of Pokemon GO. Because for me, that was like, we made it, right? Like, we're part of the official series circuit, and people really realized the gravity of how big of an event this is. And it was just so cool to see that all those years of the grassroots play and just playing PvP with your friends, you know, in just your living room and stuff, just amounted to this big stage moment. What about you?
I'm gonna cop out a little bit. You know how Tom Brady says his favorite Super Bowl is his next one? My favorite World's memory is actually the next one because Pokemon Worlds is so incredible. It's all year anticipation leading into August. I am just waiting on pins and needles all year to feel this feeling once again. We're here in Anaheim, but every single year it feels new, it feels amazing. So my favorite memory is my next Pokemon Worlds.
Okay, well, we can't always live in the future. Let's live in the past a little bit too, Butters. Where is the coolest place you've caught a Pokemon in the past, right? Don't say tomorrow,
yeah,
right?
I'm actually gonna catch a shiny Galarian Moltres here in Anaheim tomorrow. It's gonna happen. Check social media. No, actually, I would say it probably was my Galarian Moltres. I caught a Galarian Moltres. I caught a legendary bird, though, in Hawaii, and that was really special to me. So I would say probably catching it in Hawaii, a legendary bird, it just felt like a really awesome moment. How about you, Caleb?
Yeah, that is pretty special too. I'm gonna go back before the PvP days for Pokemon GO. It was a wild unknown on the college campus that I was working at, and you know, we had a community of players, students, professors, staff members, all on the college campus. I just came across it. It was during the Pixelated event. So Pixelated unknown K for Caleb, right? Some people know the K. And I caught it, and of course, I told everyone in our group chats about it, and I saw everyone running out their dorm rooms.
Oh, yeah.
Teachers were running out their classrooms trying to catch it. It was just a really great moment, and just brought a lot of great memories. You know, the early days of Pokemon GO where everyone's just running to catch a new Pokemon, and finding an unknown in the wild is pretty hard, in my opinion.
Yeah, old school Pokemon GO. Speaking of old school Pokemon GO, Marto Gaudet is here, and he's been having an amazing season, and he has been a trainer that's been awesome since the beginning of Championship Series, and that's why he's actually going to be my pick to win it all here in Anaheim in 2025. Caleb, who is your world champion this Sunday?
Ooh, Marto Gaudet is a great pick, right? He got a 5th place in his first Worlds, 3rd place in second, average of 4th place. Very impressive stuff, but I'm actually going to go with the reigning world champion, Yakai. Because Yakai, his last tournament...
Back-to-back?
His last tournament was Worlds last year. We haven't even seen him do anything this season, but I think he's going to come and surprise people another time here, going for that first ever back-to-back World Championship title for Pokemon GO. You got to tune in to see if that happens or not, but We also got a fun wheel, too.
Yeah.
Let's see what we get here, too. We got some special questions. We don't even know what's going to happen. So
All right, Caleb, should I give it a healthy spin or a light spin? What do you think?
You know, dealer's choice.
All right, I'm gonna go healthy or try to. All right, here we go.
Pretty healthy?
Yeah, pretty healthy. Let's see what it's gonna land on. I haven't looked at almost any of these.
Me neither.
So we have no idea. Pokemon City you'd move to. Oh, like from the games? Or a city maybe that's really good for Pokemon Go.
Well, let's go with the latter, I guess.
I wish I could go maybe somewhere like New York City where you could play Pokemon Go every single day. There's always people raiding. Or maybe even somewhere like Japan, like Tokyo. That is always amazing. How about you, Caleb?
Yeah, honestly, I gotta go with Tokyo or a lot of Japan cities because the environment there, everyone loves Pokemon as well. You're surrounded by Pokemon. It's one of the best places to be. And yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with that one as well. Yeah, great choice.
And right now at the World Championships, in every World Championship, it does feel like those big cities because there are so many custom stops. It feels like you're at Go Fest right now. It's absolutely amazing. You don't want to miss out on these World Championships, but it was awesome talking to you, Caleb. Awesome getting to know my co-caster a little bit. And let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Indeed, getting right back into this Pokemon action here at the 2025 World Championships in Anaheim, California. We are vibing and thriving here, and frankly, melting in these leather jackets. But the players are also turning up the heat on the stage. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside my co-caster, Speediest Chief 2, and we're back in action.
I was hoping you say co-caster and friend, but I knew that was a step too far, so keep it professional.
Yeah.
Amanda and I actually did take a lap around the venue, taking our little Merida motorcycles out for a spin. The crowd is incredible. We're so happy that everyone's here, and we're hoping that you are enjoying the show at home as well, because we've had some insane battles, tons of Fortress gameplay, some Town Flames taking to the skies, and we've got a lot more in store for you. So if you're just tuning in, go ahead and connect your account, get those Switch drops, and let's have a good time together.
Yeah, make sure, because you want to get that Skarmory of your guy, because that is for today and today only, because our Twitch drops are changing just like the seasons here. Everything is going to be better day number 2 as well. But for right now, we're seeing who's going to make it onto that. There's been so many fantastic battles, and the action is just starting.
I'm very excited to see the next pair up on stage, because we have our first, I believe our first returning player to that center stage, a trainer that you interviewed, Amanda.
I did.
And you know, when Inadequence and Tomahawk were talking about this trainer, they said he's got a great smile. He just radiates positive energy. Let's see if he can bring some of that to the stage, because he's taken on one of the best trainers in LATAM in Javier V20.
I know that we talked about earlier that it's LATAM's turn to see if they can go ahead and take the crown this season, but we have that French trainer, Wolfpack, saying, oh, hold up, I want to see how far I can make it. It's been going very well for him. Again, we are on the winner's side of the bracket in this double elimination tournament. That means these trainers have not lost yet.
Just think about it. We're only in the winner's side finals or the winner's semifinals for a lot of these pods. So these trainers have won 2 or 3 rounds, but they have been hard-fought rounds. I've heard rumors of trainers taking out Sceptile Ice and other really talented names on our bracket. But let's take a look here down at the stage. We're going to see Javier taking on Wolfpack, as we alluded to. But honestly, Amanda, this grass-type Pokemon on Javier's team, I thought this was a bygone era.
I mean, earlier on they were saying, oh, you know, Shadow Kanto Marowak is so safe because there's no grass-type Pokemon besides Credilli left. And meanwhile, Javier V20 says, excuse me, check out my team, check out this Jumpluff ready to come into action.
That's going to be an interesting matchup because Credilli has been dominating the discussion, but other grass types are still viable. Not the superior that I had on my radar, but Jumpluff does have some interesting coverage. If an opponent is bringing something like a Primeape or an Annihilape, you would not even dare play it into this team of Javier.
But if you think about it, Jumpluff is not even serving that role as a grass-type Pokemon because of its dual typing being grass and flying. Notice that fast attack, it's on Fairy Wind. If you notice the charge attacks, they were both on flying type ones. Wolfpack's side, on the other hand, how do you feel about this? I know that one of your favorite picks for this Fortress is on the team, but also one of my spice picks, Lantern, also.
Well, maybe something we can both agree on, Amanda. I'll use the word skeptical. I am skeptical of the Shadow Dust Noir. I've heard a lot of rumors that it's powerful. It's got good coverage. Astonish hits hard. That's the same fast attack as that Galarian Corsola, but it's got almost double the attack potency. And then you look at the coverage. You have Dynamic Punch, which absolutely punishes Credilli, Lapras, anything with a fighting type weakness. and then it's got a pretty consistent charge attack in Shadow Punch. So it's obviously the evolution of Dusclops, way less bulky, but much, much more high octane. I don't know. I mean, do you think there's an opening for it in this matchup in particular, given the Lapras, given the Tinkaton? What do you see?
And not only that, like the Drapion as well, right? Drapion is such a good counter, and it doesn't surprise me that Javier is doing so well with it on its team. As we've seen throughout the seasons, Drapion has been quite the pick. It's been one of the top Pokemon, and it's been top for a reason.
Yeah.
Now with the, Diggersby not playing as much, and people playing more of that Dusclops and a Dusknoir, my goodness, charge attacks galore for it.
Absolutely. I'd love everyone in the chat to get involved. As you see these teams on the screen, pick a side, type in which Pokemon you would bring. It's really, really good to get this kind of mental practice, to look at the matchups, look at the teams, try to kind of piece together how you would play it if you were in these players' shoes, because you never know. Maybe next year you will be on the stage.
It could be you being steps away from becoming a champion, making your way to the World Championships where you're going to play against players of extremely high skill and caliber. These two trainers are ones who have been sort of battling through the seasons, making names for themselves, and they're ready to prove it here on the big stage.
Let's talk about a couple other Pokemon here. Shadow Kanto Marowak is the star ground type, and I do see some positive matchups, but that Shadow Quagsire, the water type foil to the Mudslapper, could pose problems for Wolfpack. Meanwhile, you've got Pokemon like Galarian Moltres, not nearly as bulky as the Mandibuzz, but I do think it is going to give Lapras trouble nonetheless, because its Dark type does double resist the Psy Waves.
Yeah, and one other thing we're talking about, with the rise back into Lantern and Pokemon like that, in the past it's been running Spark as its fast attack. It's running Water Gun, so while it normally would have not that great of a matchup into a Pokemon like Quagsire, this is putting in a lot more fast attack pressure with that Water Gun fast attack instead. So while Lantern was sort of hard countered by Quagsire before, if Quagsire is running, Stone Edge
and Aqua
Tail, I mean, Lantern starts to have a fighting chance to go back.
No, I absolutely agree. I mean, Water's going to be neutral either way, and it's going to be pretty tough for that Quagsire to win that matchup, especially if shields are in play. If Quagsire can just YOLO a couple Stone Edges, I think it's a different story. But meanwhile, like you said, Lantern is going to chip down on just about everything here. I mean, I think the Lapras matchup is a little tricky. We saw that with Zardy and Trent on stage just a few moments ago. You load up the Thunderbolt, you think you have the win condition, but you have to always keep in mind your opponent can have another charge attack on their reserve Pokemon.
I mean, that is one of the hard things. The more you get into the battles, the more the switch timers are up, the more you've navigated back and forth. Sometimes you lose track of the energy that you have or that your opponent has, and the really, really true high players seem to know exactly when they need to throw to maximize their energy, to make sure that their opponents aren't getting any fast attacks through when they're going. This is like prime level play that you guys are catching up on here in Anaheim.
Exactly. I want to make one point. I know a lot of trainers just tune into Worlds. That's the only broadcast they watch all year. You're in for a treat. You picked a really good show to watch, but I just want to say a lot of the turn differentials can be decided by the turn in which the damage applies. So when you look at something like Incinerate, that damage doesn't apply until turn 5, the last turn of the charge attack. And I think back to the Patoman series where he was able to throw the Rock Tomb from his Cradily into the opposing Talonflame after 4 of those acids for 8 turns, but that Incinerate didn't apply until turn 10. So on turn 9, he was able to nail the Rock Tomb and win the game. Such close matches, and these finer mechanics are super, super important. You know what else is important, Amanda?
Tell me.
Everyone watching at home, you've been sharing your posts, using that hashtag. We're so proud of you. Thank you so much for doing that. Let's do a social check-in and see what you've been saying about Worlds so far. This one's from our friend, colleague, Sippy Gabley Snyder.
Oh, look at this. I got 5th place in the Professor Cup yesterday. Dang, girl! There's no BG TCG in sight, and instead it was all Pokemon-themed board games. I can't believe I won a round because of the tangent. All my practice in kindergarten finally paid off.
Hey, shout out to kindergarten. Everybody's been there. I also love that Chalky is just popping off. Chalky's so happy for her. That's such an adorable picture. And there's so many things to do. We bumped into a couple of friends in the arena, and they said, yeah, we're kind of overwhelmed. There's so many side events. There's so many different stands to see, so many different decorations, activations. Speaking of those, we have Junichi Masuda posing here in front of that jersey Pikachu, which is such an incredible design. Finally starting tomorrow. Good luck to all the athletes. Welcome trainers. You know what, Amanda? I'm just going to slide in my personal opinion here. I do think Pokemon Go players are quasi semi-athletes, because we do have to get out there, walk around, catch all these Pokemon, and you know, I think we got a lot going for us.
I don't disagree. Check these out as well. These are the stops that are here. One of the many. Avrip, one of our Australian trainers, says, who would like a gift? Avrip, send one over to me.
Avrip, you should have posted your friend code. I know tons of people at home that would have loved this gift. But yeah, if you do have a friend at Worlds, there's, like you said, literally a dozen or more stops, all with different artwork. And I hope that your friends are sending you those gifts. Otherwise, you know, you got to let them know. We're going to take a look here at another trainer from OC. This is Valiant Fish, one of the only trainers to qualify for all 4 Pokemon Go World Championships. He says, you know what? I think this is it. 4 times the charm.
Look at this. Look at him surrounded by all those Pokemon plushies. Those are outside of the Pokemon Center. Still fun things that you can pose with. And that is a fun thing that you mentioned, Will, that there are not that many Pokemon Go trainers who have qualified for every single year. We were just talking with Status Dan a little bit earlier in the day, one of the other competitors in that realm, but there is we want to say maybe 10 or potentially less who've qualified since 2022 all the way up to 2025 in Anaheim.
It's one of those things, those consistency factors that really plays a role. And these trainers have been at the top of their game for a long time. And you know who's at the top of the fashion game is this Toad School with the roller skates. Oh my gosh. Our casters before Worlds were sending in screenshots of this Pokemon and saying, you know what, production, can we do this? Can we do roller skates? Can we do something like this? And you might have to just tune in and see if any of our casters pulled it off.
We got the red light from the stage, but we'll see. Maybe we can have some outside in this good weather here in California. We got the shade. I mean, I got the shades with me here, so maybe I feel like I can't get them on with the
the headset.
The headset.
Well, no, wait. Hey.
Looking at you guys.
Yeah, she's got it. She's got the style. She's got the fashion. But there's a lot of fashionable things here at the event. As we get our trainers sorted out on stage, I guess we can chat about some other things here. Some other things going on in Anaheim. Beautiful, sunny California. I love walking down the pathway, seeing all the palm trees swaying above us. I mean, it's incredible. You stand in the shade, feels cool. Go out into the sun if you want a little bit of tan. I got. So
no, we're really like we're just sweating away all of our heat here in these leather jackets. But darn, we look cool. But all these trainers, seriously, I've been seeing so many people from around the globe. Trainers have been meeting up who maybe have only been talking online or potentially scrimming against each other because they don't know if they're in each other's pods before this. Worlds is truly a great moment for a meetup with people in the community, getting to know people better throughout all these years of competition.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Amanda, because Worlds is definitely a celebration of everyone from all walks of life, from all backgrounds coming together for Pokemon. And if you're not a native English speaker, maybe it's a little bit difficult to follow along with the stream. And the good news is that we have a Japanese stream, we have a Spanish stream, and a Portuguese stream as well. So make sure to follow along those official channels, listen to it in your native language, and have a good time because I'm telling you, I'm a little partial, right? Especially the LATAM and Portuguese casters absolutely pop off. The energy is infectious.
Yeah, I think that it's been so much fun. Also, we get the chance to kind of see the other casters behind the scene as they're doing their streams, some of them live here in the venue, and everyone is having such a good time. It's been a positive vibe all around the arena, not just for people who are playing, not just for the people backstage, but also for the people who have even come to spectate. There's so many things to do. There are so many like fun little games. We ran into some people who were doing a pin collection challenge.
Oh yeah, or pin trading. I think there's a trading zone.
So my goodness, I mean, this is one of the best things about Worlds is just getting to see all the different people here and getting to participate in something that's truly once in a lifetime.
I'm so glad you said that as well, because a lot of trainers do look at it that way. They do look at this as their one opportunity to become a world champion, which for a lot of people it is. And then you talk to trainers like Pato Man, like I did on stage. I said, you know what, Pato Man, you've won EUIC, you've won another event. You're in the running every single time for a gold medal, top 4, whatever it might be. Do you still get nervous? And he said, absolutely. Absolutely still get nervous. You still get those butterflies in your stomach. And you know what? If you want to compete like a real pro, you got to get the tools of the trade. Let's take a look again at our Twitch drops because you can claim Skarmory, Yakai Skarmory from last year's World Championships. And the thing I always say, Amanda, when you look at Pokemon, you look at basically like how their stats are distributed, HP, attack, defense. They have potential. A lot of Pokemon are only 1 or 2 moveset changes away from being relevant. So even though Skarmory is not in the discussion right now, you never know what's going to happen next season.
I mean, and I think that's a true indication because Skarmory, though maybe we don't see it right now, was viable last year at World Competition. So that means things continue to change. Not only that, not only you're going to get that, you're going to be able to get things like XL Candy, you're going to be able to get Stardust, and then you're also going to get a timed research in the Pokemon Go game where you get to choose your own adventure a little bit here. Are you going to the Leap? Are you going Squirtle? Or are you going Centra?
Well, I'll tell you what, you can actually kind of work with these two Twitch drops together because you do get that Elite Charge TM from the first page of the research happening today, and then when you go on your own special adventure, you know what, you say, I want to play Blastoise. I just saw Arrow go on stage, take down V1, the only Seas Swilus with his Blastoise, but it's got Hydro Cannon. How do I get that attack? You use that Elite Charge TM that you claimed today in order to upgrade your Blastoise and get ready for competitive battling.
And speaking of today, speaking of right now, if you're off doing something else, get back to the screen because you're going to want to make sure to get down this code because this is going to get you an exclusive in-game t-shirt from the Anaheim World Championships here. And I mean, you might want to take a screenshot.
Well, Amanda, you and I worked on the jingle, so easier for people to remember. Z3U Z3USC 2JQ S9LWN.
I need a moment.
Come on.
Okay. We did practice like 4 times behind the scenes.
Yeah,
I'm so
you wrote
sorry.
the jingle,
I did.
and then
I
you
just
made me sing it by myself.
I got shy. No, I just wanted to have a chance to. Can you do it one more time since we practiced so many times? Production, don't put it back up on the screen.
You know, there was a moment, and the moment has passed.
Oh,
so,
darn. Okay.
Unfortunately. But if production does put it up at a later time, Amanda promises she'll sing it next time. So.
I make no such promises, but
wait, I think
her
fingers are crossed.
Yeah.
Down under there. Sure, I'll do it. Yeah, right. But again, our trainers are getting set up on stage here. There's so much that goes into the behind the scenes. I mean, we were admiring a lot of the production setup and all the different colored cables that were running everywhere. Miles and miles and miles of cables through this venue, and our team is incredible getting this set up to put on a wonderful show for you all. So I think we're going to get off the launch pad here shortly. Thank you for bearing with us, and thank you for enduring our jokes.
Oh, this is not jokes. We're being very, very serious.
We are always serious, Chad.
And there's honestly, there's going to be some serious gameplay coming in as for Alligator takes us over to Javier V20. Given that thumbs up, he is ready to rock and roll. As a reminder, we are in the winners semifinals right now, so that means these trainers have not lost yet. Whoever loses this will drop down to the loser side of the bracket, but the next will be in the winners finals of today, and whoever wins that goes on to day 2, but there's still so many more pods to go.
And that's the thing as well, like you can't look ahead too far because then you take your eye off the battle that you're currently in. So, all right, chat. The delay is over. We are ready to get into some games. You got Javier on the left side of your screen and Wolfpack returning to the stage. Can he go 2-0 on the floor?
Going ahead, and while this in the past looks like it could have been a good matchup for Lapras, now that Lapras is running Psywave, you see that it really does absolutely no damage to that Galarian Moltres. It needs to rely on its charge attacks at the Ice Beam, doesn't go and throw yet, and Wolfpack throws that first attack, no Protect Shield on Javier's side.
Looks like the fly does connect into the Lapras. Like you said, those Psywaves being double resistant are tough, but Javier is an expert. He gets that single Psywave, that little ounce of energy before the Ice Beam, and we do see the shield from Wolfpack. Great early shield in this matchup. Question now is about HP. Can it survive the sucker punches to get to the Sparkling Aria?
Going ahead and just not even wanting to take that risk, saying, I know that at this point it's going to have to invest a shield, and that's exactly what Javier does. This could be a good indication that either Wolfpack has to use both shields at this point or go down. But look at this play by Javier. This is what we call a bait, and he gets the shield!
Wow, that's incredible. He's just a little bit off the Ice Beam, but like you said, Wolfpack might have lost count there, and we see the pivot now into the Shadow Drapion, saving that Lapras for a potential catch later in the battle.
Going ahead, this is what we call like a little bit of a bird bath. It just kind of like splashes the Moltres, doesn't do that much damage, but look how quickly that Drapion is going to be able to pace up here, and now Wolfpack having to go for a fly. This has potential Brave Bird. Does Javier want to use his shield? You see him shaking his head. It's a bad call!
Oh, yeah, but he had to protect there just in case it was the Brave Bird. Now we see the swap into the Cradilly. Fortress hanging out in the back by Wolfpack. Amanda, what do you think of that play to send in the Cradilly instead of the Bug and Steel type?
I like this play a lot, but if you're Javier side, you have to stay in. Not only because your switch timer isn't up, but because that Quagsire wants absolutely nothing to do with this grass-type Pokemon. Wolfpack already at its second charge attack here. No Protect Shields remaining. Rock Tomb connecting and almost almost knocking that drop-in completely out.
Oh, but a big crunch is going to get fired off here by the Shadow Drapian. It barely endures the Rock Tomb damage. Crunch going to come through here. It's a Shadow. That's a ton of damage. Now we see the Quagsire switch in, and I think there's enough time. I really do. I think that this Quagsire can get there.
Oh, going ahead, going for that charge attack priority. Javier's timing is amazing here. Has to throw this attack because he knows that grass attack would be doing so much damage. Until going through, Credilli going down, and basically a fortress remaining.
Incredible. We're going to see the Galarian Moltres come back in. The switch timer is not fresh for Javier. He's got about 30 seconds left. So if he wants to catch a fly sometime, it's not going to be anytime soon. Got to throw the Aqua Tail to get the knockout, and we're going to see that final Pokemon from Wolfpack.
I love how the Quagsire just basically screams its charge attacks up. Had to scream up in the sky, being like, get out of here, Galarian Moltres. Now comes the Fortress. Look at the attacks too. Look at this. Has to go for that heavier hitting attack. There's no protect shields remaining on Wolfpack's side. This Quagsire is putting in work.
Stone Edge connects, Fortress hangs on, and it looked like a charge attack already tie with the Sand Tomb here. The thing is that yes, it's going to drop the opponent's defense, but it doesn't do that much damage. It's going to look like the Quagsire hangs on, looking for the Bug Bite down. Lapras can't get to the Sparkling Aria. This might be it.
Going ahead and actually getting a lot more energy there. It turns out could be really good for Wolfpack. He's able to get to it beforehand there. Javier recognizes it too. He knows that this is going to be enough to knock out the Quagsire, and Fortress is still in a decent amount of health.
Absolutely, and then you see the Shadow Drapian. There it is, and there it goes. Wolfpack spitting up a win here on stage with the Fortress in the winners semis against Javier.
Even though that game was like very back and forth the whole time, Fortress able to pull it out at the end there, being able to get to the Sand Tomb. And then, what are your opinions, Will? Do you think that Javier had to swap out of the Quagsire because it got debuffed by that Sand Tomb, that it had the potential to be bug bited down?
No, I think you nailed it. With the Delightful Days update, we did see an increase in damage to bug bite, and a lot of trainers that might have played before wouldn't be too concerned with the damage, but then the bug bites really add up, especially after that defense fall. I've heard some rumors of Mirror Shot Fortress being a nice tech that some players are running, but the Sand Tomb really allows you to lean into that fast attack damage, and I think that Javier recognized that. Did not want to get farmed down, but honestly, Fortress was inevitable.
Yeah, Fortress going through all the Pokemon there at the end. One thing I do want to point out, if you're watching those replays, just how crisp Javier's plays were as well.
Yeah.
He knew that he had to throw onto the Credilli. Even though it was such low health, he couldn't farm it down in time, but that's also recognizing who wins charge attack priority, and that is the Pokemon with the higher attack stat.
Shout out to our judging team as well. They're taking a close look at that last battle. Pokemon Go is just so fast. A turn is just a half of a second. And when you are working with margins this thin with the world's best players, we want to make sure we get it right. So we're going to take a closer look there at the Quagsire versus the Fortress and make sure that everything is up to snuff. But in the meanwhile, Amanda, what do you think about game number 2? So if this result stands and Wolfpack was able to spin up that win in game number 1, I mean, he's got to bring the Fortress back in game 2, right?
I think that Fortress, I mean, he called it himself. Oh, we're going to see. We actually get to see the moments here that they're talking about on screen. He just wants to make sure that he's not missing any attacks, which is very important here. At this point, you see the Fortress able to hit it there right before the next is available.
Yeah.
But it's always good. If you think that there's something, raise it to a judge.
It's really tricky. So Fortress is running 1 turn Bug Bite. Meanwhile, the Quagsire has 2 turn Mud Shot. It looked like Javier had 4 Mud Shots until he reached the Aqua Tail, which would have been 8 turns. And then meanwhile, you've got the Fortress spinning up all that damage in order to get to that Sand Tomb. So it looked really, really close. Maybe there was a little bit of hesitancy between the first and second Mud Shot. I think that's what I noticed, but our judging team is going to review that for us. Take a very close look. Because sometimes, you know, you can see the damage apply and you see the HP tick down, and it might not be exactly lined up with the animations of Quagsire goofily flopping back and forth, but it's there.
Yeah, and also you as a viewer get both sides of the perspective, right? And if you only have yours, you also don't know, hey, did my opponent happen to get an extra one in? Because I couldn't tell from my side of the screen.
Exactly. Let's have to shout out as well. Javier's shirt is so awesome. I wish I had a shirt like that. It looks incredible. He's going to look to bounce back here in fashion, though, in game number 2. Like we were talking about, Fortress looked pretty strong. We haven't seen that Shadow Dusknoir, and it does look like the results will stand. Wolfpack up 1-0.
Wolfpack taking game number 1. We haven't seen Dusknoir from him in this game. He did play it earlier on. We did get to see that on screen. So there's a potential that it is coming, but of course, every game is different, right? You have to take a look at your opponent's 6 and decide what is going to be my strongest Pokemon here. That's why it's a whole team, and it's not just 3 Pokemon that you play like in Go Battle League the entire time. You get to have a little bit more flexibility and a little bit of an understanding, of course, of the different opponents that you're playing against. And one thing does stand, and I agree with Wolfpack. He said that Fortress is his most valuable Pokemon, and it has proven to be so on all the games so far that we've seen on screen.
Right, he's played it almost every single battle on stream, so Wolfpack is definitely putting his money where his fortress is, so to speak. And it looks like he's already locked in and ready for this next battle. Meanwhile, Javier taking just a little bit more time to ponder his options, play out the win conditions in his mind, kind of thinking through this. Like you said, Show 6 is just so much more complicated than picking a team of 3, and I do think there's a lot of nuance to it. Being able to play a trio of Pokemon well is super, super important, but in the championship series, it also comes down to reading your opponent's team, and I think some of the best Show 6 teams have multiple win conditions, multiple modes of attack built in. You can switch the pieces around and really throw your opponent off, but we are locked in.
Or even different cores of Pokemon, right? They say, okay, I know that I want to bring a Pokemon, and it looks like One More Time has found a pretty nice target here. We got Fortress up against that Jump Up, having to go for either the heavier hitting Acrobats first, which will be doing a nice chunk of damage should he choose to throw it. Throwing it right before the Rock Tomb is available. Great timing by Javier, and actually getting that first shield off of Wolfpack, because he recognizes that this would be the most impactful charge attack the Jump Up will throw, because he will be able to debuff it. In comes the Quagsire instead.
Quagsire swapping in here, like you said, after taking the shield from the Fortress. Gonna see a Rock Tomb, gonna slow down this Quagsire a little bit. It's gonna get some energy with the swap in there, but I really like that Rock Tomb to try to debuff it, slow it down, and not let it get too far ahead. Stone Edge is gonna hurt quite a bit if that's what it is. Wolfpack with a decision to make.
Whoa, going double shields here. You can see him kind of shaking his head, but at this point, I think that he's recognized he's not quite sure what he wants to do, because now that he's seen that the Jump Up is here, he doesn't want it being caught against a Lantern, but enough time has gone by that even though this is not very effective, it might end up stuck against that Jump Up later.
Absolutely wild catch there from Wolfpack to bank the charge attack on his Fortress, reach for the Lantern, and pew 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 water gun all the way down before the Aqua Tail number 2 was ready to go. Now we're going to see the Tinkaton come in, swinging the hammer. It's got Bulldoze.
It's got Bulldoze for this Lantern, but Lantern already has a little bit of energy stored up, plus this water gun damage just going to be doing a little bit of chunking as that fast attack. Surf brings it down to almost half health there, and now just continuing to go away. Javier's got 2 shields left to his name.
And the thing is, he had a decision to make. Do you throw 2 Bulldozes or 1 play rough, and then maybe the Bulldoze, or maybe try to farm down? I got to be honest, I think it still needs a Bulldoze, but he's going to swap. Switch Timers displace. Galarian Moltres comes out.
Galarian Moltres comes in here. You can see it's going to be able to do a nice chunk of damage, but there is no Protect Shields left remaining on Wolfpack's side, and another Acrobat's loaded on Javier's. We're going to see this connect, and we're going to see this Moltres get knocked down to the low yellow.
Absolutely. Those Fairy Winds do add up over time, even though Jumpluff is not known for its attack stat. Forced to shield, though, because it's still a grass type. Does not want to take that fly, but the pacing is definitely in Jumpluff's favor. Look at all that energy.
Jumpluff going to be able to throw right before the next charge attack is available. Javier once again counting beautifully here. This should be enough, even though it's just the aerial, is to knock out the Moltres from the sky and dictate the pacing a little bit more. But Wolfpack coming in immediately, debuffing this Pokemon and getting the last Protect Shield from Javier's side.
And it's so tough because it could have been a Sand Tomb bait, but Javier calls it perfectly. It is the Rock Tomb, deciding to stay in and throw with the Jumpluff. This is a very important inflection point. He could have swapped, stored the energy, come back at full strength, but he is 1 stage debuffed. Now he goes to the Tinkaton.
Going to Tinkaton, and now combination play after combination play here. Wolfpack knows exactly how much energy is on his Pokemon, and he knows exactly when to throw it here. Knocking this down to the low red here, and now Javier forced to throw the Bulldoze onto this Lantern, but Fortress is coming back in, and I don't know how much is left.
We're going to see Steel versus Steel here as the Lantern goes down. Out comes the Fortress, trying to spin up a KO here against the Tinkaton, and he does get it. Fortress close to the charge attack. In comes a Jumpluff. He's got it.
Rock Tomb number 3 basically for this Pokemon here. Wolfpack already cheering out to his friends. I was out in the crowd earlier getting ready to do the interview, and they were cheering so loud. I'm sure that he's feeling that love there as he continues on into the winners finals of Group A.
Wow, Fortress, Steel and Bug, but I gotta tell you, it is a wedge for this team from Wolfpack. When he's unsure, he brings it out. When he needs a big play at the very end of the battle, he brings it back out. Rock Tomb after Rock Tomb, Sand Tomb plus the Bug Bites. He is chewing through the competitors on stage here, and I think Fortress, as you pointed out, is the key.
I mean, you want to keep pointing it out because I know that it was one of your picks.
It's a happy coincidence.
Sure, but in your mind, if you were picking Fortress yourself or chat or anyone who said, are you running it with 2 attacks like Sand Tomb and also like, and Rock Tomb, or are you running it with something heavier hitting like Earthquake?
Well, I just think that Earthquake takes quite a while to get there, and when you look at your Pokemon and kind of balancing their fast and charge attacks, you definitely want to choose a mode of attack. For example, in my mind, there are charge attack oriented Pokemon like Quagsire, where the Mudshot doesn't do much damage, but the charge attacks come out quickly, and then there are fast attack oriented Pokemon, whether it's Psywave Lapras, or Bug Bite Fortress, or Charm Wigglytuff, or Mudslap Kanto Marowak. They do most of their work in the fast moves. So if you look at this kind of matchup with Fortress, you say, I'm going to rely on Bug Bite, because I think that is my main damage dealer. Because Earthquake takes so long to get to, you might as well soften up the target with a Sand Tomb, slow them down with the Rock Tomb, and then Bug Bite the rest of the way through.
I was making a joke earlier on in the season when I saw Wolfpack playing, and I said this could potentially be the season of the Wolf. I know that the video game had that for a while. Maybe it's time for Pokemon Go to get a season of a Wolf, because Wolfpack is one of our first competitors to make it on into the winners finals, and really congratulations to him, and congratulations to all our competitors who have made it even to this grand stage so far, because this is the creme de la creme. This is like the top of our Pokemon Go teams and players.
Man, I'm telling you, you are setting everything up perfectly, because the next thing we want to talk about are the trainers we believe are most likely to make day 2. Let's take a look at our creme de la creme. We actually voted here as casters on which one of our former world champions was most likely to punch their ticket to Saturday. Looks like we got 4 votes for It's Axon, being Wholesome_, myself, you, and 2-0 Butters. Meanwhile, Yakai with Caleb Pang, Tomahawk UK, and Inadequence.
I do love that Inadequence is backing Yakai because, of course, for anyone who was paying attention to the last season, those two were in the finals. Yakai had a really brilliant team read against what he thought Inadequence was going to play. Yakai is one of these trainers that we don't get to see very often because he's in a region that we don't get a lot of streams for. Meanwhile, It's Axon, one of the most tried and true trainers that we've had in Pokemon Go. He was, I think, not only our first, but he was one of the first to be able to be a regional champion, international champion, and a world champion. And now, just to put a little cherry on the top of that, he's now a 2-time international champion, just winning the North American one in June.
And he's the first one to ever do that.
Exactly.
So again, making history time and time again. If you are interested in teams and unique Pokemon, I just want to point this out as well. Of all the champions we've had this season, It's Axon has pioneered more one-time picks to a championship trophy than anyone else. He's got 4, including Blastoise, Araquanid, and Dusclops. So he's definitely a pioneer. But we're gonna have some really fun trainers on stage here. Pioneers in their own way. Andres is gonna take on Patoman.
So these two trainers are both from Spain, so very interesting to see. But of course, you know, you travel all the way across the globe. You're like, I'm ready to face anyone from anywhere. Oh, hola, mi amigo.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen you here before.
It's like funny seeing you again. You know, we traveled all this way, like you said, all the way to Anaheim, California, and we meet on stage. But I caught up with Andres for a few moments before she went on stage to battle, and she did say she took down Sceptile Ice on the way here.
I mean,
come on.
Yeah.
Nice Sceptile Ice. Did you do that?
Yeah, look, I'm glad you're picking up.
I'm trying. I'm a little slow on the uptake sometimes, but I think that does kind of benefit your confidence, right? If you're able to take down a top trainer early on in the tournament,
absolutely,
it kind of reassures you, like, wait, maybe I can handle this. Maybe I do belong with the best. And I do think that Andres is very, very talented, and she's going to give Patoman all he can handle. But speaking of trainers who are the best, I mean, Patoman says he gets nervous, but I don't see it.
Yeah, he looks pretty cool as a cucumber, but Andres also a trainer that, I don't know if you remember this, but I was there for it, and it was an event where her and Palasha were in the grand final. So she is a finalist. She has been so close to getting a gold medal. She's in the winners semifinals right now. So just the win against Patoman here could be able to put her into the finals for the day, really securing some confidence like you were talking about for that next step up.
I'm telling you, it's easy, I think, as a competitor to come in and just kind of like visualize, taking out Patoman, taking out Sceptile Ice, moving through the bracket. But you got to stay grounded. You got to stay in reality and take on the next trainer in front of you. And I think both of these trainers excel at that because, like you said, they've been on the big stages. They've been in the grand finals. They've really had to fight for what they've earned. And as we look at these teams, let's kind of dive in. We've got Andres running something that I haven't seen, honestly, Amanda, in like 8 months. What is Clodsire doing on this team?
Not only that, we got both of the sires. We got Quagsire and Clodsire, both with their cute little derpy grins, saying, I'm ready to help you take the main stage here, Andres. Also pairing with some Pokemon that I think, obviously, we've kind of seen through. They're rising up in that day one meta. We got that Dusclops that, you know, there for the bulk. We got Galarian Moltres for that heavy-hitting fast attack pressure like you were talking about before. Now being able to be paired with Fly, which gives it a lot more potential. And then Cradily, we see it everywhere.
What's the daily, Cradily? We see you all the time. Patoman, with his signature Shadow Kanto Marowak, is eyeballing that Clodsire across the field. I can already tell you that is the matchup that Patoman wants to see, but he's got to get through the bodyguards first. He's got to get through the water ground type Quagsire. He's got to get through the Ice Punch Dusclops, the Cradily with Grass Knot, and even the Galarian Moltres that is just out of reach being a flying type Pokemon. Not even to mention Golisopod with Aqua Jet. There are so many hurdles to getting that favorable matchup, so it's going to be challenging for Patoman to line things up the way he wants.
One also interesting thing I want to note is sometimes there are some Pokemon that are in the meta that when you look at it as a player who's been around for a little bit, who you like, there's standard movesets that a lot of Pokemon like to run. Nowadays, especially with the Pokemon like Golisopod, people really have to check those team sheets because both running Shadow Claw as its fast attack or running Fury Cutter, which is what Andres is running on this, could change a matchup, right? And both of those are super viable in this meta.
Exactly. So taking a closer look here at the team sheets backstage, Golisopod with Fury Cutter for Andres, and Patoman is going to be running Shadow Claw Golisopod. So I would argue that Patoman's Golisopod is a little bit better against Ghost-type targets, namely the Dusclops on the other side. That Fury Cutter absolutely shreds through things like Cradily.
One other one, because you may notice that they have a couple Pokemon that are similar on it. Something that's interesting about Andres' team there is that it looks like her Cradily is on Bullet Seed instead of Acid as a fast attack. So though there you see two Pokemon that are the same, they have completely different utility.
Wow, this meta is wide open, even down to the movesets, but let's check out our battle number 1. Vamos, trainers! We've got Galarian Moltres taking on the Cradily.
Going ahead and just building up a little bit of energy here from both sides. You'll see it here. The Rock Tomb is going to be doing heavy damage to that Galarian Moltres, and it's going to be able to debuff it. But look at this, Andres saying, nuh-uh, not gonna happen, not gonna use a shield, just gonna use this Dusclops to absorb all of this energy here from the Cradily. Let's see how Patoman responds.
Bailing out that Galarian Moltres, and I can't help but notice the back line here for Patoman. A Shiny Fortress, and Drip Lapras catches the Ice Punch here. What an insane swap back and forth. These trainers are evenly matched.
Yeah, Patoman says, you catch, I catch here. Not very effective coming at me. And now this Lapras will just be able to get up a little bit more energy. I really like this play from Patoman because as we've seen in previous matches, Psywave really does not do anything to Galarian Moltres. So being able to just at least get some energy for charge attacks is really what I think he's looking for at this point, should that Galarian Moltres come back into play.
And you see the Shadow Punches. Yes, they're so spammy. Yes, it's only 9 turns to each of them, but they are just not making much of a dent in this bulky Lapras. It eats 2 Shadow Punches, no problem, and Patoman has the double Sparkling Aria, throwing right at maximum energy.
Going ahead, letting this go through. I think the Rock Tomb helped as well, but Lapras still would have been in a good position at this point. But I think that if you're Andres, you probably know that, okay, I still have 2 shields left. I have energy on my Moltres. He's going to have to throw. Instead, coming in with this Quagsire.
I think the most important thing is she's working with what she knows. She knows there's a Cradily in the back. That's why she sends out the Quagsire right here, right now. Sparkling Aria does connect into the Quagsire. I do think another Sparkling Aria is ready to go. Here we go.
Go ahead. Well, here we get it. Here we go. Here it is. Here it's done. Here's a shield. Go ahead, shielding up this Sparkling Aria because there is quite a bit of energy now on this Quagsire, but there's still 2 shields on Patoman's side, and Patoman is going to be almost at another Sparkling Aria. Great timing here by Andres, but is the Aqua Tail enough?
And this is about knowing your damage calculations. If Patoman calls it, which he does, he thinks he can hang on. Gonna swap now into the Cradily versus the Galarian Moltres.
Both of them being able to get there, using that first Protect shield on Patoman's side. He still has a little bit of energy, but we're basically right back where we started. You guys didn't miss much except for amazing in-game play here. Using the shield on this Rock Tomb, it would do a heavy chunk of damage to that Galarian Moltres.
These two Pokemon actually have very similar pacing in terms of their charge attacks. That Fly and that Rock Tomb might line up yet again, and it does. Here comes Galarian Moltres.
Galarian Moltres with another one here. Patoman's got one shield left, and he says, you know what? I'm going to keep it that way because at this point, it's been slightly debuffed. He's still able to get to the attack here.
Wow. The Rock Tomb is such an impact maker, and we're going to see another one connect. This time, it will go unshielded, and that is a knockout. Heavy damage onto the Galarian Moltres, looking for the mud shot down. Quagsire is able to get it, but doesn't have enough to close out this battle.
Go ahead, that Lapras comes in, down it goes now. It is very, very low health Quagsire up against a full health Fortress. One shield remaining. Does he shield up it? Yes, he does.
Great call there by Patoman. I do think the Quagsire is going to get bitten through rather quickly, but getting off that shield onto the Stone Edge is just the icing on the cake.
Going ahead, taking game number 1 there. Patoman securing the victory with a full health Fortress in the back. But really, from the beginning, great gameplay by both of these trainers, knowing when the other one wants to throw an attack. The fact that both of them caught charge attacks in the very beginning of the game just kind of shows the caliber of these trainers.
I absolutely adored the switching there. Like you pointed out, early on in the battle, right there, Andries pivots over to her shiny Dusclops, and then in return, we see another pivot to catch the Ice Punch, double resisted onto that Lapras, and my goodness, it's one thing, Amanda, to win and to play well with Pokemon that are awesome, but also the costumes, the shinies.
I know, I've
got it all. We got it all here at Anaheim.
And it seems like every player has something a little bit different, something to really flex or brag about. We've seen shiny ones. This Lapras has a bow on Patoman's side. and speaking of bow, Fortress just put the bow on game number 1 there. As you can see, Patoman taking that one. He just needs one more victory to get him into the winners finals.
In terms of adjustments, what does Andries need to do to get back into this series? Because I didn't feel like there was anything inherently off or mismanaged about the playstyle or the team. I feel like both trainers had a very good shot at winning. I think finding an answer to the Fortress is the most important thing because she doesn't have that fire-type pressure, that Talonflame, that Typhlosion, that Ember Charizard that could scare away the Bug and Steel type. So how does she manage that?
I don't know. I mean, like you said that we haven't seen Clodsire for a bit, and I understand with the rise of Shadow Marowak that maybe there is a good reason for it. But at the same point, I mean, like, she's done so well in this tournament so far with it. Is there even some play for that? If it can avoid the Marowak, we won't know at this point because now we're jumping into game number 2 here. We got that Galarian Moltres in the lead once again, but this time up against that Fortress. And you see, even though it's a flying type, it's also part dark. And already fast attacks alone, it is chunking away.
You see the Fly get queued up here from Andries, who might even get a pivot out to catch the charge attack from the Fortress. But as you look at the back line, Dusclops was a sponge for Andries in game number 1. Does she reach for it again? No, actually going to stay in here. They're going to shield, and then honestly, if Patoman doesn't switch out, I think he gets Sucker Punch down.
I was thinking the exact same thing, even though this Rock Tomb will end up lowering the attack. And ooh, this is a play. This is so interesting because coming in with the Lapras to try to get energy, and now actually Andries just gets a ton of energy on her own Galarian Moltres and then swaps out to absorb the charge attacks onto a Pokemon that can handle it a lot better, being that Dusclops.
She really must believe that Galarian Moltres is the key, and as you look at the rest of the team for Patoman, honestly, it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of Pokemon you can hit for super effective with your fast and charge attacks. Saving it, I think that might be the key. We're going to see a Shadow Punch connect into the Lapras. No Rock Tomb debuff this time, so it does do a little more damage than we saw in game number 1. But still, the Lapras is chunking down as well.
Yeah, Lapras knows what it's here for. Same thing that pretty much the Dusclops is, being able to throw some attacks, tank a lot of attacks itself, and just kind of get the right positioning here. And really great timing by Patoman. Doesn't want to take any more punches because it is getting quite low into the red, and being able to knock out this Dusclops, kind of secure the alignment and still almost have a charge attack to go for whatever comes in.
And you can see Patoman actually building up to maximum energy. You get that kind of like white glow on your charge attack bubbles once you cap out on energy, and he's doing it time and time again. He wants to bring as much as he can into the matchup because getting those small advantages pays off. But look at the fast attacks. This is super important.
Going ahead now and just getting up a lot of energy. The fast attacks and the charge attacks from this Golisopod are going to be chunking away at the Credilli. There's still shields to hide behind by Andries' side, and Patoman has to use one up here because the Credilli is low, the Lapras is low, and the Fortress is low. He's got to start putting in some pressure.
The thing here is that I believe Golisopod's pacing is only 10 turns to all of its charge attack, so it will outpace this Cradily, but it needs to get through it. I'm going to see another X-Scissor come through, and I would be shocked to not see the shield.
Well, I think you are shocked because there it goes, super effective. He knows that Rock Tomb lowered it a little bit, but at this point, able to Fury cut her down, saying, what's next? Show me what you've got here, Pataman, because what I've got is energy on both Pokemon.
Golisopod and Andries say, show me my opponent, reaching for that Galarian Moltres, looking for the Sucker Punch down. She might be able to do it. I think she does, and she gets there.
She gets there. You see Pataman shaking his head. He sees the writing on the wall at this point. There's all these charge attacks ready. There's a low health Fortress, and Fortress says goodbye. Andries takes game number 2.
Writing on the wall. Fortress simply can't KO them all. Andries able to take that game, tie up the series against the reigning EUIC champion. And as you look at her on stage, I don't think she's flustered at all. She is in the zone.
I think a lot of times trainers say, you know what, I know that people have accolades behind their names, but I am someone who, I'm on this stage as well. I'm someone who I'm here to prove my point, to show everyone what I've got. Andries is an incredible player. Love seeing her at all the different regional competitions, special championships, and I really am glad that she's really showing what she's got on this main stage.
I really appreciate that you pointed that out, because there's something for every Pokemon fan. There's a game you can play, there's a hobby you can join or indulge in, but these competitors, they feel like they belong on this stage. They belong in the conversations with some of the best, and they prove it time and time again, like I said, at the regionals, at the internationals, even on the world's stage. Tied up 1-1. What do you think, Amanda? I think that the strategy was a little bit different. I like the Golisopod gameplay over the Shadow Quagsire from Andries, but Pataman, at what point does he get rattled here, tied up in the series?
I mean, if we've kind of looked at the records of Pataman, even at the international championships, at the different regional events that he's been attending, he is not afraid to, go 1-on-1, be able to take it to the limit there, whether it's a best of 3 or a best of 5, and he has come out on top more often than not, so it wouldn't surprise me to see that he has something up his sleeve at this point. But again, like I said before, look at Andries. She's so calm, she's so cool, like she's ready to go for this. She knows, I just need one more game. I just need one time to be able to show what I've got. She did a really fantastic job last game managing her energy, knowing when to throw, knowing what her opponent was going to do. So I think, hey, chat, let us know, but truly, it's anyone's game at this point.
I think the key word I want to latch onto is managing. These two trainers have managed their risk, managed their win conditions, but it all comes down to this. Decisive game number 3. Galarian Moltres takes to the skies yet again, this time against Cradily.
We've noticed now, every time Andries has led the Galarian Moltres, which I think just kind of showcases that she thinks it's a very good, safe first Pokemon here. Last time she tried to catch on the Dusclops, was successful. This time Pataman didn't even throw right away because of the potential of that, and she gets to throw this fly, able to connect, able to knock that Cradily down nice and low.
And it forces Pataman to actually wait a turn to get off the Rock Tomb there, because Andries is so unpredictable. I really appreciate how these trainers are changing up their flows and not falling into the same old trap. Sucker Punch is coming through. I don't think they'll get the knockout in time, and there's the swap.
I was gonna say, okay, well, I didn't do it the first time, but guaranteed to happen sooner or later. Going ahead and catching this, not wanting to use another Protect Shield. Dusclops there just to tank this energy, and oh, looky. This is like a second burst, same as the first. In comes the Lapras to now go ahead and be able to more comfortably take these punches.
This is much more akin to game number 1 because the Rock Tomb did connect. Dusclops is going to be a stage debuffed in terms of its attack, so it's going to kind of be a nuisance here for Pataman's Lapras. Gonna need some patience, some good timing here to decide when to throw, but Pataman has shown us already in games 1 and 2 that he's gonna build up to maximum energy before he deploys any of it. Some trainers like to throw and undercharge and then farm down. Pataman is on the opposite side. He builds to the maximum, throws the charge attack to secure the knockout, and then moves on.
Not even that, it looked like he was maybe going to undercharge because he wanted to get some extra damage, but this was able to take out. But I love this play and adjustment by Andries, recognizing that Lapras might come in, and if he's gonna store all of that energy, where is it going to go on this Golisopod? This is not going to be very effective. Neither one of these charge attacks, doesn't matter how much energy that was, is going to be chunking away too much. Meanwhile, wow, great quick call there by Pataman, catching on his Fortress.
I see win conditions for both players here. This is honestly going to come right down to the wire. Great swap, though, to catch that resistant X-Scissor instead of the Aqua Jet. Do we see a swap? Do we see a catch? I do think that the Sand Tomb is probably the preferred charge attack here, and if Andries is able to catch that after this Aqua Jet, we could have a real game on our hands.
Yeah, this is a hard position to be in against any Pokemon like this. Never mind, I'm just going straight for it, saying, I don't remember what I got stored here. Are you going to use your last Protect Shield? Patoman is comfortable. He knows he's not going to be able to get knocked out at this point, and he will be able to reach either the Rock Tomb or the Sand Tomb. It's like this whole thing. It's like, okay, you're going to go for damage, or you're going to go for a defense drop. There's options on both sides of the field getting that shield.
This might be a Sucker Punch down win condition. Galarian Moltres might be able to sweep. Never mind, because in comes the Lapras with the Sparkling Aria and that stored energy that Patoman values so much. This is going to connect. Galarian Moltres goes down. It's all on Golisopod's shoulders.
Golisopod last time was able to pull out the win, but at this point, it might be a little too low of health, trying to go for any possible condition here, going for that extra charge attack, but there's a shield to hide behind. Patoman shaking his head. Yes, at this point, Lapras able to side wave down, not even going for it, saying, okay,
wow.
You throw, I throw.
You throw, I throw. We'll take a turn, and it does look like Patoman is going to get the better of the series overall. With a 2-1 victory over Andries 96 in a hard-fought series that went back and forth.
I think sometimes when you look at a trainer score, not this one, I love this, these two trainers hugging it out here. Sometimes you look at a thing and it says like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
Sure.
And it's like, oh wow, what a dominant performance by a player. And while that is absolutely true, you don't see the inside nitty-gritty like of these types of performances where it's like it can really come down to the wire. It could come down to one small mistake, one small miscount, or one amazing play that a trainer didn't see coming that really secures that win. And that's the win that gets recorded on paper.
Exactly. There's so much nuance, right? And it's so funny to kind of argue, whether you're a Pokemon fan or a sports fan in general, it's so funny to argue with your friends about which trainer, which athlete, which competitor is better, because then they selectively bring up the stats. Right? Like,
exactly, yeah.
Well, you know, 6 championships versus longevity, right? You all know what sports reference I'm making. And I feel like a lot of trainers can just pick and choose what they want to talk about. But I do think you hit on a very interesting point, the nuance here of the series. That game 2, the adjustments by Andries to go to Golisopod was so good. And then Patoman was forced to adjust himself in order to overcome that Golisopod in game 3.
I mean, Will, you said it yourself, with basically only 15 seconds remaining in that one, you said, there's still win conditions for both of these trainers. And the match was relatively over pretty quickly after that, but so much happened within that small time frame.
Yeah, and I just want to point out as well some of the nuances, right? Because you're going to see throughout the stream this weekend a lot of similar Pokemon, whether it's the Dusclops, the Lapras, Galarian Moltres, Mandibuzz, whatever it might be. The nuances, the subtle things that these players do, like Patoman building to that max energy over and over and over. We talked about it when it happened, and then that turned out to be the key to winning the battle. And I know for a lot of trainers, maybe playing in Go Battle League, it might be tempting to just throw the charge attack as soon as you have it. You've got the energy, why not use it? It's because you need to keep the end in mind every step of the journey. And I do think that Patoman is one of the best in the world at doing that, kind of building in those insurance cases in his back pocket just when he needs them the most.
There's so many different things that I would love to be able to break down for everyone during this. We have so many players that are coming to the screen, so I don't want to take up too much time. But I mean, game number 1 and game number 3, there were moments where that Galarian Moltres was up against the Cordeli, and because of things that happened in game number 1, it influenced how things played out in the last games. We saw Patoman wait a turn instead because he wasn't sure. We saw him actually charging up additional energy later on. So, I mean, while it looks like maybe to a newer person coming in that it could be just tapping and waiting for the energy, there's so many extra ways that can prove to be the vital thing that gives you the win at the end.
And that's also how you become a better player, right? You experiment, you kind of change up when you throw your charge attacks, when you move around the pieces. All that kind of practice and hard work culminates here at a championship unlike any other. That's the World Championships, of course. And you can see tens of thousands of Pokemon fans are here, gathered for the competitors, for the side events, just for the pageantry of everything.
Absolutely. And I tell you what, to be at this venue is absolutely incredible. You see everyone waving here at the beginning of the day with the bands that would come out. The singing, everyone was clapping. It was such a cool event. Hello, everyone there.
And that's the thing, right?
We're waving back.
Yeah, you talk about other events, the famous red carpet events. How about the gold carpet? That's what we have here at the Pokemon World Championships. And I just highly encourage everyone who has the means and the capability and the interest and the love of the game to attend a World Championship if you can at some point in your life, because it is definitely a magical experience. And like you said, we've got it all, an incredible stage, we've got fans, we've got players, we've got fans from one end of the convention center to the other, and they're all here with the same interests as you at home. So it's really wonderful.
Each year the theme is different. The players are just as good, but they have a chance to get a Pikachu with the cool like jersey jacket on that everyone, like, I have to admit, I've been watching, I don't know if anyone saw earlier on our little sketch with Butters when he was wearing that big varsity jacket,
the varsity
but that varsity jacket is super cool.
I mean, you said you've been watching skits like that. I've been watching Amanda do raids on her phone. No, I'm just kidding. But there are Pikachus here.
Please send me some raids.
But yeah, please send Pikachus. But that being said, we have 2 new trainers getting ready to take the stage here. We've got J-Jan returning to the main stage against LNDS Corlash. This is a trainer I really want to talk about because he was able to win 2 championship series events in Brazil. In both of those, I believe he took down Harjeff in the finals, which is definitely an incredible accomplishment. And as you alluded to with the EU conversation, for a lot of trainers, there are a lot of firsts this season. First top cut, first top 4, first win. And I think Corlash getting back-to-back victories there, that says a lot about the skill of this trainer who's just exploded onto the scene.
And I think I'm going to be very impressed to see him play against trainers from other areas, because if you are able to take down someone, again, Harjeff was our very first trainer to have what we call a perfect game where he didn't drop a single battle. And now, if you remember at that 2023 LAIC when he won, he was encouraging people. He said, you know, the year before this, I was in the crowd and I was like, next year it's going to be me on stage. And you have to see, like, this is a teammate, this is a friend of his who heard that story and was now saying, hey, this could be me.
Getting a little choked up here, Amanda. I remember that speech so vividly. He said, last year I watched someone else win, this year it's me, and next year it could be you. And I definitely think that is the community feeling we have in Pokemon Go. That is the sentiment, the mantra. Everyone wants to see everyone else succeed. We're going to see Corlash and J-Jan square off here soon, but let's break down the teams a little bit. We do have the return of Azumarill, as well as Fortress, Shadow Kenta Marowak, which is basically everywhere. We might have hit into a dark cavern because we've got Kenta Marowaks galore. But meanwhile, other counter options like Shadowpack, Sire, Cradilly, what do you see?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at these teams, and the fact that both of them has an Azumarill, and it does sort of say something, but Azumarill is a decent counter to multiple different types of Pokemon, right? So, I mean, it's definitely a good counter on Corlash's side for Pokemon like Talonflame, which would just do heavy damage to that Fortress. Meanwhile, on J-Jan's side, an even better matchup for Azumarill is against a Mandibuzz, where Mandibuzz truly just has nowhere to go. So does it kind of change these playstyles when there's such divisive matchups? Because Mandibuzz has a really decent matchup against Dusclops.
The phrase that I think encapsulates this the best is role compression. If you want one Pokemon that can beat flying types, it can beat dark types, it can beat fighting type Pokemon, it can beat ground type Pokemon, it can even strike back against its counters in grass types with something like Ice Beam, Azumarill is the pick. And this is one of the few Pokemon all season, from all 4 of our in-game seasons, starting with Max Out last fall till now, Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and Diggersby are the only 3 to win an event in each of our in-game seasons, and we see Azumarill on both sides on the main stage.
Can Azumarill potentially do it again? We said it earlier, it might be back. It was only gone for a very brief moment in time, maybe just taking a little napsy before coming back for the global stage. Both of these trainers kind of taking in a little last moment to lock in their teams, seeing what will work best, and I don't blame them because these are big moments. As a reminder again, we are in the winner's side of the bracket, winner's semifinals, so that means whoever wins this will go on to that winner's finals, this time in Group C. We've got quite a few groups here at Worlds. We have over 200 competitors, and then in the end, there can only be one.
There can only be one when the dust has settled, but right now, these trainers are looking to write their championship series stories. Corlash on the right side of your screen taking on J-Jan, former Toronto regional champion. Winners Group C semis, we got Cradilly versus Galarian Corsola.
We see, again, Corsola was around for a while, but it was kind of more difficult for some trainers to obtain. So a lot of people were trying to trade for him, make sure that they could get the best one possible. It has a lot of bulk to it, and it has really nice charge attacks. It's going to be a little less nice now that this Rock Tomb connects, and it's not going to be able to hit as heavy. But I think the Corsola is here more for the staying power than the heavy hitting power anyway.
No, absolutely, and we do see the 3-turn Bullet Seed on J-Jan's Cradilly. We're going to to keep an eye on these fast attack animations all weekend long because they do impact the matchups quite a bit. Acid's not going to give you that same type attack bonus and is resisted by Ghost. Meanwhile, the Bullet Seed does get stabbed and it is neutral. So it does add up just a little bit of damage, and every bit of damage will help. Nightshade is queued up and ready to go, but JJan overcharging. The thing is, though, Amanda, after the second Rock Tomb, I don't think this is enough.
I don't think this is enough either, but maybe Corlash is making JJan make a decision if he wants to throw, because, no, instead, just completely pivoting out now, going to that Shadow Quagsire, and Corlash staying in. Even though this is double debuff, throwing an attack, I think this is maybe just trying to give him a little bit of time to make a decision here, or he just wants to get that chip damage off the Quagsire before coming in with something else.
I gotta tell you, half-health Quagsire, much more manageable for the Fortress than a full-strength ground and water type. We're gonna see the Aqua Tail get fired off here by the Shadow Quagsire. Looks like the Fortress does take it pretty easily. It's gonna charge up some additional energy before getting hit yet again because this Quagsire is just so spammy.
Quagsire knows that it can be able to tank a little bit, it can be able to throw it back, dish it out, but now at this point, before he gets to another one here, will he be able to throw? Corlash is very low on both of them. Is he just letting this Fortress go, or is he going to use a shield and potentially still try to bug bite down?
You could have gone either way, but with this much energy, I feel like it is important to keep the Fortress around. Now, there is that weakened Cradilly, but they're coming in with the Dusclops instead. 2 bug bites into the Rock Tomb. Great timing from the Fortress here, but can he get to another one?
We'll see. He might be able to at least get to a Sand Tomb to debuff the defenses. Doesn't even want to try it. Now coming in with an Azumarill. Great move here, but there's still a little bit left with the Cradilly. Look at this play by JJan. He is bluffing the Grass Knot, but now not only does he get the shield, he has an attack debuff on the Azumarill here. You couldn't ask for a better moment.
Except he does actually get bubbled down by the Azumarill because that Cradilly sub-rock typing does make the bubbles neutral. We're going to see a Shadow Punch come through here from the Dusclops. We know this is not going to do a lot of damage. We know just how bulky Azumarill is, but now it's a war of attrition between these two Pokemon. It's still 2 shields in JJan's back pocket.
This is what I want to say. Look at this. Still 2 shields from JJan here. Still 3 Pokemon from Corlash's side. So sometimes when we call like a 3 Pokemon flex or a 2 ball, you know what I'm saying here? This is still could be anyone's game. There's still a bulky Dusclops left, and we've seen how quickly it packs a punch.
Wow, you almost said Quagsire there. I think we're going to see a Sand Tomb come through. It's going to drop the defense of the Dusclops. The only question in my mind is, should Corlash have done this earlier? Because weakening the Dusclops could open up that fast attack win condition that he's looking for. 2 more hexes come through. Switch timer is dry. Got to come in with the Azumarill. Gets the bubble through and the Shadow Punch.
Going ahead now, going for the Shadow Punch. It's not going to be able to knock it out, but he still has another one loaded, and Azumarill, as bulky as it is getting lower and lower. He's not even going for a charge attack. He's fast attacking down.
Wow, outlasting JJan and the Dusclops there. You know, you think you've got a Pokemon with incredible HP, you've got 2 shields, you think you've got basically every win condition, but then Corlash comes in. He says, I'm going to deploy the Sand Tomb, I'm going to bubble, I'm going to be patient. Didn't even need the Astonish from the Galarian Corsola. Wrapped it up with just 2 of his 3 remaining.
But let's break that down a little bit there, because maybe people who are watching are saying, well, Azumarill had 100 energy too. I saw the white lights around all the charge attacks. Why didn't he just throw the charge attack, try to get to the next one as well, because there'd be nothing left. And that's because every time you throw your charge attack and your opponent doesn't and they're tapping, they get another fast attack through. So Corlash didn't want to let that Dusclops get any more energy than it already had. He knew that if he just went for fast attacks, there was nothing that JJan could do. No shield, it doesn't matter how many shields you can hide behind at that point.
Very well said. We saw after the Sand Tomb debuff that those bubbles suddenly hit like Astonishes. They were chunking down the Dusclops, and I think that's just such a feather in the cap, so to speak, of a Pokemon like Fortress or like Cradilly or even like Dedenne with Parabolic Charge. They're just able to manipulate the game state so much. Suddenly your damage calculations are different. Suddenly your win condition changes. Suddenly you're forced to switch out if you get your defense dropped by a Sand Tomb. And when JJan came down to his last Pokemon, he had no escape hatch at all.
There's some Pokemon that have potential to lower the defenses or the attacks, and then there are some that are absolutely guaranteed. Rock Tomb, Sand Tomb are 2 of those that are guaranteed. I think at the end, Corlash just had the decision, do I want to lower his attack or am I going to lower his defense? We're going for defense here, and we're going for the win. And guess what, Will? We're going to game 2.
Let's get it. We got Shadow Scizor on the left side of the screen and Galarian Corsola on the right. You're going to see some heavy hitting fast attacks on both sides. Astonish chunking down the Bug and Steel type, but the Bullet Punch is grinding through the Ghost type and the Night Slash. I think you got to respect this one.
My goodness, from a Shadow Scizor, this is going to do so much damage, even to a bulky Pokemon like Corsola. Gets that Protect Shield. And then we talked about things that can potentially boost. Night Slash could have potential boost, not there. So JJens decides to dip out into that tried and true Azumarill to soak this damage.
Yeah, great catch there onto the Azumarill, the sponge of the Great League, as we like to call it from time to time. Bubbles are adding up, though, and it is going to build up close to the play rough. Fortress coming in. This is such a tricky matchup. Do you throw the non-same type attack bonus Ice Beam, or do you opt for the more energy intensive but same type attack bonus Play Rough?
Because, yeah, either one, let me tell you, not very effective there. That was a really smart call by Corlash there, coming in just to absorb all of the energy that this Azumarill has, saying, okay, I know that you have a lot of bulk, I know that you absorb that, I know that you're going to even get a lot of energy, but guess what? It's got nowhere to go, and now it's going to do just a little bit less as this Rock Tomb goes through.
Attack fall as expected, and the Play Rough didn't do much damage before, but guess what? Now it's going to do even less. Azumarill able to bully its way through most neutral matchups, but Fortress is definitely a wedge to the strategy. Going for the Aqua Tail here. Got to throw the Sand Tomb, actually. Corlash staying in here.
I have to say, having a 50-second switch timer is such a game changer for us here, because this gives so much more dynamic play. Being able to look at this, the switch timers are completely misaligned once again. Now there's like much easier matchups for the Azumarill against that Quagsire. Quagsire does hit very heavy, being that Shadow, but neither one of its attacks really can do that much damage to a Pokemon that is so defensively weighted like that Azumarill.
A very good sign of trainers that are manipulating the switch timers, moving their pieces around, is to see multiple Pokemon with less than maximum HP, because they've all seen the field, they've all had a role to play, and their stories are not done yet. Ice Beam will connect into the Shadow Quagsire. This will absolutely be enough to KO. It looks like we might get an Azumarill mirror match here. No, coming with the Scizor.
I love this play. He's going to be able to Bullet Punch down and come out with a ton of energy. He's got 2 shields to hide behind. At this point, he's basically in a good position, but very low health on both Pokemon, going for that first Night Slash. And I think he's just, if you're JJen, you're hoping for that boost.
Yeah, I don't know that I really love JJen's position, and the main reason is that he's just a little bit lacking in terms of HP. In comes the Galarian Corsola, and yes, the Bullet Punches are adding up, but we see the Astonish is coming through. Gonna go for the Trailblaze, the 100% attack increase guaranteed charge attack. Just gonna allow the next Bullet Punch to do even more damage.
Game number 1, JJens was in a very similar position with a bulky Pokemon with 2 shields to hide behind. He still has this, but again, we might just see him try to completely go down, but he is able this time to reach that charge attack. This plan has played out for game number 2. No Protect Shields remaining. Corsola, bulky, still going down. JJen's taking the game.
Look at the HP difference. I think 1 or 2 Astonishes would have flipped that entire game. And did you notice, Amanda, not a single Protect Shield was used by JJen in that entire battle.
Game number 1, it was just almost exactly the same. If JJen seems to have a playstyle, it's going to be a little bit conservative on the shields and just rely on a bulky Pokemon to close out, if game 1 and game 2 have been an indication of this so far.
JJen is also known to compete at his local cups and challenges very, very frequently, tries to stay sharp, tries to know his damage calculations down to a T, and I really think that saving those shields is a testament to knowing exactly how much damage a charge attack will do, because it's a really sour surprise when you no shield attack and you say, okay, I'm sure I can absorb this. I'm sure that Scizor can hang out through a fly. No, it cannot. But JJen knows all of his calculations, and it really shows here. Astonish is not enough to get it done, even though Corlash was able to chew through that Scizor.
Yeah, being able to just get this and then be able to knock out at the end, JJen proving, saying, okay, it didn't quite work out for me game number 1. I recognize what the impact was, but game number 2 goes exactly according to plan. We're going into a decisive game number 3 here to see who's making it on to the winners finals in Group C. And we had Scizor up against the Fortress, swapping out now into that safe swap of that Dusclops to be able to take a little bit of this energy and throw a Shadow Punch before the Fortress gets to a charge attack.
Little chips add up over time. and we're going to see the Shadow Punch connect into the Fortress as you alluded to. Bug Bites are going to be resisted a little bit here by that Ghost Typing, but Shadow Punch is going to connect again. Corlash storing a lot of energy. I think he's going to pivot out here pretty soon and save that Fortress and try to close with it later on.
Be an interesting play. He has a choice. Yes, he's not even going to bother throwing anything here. Now coming in with the Corsola. But again, we've saw it time and time again, just how quickly Dusclops gets up energy here. These punches are not going to be doing so much damage, even though it is super effective. But guess what? There's already another one loaded, and this again is heavy chip damage.
Corlash is so clever because after throwing the charge attack, he got a 0-turn switch, which allowed him to line up his 3-turn Astonish user versus the 3-turn Hex Dusclops and keep pace. And now the Shadow Scizor comes out. I think you have to respect this as JJ, and you got to use a shield.
Well,
wow.
Surprise after surprise is here. Look how much damage that does, and almost able to get to another one, which would have threatened the shield or the knockout. Not quite able to get there, and you see Scizor kind of waving with that little claw saying, hello, hello there, what are you gonna bring in?
Exactly. We're going to see the Fortress. It's a Bug Steel Boogaloo. And here comes the Azumarill to catch the Night Slash. Great awareness and patience by Corlash because he did not want to shield a Trailblaze, and he's able to avoid it here.
We call that a peekaboo play. So coming in with one Pokemon, showing it, then immediately popping out to try to catch the charge attack, and that's exactly what happened. He was able to catch a not very effective Night Slash onto an Azumarill, a very bulky Pokemon, and be able to get some energy to boot.
I appreciate the situational awareness here by Corlash because he knows there's still 2 Protect Shields for each trainer. And you can say, why not throw the Play Rough? It'll do more damage. It also costs more energy. And if you're in this matchup for the long haul, it makes sense to go for the more efficient Ice Beam and rely on the bubbles to close the HP gap.
One thing that I do find very interesting, Corlash, she's already nodding a little bit, and JJ has used a shield.
Because he called the Stone Edge. He called the Aqua Tail, thinking that JJ was going to try to bait away the shield, so that is another step forward for Corlash, but he is going to be forced to shield that second Aqua Tail.
Going ahead and now getting the shield off of JJ's side. JJ was apparently just trying to save all of the shields for the last round here, being able to now protect up this Quagsire. He will be able to get to the Stone Edge. He's going a little bit over because he knows that Azumarill paces so slowly. And once again, going for yet another bait and getting that last Protect Shield off of Corlash.
Wow, this is actually really big. For a second there, I thought Corlash was going to try to call another Aqua Tail. The swap trying to catch. Corlash doesn't fall for it. Goes in with the Fortress. Bug bites through. No shields, no protection. It looks like a charge attack from the Fortress will connect here to the Quagsire.
It's just the Sand Tomb. This is not enough to knock out, but this is the only Pokemon remaining for JJ. This is going to knock down the defense at this point, and he's going for yet another because it looks like JJ went for another fast attack rather than throwing the charge attack.
A war of attrition, and this Shadow Quagsire is withering under the Sand Tomb pressure. Does have the double Aqua Tails. Is this going to be enough, though?
It all boils down to this. We know that this is enough to knock out the Fortress, but is it enough to knock out the Azumarill? Is Azumarill low enough health? Because this is charge attack priority.
Corlash probably running through his mind. Is this the Stone Edge? Is it the Aqua Tail? It's the Aqua Tail. Azumarill hangs on, and Ice Beam connects.
Ice Beam coming through. A bubble would have done it, but at that point, both buttons had been clicked. Down to the wire, down to game 3, but Corlash is going on to the winners finals.
And we hear it in the crowd. Corlash knew that was going to be a tough series, and he's able to come out of the other side after JJ tied it up 1-1. Corlash will advance out of that round in our winners semis, heading on to the Group C winners finals.
And you know, Will, you brought it up earlier on when we were in the LAIC crowds. Honestly, we heard it here when Corlash just won. We heard it earlier when Wolfpack won as well. But sometimes the teammates, the friends, they're so loud that it just kind of, it echoes everywhere. And when we were in Brazil, it basically like shook the walls. The Go players were so loud, so hyped up for their teammates and friends that it was something that was truly cool to see. Corlash is one of those trainers that so many of them are happy that is on the main stage, making a name for himself and showing time and time again why Brazil is just so darn strong.
And decisions like that, sending in the Pokemon, doing the peekaboo play that Amanda mentioned, sending out the Azumarill to soak the Night Slash, things like that, that seems so small and so minor, make a massive difference in the end game. You know what, Amanda? I say this out of appreciation, out of respect, but you're right. I think that LAIC, clip it, save it, ship it. I think that LAIC has hands down the best international crowd. And that's not a slight to NAIC or EUIC. It just means the other regions need to step up their game. The crowd at LAC is incredible, and you saw there Corlash reaching out to some of his friends and teammates in the crowd, trying to draw their energy, because for them, it's a team game even when only one is on the stage.
And you brought up a little bit earlier on that we helped write this article for Pokemon.com, and it was really brought up by all of us at one point or another that LATAM is the only region that hasn't secured this victory yet of a World Championship. And so I think especially a lot of eyes are on them, especially with players like Marto Galde, who had such a good season, players like Kurlash, who's won 2 events in one season, who's been doing better than the previous year's champions. There's so much to play for here, and so many different regions represented. Let us know in the chat which region you're cheering for. Do you think that it's going to be a repeat? Do you think it's even going to be a repeat player? We have its accent, we have Yakai here. Or do you think it's going to be something completely surprising and different?
I want to mention one more thing about Corlash. One of his Championship Series victories was the weekend in which we were seeing the new in-game season rotate in, and a lot of updates to the fast charge attacks, but due to the Play Pokemon rules, there were only certain ones that were accepted. So it was kind of like this quasi in-between transitionary meta, and the trainers that actually competed at those tournaments that weekend, it was both, I believe, Fortaleza and, if I'm not mistaken, Vancouver. At the same weekend, those trainers had to adapt really quickly, had to learn really fast what worked, what didn't, and we saw not only Corlash, but also Rise to Occasion taking crowns that weekend. I think it just speaks to the adaptability, the fast adjustments, and just the willingness to go all in and say, you know what, this is a once-in-a-lifetime meta. It's not going to happen ever again. How do I be the best in this moment? How do I rise to the occasion, no pun intended, right now when everyone else might be saying, oh, you know, I'm going to sit this one out. It's too unpredictable. I don't know what to expect. I might go 0-2. But seizing those opportunities is so, so important.
I think there's a lot of different varied play styles, especially with over 200 competitors, right? So we have people who, you mentioned, these are like kind of the engineers, the ones who look and say, okay, this is a new meta. And I think I already know how it's going to shake out. I think that I have a good read on what is to come. There are people who are just so mechanically good at the game that they say, you know, spin the wheel, give me a team last minute. I think I can make this work. And then there's a combination players, there's aggressive players. There's been so many good plays here at Worlds. We have some highlights to show you of all of these different types of trainers.
Ready for the Pokemon Center? Yeah, so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited! Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Tatsugiri! Oh! It's a Pikachu!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you! That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you!
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. Pikachus do you think you have? Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
Rise to occasion on the hunt.
He has been on an absolute heater, and he seems to be unstoppable right now.
My name is Chris Reisner. I'm originally from Wisconsin, but now I live in Dallas, Texas. I first got into competitive Pokemon in about 2020 when the pandemic had just started and I had some more time on my hands. When I found out that you could go to local tournaments and play against other trainers, that was really appealing to me. I was kind of the new guy that was just showing up and people didn't really know me, but I started to improve really quickly, and within about a year I was already winning some grassroots tournaments and had this quick sort of rise, if you will, in the circuit. It's just a game, right? But it really is like a microcosm for life, and I feel like every time I've gotten knocked down or have had embarrassing moments on stage where I just completely throw a game, I've always come back stronger. I took a little bit of a break, and it was good for me, I think, because watching these other tournaments play out, like EUIC that I didn't go to, you get that hunger back. My mindset coming to this tournament was just take it one game at a time and be deliberate with the lines that I was bringing, and I just didn't want to rush. I wanted to make sure I was taking my time, thinking my lines through. I was bringing a unique team that could maybe catch some people off guard with some picks they weren't expecting, like the Shadow Steelix and the Golisopod. The MVP of my team this weekend had to be the Golisopod. I was annoying people at the venue trying to trade for a Golisopod. There were some games where not only did it take out the lead Pokemon, but then it landed a move on the next Pokemon as well and just immediately put me in a great position. This time I lost right away on day 2, and I was able to keep climbing all the way through the loser's bracket. So this is probably the best loser's bracket run I've had. I fell just short in my last tournament. I was right there, one game away, maybe even one play away. So to come back from that and come back stronger is something I'm really proud of.
Rise to occasion is your 2025 Vancouver Regional Pokemon GO champion. He has won a regional in 4 consecutive seasons.
Now that I'm automatically qualified for the World Championship, it definitely takes a little bit of pressure off to have some more fun with it. Some of my favorite moments from the past World Championships have just been seeing my friends succeed at the highest level. It's Axon winning the World Championship in Japan. To see him go all the way and be on the front page of a Japanese newspaper was amazing. In terms of my goals playing competitive Pokemon, I do want to try to go for the LAIC Travel Award to go back to Brazil. I think I've really learned that I just enjoy the process of putting the time in and practicing and doing my best to execute versus focusing more on the outcomes. Am I going to win Worlds this year? We'll see about that.
My name is Marto Galde and I'm from Argentina. If I won the World Championship, I will call my family. They would be so proud of me. It would be unbelievable. My favorite Pokemon changes from time to time. Right now, I like Grookey a lot. It's my favorite starter, and I haven't even played the Galar game. The furthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon tournament was Worlds 2022 in London. The experience for me was mind-blowing because I got 5th in the world, and it was not something I didn't expect, and it made me so happy. In this moment, I look up to Colin Six a lot because I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and I feel like he's way ahead of a lot of players. So I like to stay up a little late. Sometimes when you play video games, it is like that. So when I'm competing, I like to eat healthy stuff because if not, the stomach might be a bit bad. But my favorite food is burgers. I don't recommend to eat them in a tournament though. It would probably be Grookey. It's just so fun and goofy. I love it.
Back, Pokemon trainers. We are here in Anaheim, California at the Pokemon 2025 World Championships. And we have seen so many incredible plays here on the Pokemon GO broadcast. My name's Fareed, I'm joined by Martijn, and we are so excited to bring you some more fantastic Worlds level action.
If you missed any of the previous action, make sure to follow all the channels so you can watch back the VOD and see where we have come until now, because we are moving into many of the winners finals of day 1, which is gonna lead to some of the best matches, because I think the primary goal as a competitor, we have competed both, getting to day 2. that's going to be the top 32.
It's a really big challenge, and especially because many of these players haven't played a ton of tournaments in this meta. We had a new season start just before the North America International Championships 2 months ago, and then players have had to adapt in the background, behind the scenes, trying to work out which Pokemon are the very best.
One of the Pokemon that has really been standing out to me has been that Fortress. If you just saw J-Jam versus Lindos Courlage, that Pokemon again made an impact, and we are going to see it again in our next match. That will be Emilio from Chile versus Kakuzato from Japan.
Yeah, that's going to be a very exciting match. Now, for many of you watching, there's obviously a ton of players that don't get to hit the stage, and players to watch throughout the tournament are playing on the tables, and it might be worth going through a few big names and how they're getting on. So we've taken a couple of notes here, and Marto Galde, one of the favorites for this tournament, he's no longer in. He went 0-2, went out very, very quickly. And it's difficult when you're a player. How do you perceive the other competition and how they're doing, and what impact does that have on you?
There are so many great players here, right? And only so many can get so far. So it's only natural, and there's absolutely no shame. In fact, you should see it this way. So many more players would have wanted to even qualify. And that's what we have here, just the best of the best. And as we take a look at the trainers that we have on the stage here, Emilio on the left, Kakuzato on the right. Kakuzato has played at the 2023 World Championships as well. I remember with a Shadow Dragonite, Emilio on the left has played in a couple more tournaments too, and running a pretty standard meta team, although Ferret and Azumarill, not exactly Pokemon you see as common lately.
It's interesting, isn't it, that we talk about Azumarill as no longer being meta.
Yeah.
It's really been somewhat replaced by Dedenne, by Tinkaton as the premium fairy types, but then also water in this meta hasn't actually been as prominent as water typing has been for so long in Pokemon Go. So we've got the Azumarill there on the left, and it's actually a Greninja on the right, also not a Pokemon that we see a ton of in Pokemon Go PvP.
And which typing is that?
That is a water dark type Pokemon. It's not going to have a great matchup if up against the Azumarill, but it's pretty good against Pokemon like Scizor because it resists both the Bullet Punch and the Night Slash.
I just love the way you pronounce water.
Water.
Yeah, it sounds very soothing.
Yes.
I'm curious to see what these trainers are going to bring, because I think that Ferret is a unique pick that we don't see as much. I feel like that it's a Pokemon that even in some of his worst matchups, it can still pull off something, especially in against like a Pokemon like the Dedenne. You think, yes, that's a bad matchup, but if you're like one Sucker Punch or one Fast Attack ahead as the Ferret, you can actually put quite a dent into that Dedenne. Both trainers now exchanging their team sheets, and it's going to reveal the teams to each other, see if we have any reactions from there. I think from Kakuzato, just like many other Japanese players, he chose for the Shadow Drifblim though. I think that Ghost-type Pokemon really have been a hot topic here. We've seen Dusclops, Galarian Corsola, the Dusknoir, and now Shadow Drifblim. That's interesting.
I think it's a really interesting pick. It's obviously a flying type, so it has double resistance to ground typing, but the Ghost as well means you also have resistance against fighting and normal. Fighting, you actually triple resist as a Ghost flying type, but we haven't seen many fighting type Pokemon so far today. There aren't any on the side of Emilio, but Shadow Drifblim could have a really great matchup against that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
And I think another thing that Shadow Drifblim does is having that Icy Wind. We've seen Rock Tomb being the primary attack to drop the attack of the opponent. Icy Wind actually has that same effect. 100% chance to drop the attack of the opponent, but then as an ice type attack, so that kind of helps to solidify your matchup into a Pokemon like opposing Cradily or Shadow Marowak that we've seen all over the place. The Ghost and Flying type is just so helpful, as you said, not just Fighting type, but also if you face something like a Fortress, yes, you take Super Effective from Rock Tomb, but you double resist so many attacks, like Ground and Bug, for example.
I think one of the things that I'm not a huge fan of when it comes to Shadow Drifblim is that even though it resists the fast attack of Cradily, Acid is such a good fast attack now that one Rock Tomb puts that Shadow Drifblim in Acid down range. And that makes it a really good matchup for a Grass type against this Flying type.
But what if you use Protect Shields and you start Icy Winding? Because what Cradily can do with the Rock Tomb, Drifblim can do just as well. And if you dislike Steel Pokemon, you run even Mystical Fire on it. Shadow Drifblim has a lot of coverage in that. This is a Shadow Drifblim with Ice Wind, however, so we're not going to see any Mystical Fire to cover that Shadow Scissor, but I think that Astonish damage might just be enough. I think that And we're going to have a lock-in ready from both these trainers.
Yeah, these players are almost ready to go. There is that Shadow Drifloon available. If it has shields, as Martine says, it will have a much, much stronger matchup against the Cradley. Let's see if it comes out here. We've got the Azumarill for Emilio up against the Fortress for Kakazuto.
And this is a decent match for Kakazuto. Emilio does not want to see his Fortress at all with the Ferret and the Shadow Scissor in the back. In fact, if you look at the entire team from Emilio, he doesn't really have a lot of options besides the Marowak, in my opinion, for this Fortress. Now, yes, you do resist Bug Bite, but Fortress is going to resist all of this Ice Beam and Player Off damage.
Yeah, this is a great matchup for Kakazuto. The Fortress, as a Steel type, resists Ice Beam, it resists Play Rough, and it's gone actually for the Sand Tomb here, so it looks like Kakazuto wants to stay in with this Fortress. Bug Bite is resisted against the Fairy typing of Azumarill, but no Rock Tomb there is an interesting approach. Double Sand Tomb here. Perhaps he knows exactly what he wants to do with this Fortress, and I'm very interested to see, do you stay in here or are you going to hard swap something else?
I must admit, Farid, personally, when I run a Pokemon like Cradily or Fortress, it's almost as if the Pokemon is single moved. Why would I throw anything else than a Rock Tomb that drops the attack? No, he's going for the entire Sand Tombing here, which is not as efficient at all, but now your Bug Bats do add up. Now your Rock Tomb, I think, might knock out, though.
This is the thing, perhaps a Rock Tomb here, try and reduce the farm as much as possible. And look at this, now this Rock Tomb will knock out, but I'm very curious. Could it have been more optimally played if you go for Rock Tomb first?
Emilio also could have gone for the Ice Beam, but he didn't. Going for the farm down, he wants the energy advantage on the Shadow Scissor. Kakazuto only gave one Bullet Punch away. Now this Greninja, it is so fast too, his fast attacks, but this is exactly what Kakazuto is actually not looking for. Sorry, because there's a Ferret in the back, actually.
There is a Ferret in the back, so all of that Fortress, for all of its defensive prowess, it only really barely took out an Azumarill. So instead of being a dominant win, which it might have been, instead, the alignment is actually not in Kakazuto's favor. The Greninja comes in against the Sizzle, which is great for Greninja generally speaking, but that Shadow Drifloon really doesn't want to see the Ferret in the back line.
Going for the Night Slash, pressuring this Greninja immediately, even with resisted damage. This Night Slash would almost take out this Greninja, so naturally putting up the Protect Shield and now going, oh, for the catch! And Kakazuto saw it coming! That is a Hydro Cannon, this is going to do a lot of damage, but what do? You cannot swap in your Drifloon here!
Yeah, this is a great amount of damage onto the Ferret for Kakazuto. Hydro Cannon is such a strong attack, and Greninja has a massive stat.
This Greninja is not even firing its last charge attacks anymore. I think Kakazuto missed his Sucker Punch.
Kakazuto reaching for that Night Slash, doesn't quite make it. The Swift lands, Ferret takes down Greninja, and now this Shadow Drifloon has a ton of work to do. You're not going to be able to astonish down this Ferret. You're begging to reach that Icy Wind, not before a Trailblaze is reached, and look how much damage the Drifloon has taken already.
Ferret has only resisted charge attacks here, but it doesn't matter because you double resist the Astonish, and your Sucker Punch super effective is gonna walk through this balloon. It pops, and Emilio takes game number 1.
A really strong performance from Emilio. He knows, he's pleased that Azumarill, Shadow Sizzle, and Ferret line doing really, really well there. And Azumarill, we've just said, is not a Pokemon that we've seen a ton of in this meta. It's some regard it as a little bit slow, some think that there are better Fairy type options, better Water type options out there, but tanking so much damage from that Fortress, putting it in a position where Sizzle and Ferret could close out that endgame. Emilio is in a great position. One more win and he will proceed to the winners finals of this Group D.
I just wonder how this matchup would have gone if Kakazuto went straight for Rock Tomb instead of Sand Tomb. It's a much more efficient attack. Here's the thing though, I think that Emilio's plan all along was to get energy on the Shadow Scissor, because if you look at the team from Kakazuto, there's nothing that really hard checks it besides the Fortress a little bit. Even though the Bug Bite still resisted, they're gonna add up, and your own Bullet Punch that deals much damage. So like the worst you could face is Greninja in the back, but with energy advantage, the Scissor might just not be as bad. Emilio reached top 25 at last season Worlds, and it really shows that he has that experience here.
I think the difficulty is that Fortress matchup versus the Azumarill. If you were to play it in the Zero Shield scenario and go straight Rock Tomb, you could Bug Bite down the Azumarill right in the endgame and come out with a Rock Tomb. But it is dependent on how good your Fortress is. If you've got enough bulk to withstand the bubbles and the residual damage from Ice Beams and Play Roughs, but there is the possibility to do that. Perhaps it's the case that Kakazuto recognized my Fortress wouldn't survive the Zeros if I play it that way, and so I'm going to play it slightly differently.
Perhaps he knew all along, but let's see if we see any adaptations in this second game. We have a lock-in. We have the Shadow Scissor from Emilio on the left, into the Greninja from Kakuzato on the right. This is exactly what Kakuzato is looking for.
Now, the difficulty here is, what is your safe swap if you're Emilio? This Sizzle is obviously staying in, and in comes an Azumarill, catching this attack. But we can see what's in the backlines, you can see what's in the backlines. There is a Dedenne there on the side of Kakuzato, and if this were to come in now, it has a great matchup into Azumarill, and it'll demonstrate just why it might be the better Fairy type.
You'd think surely this small Pokemon is not going to hurt us. Well, here's the thing. Parabolic Charge is going to keep buffing the defense of this Dedenne, and if Kakuzato even uses Protect Shields, this Pokemon will become almost impossible to knock out, but he's letting it go. He's preserving the shields for the Greninja, probably.
I really like this play from Kakuzato. He recognizes that Dedenne has so much play available, and every single time that a Parabolic Charge is thrown, it will continue to increase its defense, but he's actually letting the Azumarill reach another Ice Beam first.
You use a Protect Shield here to get the Thundershock down. No, he's letting it go. I think the Dedenne might... No, it doesn't hang on, even after the Parabolic Charge. I think the barely knocked out, going for the Farna with the Greninja, but Emilio doesn't allow that, swapping immediately into the Dedenne. That's a really risky play, because if there was a Marowak, it would now be aligned to that. But in the back, we see the Fortress instead.
Really curious playstyle here from Kakuzato. I'm really interested to see if he's able to pull this off. Draws that shield from the Dedenne with the Night/Bait, so it has a little bit of energy still available, and then comes in with the Fortress to still shield this first Parabolic Charge.
Emilio is nodding his head. I think he knows he's in a pretty good spot here. Keep in mind that the Shadow Scissor in the back still has 4 Bullet Punches worth of energy, so it will also be able to put in a lot of work still, but it's also prone to a single Hydro Cannon. We see Kakuzato put in 2 Protect Shields immediately. He's putting it all on this Fortress. Fortress doesn't really have a terrible matchup with Sand Tomb, but it's also not exactly great, especially with all these Parabolic Charges. This is not going to do a lot of damage at all on the Dedenne.
How do you take down this Dedenne? Bug Bite is resisted. Sand Tomb really not doing very much. Let's bear in mind just how buff this Dedenne is. So many Parabolic Charges have been thrown already, and I think this Fortress will now go down to 2 Parabolic Charges. That's all it will take. So Kakuzato's got a big hill to climb here. Dedenne showing just how strong it is.
And now going for the Rock Tomb to potentially live the next Parabolic Charge. But I think it is too late. Emilio now has a change of plans here. He's going for another Parabolic Charge. Oh, he tries to at least. He had it, but it goes down to the Bug Bite. In comes the Shadow Scissor. Emilio still has a shield. I believe that the Greninja doesn't have that much energy. As long as Emilio has his Protect Shield, Shadow Scissor may be able to carry him through this win here.
Yeah, shiny Shadow Sizzle putting in a lot of work here now. Emilio, I really like the way that he's playing this. Look at the amount of damage these Bullet Punches, even though resisted, are doing this to Greninja. No shields available on the side of Greninja, and once this Night Slash lands, Greninja is about to go down, and Emilio takes the series 2-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why Shadow Marowak is so important in this meta, because if you don't have it, Emilio steamrolls you with the Dedenne, and that's what we just saw here. No check for it from Kakuzato's side with that Greninja lead, and the Dedenne afterwards just steamrolled through that line with the Parabolic Charge, just buffing and buffing his defense. That little mouse just became like...
Yeah, it really did. And I'm very interested, because we saw how good Dedenne was there for Emilio. But Kakuzato earlier in that game, he had his Dedenne in a position where it could have swept the entire game if he'd invested more into it. So first, he didn't shield up the Dedenne against that Azumarill's first attack. We thought he's going to start charging energy, take out the Azumarill. Yeah, we thought he'd take out the Azumarill just before the Azumarill reaches another attack. And instead, he lets that Azumarill reach a second attack, takes down the Dedenne, and then Fortress and Greninja together couldn't take down Emilio's own Dedenne. And Dedenne showing just how strong it can be if unchecked.
That means now that Emilio moves on to day 2, Kakuzato still has a chance on the losing side of the bracket, so he is still in and perhaps has time to think through what just happened there. Perhaps lost a little bit track of the counts of the opponents, and you know, if you can just pick up yourself. He's gone this far for a reason. Kakuzato has what it takes to get further.
Yes, absolutely. This is a double elimination format here in Pokemon Go. That means you can lose once. You will drop down to the loser's bracket, but then you can continue to persevere and try and make it all the way. We've seen so many players throughout the seasons, throughout the years, have incredible loser's bracket runs, so it is not over. But of course, you would rather stay in the winner's side of the bracket for as long as possible. It means you have to play fewer games, fewer stressful situations, less pressure on your team, less pressure on your mental state as well, because these massive tournaments, the pressure can build and it really does add up.
Let's talk about some of the Pokemon that we just saw. One particular Pokemon that I personally like and that we saw in the top 12, Shadow Caesar. If you have had one for quite a time and you were not able to use it, I had I call it rank 1. It was actually a really fragile Caesar at 1473 CP. Now is the time to TM Frustration of any Shadow Pokemon that you want to use, so you can use them for PvP. We don't see Pokemon like Shadow Talonflame or Shadow Giratina altered form currently because they're not eligible yet for Worlds, but we will see those in the next season. You have, I believe, until Sunday to get frustration off your Pokemon.
Yeah, this is a really, really good time to get onto the game, go and battle against all of those Rocket Grunts and leaders, and try and build up your stock of Shadow Pokemon. They are so strong. Shadow Pokemon, they do 20% more damage, but take 20% more damage in return. So it gives players a lot more flexibility in playstyle. What do you want to go for? The aggressive Shadow option or the regular option for that more bulk?
Speaking of, do you still need help with that Rattata rocket?
Yeah, Rattata, it's, you know, all of these rockets can be very difficult. Some players, they do actually struggle against the leaders as well. Giovanni is quite a difficult player to effectively go up against.
An NPC, but yeah.
Yeah, it's an NPC. Honestly, very similar to yourself. And it's it's one of those situations where you need to work out what is the optimal strategy to get the Pokemon that you need. So make sure to get involved, play the game, and then you can get some of the Shadow Pokemon that we're really excited to see here on the broadcast.
You're unbelievable. Our next match is going to be Salted Koji versus Lindos Rajab. This is the Japanese qualifiers champion on the left versus Lindos Rajab, who has won many championships in Brazil and I believe also top cut the NAIC before. So this is going to be two Titans versus each other. And we're going to see a Shadow Steelix, another Pokemon. If you have one with frustration right now and it looks good for PvP, use that charge TM.
I think Shadow Steelix is a really exciting pick in this meta. It's a steel and a ground type, but it has really interesting coverage. It runs the electric type fast attack, Thunderfang, and psychic type charge attack, Psychic Fangs. And then you've just got a selection of options. What would you run as the second charge attack on a Shadow Steelix?
I think I'm a bad example because I would run whatever is the most annoying moveset.
Yes.
And I think that is Psychic Fangs and Breaking Swipe because, yeah, that's the most opportunities to drop the stats of the opponent, right? I think if you want wholesome coverage, you probably want Earthquake with it. And I would think probably with Psychic Fangs just to be more consistent in dropping the defense of the opponent.
So
Earthquake can hit so hard.
In this specific meta,
or Crunch.
I personally would run Crunch.
Yeah, I said before you.
I think that there are so many ghost types. There's almost a guaranteed ghost type on every team.
Yeah.
And I think having that dark coverage can be really, really helpful.
Right.
And
just keep them here.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually.
Yeah, we've got plenty of ghosts available, but Dusclops is a ghost that was actually the most popular ghost that many players have been using coming into this tournament. There is the option of the regular and the Shadow. It looks like both players here will be opting for the regular Dusclops, but the crunch that's available to that Steelix can make that matchup a lot better.
You make a good point. I use Steelix in the Go Battle League, and in that case, when you face an opposing Steelix, now it might not be as common in Go Battle League, of course, but in that case, I actually, don't ask me why, or do if you want, I have Breaking Swipe and Heavy Slam. Now, if I face another Steelix, I either had to bluff that Earthquake or I had to get out. And it's not exactly an optimal situation. Now, if you have that here in a Steelix mirror, I think you kind of want Earthquake probably, especially if your opponent does have this as well.
Yes.
Otherwise, basically a losing matchup.
That's right. Now, what's interesting about Steelix is it triple resists poison. And so if Cradley has Acid, it's a winning matchup for the Shadow Steelix. However, Salted Koji is actually opting for Bullet Seed, and that makes it a much better matchup into this Shadow Steelix, which perhaps is something that LNDS Rajefe is not expecting or wanting.
There's something special about this team from Salted Koji. Now, you see that Scissor. We may have just missed it for a little bit. That is not Shadow. That's a non-Shadow Scissor. We haven't seen that all day. That's an interesting choice. It has a little bit more bulk to back up behind that very good Steel type defense. And this Cradley has the fast attack Bullet Seed. I believe we saw it from J-Gen earlier. Bullet Seed is neutral into Ghost type Pokemon and also super effective into Water type Pokemon. Actually makes Quagsire a pretty decent matchup.
It really does, and I wonder, whenever we see Pokemon that aren't Shadow, that we normally would always see as Shadow, it's usually one of two options. One is I don't have a Shadow that I feel is good enough that I want to use, but the other option might be that well, actually, it looks like we've just been told it is a Shadow Sizzle available to Salted Koji. So I was going to say perhaps there is a matchup that a regular Sizzle can be better in, but I don't actually think that there is many matchups that you would rather regular Sizzle.
I only remember from grassroots formats that into a Pokemon like Firth, it might be a little bit more manageable because Shadow is so fragile that it takes actual respectable damage from Swift, and regular takes that just a little bit better. But yeah, this is a Shadow version, so it's just like many others we have seen, and it's going to be pretty interesting into Team for Linus Rajev, because I think Rajev just covered the Credilli just so well with Pokemon like the Annihilate. The Mandibuzz does quite well into the Scizor, and yeah, Steelix of course does quite well as well, because you have neutral Thunderfang and you resist Bullet Punch.
So when we look at these teams, you and I, we haven't been up here and seen many Dusclops, but Dusclops and Cradley have been so popular in this meta because they form a really, really strong core. Together, that Cradley, for example, it's weak to fighting type damage. Dusclops, of course, as a ghost type, double resists fighting. Both of them have great flexibility, great coverage available to them, as well as really, really good bulk. So I wouldn't be surprised if these players lean into those Cradley Dusclops calls.
I was really afraid you were going to mention Pagoro again. I agree with you. That's why a Pokemon like Scizor is so important right now, but also Goliathbolt. Goliathbolt from Salted Koji has Shadow Claw, and let's see if we're going to see it in his first game, as we have a lock-in. We have Cradley from Salted Koji into the Dusclops from Linus Rajev.
And look at that, it's the Cradley Dusclops core on both sides. Cradley on the lead for Salted Koji, Dusclops in the lead for LNDS Rajev, and Dusclops is actually going for a Shadow Punch instead of the super effective Ice Punch here.
Ice Punch would have been super effective, so that is an interesting choice, but probably wants to launch his attack before this Rock Tomb will debuff the Dusclops. Perhaps Linus Rajev knows more about this Bullet Seed tech than I do, but regardless,
well, I think
now you go for the Ice Punch.
Well, I think this is a really smart play from LNGS Rajev, because the Ice Punch would have been on charge attack priority, which Cradley would have won. So it was always going to be a debuffed Ice Punch no matter what. But here you get a guaranteed non-debuffed Shadow Punch.
Does
so
the next Ice Punch knock out though?
Let's find out. There's another Rock Tomb coming through.
It's going to drop the attack even further of Dusclops, and Dusclops can hang on quite well. Do we see a catch 10 from Salted Koji? We're just going to play it out. No, we see the Ice Punch come through here. I think this doesn't knock out just yet, but I'm not sure if this Credilli will be able to get to another charge deck. It will be really close.
Really close, but
there.
Cradilli's absolutely fine. This just shows why Cradilli is such a great option in this meta. Amazing bulk, and that bulk only increases every single time that a Rock Tomb is thrown. In effect, it's reducing the opponent's ability to take down the Cradilli, and now LNDS Rajev comes in with his own Cradilli, and is he also running Bullet Seed?
Is this planned war? We see Bullet Seed from both sides here. Rock Tomb's coming through on this Dusclops now. It's basically the same match that we saw before, but Rock Tomb, now this Cradilli was ahead in energy, so I feel like Rajev has a little bit of an advantage there. We see in the backline, I think that Stunfisk looks quite good now.
Yes, Stunfisk is a really interesting option. We have seen it on stream earlier. It's an electric and ground type Pokemon, so it can have some quite polarizing matchups. And against an Azumarill, it's particularly interesting because they're both hitting each other for super effective.
Rock Tomb is coming through, another one to drop the attack of this Dusclops. It already had a low attack, now it's even lower. We see a catch attempt at some point on this Azumarill. Looks like Linus Rajev is just staying in. If you expect a Unova Stunfisk though, perhaps you want to swap out at some point. I feel like Linus Rajev might be a little bit... Well, at this point, if there was a Shadow Scizor from Salted Koji, I think that he would have brought it in. Oh, we see the swap into the Stunfisk. This is not a great match for the Stunfisk. And going for the Rock Tomb, do we see the protection? He has to add, oh, he shielded the Rock Tomb. It would have been resisted, but it's going to drop the attack of this Stunfisk.
I love this play from LNDS Rajev. He's basically said to Salted Koji, I've recognized and seen that your Stunfisk is out on the field. I know that you think I'm going to throw a Grass Knot now because I've spent so long charging up energy, so I'm going to throw a Rock Tomb anyway, and gets that debuff and that shield away. And now an Azumarill is coming in. It might be super effective damage, but Discharge isn't a particularly strong or efficient attack, and Azumarill just has immense bulk to work with.
I feel like that perhaps a Grass Knot could have been helpful to weaken this Stunfisk, and instead now you take all the super effective damage on the Azumarill. Yes, it is debuff. The clock is up, however, so Dusclops can come in at some point. This Ice Beam doesn't have the same type of attack bonus because attacks with the same type of attack would deal more damage. Stump is cool, hang on in here. Does barely just go into the red, and it can pick up some more energy here. Let's see what Salty Coach is going to do in this end game here. There's still protection on Rajev's side. He's still not using it.
It's always really interesting when you see a Pokemon that has been debuffed, because you don't usually want to throw your damage, your energy, whilst you don't have your optimal attack. But Salted Koji effectively forced to use all of this energy to take out the Azumarill, relying on Dusclops in the back. Does it have enough health? Does it have enough energy to take out this Cradily?
It does have a lot of energy. Do we see the protection here from Linus Rajev? Is he going to call a Shadow Punch? He's thinking about it. Oh, he's letting it go!
Shadow Punch lands. It's not super effective. It's not enough to take out the Cradily. And now the Cradily is able to reach that Rock Tomb. Dusclops is about to go down. A great call from LNDS Rajefe.
This is why he is one of the best trainers in Brazil. This is why Cradily is one of the best Pokemon in the meta. Rajev takes game number 1 with an insane call on that end game. What a game.
I really, really like that play. Great understanding and also analysis of your opponent's approach and tactics. That's what you need, especially as you progress through these incredible tournaments here at the World Championships. You need to make big calls. You need to recognize that your opponent might be baiting a not super effective attack. If an Ice Punch had landed, that Cradily would have gone down. So that was a superb call. And now LNDS RJFA has game number 1 under wraps.
I feel like Bullet Seed Cradily was really important there for Rajev. That allowed him to get some fast attack pressure in onto that when Stump is, because Acid would have been resisted, the poison type fast attack. And by that, he was able to farm everything down at the very end. I really liked that choice and how that came in clutch here. The thing is though, I feel like it was also kind of a risky backline, because if Salted Koji brought the Shadow Caesar and it was in the back, I think that Rajev was cooked at that point. But now, this might invite Koji to bring the Caesar into the team of Rajev.
So we've seen that in many metas in the past, lots of players will opt for very, very bulky Pokemon, and we saw that from LNDS RJFA with the Azumarill, with the Dusclops, with the Cradily. And exactly as you say, it's a Pokemon like Shadow Sizzle, which with shields is just so quick and puts on so much pressure with its fast attacks that it can take out even some of the most bulky teams.
We have one of our trainers locked in already. The other trainer locked in. We are getting ready for the second game. Rajev is 1-0 up. Let's see if Salted Koji can come back here. We're going to have the Dusclops mirror, as both trainers have bought their bulky ghost type Pokemon. I think this is pretty good for Rajev. We see another ghost type from him in the back with the Shadow Annihilate. And we see the Cradily again from both trainers in the back.
As with many mirror matchups, it can often pivot entirely on charged attack priority. Which of these Pokemon is running the higher attack stat? Salted Koji doesn't want to find out, goes straight into this Cradily, and it invites out this Shadow Annihilate, massive amounts of counter damage coming through.
Charge Attack pretty tight on this Ice Punch. Will this knock out the Cradily? This is going to deal quite... Oh, we see an undercharge though. Now it definitely doesn't knock out. It looks like Rajev wants to get some more energy. This Grass Knot is going to put this Annihilate quite low, but to get the counter down, and I think that Rajev just wants to minimize the farm down the Dusclops we have from Salted Koji. The big thing for Salted Koji here is though, he has the Caesar in the back. Rajev has the Cradily.
It's an interesting play here from Rajev, because it does actually reach the Rage Fist, which means it's basically perfect. You put a huge amount of pressure onto this Dusclops. Rajev did shake his head when he first threw that Ice Punch, but I still think he's in a really great position here.
I think that's exactly what you're going to need, but the Dusclops is so important for Rajev. I think if he no-shields this attack right here, he would lose the game, and we see him shield this, because again, the Cradily has nothing on Shadow Caesar. It cannot take it out in one charge stack. Its fast attacks are double resisted, so it all comes down to this final match. Shadow Caesar is about to make an appearance, and I think at that point, Rajev's heart will be pumping.
We've told you, Shadow Caesar is just so strong, and it's fast attack pressure with Bullet Punch and its great coverage in Night Slash and Trailblaze, and the ability to boost its attack up puts so much pressure. It'll be super effective damage against this Cradily, so LNDS Rajefe is really trying to get shields down now.
Do we see the second protection here? This could be a huge moment, because otherwise this Caesar might be prone to a rock. And no! Oh, this is a great play from Salted Koji. If he knows it's the Cradily in the back, he knows that he cannot shield there. But oh man, there is that last Shadow Punch. This might exactly be what Rajev needs. If he now can get to a charge stack on the Cradily, he could win this game, but he needs to get past the best glass cannon in the current meta right now.
I don't know if he will reach. Salted Koji doesn't go for a Trailblaze, he's going for a Night Slash.
And a no shield!
It's a no shield. Perhaps a Trailblaze would have been more important to get that bullet punch to do even more damage. Is there a boost here? There isn't. And LNDSR Jeff is now nodding his head. He knows he's about to reach this Rock Tomb. Salted Koji doesn't have 2 attacks available. 1 shield goes up. LNGSR Jeff, he's already got his fist in the air. He knows he's almost got this.
Harjeff is going for the Rock Tomb. This is going to seal the deal. He wins this match by a 2-0 series, and he's moving on to day 2.
What a win for LNDSR Jeff. He has so many supporters and friends in the crowd. That was a great matchup. Salted Koji has done so much to get here at these World Championships. Almost able to take it with the Shadow Sizzle, not quite enough. And perhaps Bulk is best.
The 2024 LAIC champion taking down the 2025 Japan qualifiers champion. What a series that we just had there. I thought that it was so over in that second game for Harjeff when that Caesar was coming in with 2 shields on its side. But Dusclops is Dusclops. It's meta for a reason. It's so slow in the video game series, but here, its second name is Speed. Dusclops Speed. That's what we're going to call it here. Because only 3 hacks, that is what, 4.5 seconds to get to that charge stack? That is so quick.
And I think what's really important for a Dusclops is after a certain number of Shadow Punches, you only need 2 hexes.
The 4th Shadow Punch.
You only need 2 hexes, and that was what was pivotal right at the end when that Shadow Sizzle was trying to take down the Dusclops. On such low health, the Dusclops was able to draw away the shield from the Shadow Sizzle. That opened the way for Cradley. 1 Rock Tomb needed. Cradley has such a bad matchup against Sizzle normally, but once Rock Tomb is available, it's probably the best attack in the game at this point.
Let's zoom a little bit further in the Rock Tomb user there, the Prime Rock Tomb user. We've seen Cradilli with Acid. We've seen with Bullet Seed. What is your opinion? Which one? What is the correct choice here? Is there a correct choice?
It is really interesting, and there are a couple of things that you have to consider when choosing your fast attack on a Cradilli. One is, what sort of coverage do you need based on the composition of the rest of your team? And then the other one is, what is the pacing that you're looking for? So Acid, it puts on a lot more fast attack pressure, it gives you better coverage into Pokemon that usually resist grass, but you become ever so slightly slower to reach Rock Tomb. And so there is that very understandable question, if Rock Tomb is the best attack in the game, which it might be, do you just want to hit it as fast as possible? And I think we're increasingly seeing a number of players transitioning back towards Bullet Seed, especially as ground types are on almost every team. Poison is resisted by ground, but Bullet Seed is super effective.
Here's something that I personally found miserable when I use Bullet Seeds. I have my Cradilli, a beautiful grass and rock type Pokemon. It's going to take all the birds out of the sky, and then there's a Talonflame, a prey. However, this Talonflame is going to use 2 protections in the lead and then just swaps out. You know how much damage I did with Bullet Seeds? Absolutely nothing. And that's just disappointing because then later in they come in with energy and they just Brave Bird my beautiful plant, and my plant goes down. And that makes me sad.
Well, LNGS Rajefe must have had a ton of plans in his decision-making for his Bullet Seed Cradilli. So let's hear a little bit more from him. He's on stage with Wholesome.
All right, thank you, Fareed and Inadequates. Jim Lawson here with LNDS. Harjeff, fresh off his 2-0 victory. Harjeff, give me some initial reactions. How do you feel?
Man, I'm feeling amazing. I'm feeling very happy. It's a dream to be here and qualify for day 2. Like, it's actually a dream that I've been having for quite some time. Maybe I can say that my dream is to be world champion, but day 2 is the first step. That's my first goal. Coming here and being able to do that, it's just amazing for me.
Now you get to rest and recover for a little bit. I wanted to ask you, though, do you feel different here in 2025 compared to how you felt in Honolulu in 2024? And if so, what's different?
I think for Honolulu, I came from a better season, and this season is not a bad one, but it's not as good as last year. But I think every year I feel more confident and more prepared, and I think every player in the world is more prepared every year. But I just try to be better every time.
Well, you're having success every season, maybe at different points, some ups and downs here, but I think it's no shock that we have you back. Is there anyone that you want to say thank you to or shout out here in the audience?
Oh, I have so many people to shout out. First of all, my wife, Biana, she's always with me, and it's amazing to have her here. Again, also all my friends from Brazil and all of the world that actually are cheering for me. I receive a lot of like good words and everything. A lot of people supporting me. So my friends in Brazil, my family in Brazil, I receive a lot of messages and everything, and I'm pretty sure that they all helped me a little bit to be here right now.
Friends, family, all the support in the world here with Hard Jeff. He's back, day 2. Congratulations again. We're going to go back to the casters.
You love to see all the support coming from that friends group there. So many of those good Brazilian players. We've seen Linus Paulinho top before as well on stream. I know Linus Canan is here. We saw Kurlash before. So many of them are doing pretty well here.
They are doing really, really well. And it's such an exciting time. You travel all year for these regional events, for these international championships. We've said all season, all roads lead to Anaheim. Now is the time. We are at the venue, and all of these players, these friends have gathered here to try and perform not just for themselves, but for each other, to bring the pride back home. And so many of them will be really, really pleased with their performances so far.
You know what's also going to be very exciting? This is the last championship that we have in this particular meta. And from September on, we're going to have a new meta. So stay tuned for that. Tomorrow, we are going to tease some of those new movesets that we're going to have here. Is there anything particular that you will be excited for?
I'm really excited for whenever we have a massive change and everyone gets to start again and they start to get excited for some of the new Pokemon that are likely to be coming into the meta, and some of the old guards, some of the big names that go, no matter what changes we see, we're not going anywhere.
And here we have our next matchup. We have on the left Kento Sarunori, and on the right we have San Hudiro. And we see on the right, oh my goodness.
That is a team.
That is, which one do we start?
So let's just have a quick look at San Hudirigo's not just double grass, but there is a dragon type Pokemon that we have almost never seen during this season, let alone at the World Championships, but at least he's got the hat to match.
That is a Turtonator, a fire and dragon type Pokemon. However, it doesn't have access to a fire type, a dragon type fast attack. It solely relies on either Ember or Incinerate, and it's got like unique coverage. I wonder what San Hudiro brought it for. Definitely the Shadow Caesar, but perhaps it might just be like a dragon type Pokemon that could do a little bit better into the Dene, which, as we see, is on the team of Kento Sarunori.
I'm going through the motions in my head, trying to work out from a typing perspective, in terms of its stats, its bulk, what is Turtonator bringing to the table that other fire options aren't able to?
Well, it's not weak to water.
It's not weak to water, but do you remember we mentioned that there aren't actually that many water-type Pokemon available in this meta?
There's none on Kento's team.
There's none, so that dragon typing is actually a little bit more difficult, but I think what's particularly interesting about Turtonator is it is a dragon-type Pokemon that is not weak to Fairy.
Against the Dene.
And so against the Dene, the Parabolic Charge is resisted by the dragon typing, and the Play Rough, which would normally be super effective against a dragon, is only neutral because fire resists Fairy. And so I wonder, is Turtonator part of San Hudirigo's tactics to take down Sizzle of the Dene teams, which he is exactly up against here?
This Turtonator is also going to be really good into the Cradily from Kento Sarunori. Why? It's a Rock-type Pokemon? Yes, but this Cradily from Kento Sarunori also has Bullet Seed, which is double resisted into that Fire and Dragon typing. Let's move on to the next Pokemon that looks interesting. This is the first time we have seen it on stream here. That is the Toedscruel. It usually runs Mudslap as the fast attack. It has Wrap, Seed Bomb, and sometimes Earth Power. Yeah. Correct. It's a grass and ground type Pokemon, so it's like a combination of something that can beat both the Mudslap users, like Marowak on the other side, and also water type users. We have a lock in here, Farid. We're going to see if we're gonna get any of this Turtonator / Toedscruel action. We have from Kento Sarunori the Shadow Marowak as lined up into the Turtonator.
That is a great matchup for Kento Sarunori. The Shadow Kanto Marowak will have super effective Mud Slaps, so the Turtonator gets out of there really, really quickly. Galarian Corsola comes in, and the interesting thing here is, because you've come in with a switch, this Shadow Kanto Marowak will be able to land this Bone Club up without taking an extra Astonis. So San Diegó's Galarian Corsola is basically already down to half HP as the Shadow Sizzle comes in.
Switch advantage, I think, will be very important here. The thing is, I don't think San Diego's Galarian Corsola will hang on long enough to potentially flip this. You may be able to pull a second Protect Shield, and then, oh, the charge is pretty tight. Great counter against Saonari, but it looks like we're gonna get the Incinerate down. Do you think that this Scissor can take one Incinerate at this range?
I'm gonna go with no.
Well, we're about to find out. We see the boost there. Oh, and it does hang on. This is a boosted Night Slash.
That is superb. That Shadow Sizzle is able to hold on to the Incinerate. Turtonator doesn't have a ridiculously high attack stat, and it probably wishes it did because that boosted Night Slash did a ton of damage.
And in the back is the Golisopod. This is looking near impossible for San Diego. He's going for the Wrap. This has been buffed this season, but we haven't seen it as much. Toe Scroll with Wrap will debuff the defense of the opposing Pokemon, but as you can see, not the same time attack bonus, not the most powerful attack. Golisopod can hang on. Having 2 X's in here already, this is looking quite tough for San Diego to come back from.
Now let's talk about Kento Saronori for a little bit, because this player he's not just one of the best around or in the Asian region, he is one of the best in the world. We've seen him on the Go Battle League ladder all the time. He is a top player, and he is playing like one. This has been an absolutely dominant game number 1 for him. Shadow Kanto Marowak closing it out, taking out that Turtonator, and he is now 1 up in this winners semifinals.
Having all the alignment there, I think that San Diego was hoping to see something like a Mandibus come out from Kento Saonori, trying to bait out the Mandibus with the Galarian Corsola, so then the Toedscrew would be free in the back, but the Golisopod just looks decent into the team from San Diego. It has play into the Shadow Knight, but it's not great, but you don't go down immediately. The Lapras is decent to play out. The Cradily is a great matchup, so kind of may have overlooked that Pokemon.
I think it's tricky in this situation. So from San Diego's perspective, you've got a couple of picks on your team that are really hard answers into popular meta picks. So Toedscruel, for example, is a grass and a ground type Pokemon. It means it resists the entire moveset of Shadow Kanto Marowak. That means the way that you're likely to play it is you really want your alignment against that Shadow Kanto Marowak. The problem is, when you use Pokemon that are more RPS drivers, rock, paper, scissors drivers, you need the alignment more importantly than anything else, they often don't have good neutral matchups. And that means when you don't have alignment, it's very, very difficult to change the situation.
I think that's kind of what you have when you play a core that is Turtonator and Toedscruel. Yes, they have a very diverse and unique typing for their defense, but the way it lines up in this current meta, yeah, I'm not too sure, especially when Marowak or ground types in general are like all over the place. A fire type Pokemon is so difficult to use. You normally see a Pokemon like Talonflame that is the fire type of choice. It was top 12 usage as well. That Pokemon does okay into most ground type Pokemon. But yeah, Turtonator with Overheat and Dragon Pulse, I feel like San Diego kind of got stuck building into the Dene. I was like, well, you know, I really want to run a fire type Pokemon. I'm just going to destroy with Turtonator.
It is curious when you start to look at team compositions, what are you trying to dissuade your opponent from using? Now, we can see that we've got Double Grass, Cradily, and the Toedscruel on the right-hand side, and they are dominant against Dedenne. We know that Turtonator, of course, can have a good matchup against Dedenne as well, but the only Pokemon that really, really doesn't want to see Dedenne is that Lapras. So I was almost expecting the Lapras to come because you know that you've dissuaded the Dedenne from coming, but actually let into Galarian Corsola instead.
You know what I also just realized? The Turtonator is quite good into Golisopod as well, because you resist Fury Cutter as the Turtonator, and Water is not super effective. Is this maybe a good Pokemon, you think?
So Turtonator would have had positive matchups into Shadow Sizzle, Dedenne, Cradily, and Golisopod.
But it's face Marowak.
Woe to Turtonator.
How unfortunate. We'll see if both trainers are going to change their choices for these next battle. Currently, Kento Saonori 1-0 up, and it just shows that, yeah, those Pokemon that they use, the Shadow Scissor, has been so important for throughout this whole tournament.
So if you're San Diego here, do you double down? Do you go, okay, I led the Turtonator, it had to face a Shadow Kanto Marowak, I'm going to hope, I'm going to pray that Shadow Kanto Marowak doesn't come into the lead again, and I'm going to plant my Turtonator, which has a good matchup, into 4 of my opponent's team in the lead once more.
It's like a mind game, right? You're like, okay, this match went so bad for me. There's no way my opponent's going to call my line again. I'm going to run it back. And man, if you can lead your Turtonator into something like the Golisopod, the Credilli, or the Shadow Caesar, it would be really nice. But man, if Kentosaur now just calls it and says like, you know what, my opponent's bluffing, he's just gonna run the same stuff. Yeah, then it's kind of very tough to come back from that.
It is really, really tricky. So we mentioned RPS, Martijn. RPS it's a phrase that we often use in Pokemon Go PvP. Tell us a little bit more about it.
I think that's an abbreviation for rock, paper, scissors. Is that correct?
That is.
Yeah. So that means like you have alignment-dependent matches, or basically kind of triangles, right? Where you have, I believe we had the notorious Noctowl Lantern Trevenant meta. Lantern heart beats the Noctowl. Noctowl heart beats the Trevenant. Trevenant heart beats the Lantern. You kind of have that rock, paper, scissor alignment there, and that's kind of something that you want to avoid, right? You want
lots
to have
of players,
flexible play.
Yeah, lots of players say
Except
it feels...
me, I like the RPS.
All right, well, you like rock, paper, scissors.
I like winning stuff.
Okay, let's go.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Well, it looks like I'm the RPS champion after all.
Okay, but remember the other day we did that with Arceus Aurelius?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, then I won. I'm just...
And that is true. That is true. But RPS, it's a phrase that we use because it invites a playstyle that can be a bit random. You're basically saying that whoever wins lead has such a good advantage going into the rest of the game because you use such polarizing picks that your opponent can't get out of the bad alignment. And so I personally often encourage players to go towards more flexible picks, neutrality that allows you to get out of situations with maybe 1 or 2 picks that are a little bit polarizing so that your opponent has to think to themselves, ooh, I don't want to be up against that. And I think that, for me personally, is a better way to balance it.
It is definitely a mind game that you bring into the opponent, right? And I feel like that's something that the Dene's really brought into this meta. If you have a Dedenne on your team, or you see a Dedenne on the opposing team, rather, then it just makes it, to me, it feels like impossible to play Mandibuzz.
It's a very difficult Pokemon to bring. Mandibuzz, it's a dark flying type Pokemon. Dedenne is an electric and fairy type Pokemon. That means it resists the entire moveset from Mandibuzz. That could well be the reason that players don't bring Mandibuzz into Dedenne teams.
And if you don't have a Mandibuzz yet, Volibee actually spawns at some of these championships, so you can even get one of those. It's been a prominent Pokemon. It won the 2025 Europe International Championship. It was one of the Twitch drops as well for the North America International Championship. You could basically just catch the Mandibuzz from Batman there. And he did well with it there too, because he got 3rd place with it. Mandibuzz, a really good Pokemon that you should have for your roster.
So Martijn, we've obviously been on stage a ton in our time. What is it like when you're sat there and you've got your opponent's team sheet, you're trying to plan, you're trying to get in your head, you're trying to make a prediction, and Kento Saranori, he's about to make a pretty big prediction here.
Let's circle back to that later because we got the match going. We have game number 2. We have, oh, there it is! The Turtonator meets the Shadow Scissor!
And look at this, Sanudigo nodding his head. He knows how good this is. Cradley comes in. It's Bullet Seed, double resisted by the Fire and Dragon typing of Turtonator. This Rock Tomb is going to do about 60% damage if it lands on this Turtonator. You can't be Bullet Seeded down from there, but Sanudigo doesn't want to lose the health on this Turtonator because he sees the value that it will have in this match.
This is going to hurt. Even though debuff, Overheat is an extremely hard-hitting attack, and it is protection by Kento Saranori. I would now expect to switch into the Galarian Corsola, making sure that he can switch advanced switch because you want your Turtonator on exactly that matchup. If you expect the Marowak from Kento Saranori in the back, Sahudigo has to have switch advantage because Toadscrew is so good into that.
Okay, so Galarian Corsola comes in, a really bulky Ghost-type Pokemon. Cradley is throwing Rock Tombs, so you can see that this Galarian Corsola has had its attack debuff, but because it's so bulky, Sanudigo is still in a great position. Once this Cradley goes down, Kento Saranori has to make a decision, because the Shadow Sizzle could come back in, but Turtonator incinerates so much damage.
I think that Kento Saranori would bring in the Scissor after this Cradley goes down. doesn't have to throw energy as it's Galarian Corsola. Right here, because you lose Charge and Priority Tie, and oh, Solodiro has to invest 2 shields now. I think it's worth it though, but does he think the same way? And yes, he does!
Sometimes you need moments like this. It's a rare error from San Diego, and Kento Saranari has to take advantage now. Charge attack priority, Galarian Corsola loses it to Cradilli. You've wasted all of that energy to do 2 health of damage. Shadow Sizzle now can come in. Can it get the full farm down? Yes, it can. And now you aggressively switch. The problem is San Diego has a Toadscruel available. It has the Turtonator available as well. Turtonator now comes in, and look how much damage. Not even going to. Gets out of there quickly.
Sanrodil was shaking his head. He was hoping, please, please, do not be Goliath's fault, please! And no, there's the Marowak. Kento Saranari, yes, he has that shield advantage, but all of this damage is resisted on the grass and ground typing of the Toadscruel. I think at this point you even go, no, he goes for the Seagull. Perhaps I think the Rat may have been the play. The thing is, I think somebody was afraid that the Scissor would get too much energy.
Can 2... Oh, he's actually just going to let it go. He's going to go full Sizzle here and now try and double.
Let me tell you, this is impossible. Here's the reason. Well, maybe to get a nicest boost here, but one more Mud Slap. This Scissor is in 1 Incinerate range.
That is right. Incinerate is such a hard-hitting attack.
He gets to the grab, and this ensures that an Incinerate will melt this Scissor.
Yeah, have you ever tried to play hide and seek with a Sizzle? Because there's no point. You simply can't find it.
You can't find it, it's gone. And Sanrodil ties up the score, double down on his game 1 line that went so terribly wrong for him. Now went exceptionally well because Kento Saranari basically reversed his line, and then it worked perfectly for Sanrodil, even despite that, I would say, pretty relevant mistake there with the Galarian Corsola charge to tie into that Cradilli.
And I think sometimes this is why some players find what we call RPS driving teams frustrating. Because the matchups are so dominant that even if you are to make a mistake, even if you are to give away a shield for free, there's just nothing that your opponent can do about it. So Kento Saranori has to really think to himself here. If I'm using a Pokemon like Shadow Sizzle that has an utterly terrible matchup into a Turtonator, a Fire Dragon type Pokemon, then can I really afford to run a line that if I go up against that same line of 3 from San Diego, I simply cannot change the outcome of the game?
That is what we just saw, because going back from the Turtonator, I think that Kento Saranari was in the best possible scenario in that match. The only thing that could have changed it was if Sanrodil would have let Switch Advantage go there. So moving on to game number 3, are we going to see the same course of Toadscruel and the Turtonator again, and are we going to see that Marowak Cradilli Scizor core again from Kento Saranari? I think we're going to see some change in the next matches.
I assume San Diego recognizes I brought Turtonator as my lead twice. My opponent is really liking the Shadow Kanto Marowak. I expect to see the Shadow Kanto Marowak again. So Toadscruel is a really great option for San Diego. Kento Saranori has to think, do I want to think that my opponent will go 3 times in a row with that Turtonator lead? Will he do it to me?
There's no way, right?
Surely. There's surely no way. So do I now lead the Shadow Sizzle once more and pray that there is no Turtonator in the lead?
Fingers crossed. One of our trainers has locked in their team. The other one's still thinking it through just a little bit more, making sure that the choices he makes are going to be the right ones. You don't want Scissor on Turtonator. You don't want Marowak on Toadscruel from Kento Saranari's side. And I think as Sanrodil, you really don't want something like a Lapras on the Dene. Alignment can be so important in these matches, and especially in that final decisive one of this set.
Here we go. Such a big match for these players. The winners semifinals of their group. This is Group E and everything to play for. The winner will go through to day 2, and there is so much at stake when it comes to that lead matchup, and that is a really scary thing for these players. Kento Saranori knows how good Shadow Sizzle can be. He knows how good Shadow Kanto Marowak can be, and he's probably not had to face in his practices pre this event the team that he's up against, and that makes things difficult.
We're going to need a few more seconds, one of our trainers, and while we talk about the teams here, I just want to reinstate again, if you have any of these Shadow Pokemon as well, but they have frustration and you want to use them, now is your chance until Sunday to get frustration of it with a Charge TM. And while you're at it, make sure to get a Pokemon like Shadow, Giratina, Alder. It's been so good in the Go Battle League for so many trainers. It is an absolute staple. So a lot going on with these events at the moment.
Yeah, tons in-game available. A really, really great time to play. And of course, if you are watching the Twitch stream, there are drops available, so make sure that you are tuning in and trying to claim those. I'm just scanning through the bracket now because there are tons of great players that have been playing elsewhere, out on the tables in front of everyone. And we've got some big names that are both winning, but also some big names that are losing. That happens here at the World Championships.
Emmy Weedle versus PvP David. Can you tell me more?
So Emmy Weedle, he is a great player, one of the European International Championships, the first ever senior world champion. And he is up against a very close friend of his in PvP David. PvP David is a brilliant player. He did really, really well in World Championships last year in Honolulu, Hawaii. He's won gold medals. He's probably the player in form and perhaps now the favorite out of the two. So they will be battling against each other. I believe they're both in Group H. And my goodness, Martijn, that is a stacked group. You have Axon, you have Rise, you have Doonbug, PvP David, Emmy Weedle, so many great players in that group, but only 2 can come out of the group because we are in that double elimination format. 1 loss, down to the loser's bracket. 2 losses, it's time to go home.
Yeah, and perhaps let's circle back. I'm trying to load up as well. Perhaps we'll circle back soon to some of those matchups as well, because of course we have the greatest of the greatest at the World Championships. Even though we cannot feature all of them, so many will be here on that winners finals, trying to make their way to day 2. The top 32 will be playing on Saturday, and then that will go down to a top 2 playing on Championship Sunday. That will be the grand finals, and it's going to be played in the arena here. You know, we have an arena in-game, in the Go Battle League. We also have one here where we're going to play Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and these players are ready. They are locked in. We are about to get going in this decisive game number 3. We do see the Shadow Sizzle, and this time up against Shadow Annihilate, one of my favorite Pokemon, and it can do absolutely massive damage with its counter fast attack.
This is a slightly favorable matchup for the Shadow Annihilate because it will be able to boost its attack relatively quickly with the charged attack Rage Fist. And for that reason, Shadow Scissor is just very fragile. Looks like somebody who's not even throwing a charge, just going for an entire farmland, hoping that the energy will be useful on any of the backline. And this Shadow Annihilate does have access to Ice Punch, so it will hit super effective on anything coming in. It's swapping into the Galarian Corsola, into this Dark-type Pokemon. This is actually not that bad of a matchup, just because it's Air/Mandibuzz, not dealing super effective damage with its fast attack. However, Power Play is going to hurt.
Now, we as the commentators, you as the viewers, you can see the back lines, but these players, they don't know what their opponents have in the back. So Kento Saranori, he's got that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back. He will be praying that no matter what comes out of this matchup against the Galarian Corsola, that there isn't a Toedscruel in the back. Toedscruel, a grass and ground type Pokemon, it would resist all of the damage of his Shadow Kanto Marowak. So Mandibuzz is putting in the work here, but ultimately for him, it all rests on whether or not it is a Toedscruel or a Turtonator.
And in comes the Marowak. This is actually the most important asset on the field right now for Kento Saranori, but he doesn't realize that it's going to be the Turtonator in the back. He might be predicting the Toedscruel instead.
I think he knows now. And the reason is because if it were a Toedscruel, why would you be throwing this energy into this Shadow Kanto Marowak? So Kento Saranori thinks to himself, hold on a minute, I need to preserve a shield for the Shadow Annihilate. I don't think that there is a Toedscruel because otherwise it would have come out already. And so now the Shadow Kanto Marowak, with a little bit of energy, farming down more, can start to unload this against the Turtonator that we can see. Sanudigo has to make a decision. If he comes in with this Galarian Corsola, are you able to reach another attack?
Well, this Marowak already has so much energy, and Kento Saranori, perfect counting, knows he can mud slap this down. You now have 2 Bone Club, and I think at this point 2 Bone Club will be able to knock out the Turtonator. Yes, it has that big shield on its back, but all this ground type damage is going to be super effective. A lot of damage on this Turtonator. The second one coming through. Kento Saranori is going to take game number 3.
The Bone Club comes through, it lands, and Turtonator goes down. Kanto Zaranori wins the series 2-1. He progresses into day number 2 here at the World Championships in Anaheim, California. And it just goes to show that sometimes you do need to stick with meta. It gives you so much more strength, so much more flexibility, and Shadow Kanto Maruak coming out on top once again.
We've seen so many of the Japanese competitors get so far already at the World Championships, and now Kento Saonari is one of them, moving on to day 2 tomorrow. What a tremendous performance, but let's not forget about San Rodrigo, a consistent performer, has becoming better and better over time. At some point, he's gonna rack those medals up.
Yeah, he really, really is impressive. He has an interesting playstyle, and this team was obviously a team that he was looking to catch people off with. It didn't work out for him here, but there is always the opportunity to keep going on the loser's side of the bracket. His run is not yet over.
Right, so he's still on the loser side of the bracket there, so we may see more of San Rodrigo if he can manage through that loser side of the bracket. And yeah, we have many more matches to come, of course, on this on the stream here.
And I was looking in, Emmy Weedle and PvP David, we mentioned that matchup earlier. They have now played, the results are through. Emmy Weedle won 2-1, so he will progress through the winner's side down onto the loser's side. It's Axon as well, wins a game, and he is now also dropped into the loser side of the bracket. So many big names, it's almost impossible for all of our favorites to get through to the very end. That's what happens here at the World Championships.
So many great names. And we are going to continue soon with more of these battles. But first, we're going to show you a little bit more about us. Let's take a look at Amanda and Speedy talking to each other in an interview.
Welcome into a brand new episode of Meet the Casters. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the one, the only Amanda Lundberg. Amanda, we got some really fun questions to run through. We're going to bounce back and forth a little bit here, but let's get us started. What is your favorite of all time? What is your favorite Pokemon?
I'm going to do an impersonation of it and see if you can guess it, okay?
Chat, help us out. I'm lost.
It's Sableye.
Sableye. Okay. Very nice, very nice.
And I know yours. Yours is Blastoise. But your favorite PvP is Fortress.
Next question, because you got it. You actually nailed it. Amanda knows me really well. Amanda, go ahead.
What can I say? All right, let's go ahead and ask, what is your favorite place or coolest place that you've ever caught a Pokemon? And while you're thinking, I'll go ahead and say, I was in Egypt, and I didn't actually catch it there, but I was able to evolve the Furfrou form, so I have the Pharaoh form Furfrou. Shiny. And I think that's maybe one of the rarest Pokemon in Pokemon Go.
Amanda, you successfully made everyone watching super jealous. That's honestly awesome. My answer is going to be Japan. I caught my Zygarde in Ota, Japan, which is located in Tokyo. I still look at the location tag. It's such a dream. And I remember actually saving the encounter for that event. I was like, I gotta do it here. This is the perfect place to do it. So yeah, absolutely. So I'm trying to remember what comes next.
Well, on the topic of worlds, and that's maybe not your favorite Worlds memory, because you've had quite a few Worlds memories. So what is your favorite Worlds memory?
Thank you, Amanda. Saving me per usual. My favorite Worlds memory has to be casting Grand Finals 2022 in London. It was our first Grand Finals for Pokemon Go. Storybook ending, Game 5 decisive matchup between Dancing Rob and Goran Hada. It's what dreams are made of. Grand Finals are incredible.
Goosebumps right now just thinking about that. That was such a cool moment. I think my favorite was last year in Honolulu. It was the first Worlds I was casting, and being able to just see the big stage and be a part of something so big is, it's a hard memory to top.
Next question, who do you think is going to win it all at Worlds? And I'm going to go first because I just got to get it out. Elam. Give me Elam from North America. He looks so unstoppable. What do you think?
This is the season of Marto Galde. He's won so many so far, and I think he has potential to take it all the way.
Vamos, Marto. I think he can do it as well, but I don't know. Elam, to me, looks like the one. Amanda, we're going to spin the wheel here and see what kind of awesome task we get. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm going to go spin that wheel. I don't know if I can do it the whole time that it's spinning. All right, let's see what it's landing on here. We have Pokemon Snap or Pokemon Stadium.
I have very fond memories of Pokemon Stadium. It's got to be Stadium. The animations are the best. Venusaur doing its attacks. It looks so awesome. What do you choose?
Well, I'm just going to be, a little bit divisive. We can't always agree. So I'll say Pokemon Snap.
I hope the microphone picked up the snap. That was. Oh, there we go, there we go. All right, everybody, this has been a really fun segment. There are tons of other casters, so if you want to hear from them, make sure to keep on watching the stream. Back to the Pokemon action.
我的名字是叶凯，我来自香港。我的宝可梦属性应该是草系吧，因为我为人比较温和，然后有时候也会。
We see Yakai right here. He still has a smile. He has the confidence.
应该是在我小学的时候，那个时候宝可梦GO 游戏刚推 A 出，然后我看案件 N 和我当时关系最要好的。我第一个比赛的印象是在 ISELF 第一次参加6选3的比赛，我感到非常紧张，然后也感到期待，因为可以通过这个比赛认识很多不同的朋友。我有在亚太区的线上比赛中达到决赛。Many people all know that I have an amazing performance in GBL, so this gives me a lot of confidence to participate in Worlds last year. But the fact that I got knocked out after 2 rounds really destroyed all my confidence, and I felt pretty upset about it.
Yakai going from last season's World Championships, not getting a single game win to now.
我现在感觉非常的兴奋，还有紧张，还有开心，因很复杂的心情。我到现在还不能相信我赢的。我的偶像应该是来自日本的 Crescent Angels， 当时第一次看他在伦敦N 世界赛，在2022年的时候，我打出了非常好的成绩，得到了第3名。他操作和心态都非常的完美以及从容自在。
He is your 2024 Pokémon GO World Champion!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Who's that Pokemon? Zoinks, Brokers, and I are going to pretend to be Pokemon. Amanda has to guess who we are and go.
Okay. What's your relationship like with your parents?
Ooh, it's a little bit, we've got the spark between us, you know. It's a bit volatile, I would say.
Okay.
For me, I'd say a little icy, a little cold, but there's a warmth there, you know?
Speaking of warmth, absolutely fantastic. Loving to death.
All right. Super nice there. We did do this a little bit earlier. I talked about, your morning routine, but what's your perfect day?
Oh, well, a day that never ends, truly, where the sun rises and never sets. I like to soar as much as I can throughout the day, burning extremely bright.
For me, get me cuddled up in I guess you could even say a cave. I would love to hang out in one of those, a cold one, all dang day.
Give me a power plant. I just feed off that energy, I need that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Loves a power player.
It's in my contract. It's,
All right, Zapdos.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah. So that would make you Articuno and you Mr. Moltres.
Yes, exactly correct.
Welcome back, trainers. Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon GO World Championships. We're going through day number 1, and this meta is so unpredictable. We've seen Toadscruel and all sorts of Pokemon here. I'm Caleb Pang. I'm joined with Tuo Butters, the Spice Master himself. What do you think about this meta, Butters?
I mean, I just saw a Turtonator, so I'm feeling pretty happy right now in Anaheim. A lot of top trainers have already secured day number 2. We're going through the bracket now. More trainers have so much at stake here because they need to get to the winners finals of their group or get to those losers finals. Day number 2, the top 32 is joining us. And if you have a trainer that you've been watching all season, I believe Trent has moved on, Wolfpack, Arrow, LNDS, Cowlish, Paddleman, Emilio, Beasleboy, LNDS, Harjefe, and some notable trainers that actually got knocked out already. Marto Gaude had one of the best seasons so far in Championship Series history. Unfortunately, he is knocked out. Another heavyweight in NA out of pocket has exited the tournament. It is so tough. It's the highest level competition at the World Championships.
Yeah, and I say this a lot too, right? The person that wins Worlds, undoubtedly a fantastic player in the circuit, but it doesn't matter who you are. The players here are so good. Anyone can go and get upsets. I got a chance to catch up with Marto Gaude actually out in the crowd, and he said, you know, one of the things that took him out, it was a toad scroll. Of all things, I think there's at least 3 in this tournament. We just saw 1 in the last series. I mean, a newer Pokemon 2, Pokemon GO, but hey, something to probably prep for that people did not see coming, but the typing, super unique. What, ground and grass, right?
It's so tough right now because of all the viable Pokemon, so you need to predict the meta well to have a chance here. Plus, maybe have a little luck on your side with the matchups that you are receiving throughout the tournament. I know day number 2 will be a bit more condensed and you'll see what might be ahead of you, but it's so tough right now because of diversity of the meta, so you truly need to be a Pokemon master to secure day number 2 at 2025 Pokemon World Championships. Can Gon or Maxi secure this? This is the winner semis, so that means whichever trainer wins this series will make it to day number 2. Of course, Maxi already defeated Elam earlier in the tournament. Elam has been absolutely on fire, won 2 straight regionals that he competed in, and then got 2nd place at NAIC. So that's a huge victory for Maxi here, who's coming off a 2nd place performance in his last European regional.
Yeah, that's a huge upset. I mean, not only is Elam's performances, like the back-to-back tournaments he won, but he has nothing but a top 5 finish in or anything high or anything lower in any of all of his tournaments combined this season. So incredible season. I believe he's still in that loser side, so he can still continue that top 5 trend, but this is Worlds, right? But enough about that. Gone as well. Australian player, best finishes all in Australia. This is probably one of his best performances to date on the international stage. I'm sure he beat a lot of players, upsets all the way across board to get to this winner semifinals. As a reminder, the winner of this series will make it to day number 2 on that winner side, which is an absolute huge advantage for these players, especially on the world stage. And I mean, look at the teams.
I want to mention one thing, because last season at 2024 Worlds, Gon got 33rd place. So that means he was just 1 match victory away from day number 2 and getting top 32. So can he secure that day number 2 at 2025 Pokemon Worlds? He has the Tinkatong versus the Galarian Corsola. This is a pretty neutral matchup here. Let's look at the back lines. It's actually looking neutral in the back as well.
Yeah, this Blastoise looks pretty strong though for the side of Gon. Quadruple Shadow as he's going to throw the first play rough against the Galarian Corsola. Pretty bulky on all ends. The Gliscod not as bulky, but overall though still a ton of neutral play in this series.
And Shadow Blastoise is a force right now. It was on my caster's predictions because it's so much better against the Shadow Kanto Marowak because 1 Hydro Cannon pretty much knocks it out, and plus you're able to win the Tinkatong matchup by being Shadow. You lose both of those matchups if you do not have that 20% boost that you get from Shadow. So a great meta read from Gon, and it looks like, you mentioned it, he has awesome matchups with that Shadow Blastoise in the back. He's gonna land the play rough right here. Can it secure the knockout? Not quite yet. So that means the Corsola is gonna get knocked out by the fast attack pressure.
Gets fully farmed down here, but not the worst for Maxi. He could farm some energy. He's going to be throwing Resistive Fairy Wind or Fury Cutter. Going to opt for the Tinkaton matchup instead. This is super effective, but it's not going to do as much, and also there's a debuff chance. Let's see if Gon's going to get this debuff or not. It's going to be really hard to Fairy Wind this down. Let's see how aggressive he's going to get with this farm. Doesn't want to go quite for it. Oh, maybe goes for it as well. Trying to get the aggressive farm down. There was no debuff on that first bolt though, so this is still going to put Maxi in a comfortable position for his Tinkaton, and that energy is definitely going to go somewhere against
we got it. He got the debuff there, and now you get the full Fairy Wind down, and you are absolutely loaded. If you are Maxi here, you're going to be able to unleash that energy into the backline. You're probably going to come in with the Corsola to soak all that energy because you are down to Protect Shield. You need to come in with your bulkiest, highest stat product Pokemon, which is the Galarian Corsola. It's the reason it's on your team to soak up all of this energy, taking the play rough, and now this Tinkatong is almost at another charge attack. Is it going to go for the bait here, or try to get the debuff, or just land the play rough, trying to just go as much damage as possible for Maxi? Maxi.
I like this play from Maxi. He knows that once that Tinkaton is out on Gon's side, his Gliscor has a lot of play. Yes, you have to contend with the blast with the super effective rollouts. Gon expecting the swap there, and here comes the super effective rollouts. It's a Shadow Blastoise, and those rollouts are doing a ton of damage.
And now you only have one Protect Shield though. Look at how much the Fury Cutter fast attack pressure is doing, and no Protect Shield. And now this is gonna chunk into the Shadow Blastoise here. It's almost gonna be knocked out and in range of fast attack pressure, but you're gonna be able to get the double Hydro Cannon. And did you get that Skull Bash? I mean, it doesn't even matter because you're gonna Protect Shield regardless. You have 2 Protect Shields remaining. Even though this is not very effective, you're gonna get the back-to-back after one more rollout, but is denied because the X-Scissor does come out first. Do you give up your last Protect Shield? Yes, you give it up. And I don't believe that was Charge Attack priority. So now he's probably gonna be throwing the Hydro Cannon. Is the timer available? No, oh, it is. It was Cap.
Yeah, and this is actually pretty tough for Gon because I think in a way, could have thrown the Skull Bash. I don't think he gets to enough moves. Wait, actually, Maxi going to let it go.
No shield! Swap!
Oh, because he knows there's a move. Oh, wait, but the Astonish damage is too much here. The Resistant Fury Cutter is not enough. It's the story of Galarian Corsola in this tournament, and Gon going to secure the first victory against Maxi.
And Gon, who came so close in last year Worlds to getting the day number 2, is now 1 game victory away from that top 32 tomorrow on Saturday with the amazing play from the Shadow Blastoise, even down a Protect Shield, and then having the fast attack pressure of the Galarian Corsola. The biggest reason, I believe, to use that over the Dusclops in this meta is to have more fast attack pressure. I actually talked to Maxi. He was saying the biggest problem for his team, he has no check for that Shadow Blastoise. I mean, yes, you have the Cradilly, but the thing is the pacing on the Shadow Blastoise is so strong. And does that Cradilly have the Bullet Seed or the Acid for Maxi? It actually has the Acid, so it's more of a neutral matchup between Cradilly and Shadow Blastoise. He's gonna have to be able to figure out an answer for that Shadow Blastoise in this game number 2.
Yeah, that Blastoise is really, really strong here. I mean, even against the Cradilly too, you have neutral rollout. The Hydro Cannon you have to respect on the Cradilly. And if you go for the Rock Tomb, it's not enough to take out the Blastoise. But if you go for the Grass Knot and get shielded, those Hydro Cannons still hit at 100% the damage they're being unloaded to. No debuff there. Really great team read from Gon. And honestly, I think Maxi's plan was good, but the Gliscor, it just took way too much damage from the Blastoise. Blastoise not even going for the Skull Bash, throwing resist a Hydro Cannon, but the damage is too much for the Gliscor to handle.
Yeah, that rollout damage is just so strong, and the damage on Gon's team is amazing. We didn't get to point this out because we were going over both the trainers' accolades, but 4 shadows for Gon here. Double Shadow Water with the Shadow Quagsire, Shadow Blastoise, and then you have the Shadow Gligar. Gligar has been pretty much out of the meta. Of course, it now has Fury Cutter, so it's stronger. We haven't seen this Pokemon very often, but here Gon is 1 game victory away from that top 32 with the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, something I love about these teams, and I feel like it speaks to the world's competitor teams as a whole, is that I feel like I look at teams and there's a lot of meta picks, but there's always their own spin on the meta, right? You can see Gon with the Shadow Blastoise, with the Shadow Gligar. The rest of the team, pretty meta with the Shadow Drapion, Shadow Quagsire, Corsola, and the Tinkaton. Meanwhile, Maxi, similar situation, right? You got the Tinkaton, Gliscor. Well, actually, his team is pretty meta, I gotta say, right? But he does have the Galarian Moltres, which has put in a lot of work into these Galarian Corsola. Let's see if Max is going to make that adjustment there, because Galarian Corsola is so strong in so many situations. No Digger Speed to be seen, really, in this tournament. And because of that, this bulky Ghost type is an absolute monster in neutral matchups.
And to that point you were mentioning about the Mirror team, I believe some other trainers were running this exact team as well. He was able to defeat Elam in the mirror, but can he bounce back and reverse sweep Gon here? We're in the game number 2. We got a mirror match of Galarian Corsola versus Galarian Corsola. We're gonna see who wins that charge attack priority here in this lead matchup.
And there's a chance that both these players have maybe practiced against each other in practice tournaments, already knows this information. Gon not going to go for the Nightshade on charge attack priority here. He also could know that there's a good chance he wins it, going to opt for it, or knows a good chance he loses it. Maxi grabs the shield, feels very comfortable. Now comes the Acid Cradilly, but the Acid is resistant, so it's not a bad spot for Gon to be in. And here's the thing, he avoids the Blastoise into Maxi's Cradilly, and that Blastoise only has to watch out for it. It has fantastic matchups against everything in the back.
But Gon, like he did in game number 1 and game number 2, he gave up an early Protect Shield. Maxi has done this 2 times in a row where he wants to save both his Protect Shield for that backline, but Tinkatong is just an amazing sponge for all Cradilly energy, able to soak both of the charge attacks. no problem going for the play rough on charge attack priority. Remember, charge attack priority is determined by attack stat. That's why in the mirror, which Pokemon has the higher attack stat definitely matters. Tinkatong able to win the charge attack priority versus Cradily.
I like this play from Maxi though. He draws out Tinkaton. He knows there's a good chance that Tinkaton will come out if he safe swaps to Cradily, which allows his Moltres to be a little more free. But he actually swaps back over now to the Galarian Corsa. Wants energy on this, knows that there's a lot of value, and the Tinkaton is debuffed. Does Gon just let the Tinkaton go at this point? Nightchair's going pretty close to knockout range. Can it hold on here?
No, it's a knockout!
No, the play rough getting wasted there, and Maxi still has a shield advantage. Yes, you have to worry about the Blastoise. You have the shield advantage on the Galarian Corsola. First Nightshade is going to be thrown. Gone almost at the back-to-back. Does Maxi opt for this, or will he go for the aggressive Sucker Punch?
Oh, he lets it go. The Nightshade goes through, knocks out Matt. See here, now he wants to get the Sucker Punch down like you mentioned, but he's going to have to face that Shadow Blastoise in the back. You're going to get to a Power Gem on this Galarian Corsola, and you can pivot, instantly pivoting, not even trying to get to that Power Gem, and now you're just going to have to get the double fly if you're Maxi, and the Blastoise is Switch Lock, so you're going to be able to outpace here and get to that double fly while using both your Protect Shields. This is not looking terrible for Maxi because he might be able to swap on that Power Gem in the in-game.
Right. Oh, he catches on the Cradily, gets the acid through as well. What a beautiful catch for Maxi. Going for the undercharge.
He gets it, so he gets one more rollout.
But there's still 2 shields on Maxi's Moltres, and we see Moltres put in work there. There's a catch opportunity for Gon, but you saw to go through 2 shields. This is such a tough position for the Shadow Blastoise.
Yeah, and I was thinking Maxi would use that swap for the in-game, but he guaranteed it in this earlier portion of the in-game, and now he's going to be able to throw the fly before the charge attack of the Blastoise. That's a GG. I think Maxi's is going to tie this up, going to be able to land the fly, just going to be able to Sucker Punch through that Galarian Corsola because you have that Protect Shield remaining. That's a wrap. It's going to be 1-1 between Gon and Maxi.
Going for the last-ditch Power Gem, but Maxi knows there's no way he can win this one. On Gon's side, Maxi going to even it up 1-1 with that Galarian Moltres. We got a series on our hands.
And there we go, tied battle. Maxi coming off a #2 performance in Europe, wanting to make that top cut. Already had an amazing tournament so far, taking out big names. He now has to reverse sweep this matchup to do it all. And if he needs to do it, it's going to be countering that Blastoise. Game #1, he had the double Protect Shield versus that Blastoise in the back, but he wasn't able to handle it. Game #2, able to catch on a Hydro Cannon, essentially giving him a 3rd Protect Shield in the in-game, and that was enough to counter that Blastoise. How he's gonna pull it off in this game #3.
And that catch was really useful there, right? Because you saw that he had a final shield remaining. Without that shield, you could have landed the Power Gem and really changed things for Gon. Really great timing from Maxi there. And going for the undercharge, but just not enough health on the Cradily to pour more energy. As you see the beautiful catch from Maxi, even getting the acid there, so doing a little bit extra damage to the Blastoise on top of it.
No, if he didn't catch that Hydro Cannon, he loses that battle, guaranteed, because Gon was in a position where he was always going to get 3 charge attacks, and there's only 2 Protect Shields remaining for Maxi. He needed some way to get a 3rd Protect Shield, and that swap was the perfect way to do that. Even though Gon went for the awesome undercharge, it wasn't enough to get enough rollouts and energy generation to get another charge attack to secure that victory here. Now we got a tied series, 1-1. This is going to come down to Gon, is he going to play it the same way? Game #1, game #2, he early Protect Shielded the lead matchups. I actually don't think you need to do that in this situation. Because you know Shadow Blastoise is so dominant versus the opponent, I don't think alignment matters that much. I would like to see maybe saving those Protect Shields for the Blastoise in the back could be a great adjustment in game #3 for Gon.
Yeah, definitely. That Shadow Blastoise has a lot of utility, but Maxi dancing around it beautifully there. And you know what I love? Some stuff from Gon afterwards saying, you know what? Great catch, well played. And something I love about our circuit is the sportsmanship, right? They respect each other and they know how hard it is to make it this stage. The winner this makes it day #2, but they know that even when they lose, it's a tough, well-fought battle and well played by their opponents.
Well, speaking of sportsmanship, it actually looked like to me that Maxi flagged something, and Maxi was the one who won that battle, right?
Yep.
So that's sportsmanship right there. Maybe he was noticing something that went on, and I don't know if the judges are looking at something now, or maybe I misread that situation, but I just want to echo that point. There is so much sportsmanship sportsmanship here in Pokemon in all of the titles.
Yes.
And now these trainers are tied 1-1. I don't think there was an official flag there. I saw Maxi raise his hand, but it looks like both the trainers are preparing for this decisive battle number 3.
Something we haven't seen from Gon is that Shadow Drapion, right? One of the best answers he has for that Galarian Corso, but it's kind of hard to bring into Maxi's team. Tinkaton's pretty good into it with the super effective Bulldoze, and you could get debuffed as well. Obviously, Credillia not great into it, but Moltres, you have play as well with the Brave Bird, with the Fly. Marowak, absolutely awful for it. And then, of course, Gliscott, the pacing so fast. You could just really dictate the matchup, win Charge Attack priority, and knowing if you should shield or not. So, I don't know if Gon makes an adjustment to bring the Shadow Drapion. It's kind of a gamble, but at the same time, we haven't seen Maxi bring the Shadow Marowak, so it might be okay. That being said, Shadow Marowak's not bad into Shadow Blastoise. You shield a Hydro Cannon, you're taking resistant rollout damage. It's also Shadow Blastoise. The Mudslap damage really adds up in that matchup.
I actually really like that adjustment of bringing the Shadow Drapion. If you're expecting the Shadow Kanto Marowak to be sat in this game number 3, if you could get shield pressure with the Shadow Drapion, you could absolutely close with your Shadow Blastoise. Looks like both these trainers are fist bumping to lock into this game number 3. Remember, day number 2 of Pokemon Worlds 2025 is on the line in this very battle. We got Maxi against Gon in the lead once again that we saw in game number 2, but we did not see who wins the crucial Charge Attack priority.
And look at that backline as well. Almost mirror matches.
There it is.
You got the Shadow Blastoise with the Shadow Marowak. Honestly, if you have shields down, this Blastoise is going to go to town here as Maxi is going to win that Charge Attack priority. Super effective Nightshade is going to land. Not enough to take it out though. Does Maxi go for the shield this time or not? No, opting not to shield at all. He knows when Charge Attack priority. And let's see if we get the Astonish down or the next move is going to be reached here. Both trainers choosing not to throw the move. Can they get to it? Looks like Gon might be getting KO'd here.
Oh, he does!
Maxi win Charge Attack priority and out bulking in the mirror matchup. That's absolutely huge for Maxi.
The superior stat product there. I mean, I don't know how he did it to win the Charge Attack priority and win the stat product battle and get to this Charge Attack. I don't believe a fairy went through. That's why Gon was kind of looking up here in dismay. And now you are going to be able to get that down on from the Tinkaton, but now you have to deal with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and this is a good answer. But the problem here for Gon is there's one scenario where Shadow Kanto Marowak can win against Shadow Blastoise. It's the 2 shield scenario, and both these trainers have 2 protect shields, but there goes one from Gon.
All right, and now Maxi going to swap out. Gon in a really tough position, has 100 energy loaded on the Shadow Blastoise. Tinkaton, though, really bulky in the Great League. Going to be able to handle one Hydro Cannon, no problem. The next one's going to threaten a knockout pretty soon. Might be able to tank it, though. But I think Maxi's game plan is save the shields for the Marowak. That's exactly what he's going to do. Gon's going to be able to farm up a little bit of energy here. Let's see if he can swap out here now. Switch timers are not quite up yet. Maxi gets to the play rough, lets the rollout go. I think Gon has a shield. It's such a tough position for Gon. He knows he's in a bad spot because he's down 2 shields again in this situation. Now,
can he get the rollout down? It looks like he's going to get the rollout down. And now suddenly he's 1 rollout away from back-to-back and your energy dry if you're Maxi. The problem is, I don't know if you can get to that triple Hydro Cannon. If you can endure the Mud Slaps and get to triple Hydro Cannon and maybe swap on a Bone Slap into your Tinkaton, you have a chance. There was a swap attempt. It was a failure. So now Maxi has the opportunity to get the back-to-back charge attacks. Here comes the play rough. No Protect Shield, knowing that Shadow Kanto Marowak has pretty good stat product and can handle it.
Maxi only a couple Mud Slaps away. Can he survive the Fairy Winds? Looks like yes, he gets the back-to-back. He still has a shield. Gon acknowledging it. Here's 1 Bone Club, enough to knock out the Tinkaton. Here comes the second one, and Maxi gonna punch his ticket into day number 2. Charge Attack priority going to the Blastoise first. Maxi still having the shield though, and he's feeling comfortable in this matchup. What a fantastic performance from both players. So Maxi going to take the win here in this winter semifinals against Gon.
He secures it with this charge attack right here. Gon gets knocked out. His Shadow Blastoise couldn't quite do it. Maxi gets the reverse sweep to make it to day number 2 at Pokemon Worlds. Congratulations to Maxi, and Gon's not out of it yet. He is trying to improve his performance from last season, of course, where he got 33rd, which means he was 1 match victory away from top cut. He still has that opportunity to top cut later on in the tournament.
Yeah, and honestly, a beautiful performance from both players, right? And I think if you're looking at players to watch, right, maybe not the players you would put on your list, but we all know these players are capable of beating some of the best, and you know they did it to get to this stage there. GO is not out of it yet. Like you said, he's going down to that loser's bracket, but one more series win for him, and he also joins Maxi in day number 2.
They're talking about something on stage. I believe it was probably because the fairy win didn't go through on that Tinkaton, but I don't know if anything's going to happen here. It looks like both the trainers are probably logging out of their account. I think that is a final decision. Maxi is going to be moving on to day number 2. Congratulations to the trainer who was a finalist in his last European regional, took out Elam, and has now secured day number 2, joining an elite pack of trainers at Pokemon Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, elite pack of trainers, everyone I think at Pokemon Worlds is an elite trainer there, and these players are proving it. You know, sometimes meta is meta for a reason. Here, as we take a look at the meta team from Maxi, this was a wild mirror matchup. Maxi winning Charge Attack priority, but also out-bulking the Galarian.
Yes, how did that happen? That was crazy. Yeah. You rarely see that because let's just say right now, if you have higher attack, that means your stat product is typically lower because attack will raise your CP more than other defense or stamina. So that means you'll hit your CP faster and you have less stat product. So to be able to win charge attack priority and outbulk the opponent, that's a well-trained Pokemon from Maxi here, and it actually might have secured him day number 2. Those little factors to try to get as many variations of each Pokemon for moments like this.
Yeah, absolutely wild there, but really great. Well played from Maxi and GO as well. Looks like it's the Galarian Corsola show.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like a lot of people, they were sleeping on this, or no, they're sleeping on Diggersby, I gotta say, right, in my opinion. Because Diggersby has been pushed out of the meta, Galarian Corsola really is saying, you know what, this is my time to shine, and we've seen it shine in so many of these matches. I gotta say, Shadow Blastoise, it did look pretty good. But the pesky Shadow Marowak is so annoying because you're resisting those matchups. You're thinking, how's ground just dominating this ground versus water matchup? But that's where the typing comes in handy, and the rollout ends up actually holding Blastoise back.
And this is a situation where your greatest strength is sometimes your weakness. Because you know that Pokemon is unchecked, the opponent knows it's coming in every battle, and you're probably going to be investing in that Pokemon. So you already know that the opposite trainer is running Shadow Blastoise, so you can really have that mindset throughout the battle. I know I have to deal with this. It's nothing that's going to be unexpected. And Maxi has not only known that in that moment, I talked to him earlier, he's been thinking about this for hours, how to deal with that Shadow Blastoise. He had the perfect plan. He was able to reverse sweep, and I was one of those Galarian Corsolans non-believers early on.
Same.
Because Galarian Corsola, just the pacing is so much slower than Dusclops. Dusclops was a Pokemon you would think would probably be top 3 in usage in this tournament, given how popular it was day number 2 at NAIC. Its pacing is incredibly fast. Corsola, its pacing is slow. And we saw its weakness early on when it was outpaced, it was on the back foot, it wasn't looking strong. But that demonstration for those 2 trainers able to put the Pokemon in the proper position to put your foot on the gas pedal and start astonishing down Pokemon, start being aggressive with it. It has such a higher upside than I realized.
Yeah, and you know, I will say too, right? I feel like I'm always a Galarian Corsola doubter, but when you're facing one, it is so annoying because it wins so many of those neutral matchups. Right. Unless you have a hard counter like a Trapeon or, you know, a Galarian Moltres, you're in a tough, or Diggersby, you're in a tough spot, and that's kind of like what Azumarill kind of did in a lot of the previous metas, right? Just outbulking in those situations.
And I just want to point out something because the top of the meta is neutral bulky or neutral flexible, which other metas have not been like this. Top meta Pokemon have sometimes been neutral powerful, like say a Medicham Shadow Walrein meta, where those Pokemon are neutrally strong, but they just have so much upside as well to sweep a backline. They just have so much potential packed into them. And this meta is completely different. I believe the top of the meta is just neutrally bulky, like that Galarian Corsola.
Butters, I got good news for you. One of my favorite neutrally bulky Pokemon's coming up next. Look at Jin's team. There's the Bastion right there. That's my guy, the Bastion, but also Jin's as well. This matchup is, I feel like, the best example of what Worlds can be for Pokemon Go. You have, obviously, big name players, right? You got Arrow, you got Beelzebub, LNDS, Harjefe, But then you got underdogs making it to the big stage as well. This is winners semifinals of Group F, and winners just makes it to day number 2. These are 2 players at their first ever World Championship, and they have made it this far. Kim KK from Korea qualified through the Korean qualifier. I think 2 years ago tried to play in the qualifier but did not make it, and last year didn't compete. This year makes it on the big stage. And we got Jins as well, who has been following the circuit for a while, but first time qualifying as well. A player from Australia but has Japanese roots and also has SoCal roots as well. I see him at some of my locals too, and he's had a kind of an up and down year and trying to figure out teams. And I know him really well personally, and he's always, had some type, sometimes stage nerves or playing against top players, but he's made it super far. And what are we looking? Look at this team: Shadow, Dustnor, Bastiodon. I didn't even tell him to run this,
I mean, speaking of the stage nerves, he is looking like he has awesome demeanor here, just calm, cool, and collected, making it all the way here with a Shadow Dustnor as well as that Bastion has so much neutral bulk here. Can that be the factor against Kim? But the thing is, Kim does have that Diggersby, a Pokemon that we haven't really seen be a factor. After it was top usage at NAIC day number 1, it has fallen off a cliff. It's been trending down, but Kim was able to use it to perfection here at Worlds to get to this winner's semis. He has a pretty meta team. How does this match up against the spice of Jins?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I actually don't think the Bastion has a lot of utility here, right? Because Lapras has played into it, Glyspot does too. Obviously, you're taking super effective smackdowns on both, but their pace is so much faster. Drapion paces pretty quickly there too. And, since a year ago, Bastion has really been nerfed because of that smackdown damage change. So as someone that really, likes the Pokemon, I actually don't think is particularly good in this matchup, but he has other picks that are good, right? However, Jins might have not been facing a lot of Diggersby in this tournament because there's not a lot of people running it. It actually looks pretty good into Jin's team, right? You can nearly one-shot the Shadow Scizor with the Fire Punch, double super effective. You have play into the Credility too, but it is a Bullet Seed Credility, so not nearly as good. You can hit it, neutral with Scorching Sand, but a matchup that Credility should not lose. Dustnor, though, the Dynamic Punch, that's going to really threaten that Diggersby, and you could tank the Scorching Sand. You're resisting the quick attack damage. So we're going to have to see, but this is kind of a meta team versus a very not meta team.
I think it's a little bit of a tough matchup for Jins now that I'm looking at it, because a lot of his picks have multiple counters on the other side, and it feels like Kim has a lot of flexibility to bring different Pokemon. Like you said, Bastion doesn't have a true Pokemon that you're trying to target, so you're not going to see it, and then it's risky to bring that Shadow Dustnor because there's the Shadow Drapion and the Diggersby. It's really tough. I think your most neutral pick in this matchup, if you're Jins, is the Mandibuzz. You just need to be able to avoid that Dedenne at all costs. Can it be the Cradily and the Shadow Kanto Marowak paired with that Mandibuzz to support it so you can be neutral throughout the game with that Mandibuzz, bounce around a bit? Shadow Kanto Marowak is also looking very neutral. You have to worry about the 2 water Pokemon. That is probably the biggest issue if you're Jins. How do you take care of that Lapras and Golisopod? Maybe the Cradily is your play there.
Yeah, definitely. You always have to respect that Dynamic Punch from the Shadow Dustnor, so I do think that he'll probably opt for that as much as possible. The Shadow Drapion is going to be a hard counter to, but outside of that, you're not too bad, right? Yeah, you have kind of like the teenage version of it with the Dusclops, but in the head-to-head, let me take a look at it. It is actually going to be Astonished Dustnor, so charging energy a little bit slower, but doing a lot more damage. That Shadow Astonished damage, you cannot, forego that. You can't just ignore that, right? That's actually going to do a lot of damage. I mean, I know you said, looks like Jin's team has a disadvantage into Kim's team, but I'm looking at Jin's team. I feel like he has a disadvantage against everyone's team. So I don't know how he made it this far. But honestly, as someone that knows that he's worked really hard to get to this stage, I'm really happy for him. And he's doing something here, right, at World Championships. He barely qualified for Worlds in the Australia qualifiers. I think he was towards the bottom, maybe the 9th or 8th player to qualify from Australia. And it's I think they only have 10 spots, right, in the championship points qualification spots. So barely making it to World Championships, and I know, he kind of went through some ups and downs. Portland, I think he went 0-2 as well. NEIC started off rough, but, kind of made a comeback. So I know, he's all smiles on stage. I'm sure he's feeling great about making it this far, but he might go even further.
Well, that's the thing. These trainers on the bubble, you might think that they have less of a chance to win the World Championships, Maybe they do because they don't have the accolades of the top trainers, but if you make it to the World Championships, you are a great trainer. And even if you are in that bubble, just barely qualifying, if you can predict the proper team, like you said, you're like, I don't even know how he got this far with his team, but the thing is, he must have a strategy with it. Is it that Mandibuzz, Shadow, Kantomero at core? Or maybe he's just thinking all his opponents will be expecting that because it feels like you're kind of forced into that core because your team has so many weaknesses, similar to Arrow. Arrow had so many weaknesses, it felt like he was stuck in certain situations, but then he just flipped the script. He's like, okay, I will just embrace my weaknesses. I'll be weak against everything, and I'll just try to outplay the opponent with Pokemon that they are not expecting. So maybe Jins has a unique strategy here. As these trainers are talking it out a little bit more, they're trying to still get set up on stage, but this is one of the most fascinating matchups we've had yet at Pokemon Worlds because on paper, I think Kim from Korea just has such a huge advantage. And also, these trainers from the APAC region, they're the true wild cards, right?
Yes.
We don't have as much experience seeing them play, seeing their play styles. They have completely different metas that they have created within their region that they have developed, and then they unleash it on the stage at Pokemon World, and sometimes it catches trainers off guard, especially in day number 1.
I mean, to go off of that, Kim's played one tournament this year in the Championship Series circuit, and it wasn't on a broadcast tournament either, so no one really knows what he has up his sleeve. Very excited to see that. And Jins, I don't believe has played any tournaments where he was on a broadcast either. So in a way, even though he's played in a lot of tournaments, he's also kind of unknown for a lot of our viewers, so we're going to see that. I want to hear from our viewers as well. I think we have some tweets. Let's take a look at that as we're getting these players set up here, too. We got Juancho, one of our co-casters. Doesn't matter what happens today, being here together already makes me feel like a world champion, but we're still going for the win. I love it. You know, that's this whole family right there competing, and all three of them qualify for World Championships. And look at that drip too, right? They got to match and show up to compete.
Incredible. These are certified Pokemon trainers, a certified Pokemon family here. You love the matching fit as well. Some of the best people we met, such a nice family. I'm so happy for them. And then we got Yakai for Anaheim. I believe Yakai has taken one match loss so far, just to update you. But as we checked before we started casting, he is still in the tournament. He still has the opportunity, I believe, to go back-to-back World Championships. Remember, he started out 0-2 in the Worlds 2 years ago, then won the whole thing last year. Another caster of ours, Jeremy. I only won one thing this weekend, a 3x, 4x Arcanine Dim jacket. Well, I believe you'll be able to find that one.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if someone can help out Jeremy there. What fantastic outfits as well, too. I love the theme that we have this year. I mean, I love every year's theme, but every year is a little bit different. We have Rosemary, our co-caster, too. Pokemon Go app. Custom stadium and music for PP trainer battles is so cool. You can see the Pokemon battle on the in-game Jumbotron. Really feels like Worlds right now, and I hope that we get something like this for Champions. I would pay money for different stadiums and battle music. I love it too, you know, and it's Go Battle Week as well. A lot of people could play at home, so for those tuning in, you can kind of experience the World's effect in some ways. Honestly, the in-game design is absolutely awesome to see. You can see the aerial shots, multiple camera angles
the changing
in the stadium.
Aerial shot. When you're turning in battle, you see the trainer and the Pokemon. It is awesome. It's one of the coolest maps ever. I absolutely love it. I think I was watching Rosemary when she was battling her new Master League team.
She was cooking people,
Oh, she was dominating, especially against that Mewtwo. I could not agree more. It's so cool, and especially at an event right now that we have the World Championships. It is just amazing to see the trainers. They're going to be on Championship Sunday battling in a literal stadium for the very first time at Pokemon Worlds while battling in-game in a stadium. I absolutely can't wait.
Yeah, that's a real inception right there. Playing in a stadium, in-game, in a stadium, in real life. Speaking in real life, though, we're back on the stage here between Kim and Jins. I know that we're about to get underway. Now, I actually thought about this matchup a little bit while we're looking at tweets. I think Jin's team is actually genius.
Okay. I'm in. You sold me. Okay.
The Dedenne, great matchups against the Manibuzz. I mean, completely walling it off. But you can't bring the Dedenne. You got Credilli, Shadow Scizor, and Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, Bastion, and Dustorm both have played into it. Mandibuzz coming to every game as here we go. Game number 1, Kim versus Jins in the winner semifinals, and it is going to be the Mandibuzz versus the Diggersby.
And what a choice there in the backline. Having that Shadow Dustor, I think this is a perfect team composition for Jins. Like you mentioned, having that Mandibuzz in the front line, able to avoid that Dedenne matchup that's probably coming into every single battle. And then Shadow Dustor is going to have an awesome time in the backline because that Golisopod is running the bug-type fast attack of Fury Cutter and not running Shadow Claw.
I like the plays from Jins. Let's see what he's going to do here. Shadow Scizor with shield advantage is so scary. You avoid the matchup against Diggersby, which, you know, you obviously have to shield every potential fire punch, so Jin's feeling very comfortable here. This is a matchup where Diggersby can make it pretty close, ground into flying type because of the neutral quick attack and fire punch damage being added up. But it's two very bulky Pokemon here, and that Dedenne doesn't have a lot of places to go. Scizor gonna absolutely shred it, but on top of that, Dustor's not bad into it, and the Golisopod's not amazing in the back either.
Yeah, but the thing is, Dedenne is so neutrally strong, and remember, those bullet punches are just going to be neutral against the Dedenne, and Shadow Scizor needs to get all the way to Trailblaze to threaten, because Night Slash is resisted here, going to be able to throw the Fire Punch, and the problem is, you're going to soft lose this matchup, and no, actually, you're going to throw another Fire Punch. I would actually like a little bit of an undercharge here, but we'll see if you see it, because you want to get it maximum energy on that Dedenne on the farm down, because you're guaranteed to lose this matchup with this foul play. Now, you want to try to, actually trying to go for the alignment instead, thinking that Dedenne lined up in the back might be the play, but really, I think the farm down was probably the play, but we have the advantage. We see the Pokemon in the back. Kim obviously doesn't know.
All right, we get the full farm down from the Diggersby. That's a lot of energy on this Diggersby. Not an easy way to farm this down. I think Jins might come in with Dusknoir, tank the move, and then come in with Scizor, because energy advantage on the Scizor with the shield advantage, it's nearly unstoppable with his team composition. Here comes the Scorching Sand. Does Jins just go for the farm down? This is going to be a lot, but maybe he just opts to throw it. The double resist Shadow Punch, it is going to be enough to KO the Diggersby. Still having 2 shields for the Shadow Scizor. It's going to be a tough one for Kim, but let's see what he comes in with. In comes the Dedenne, and Jins opting to stay in for a time being.
And this is just super clunky because the Dedenne is not good with fast attack pressure. You cannot farm this down. You're going to have to take this Shadow Punch here, and you're going to have to throw a Parabolic Charge to secure that knockout. That did so much damage. Jin is going to swap into the Scizor. This is definitely going to get Protect Shield. There's only one decision tree when you're Shadow Scizor, and it is Protect Shield. When C Charge Attack, press Protect Shield. That is the only option because it takes so much damage. Here comes the Golisopod, but you got that energy advantage, Caleb, to be able to win this matchup, I believe, in the one Protect Shield situation.
Yeah, Jin's now ahead on energy immunity. He's going to get the Night Slash. Night Slash is not going to be shielded. Great call from Kim, but let's see if we get a boost. No boost. However, the resistant Bullet Punch adding up so fast now. Kim having to spend the final shield. Here's the thing. Switch timers are misaligned. Can just even swap over to catch over, or is the Bullet Punch damage going to be enough here? Oh, Kim getting to the double, getting to more than double Aqua Jet at this point too.
But now the timer. But now that's he doesn't shield. He lets it go. He thinks he can win the rest of the game with the Shadow Dustor. Lets the Shadow Scizor go. He has to get the Astonish, but it's going to be an Aqua Jet that is going to cut him off. There's one Protect Shield remaining. Jins doesn't love it. He's going to have to use the Protect Shield here to keep this Dustor up, and now he's going to be able to secure that knockout here. There's only the Dedenne in the back. He just needs to go for these Astonishes.
Astonish down! Jins clutching it out here with the wonky team, and the Shadow Dustor is what closes it out for him.
And it just looks like the Galarian Corsola on steroids is that Shadow Dustor with all that astonished pressure and even the more damage from that Shadow Punch compared to the Nightshade, just able to hold on to it, actually just soaking damage on it and just be able to hold it on with a little bit of health and to close out that battle.
And Jin's relying on the shield advantage of Shadow Scizor. We've seen it happen in so many games as well. Really great planning from him all the way throughout, right? Shipping down the Dedenne. Dedenne did have to drop that energy, could not get to Parabolic in time, and had to respect the fast attack pressure on Jin's team. You got the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Shadow Dustor. I mean,
look at that damage between the Astonish and Shadow Punch. That's crazy. Dedenne has an awesome stat product. It just a couple Astonishes plus a Shadow Punch absolutely chunked it, and he was able to finish it off in the in-game as well. A Pokemon I believe one of our co-casters thought would be a factor here, but wow, it is looking really strong right now.
I got a fun fact for you, Butters. Jins has never even made a day 2 before.
Wow.
He's about to make it on the biggest stage in the world at World Championships on the winner's side, 1 game away with one of the wildest teams I've seen this weekend. Not even that wild though, because we saw a Turtonated Toadstool, but this is pretty wild. If you came into the tournament, you saw this team, you're like, there's no way this team does well, but Jins finding the win conditions against Kim. And again, Kim, like the Dedenne is good into the Mana Buzz, but if you don't lock it into the Mana Buzz, it's not that good.
Yeah, and the thing is, what's even wilder, you're kind of playing with 5 Pokemon. I know you are very used to this as a Bastion specialist, but in situations where Bastion's just not that very neutrally useful and you don't have any targets that you're strong against, you are limited to 5 Pokemon. Talk about that. How has that been in the past for you, only having 5 Pokemon that you can really lean on?
I mean, even when I used it, it was better, right? Its Smackdown damage did more damage. Jins is using Bastion that has even less play in this current meta. So, I mean, he's still maybe only using 5 Pokemon. He can't use 4 because it's that bad. But there literally is very little play with this Bastion, in my opinion, against Kim's team. But Jin said, you know what? I don't care. Give me 5 Pokemon. Give me 4 Pokemon. Maybe give me 3 Pokemon if he locks the same team in here as we go into game number 2. He needs 1 more to make it to day number 2. Kim has to win this game to force the game number 3. Here we go. It's going to be a mirror or same matchup again. It's going to be the Diggersby versus the Mana Buzz. And Kim forced to bench the Dedenne. But I think in a really good position right now because you don't want the Dusclops nor the Glyspot against the Mana Buzz. So in a way, in the best position possible for him. But the rest of the team, the Shadow Scissors are still looking pretty strong. I do think this team composition favors Kim more though, but it really depends on where the shield's going to be spent.
No, I definitely think it favors Kim because both these trainers made a backline adjustment, and on Jin's side was really preparing for the Dedenne in the back by having the Shadow Scissors and the Cradilly. But instead of bringing the Dedenne, bringing 2 Pokemon that are quite strong against the Cradilly and even against that Shadow Scizor as well. There is no place for the Shadow Scizor pretty much in the entire battle. I think Kim's backline is looking absolutely fantastic against Jins. If Jins is able to pull off this, that would be stunning.
Yeah, let's see if he could do it or not, too. It is not looking favorable, but we've seen even crazier comebacks at the World Championships this year and last.
Oh, gets the extra air slash here. That's huge.
That is going to be big. Let's see if it changed the outcome or not. Obviously, Kim won that head-to-head matchup last time around, but did have to spend a shield. This matchup is pretty close in this zero shield situation. Jin's firing another foul play. I think Kim might opt to just let all these go because, again, knows he's in a good spot in the back, doesn't know what's in the back, but Dusclops looking pretty strong into everything on the side of Jins now that the Mana Buzz is almost taken out.
And able to go for this Fire Punch here. This is not going to be able to knock out the Mana Buzz. The Mana Buzz does endure here. And remember, in game number 1, he decided to protect shield, and this time Jins is actually going to give up the alignment to try to get that Bullet Punch advantage against the backline. Is met by the Gliscopod here, and now suddenly you are slightly ahead on energy, able to get to the Night Slash, but no, trying to get to the Trailblaze first. I actually really like the Trailblaze, because if you can land the Trailblaze into a Gliscopod, you can actually Bullet Punch down if you invest the Protect Shield. Here is the first Protect Shield of that Aqua Jet.
I think he's actually going to go for the Night Slash, knowing that 2 shields through the Bullet Punch damage really adds up. If he gets a boost here, it could be disastrous for Kim. I love to play with the Bullet Punch.
No shield!
Doesn't shield at all, and Jin's going to outpace him because he got the extra Bullet Punch, and in comes this Night Slash. Kim going to have to spend the final shield. This is tough though, because if Jins is able to Bullet Punch down, he can permanently debuff this Dusclops, and that's going to be lights out, I think, for Kim. Let's see if he can do it or not. And there comes the second shield from Jins. I think Kim is going to have to swap out here. Switch timer is up. He's going to go for it. But here comes Jins, and now, he's going to actually stay in to throw a move here. I like this play too.
Yeah.
Grab the shield. Neutrally, Cradilly's pretty strong. You have to super effect the Ice Punch, but I don't know if the Dusclops has enough gas in the tank to sweep the entire rest of the team. Still 3 Pokemon left for Jins.
And remember,
the
Mana Buzz swap!
Catching the Resistance Shadow Punch, gets the Air Slash through as well. Jins playing absolutely on point here, wasting that energy, and now Cradilly full health still against the chunked Dusclops. He has a catch opportunity for his own Gliscopod, but Jins really up in this battle right now.
And he had the team composition disadvantage, was on the complete back foot, but able to swap on that charge attack to get the momentum in this in-game here. But first, has to endure a super effective Ice Punch, and you want to try to debuff this Dusclops as soon as possible. But remember, The switch timer, oh wait, actually let a hex through. Maybe a mistake there from Jin.
Well, it's 3 turns. They're
bullet seed. My fault.
Okay.
I'm so used to acid here,
You're
but
totally fine.
it is the bullet seed there. And now suddenly the switch timer is almost up for Jins. Both these trainers have their swaps back remaining. This is not going to be enough for a knockout. Kim is almost at double charge attacks though.
Both have opportunities to catch her. Let's see if they do or not. And Jins, no, locking it in here, getting the rock tomb through. I think we even waited for the hex to come through, knowing that it's not going to be catch opportunity. Glycopod.
Oh. And it swaps in. Can he get the bullet punch down? He needs it. He needs it. He does get it. Now Jin's fist pumping. This is what Pokemon dreams are made of. Never making a day 2 ever and making it here at Pokemon World 2025.
Huge congrats to Jins here with the wildest team. We're looking at like, this team doesn't look good on paper, but Jins just piloting it really well. Doesn't matter about the car if the driver is playing that on point there. The catch absolutely huge for them. Pleasure chatting through a little bit. We'll give you an update if there's going to be any potential things being reviewed here. But as it stands, Jins, what a victory there in game number 2, especially looking at those back lines.
Incredible. Jins probably had the team composition disadvantage here. I believe he absolutely did in that game number 2. The backline was not looking favorable, but the thing is that Shadow Scizor taking that Fury Cutter damage, the big flaw in Shadow Scizor is you can't take a charge attack and then you get pressured so much by fast attacks, but being able to resist that Fury Cutter damage, able to have enough bulk to hang on to close out that battle. Brilliant performance from Jins. Like we mentioned, or you mentioned it, he's never made a day 2 in his championship series career. And now, if the ruling stands, he has just completed that journey to make it into Saturday in 2025 Pokemon Worlds in Anaheim. And it looks like we do officially have this match under review. I didn't quite catch what the infraction would be. We might be able to look at it.
Yeah, I don't know too, right? We're not judges, we have expert judges reviewing this, but I think to answer your question, I believe it was in the lead matchup, Diggersby versus Mandibuzz. There were some awkward timings there, and I think both players timed their moves well, but there were times where it looked like an air slash snuck through that it shouldn't have, and I think that did change the dynamic potentially of that lead matchup. The real question is, does it change the outcome, right? Because Jins lost that matchup, or he hard pivoted over to the Scizor, right? And was able to get the energy there too. So it's not like they played out the 0 shields and Jins won switch advantage. He gave up switch advantage in that situation. So we're gonna let the judge review that. And again, it could be something else, right? That's just based on what I saw there. But while we're taking a review at that, I mean, talk about Jins real quick. This is why I say Pokemon Go, it could really be anyone's game. This is the first season that Jins has played in the Championship Series circuit. His first tournament was 2025 Louisville back in October of this season, less than a year ago, and now he has a potential spot in top 32 on the winner's side at the biggest stage, running the weirdest team I've seen in quite a while in this meta. You know, see the fist bump, he's feeling good, you know? Even if he has to redo that match or whatever, he's feeling great about himself too, and what a confidence booster it is too. I mean, he was even telling me a few weeks back, he's like, oh, man, this might be my last season. I don't know, I'm not feeling great, first and last, but I don't know, after this performance, this might be the first of many seasons for Jins.
I'm so glad you brought that up because we want to shine the light on these trainers in particular, because the fact that he just started battling in Pokemon Go PvP to make it to day number 2 in his first ever World. Of course, he hadn't made it before, so he was just learning. He was on his own Pokemon journey, getting better, trying new strategies, and this is what Pokemon dreams are made of. To be able to be in this moment, to achieve what you think is unachievable with a team that is unique to you. No other trainer is bringing this strategy. That is what can differentiate yourself as a Pokemon trainer. Really, it is Pokemon greatness at its highest level for Jins. So if you're thinking of competing next season, we highly encourage it. You could be the next Jins. You could start playing. You could have your similar journey of trying to battle through the ups and downs. There will be some downs, but if you stick with it, if you keep tapping like Jins is on stage, you can make it to the very mountaintop that these trainers are trying to go for season after season.
Yeah, and speaking of first-time trainers, Emmy Weedle, right, our junior world champion in that first year in 2022, picked up PvP that year as well.
Right.
First season, winning a world championship, right? Those are the ups of starting out in your first year. But on the flip side of it, Yakai, the reigning world champion, he played in Yokohama, went 0-2 in his competitive season, didn't do well, got completely swept in Worlds, came back the following year and didn't lose a single series. So it really could go many ways there, but really there's no way to know for sure unless you put your own name in the bucket there and try it yourself. So for those looking at home, what a great time it is to play Pokemon GO PvP. You know, you can play at home, you can play it, experience it in the arena, in the in-game battle system as well. And, you know, maybe you might be sitting on stage next year in San Francisco as we're going to take a look at the match review. We'll see if there is an update from our team on what exactly is being checked here in this specific matchup.
And two extremely talented judges on stage. I believe that's the first ever world champion. Well, actually, technically second world champion ever in Pokemon GO PvP, because me, Weedle, did it first before Dancing Rob.
That's right.
In technicality, we were both there. And then Dancing Rob, of course, came all the way on that loser side of the bracket to secure that 2022 Pokemon World Championships. These days, focus more on judging and supporting the entire judging team that is absolutely amazing. They look like they're trying to determine what is going to happen in this game number 2. Remember, if this stands, this is a 2-0 for Jins here, and Jins will be moving on to day number 2. And both the players are actually putting back on their headsets, so I think they might be getting a verdict shortly. And as soon as we know, we are going to relay that information to you.
Yeah, I have a small update for you all too. What they are reviewing is that lead matchup, the Mandibuzz versus Diggersby. So we'll see if that's going to be overruled to be a rematch, or it's going to say no rematch. It's the results did not impact the effective outcome of the match, and they're explaining to the players, which means that Jins will be making it on to day number 2. What a performance from him! And you know what I say, Butters? Bring your Bastion counters, because there's a Bastion in day number 2 of World Championships.
And even if you have your Bastion counters, it doesn't matter.
You probably have
because,
a lot, honestly.
Yeah, because Jins can win without it. So looks like they're explaining the result here. It's so hard because remember, if you are correct, if it happened in that lead matchup, there's so much that happens later in the game. That's why we leave it to these amazing judges, and they are trying to explain
Speaking of Dancing Rob, he's right there on stage.
No, exactly.
Yeah,
That's why I brought him out.
Yes,
That's why I pointed him out, because he is on stage. And I mean, obviously, he is an expert at the game. He has proven it on the biggest stage possible. These are tough decisions, and they're explaining it to both these trainers. I don't know if it's official yet. You mentioned it's official, but both these trainers still are on stage. But I'm so happy that we had the extra time to be able to spotlight the journey, specifically of Jins. And of course, Kim, who's a trainer that is kind of unknown, and he got so far and he's not out of it yet. He also will drop down to loser's bracket if this does stand, and he has an awesome opportunity to make it to day number 2. And we know how talented all these APAC trainers are that we don't get to see normally in championship series. I mean, we definitely know it because Yakai was our last year's world champion.
That's right, that's right. And, you know, credit to Kim as well, really well-played series. And this is only his 3rd tournament ever, right? 2 qualified tournaments in South Korea, and then now World Championships for him, and making it this far too. Absolutely incredible performance from him as well. But big congrats to Jins. He is making it on to day number 2. Add another name to the list, Duo Butters.
Yes. He joins, if you're just joining us, he joins Trent, Wolfpack, Arrow, LNDS Cowlish, who won back-to-back regionals this season, Paddleman, who is an international champion, Emilio Beasleboy, that was top 4 in Worlds last season, LNDS Harjefe, which, I mean, we have to consider one of the best LATAM trainers ever, able to win an international champion, able to win multiple regional titles as well. And then, of course, others that we might have missed have already happened, and we still have a lot more remaining because we are around 4 o'clock local time here, but there are still multiple trainers not only trying to make their way on the winner's side of the bracket into top 32, but we have a lot of trainers that are going to try to whittle their way on that loser side, and you're never out of it at Pokemon Worlds. Dancing Rob, who was on stage, is the prime example.
Yeah, we get the handshake to seal the deal here. Great sportsmanship from both players. Jins 8810 is making it to day number 2. Big congrats to him. You know he's feeling good about his performance. And again, his first official ever season playing in the championship series, and you love to see it.
And one thing I want to look at, I don't know if we can look at top usage again. I just want to see, what do you actually target if you are Bastiodon? I don't know. The biggest thing that you're going to target is obviously the Dark Flying.
Yes.
Right? The
yes.
Mandibuzz and the Moltres. You are fantastic in those matchups.
And honestly, That's about it.
In the Talonflame too.
Talonflame, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
you
yes,
have
no
Talonflame
flyers.
there, and then the thing is, you're actually neutrally okay versus a lot of Pokemon in the top meta. You just don't really have the opportunity to hard beat much of the Pokemon besides those flying types. And of course, at all costs, you need to avoid those ground types like the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Shadow Quagsire that's very popular. I believe number 6 in top usage here in day number 1. And then we even saw the Diggersby, who was number 1 top usage at NAIC, has fallen off a cliff, but is still very viable, especially in a scenario where Galarian Corsola is number 4 in usage.
Yeah, and I think, you know, even Kim's matchup had the Diggersby against the Mana Bus every time. And that's the thing that Diggersby does better than a lot of the other ground types in this meta, right? The ground types we got are Shadow Kanto Marowak. You got Shadow Quagsire, which has a Stone Edge coverage. If you don't land it, not the greatest. And Shadow Kanto Marowak, if you don't land the Rock Slide, even if you do, not the best. Of course, a couple Toad Scroll as well, too. Would not do great into the Mana Bus, but he was utilizing the Diggersby as a Mana Bus counter, which did work out pretty well. It's just that the Shadow Scizor with Energy lead, with the Shield lead, was just so oppressive for him to deal with. But I still think that Diggersby actually has a lot of utility, and I think that's why Kim might be one of the few players running that ground normal type, making it this far, and still could make that day number 2 on that loser side.
I completely agree, just because I thought the main story going into Top Cut was probably going to be Shadow Scizor, because I feel like Shadow Scizor is so strong against the top Pokemon that it's just very playable. Diggersby is actually one of the best counters because you have that double super effective Fire Punch because of the Steel and Bug type weakness of that Shadow Scizor. So I completely agree with you. Diggersby has a lot of play. It's not high in usage, but if you can find a way to make it into day number 2, you might have some awesome matchups. This is a Pokemon that's trending down. There is no denying that, but it could be on the rise if you knew what the actual meta would be here at Worlds, because it does have a lot of decent matchups.
It really does. And I know at least one trainer coming up on stage does have a Diggersby as well. I chatted with him a little bit right before earlier in the crowd, and that's going to be Magic Mason. And we actually haven't seen him on stage in quite a while. Honestly, since 2024. His last tournament was in Toronto in December. And you know, I chatted with him. He started a new job and stuff. Doesn't have as much time, but had the championship points locked in, already qualified. And now he is one series away from making it into day number 2 on that winner side as well.
And, I thought you said Mankey, and I was like, oh, does he have a Primate or an Annihilate on his team?
I got the Mankey here.
Oh, you do?
Yes,
oh,
yes,
that's
yes.
nice. Well done. But yeah, and it's funny because Magic Mason was a trainer that I feel like at his greatest prominence was in the Noctowl, Trevenant, Lantern meta, which was, it was tough because there could be a lot of potential for hard counters, but he was able to win scenarios where it was complete mirror matchups versus other top trainers. So you know this is a trainer with incredible capabilities. So can he translate that to a meta that's completely wide open? You can't really get any different from that meta to this meta. They really are polar opposites. So this is kind of a fresh start for Magic Mason here. So I'm really excited to see his creative take on the meta. And obviously he's doing awesome because he's in the winner semis, 1 match victory.
Yeah, and you know, as our players are getting loaded, we're going to take. We will be right back versus Magic Mason versus the B-Day will be the matchup we have up.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm here with a very special guest, disguised host, Pokemon fan, content creator, esports organization owner as well. And we're just chatting right before this. You said that this is your first Pokemon Worlds. Very exciting. Something I love to hear about people is how they get into Pokemon, right? Maybe one of your first early happy memories. I know us as 90s babies, it might go a few far years back, but I'm just curious to hear, your origin story with Pokemon.
Right. It first started with, of course, the game. It was Pokemon Blue. Back then, you kind of had to pick a side. Are you a Pokemon Red player or a Pokemon Blue player? Or sometimes you might be even a Pokemon Yellow player. But those people, they came after. I was a Pokemon Blue player, and I just fell in love with the game playing on my Game Boy. It was a pink Game Boy, and I just remember my initial memory was being scared because you had to go into the caves. When you had to fight Brock in the first gym, you gotta go through a cave and it's so dark, and then the Zubats and the Geodudes. But once you conquer that, it's a lot of fun and you beat your first gym, and I don't know, it's such a fond memory.
Do you remember the starter that you chose in Blue?
Bulbasaur. I've been a big Bulbasaur fan. He's my number one. I know Charmander's cool. I know Squirtle is cool, but Bulbasaur, he's just a happy guy with his little leaf attacks.
Well, I love that you stay true to that. And, so we're on the eve of Pokemon Worlds right now. This is your first time being here. Is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to at your first Pokemon Worlds event, or just kind of hoping to see what happens?
Hoping to see what happens, but definitely want to check out the TCG. That's the one I'm personally very interested in. I play a little bit on the side. I had a Snorlax stall deck, and when I was busting it out, people kind of gave me a look. It's like, oh, you're playing Snorlax? I want to see what deck is good. I heard Dragapult is dominating the meta right now. I want to see how far they go.
TCG is actually the oldest Pokemon game in the competitive series, so a lot of history there. And I know, what was it, maybe last year or 2 years ago, you started your own esports organization, Disguise, and you've been involved with League of Legends, Apex, TFT, a lot of other games as well. Even, I believe, Pokemon TCG last year sponsored some players at our international. What's that road been like for you, and kind of what are your long-term aspirations? Because in my opinion, I think it's a really great thing to give into that esports organization, give these players aspiring to be pros to have a chance to really get into that spotlight.
I think a lot of our love for the games we play comes through in esports. It's like all these people that spending time playing the game, talking to each other, researching. So I just think it's like an amazing thing to be able to support. And last year we sponsored a couple of trips. One of the players, Rahul, great player. And when I was trying to learn TCG, I even messaged him, hey, can you teach me how to become a better player? So just love seeing these kids get a shot at fulfilling their dreams. And it's really cool that there's 4 different events or 5 different events here. And it's all just Pokemon fans trying to be, essentially the best trainer they can be.
I feel like I might know the answer to this next question, but we have 4 main games in Pokemon Worlds: Pokemon GO, VGC, TCG, and Pokemon UNITE, the MOBA. If you were to compete competitively yourself, which one would you choose? I know Worlds in San Francisco next year, so maybe not too short of a drive, not a very long drive for you to get there.
I would do the TCG because I think that's the game I have the highest chance in. But I do think there's a lot of prestige in, they're all amazing, but the VGC scene, because that one you can stream on Twitch, make YouTube videos out of it. And there's some really big names in it. I mean, obviously Wolfie's a huge name. Like if I can beat him in a VGC showdown, I feel like I could make a name for myself in the scene.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, he's a big name and he's going to be at Worlds this year too. So that would be a showdown I would love to watch. I know a few months ago too, you've been big into opening Pokemon card packs yourself. I remember seeing some of your Prismatic streams, and you're on the hunt for the Umbreon. And I believe you pulled 2, but they were for your viewers. Did you ever end up getting it for yourself?
Never end up getting an Umbreon. I'm a man of my word. When I open packs for my viewers, there's a small part of me that wants to keep it. But that wouldn't be very nice, so I always give away the rare cards. Whenever I open cards and give away packs, I'm the luckiest person in the world. It's like, here's a Giratina all of a sudden. And when I'm opening packs for myself, it's, I don't know, Clefairy here and Eevee there. So still on the hunt for the Umbreon, but I'm not gonna rush it. I'm not gonna go out and just buy it. I'm gonna take my time because it's about the journey. Like, we're not in Pokemon just to find the shiniest card in the fastest way. I think a lot of fun is collecting it slowly over the years.
Well, unfortunately, I can't maybe help you end your journey early, but I really do appreciate you taking the time to chat with us and stuff. And as a little special thank you, it's not an Umbreon prismatic card, so don't get too excited, but I got you a little Umbreon plushie. And maybe it'll keep you company until you get the card yourself. Hopefully you like it. I know it's not a Bulbasaur either, but yeah. Any final words?
Yeah, no, I love it. Thank you so much. I'm going to use this as good luck for my next prismatic pack opening. But yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you for, just hosting, and I'm really looking forward to all the events. And yeah, I think, and look, the place looks amazing. Like, Pokemon really went all out, because I've been in this convention center like 8 times over the last decade, and I think this is the coolest it's ever looked.
Well, I hope you enjoy your first ever Pokemon Worlds. Hopefully not your last as well, but appreciate you sharing the time. And for everyone else, let's get back into the Pokemon action. Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the competitive circuit of Pokemon. I'm Caleb Pang. Let's dive into the story of Yakai 0904, the hero of Hong Kong.
Welcome to the stage, the hero of Hong Kong, Yakai!
Yakai was a 16-year-old trainer from Hong Kong, attending his second ever World Championships. Prior to competing in World Championships, Yakai watched the inaugural 2022 Pokémon GO World Championships in London from home. He came to admire APAC trainer Crescent Angels, the third-place finisher at Worlds, after seeing his epic catches and gameplay.
Godon Hada is going to need, but that Sableye makes the catch!
14-year-old Yakai wanted to follow the footsteps of his favorite player, and sure enough, he qualified for the 2023 World Championships.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
The epic tournament in Yokohama proved to be a tough hurdle for Yakai, who was quickly eliminated from the tournament after being swept in back-to-back series. After such a devastating result, Yakai contemplated skipping out on the 2024 World Championships, but after a first-place finish in the 2024 APAC qualifier for Worlds, Yakai made the trek to Honolulu, Hawaii. Over 200 GO trainers flew into Honolulu from their respective regions to try and take home the coveted World Champion title. Over half the competitors represented Europe and North America, home of the previous World Champions. However, one trainer came to defy all odds, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong. Yakai powered through the first day of competition undefeated, taking down 3 regional champions along the way. In the winners finals of his bracket, Yakai closed out the day with a 2-0 victory, earning himself a spot in the top 32.
Comes the double resistant licks, and Yakai takes a clean 2-0 victory versus Steinar.
On day 2 of the World Championships, Yakai battled through a gauntlet in the winners bracket and did not drop a single game in his first 3 series, a feat that was unmatched by anyone else.
Yakai taking this series 2-0.
Can he get there? No, a Dragon Breath down, and Yakai, here in this situation, a clean 2-0 sweep.
Number 1, this is Lurgan Rocket on the left, Yakai on the right. It's over.
Conceding the matchup, Yakai staying in the winner's side.
This secured Yakai a top 3 spot as he headed into the winners finals of the World Championships. Seated across from Yakai in the winners finals was Marto Galde, an Argentinian player and one of the most accomplished trainers in the world, having previously finished 5th at the 2022 World Championships. Yakai continued his win streak in Game 1 of this best-of-5 series against Marto, but Marto struck back in Game 2, handing Yakai his first loss on the day.
Marto swapping out to his Lickitung.
Marto is going to be able to even up the series 1-1.
Both trainers split the next 2 games, and with that, they were at a decisive Game 5.
What a matchup here! It's the Skarmory into the Lantern!
In this final battle, Yakai led his Skarmory into Marto's Lantern, the worst possible matchup for Yakai. but Yakai decided to put all his hopes and dreams into his Altaria.
But it all comes down to this Altaria. Marto, he has no answer for it.
With Yakai's bold no-shield calls, he completely turned around the game, defeating Marto and punching his ticket to the Grand Finals. On the final day of World Championships, Yakai was matched against the decorated veteran Inadequence, running an unconventional Giratina team. Yakai was at a vast team disadvantage, and he recognized the mountainous task ahead of him.
And he has that opportunity to claim that first title for the APAC region.
In Game 1 of the Grand Finals, Yakai wrestled away the switch advantage from Inadequence and perfectly lined up his final 2 Pokemon for the win. In Game 2, Yakai found himself in a great lead matchup with his Skarmory on Inadequence's Wigglytuff, but a huge no-shield call from Inadequence on his Lantern allowed him to take the driver's seat. With his back against the wall, Yakai double-shielded his Skarmory and made an incredible last-second catch on his Charger Bug to realign the Skarmory against Wigglytuff, putting himself up 2 wins in epic fashion.
He's on the board! Yakai pulls off another game against Inadequence. We are on match point!
On match point, Inadequence core broke Yakai's team with Poliwrath, placing Yakai in an impossible position, resulting in a loss for Yakai.
And Inadequence is not out of it yet!
Trying to slow down Inadequence's momentum, Yakai found himself in a positive lead in Game 4. But to many people's surprise, he gave up switch advantage after losing his Altaria to Inadequence's Clodsire. Yakai boldly farmed down the Clodsire with his Skarmory, making the read that he needed an energy head start for Inadequence's potential backline Skarmory. Yakai's calculated play fooled even Inadequence into saving his Giratina for Yakai's final trump card, his Lickitung, the hardest counter to Giratina. With both trainers on their final Pokemon, Inadequence could only watch as Yakai's Lickitung chipped away at Giratina's health bar. And with a 3-1 victory, Yakai earned himself the title of World Champion. It all started in 2022 London when 14-year-old Yakai watched the best trainers in all. Two years later, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong, rose the World Champion trophy himself and inspired a new generation to pursue their own dreams. Yakai's story is proof that the path to being a world champion isn't always an easy one, but with hard work and perseverance, you too could be the very best. Thank you for watching this showcase of the Pokémon Championships history, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokémon GO using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Aloha, Pokemon trainers! This is Will Dunphy. The 2024 World Championships took our breath away. Let's take a look back at the epic competition in Hawaii. Trainers from across the globe touched down on Oahu's sun-kissed sands, ready to battle it out for the title of Pokemon GO World Champion. Inadequence displayed incredible skill and resilience with his signature core of Wigglytuff and Giratina origin form.
Inadequence says no, no, no!
While Yakai sliced through the winner's bracket with his Skarmory.
Skarmory fires off the Sky Attack, looking for the Steel Wing down.
Fans cheered as Marto Galde and his Whimsicott charmed spectators both far and wide.
Marto making trophy moves!
After an incredible day 2 of heart-stopping battles, only 2 trainers remained standing. On Championship Sunday, the Hong Kong hero Yakai took to the stage, met by the do-it-all Dutchman Inadequence. Our 2024 Grand Finals were officially underway. In Game 1, Yakai's Skarmory caught Inadequence's Wigglytuff out of position, giving Yakai the momentum that he needed to turn the tide of the battle. In Game 2, Yakai made a thrilling swap into his Charger Bug, clearing the way for his Skarmory to fire the Brave Bird and claim a Game 2 victory. In Game 3, Inadequence's Poliwrath toppled Yakai's Skarmory, and he gained additional ground by pivoting to Clodsire. Yakai eventually succumbed to Wigglytuff, giving Inadequence his first win of the series. In Game 4, Inadequence would send his Skarmory to face Yakai's Skarmory, and that choice would eventually align Giratina origin form against Lickitung, giving Yakai his decisive victory in the Grand Finals.
And it's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokémon GO World Champion!
Yakai became our Pokémon GO World Champion, a storybook ending for his 2024 season. A brand new chapter of the Championship Series is set to begin. Write your own Championship Series story by going to Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you on Victory Road.
Hola trainers, welcome back to another episode of Perfect Play, where we review and learn from some of the best plays made in the championship circuit. My name is Martijn, you may also know me as an Eloquence, and this time the skill we zoom in on is the awareness of the 50-second switch timer. Stockholm 2025. It was the first time these competitors played in the Might and Mastery meta. Amongst them were veterans, but also newcomers. This was the third tournament Withered had competed in, and to reach the top 5 of the championship, he had to get past reigning EUIC champion Pokémon. Withered makes the perfect read in Game 1 and aligns his Pokémon where he wants them to be. 1-0. One more win to knock out this Titan, but Pokémon is one of the best players in the world, and Withered needs to be on his A game here. He gets the lead that he wants in Game 2, swallowed into a Zoom roll. But this time, Withered didn't bring the jump love to answer the Sableye from Pokémon. Throughout the battle, Withered is able to keep the alignment he wants and now has his Lapras on a Alolan Sandslash. But it's not over yet. There's still a small chance for Pokémon to win, and he is known to take those chances. In the final moments of the battle, Pokémon makes a masterful play. As soon as he uses one Powder Snow off the drill on his Alolan Sandslash, he swaps into a Azumarill to attempt catching a Sparkling Aria. He fails to do so, but if he is able to get that one Powder Snow from the Swalot after this Ice Beam, he will win the game. As soon as Swalot is low on HP, Pokémon stops attacking. But Withered reads the devious plan of Pokémon so well, he cannot knock out Azumarill with Swalot. Withered has to keep an eye on the switch timer. The problem is, Pokémon's switch timer will be up a second earlier, so Withered needs to do something, and he does do something. Look at this. Once the clock is 3/4 up, there are 12 seconds remaining. The duration of a charge attack is 10 seconds, so slightly after those 3/4 of the switch clock, Withered attacks with a Mudshot and launches a charge attack to stall the clock an additional 10 seconds. Now the clock is up for Withered, and he can swap. It's a race. Pokémon needs to get to the Duron as soon as possible, but Withered is faster. He swaps out, fires off the Sparkling Aria Lapras had loaded, and he knocks out the EUIC champion. No one saw this upset coming. He played this set to absolute perfection. Withered is an example of a battler that has put in his experience and practice from the GO Battle League and previous championships to become better and better. The future looks bright for this young battler, and who knows, with the right team and practice, that could be you. Are you aspiring to become as good as these trainers or looking to try out your skills in Pokémon GO PvP? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more about events nearby, and hopefully we'll see you soon. Good luck.
It was the debut of the full Might and Mastery update in the North American region, and there was a record-setting turnout of over 200 trainers testing their might in this new meta. Pokemon like Shadow Sableye, Claydol, and Cradily skyrocketed in usage, but fringe picks like Corviknight, Lapras, and Shadow Primate were X factors all weekend. Out of Pocket and Ashton Ash recreated the same magic they had at NAIC 2024 by controlling the winner's side of the bracket. But the main character is not always who we expect. Down on the loser side of the bracket, Elam was taking out top trainer after top trainer. He hung on against Nighttime Clasher to secure one of the best victories in Championship Series history.
No way! But Solo debuff isn't enough though to take it out. I think Nighttime Clasher might be able to hang on here. Resisted Ice, but wait! Elam comes away with it!
Elam faced another major challenge when he met Ashton Ash in the losers finals, the trainer that defeated him on day one. It seemed like a disadvantage when Elam had no answer to Ashton Ash's Corviknight, but Elam in his Shadow Drapion seemed to have an answer for everything. In the grand finals, Pocket started out on top with amazing execution, but after Elam dropped game one, he masterfully bounced back with a staggering 6 straight victories to win his second regional of the season.
Elam once again is your 2025 Atlanta Grand Champion.
If you want a chance to be a part of Pokemon history, join in on the action by going to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Hello Pokemon trainers, Home Slice Henry here to showcase the amazing moments from the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championship. With a massive meta update mere days before the competition, over 160 competitors descended onto the Baltimore Convention Center. The prize, becoming the first regional champion of the 2025 competitive season. Day one was action-packed. Seasoned competitors Arrow and Bopper blazed through the competition with Shadow Typhlosion, while newer competitor Murphy burned a path to day two with Shadow Alolan Marowak. On day two, Elite made quick work of the winner's side of the bracket to earn a spot in Grand Finals thanks to his Shadow Machamp. His opponent, Wadaj, who he defeated 3-1 in the winners finals, went down 0-2 in the series, then proceeded to reverse sweep to force a bracket reset. In the bracket reset, it all came down to a decisive Game 5, where Wadaj was able to secure victory thanks to his trusty Clodsire.
Wadaj coming in, sludge bombing the Mandibus. He is your Baltimore Regional Champion.
Think you have what it takes to be the next regional champion? Head to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Hello, Pokemon trainers! Softove here to recap the 2025 Louisville Regional Championship. At the second North American tournament of the season, we saw the meta continue to develop. Familiar Pokemon like Dunsparce and Clodsire dominated day one usage, but on day two it was Malamar, Shadow Drapion, and Kanto Marowak who took the spotlight. Arrow made waves in the winner's side of the bracket, unleashing unconventional core breakers such as Registeel and Shadow Quagsire against his opponents en route to the winners finals. Meanwhile, Lyle Jeffs III swept both of his opponents to reach the winners finals, where he defeated Arrow 3-1.
Can you get to an Arctotail? They'll through the sideways. Boxed out for Lyle's Jeff.
On the losers side of the bracket, former champions including S. James P21, Out of Pocket, Richie 1409, and Dunebug 97 had made it to the star-studded top 16. However, it was Nighttime Clasher who persevered, winning 5 straight matches to reach the losers finals. In a series that came down to a decisive Game 5, Arrow finally ended Nighttime Clasher's streak to reach his 3rd career Grand Finals in a rematch against Lyle Jeffs. In the Grand Finals, Arrow quickly swept Lyle Jeffs to reset the bracket. However, in Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, the momentum started to shift in Lyle Jeffs' favor as he made a game-winning catch to finish the game with Drapion. Lyle Jeffs III won the 3rd game of the series in a sweep to claim his 3rd career regional championship at one of the most stacked North American regional championships of all time. If you want to join in on the action yourself, head to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
Pokemon Go has many different avenues to acquire the best Pokemon for PvP, but one stands above the rest to be very effective at increasing your PvP roster: trading. Trading is by far the best game feature to leverage. It allows you to collect Pokemon from events that you might have missed, reroll stats of specific Pokemon, get exclusive attacks that can no longer be obtained outside of Elite TMs, and even get legendary Pokemon into the Great League like Lugia and Tapu Fini. The best times to trade are during events such as Community Day or Raid Hours, as they allow you to easily meet up with other players and can sometimes provide bonuses to the amount of special trades you can do. This is the time to ask around for Pokemon you need on your roster, especially if they are out of season like Trevenant, which only appears during Halloween events. Another great place to trade is at Play Pokemon tournaments. Trainers there are just like you and likely have key Pokemon you've been looking for, or regional Pokemon such as Tropius and Hawlucha. Now, trading is a two-way street, so it's always best practice to keep Community Day Pokemon and special event Pokemon for future trades, as other trainers might need them from you. Here's a list of some of the top Pokemon used in the Great League for Play Pokemon tournaments. While this meta is ever evolving, it's important to add these Pokemon to your roster as they are consistently performing at the highest level in both Go Battle League and Play Pokemon. The friendship gifting system can also help you lower the costs of trades. For example, someone that you are good friends with will cost you 20,000 Stardust for a new Pokedex entry, while someone you are ultra friends with will only cost 1,600 Stardust. This is fantastic for trainers that can trade with their local community, as you can easily work towards higher friendship levels, while also preparing you for potential costs of trades when you go to special events. The stats of Pokemon traded are also randomized, giving you a chance at better stats for that Pokemon. You can do this by either trading with lucky friends for a chance at better stats, or trading with someone new to have a higher chance at low stats. The lower your friendship, the lower the floor for stats of the traded Pokemon. Pokemon with maximum stats, otherwise known as 100% or Hundo Pokemon, are used and preferred in the Master League. Lower stats, attack in particular, can be useful on Pokemon who don't reach their highest level in a given league, like Lantern in the Great League. So be sure to always leverage the trading feature in Pokemon Go. It's a great way to meet new friends and build your Pokemon Go PvP roster. See ya!
Alright trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Hey team, my name's Tomahawk UK, and I've got a quick recap for you of our first European event of the 2025 season in Dortmund. Pokemon such as Clodsire, Feraligatr and Dunsparce were the driving force for this new meta, but the key change for our top trainers was the reduction of the switch timer from 60 to 50 seconds. From the outset, we watched players dynamically switching their Pokemon in and out of battle, making catches, avoiding super effective damage, and resetting debuffs after throwing powerful charged attacks. One Pokemon that was particularly effective at this was Malamar, which had just received a buff to its Psychic-type fast attack, Psywave. A number of renowned players, including those with regional titles to their names, gave us a taste of the speed and power that Malamar was now able to offer. Almost half of the players that reached Day 2 in Dortmund had Malamar on their teams, including 4th place finisher Zweilous and bronze medalist nickname 29585. For the first time in his play Pokemon journey, Kazim33 battled his way into Day 2, but he had no intention of stopping there. Leaning into his core of Clodsire and Shadow Feraligatr, supported by the bulky Dugong and Dunsparce, Kazim overcame every challenge that came his way and showed the world why his name is one to remember. Taking on Tauntaun in the winners finals and grand finals, Kazim33 displayed one of the most dominant displays that we have seen in the European circuit, showing meticulous patience and power until he had his hands on the ultimate prize. Kazim33 wrote his name in the history books and cemented his invite to the 2025 World Championships in Anaheim, California. Are you a hidden talent? Do you have what it takes? Are you ready to become a champion? I look forward to watching your journey. Go get 'em!
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with the one and only host of the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, Brian David Gilbert. Welcome to the Pokemon World Championships.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here. It is overwhelming in the best ways.
What has been the most overwhelming part of it?
Truly just kind of absorbing the amount of exhibits I can go look at, and also figuring out just how much of my budget I should go over, which I have already gone over, but I think I can go over it more because there's some really cool stuff here.
All right, well, if you figure that out, let me know.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
But, you know, as the host of the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, I gotta ask you about your Pokemon history, because you ask your contestants about Pokemon, so
Yes.
I'm gonna flip the tables.
Please.
How did you first discover Pokemon?
It feels like it's just always been there in my life, but also I was thinking about it, like, I do remember a very important Pokemon memory for me is my sister and I, like, watching over the shoulder of my older brother as he was playing Pokemon Red on his Game Boy, and just, like, I'm pretty sure there are photos of us doing this. I definitely remember my brother getting very upset with us for, like, sticking our heads way too far over his shoulder, but that was such an important memory to me as a kid, and since then I've just been playing the games, cards, everything.
Do you have a Pokemon that you'd consider your first partner Pokemon?
It's tough to say because most people know that I love Tangela so very much, but my first love was Arcanine.
Okay.
Arcanine was like the one that I loved so much. I've always been a Squirtle guy for first partner Pokemon. When it comes to, like, truly first partner, I will never give away a Squirtle. Squirtle's my most important Pokemon there, but it changes as I grow. I think that that's an important thing in Pokemon, is that it grows with you as you mature.
It evolves with you.
Exactly.
I love that. I love that. Do you have a favorite game in the Pokemon series?
The hipster in me wants to say Pokemon Stadium because I will destroy any of you at the Scyther Pincer game where you're chopping the logs. I'm
so
the best
hard.
at it. And again, this is an open call. Any competitors, there should be a world championship for just that specific mini game because I will destroy you in that one.
They're usually over in side events, by the way, so
Great.
you can get set up there later. So how do you prepare for an episode of the game show?
Very good question. Just 36 straight hours of heavy meditation. Just getting into the correct mind space, followed by intense diction tongue twisters.
Oh, of course.
The Tyrant and the Tyrogue tied at the tournament just over and over and over again, making sure that I can really pronounce, well, I just said pronounce everything. Making sure I can pronounce. I haven't finished my diction tongue twisters just yet, so wait for that tomorrow.
I was going to say, you have until Saturday to get warmed up, so you got plenty of time.
I've got time until Saturday. It'll work out great.
And do you have any other physical warm-ups that you do, or is it all a mental thing?
It's predominantly mental, but I'm always getting those just in case I need to run on stage. I'm ready to go. Stretching out.
This is the first time it's in person.
It is the first time. I'm very excited about that. I think the audience's energy is going to be incredible, specifically when all of the audience knows the answer to a trivia question and none of my contestants do.
All right. Well, you had the first episode online a couple months ago. Do you have any fun memories from that you want to share?
Oh my gosh. It was fantastic. I think it was such a wonderful first 3 contestants. Glitch winning is spectacular to me. Specifically, Spraggles claiming to be Team Rocket halfway through, to the point being so convincing that I truly had to look at the producers behind and I was like, did you just not tell me about this thing? Did you hide this from even your host? But no, it was just Spraggles doing his thing. But all of it was just so much fun. Watching all of them really get to show their knowledge, it's just a joy. It's just a joy.
I mean, do you have any hints on what we're going to see tomorrow?
I don't want to give everything away for Saturday, but there will be some very good championship-specific questions. I'll say that if you're checking out maybe, I don't know, the museum or just different people around here, you might get some hints for potential questions that might be coming up. But they're going to be some difficult ones, and I can't wait.
I'm so excited. I love trivia, and the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is such a fun watch. So if you are here in the hall at the World Championships this year, Saturday at 5:30 p.m., they'll be over on the stage in Hall C. So make sure to go check that out if you can. Brian, it's been such an honor to interview you. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck tomorrow.
Can't wait.
We'll be back with more Pokemon action from the World Championships real soon.
Hey there, trainers. Welcome back to Anaheim, California. Jim Lawson here, aka Wholesome _ back for the Pokemon GO World Championships. I'm standing by with the one, the only Pokegains. Pokegains, welcome to the United States, first off.
Thank you, man. I'm Pokegains. I'm located in Belgium. Pokémon GO trainer. I'm here in LA with Jim. Can I call you Jim?
You can call me Jim, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, how has your time in California been so far?
It's been really good. The flight was like 12 hours. I enjoyed the food so far. Lots of pancakes and oatmeal and eggs. One of the classic American diner dishes.
Absolutely. Have there been any fun activities you've been taking part in besides pancakes?
I went to Disneyland. Was amazing. And today just enjoying the venue and the battles.
What has the vibe been like here in the convention center?
It's very chill, very relaxed. You also see like the competitiveness in the trainers, but like it's just like all around. Everybody knows each other. It's like a smaller community, but it's really fun.
We've seen you compete in the past, Pokegains, but tell us what it's like to be a spectator here and hanging out with everyone.
Well, you learn a lot from the battles and the trainers, how they play, how they think. Obviously, when you spectate, you know like the backlines beforehand, before the actual trainers. So it's way different, but like there's no pressure now, so like you can just relax and enjoy the battles. Yeah.
It's a great time. I've spectated myself, and it's awesome just hanging out with your friends. And like you said, you're not constantly thinking about what's going to be my next move, what's going to be my next battle. All right, well, we've seen a lot of great battles so far, a lot of great battlers as well. It's been months and months all leading to this Worlds tournament. Who's your favorite to win for the trainers still remaining?
I would say SJP21. I call him James. He's a close friend of mine, also teammate of Elitium's. But yeah, he's my favorite to win for sure.
All right. Well, I think he's been performing very well, and hopefully we'll be seeing more of you. But that's all we have for now. We're going to kick it back to the casters for more battles.
Thank you so much, Wholesome. Thank you, PokeGains. Pesky Meowth took the car again around the stadium, but don't worry, the situation is resolved now. We're back to normal. We got our competitors on the stage. It's gonna be Magic Mason versus Davide up next. Once again, we got a winner's semi, so that means the winner of this matchup will be moving on to Top Cut in day number 2.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier to Magic Mason, hasn't played in a tournament in the calendar year of 2025. Last tournament was in Toronto, and making a splash here at World Championships, running the Diggersby on his team. We'll take a look at the teams the respective players have in a short bit. Davide coming all the way from Japan to compete at World Championships this year. And, you know, I know Speediest Chief, our co-caster, like to call Magic Mason the Dream Eater because he's eating other people's dreams of becoming a champion. Let's see if he's going to be eating Davide's dreams on the world stage. Davide running a Tentacruel.
Wow.
You know, funny enough, I feel like there's more Toadscruel in this tournament than Tentacruel, but the Tentacruel, Credilli, Blastoise, Shadow, Sableye, Tinkaton, and Talonflame.
Hold on, I actually think that Tentacruel is meant to be a Toadscruel.
Oh, it is a
Toadscruel.
Toadscruel. Yes.
On the team sheet here, and that actually might be the trainer. We'll go look back in the bracket, but I believe Marto Gaude lost to a Toadscruel early on in this tournament versus a trainer from Japan. So this actually could be that very trainer, because he mentioned a Sableye as well. So I believe this might be the trainer. We're gonna double check for you that took out Marto Gaude, which has had one of the best seasons imaginable in Pokemon GO Championship Series history. So if he's able to accomplish that feat, he can accomplish anything. He's already at the winner's semis here, but remember, winner's semis is technically the winner's finals, because whoever wins this is gonna be moving on to day number 2. Awesome team composition from Davide here, and then Magic Mason, more known for his meta picks, is running the Diggersby, Mandibuzz, Annihilate, Dedenne, Cradilly, and Shadow Drapion. More meta from Magic Mason, but a completely different type of meta environment than the one he is used to. I'm fascinated to see how he adjusts in this competition.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Looking at the bracket, Davide was the one to knock Marto Gaude into that loose bracket, running this absolutely wild team. Davide qualifying for the Japanese qualifiers, and has prior to this played in Worlds 2023, but hasn't played in Worlds outside of this. So second World Championships, and now facing off against Magic Mason in this winter semifinals with an absolutely wild team. Magic Mason's team, you know, funny enough, was a team that I was playing in a lot of my local tournaments. Magic Mason actually came upon this team himself too. So maybe great minds think alike, I don't know, but Magic Mason definitely could play a lot better than me, but it is a fairly meta team, and this is truly meta versus anti-meta. I mean, Toadscruel, a recent release in Pokemon GO, and you know, not a lot of people even have experience running this Pokemon, but even less experience facing off against it. Let's see if Magic Mason is able to make the adjustments in this matchup or not, but very unique typing. Ground, grass, often with Wrap as one of the moves, and Seed Bomb. So really great coverage, right? Ground, normal, and grass, and Wrap, of course, you pretty much guarantee a debuff every time you use this. So a lot of utility. Shadow Sableye, I mean Sableye in general too, kind of been one of the cornerstones of Pokemon GO PP for years, but has kind of taken a backseat of recent, but looks like it's back.
And I believe Nighttime Clasher posted about that he thought that Pokemon was awesome in the current iteration of the meta. I really like how Davide has that double grass type. Of course, they both have subtypings between the Toadscruel and the Cradilly to protect the Talonflame, because Talonflame is looking awesome versus Magic Mason's team if you can scare away that Dedenne. Yes, Shadow Drapion will have a lot of play for it, but I feel like that Talonflame in the back has a lot of potential, especially the Flame Charge version. I feel like a lot of these trainers have been running that Flame Charge. To be able to ramp up the attack by one stage is extremely powerful in the end game, especially if you can scare away the counters with those double grass type Pokemon. The Toadscruel and the Cradilly protect it beautifully.
Yeah, and Magic Mason's Credilli is running Acid, so slightly better into that Talonflame in the sense that it could do neutral damage, so could be a potential situation where he could throw Acid to fast attack down that Talonflame. But Talonflame does look very strong. Like you said, with that Flame Charge against the Dene, it's not a great matchup, but you're able to hit back against the Dene, and the Dene often spending shields too. The Dene is going to pace much faster though, but it's going to take a lot of constantly boosted Incinerate damage against that Electric Mouse. I mean, this is going to be a super interesting matchup. There's only one overlapping Pokemon in that Credilli, but Double Grass, Shadow Sableye, Talonflame, Blastoise, Tinkaton, I don't even know what to expect, but I'm super excited to see this matchup play out. On paper, Tuobatos, who do you think has the advantage here?
Oh, it's really tough because you would always think the meta team has the advantage against this spicy picks, but I feel like the fact that you were able to maybe strategize a little bit. I don't know if Magic Mason was able to see him earlier because I don't think the B-Day was on stream earlier, but they were on stage. So maybe he is being caught off guard. That is a huge advantage, especially in this meta environment, to be able to catch these trainers off guard. Maybe that's what he did against Marto Gaude. This is often what some of these APAC trainers do because they are developing their own meta within their own respective region. And remember, this is a trainer with prior Worlds experience as well. Placed 49th in the 2023 World Championships in Yokohama, actually is no stranger to Spice, brought the Shadow Dragonite to that tournament, bringing Spice once again into Magic Mason's team. I think it's a super funky team, but I feel like it has a lot of versatility, and you protect the threats like Talonflame really well with the strategy of team composition. So I feel like I always lean towards the meta team to have the advantage, but in this situation, I feel like I have to give the advantage to the B-Day.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how this goes. The B-Day did go to Game 3 against every one of his opponents here at the world stage, but able to come away with it. So really great grit score from him on the world's stage. 2-1 against Marto Gaude, 2-1 against Safi Mastix, a previous regional champion, and then 2-1 against Drayflame. So no stranger to facing it against tough opponents. And Magic Mason, a tough opponent in himself. Players are getting locked in for game number 1 of winners semifinals of Group F. As they're making their final adjustments here, we're almost underway.
And speaking of a powerful trainer, let's talk about Magic Mason a little bit. He was top 8 at NAIC, getting 7th place. He was 2nd place at Knoxville. Of course, he is a regional champion as well. So many times that he got top cut. He was number 1 in Toronto, top 5 in Fort Wayne, top 5 in Hartford as well. He is a feared trainer, top 5 in 2024 Pittsburgh. That season in particular, he had so many top cut performances. You mentioned he took a little bit of a break this season, didn't compete as much as usual, especially compared to last season, but now he's back and in a commanding position, now only one matchup away from coveted day number 2. If you can make day number 2 on the winner's side of the bracket, you can be the world champion. That is why there is so much on the line for both of these trainers. You have such a commanding position coming into that winner's side of the bracket. You have a day to refresh, complete refresh, take the cartridge out, blow on it, completely reset for day number 2. You're gonna be having a better picture of what you're gonna face. You can prepare for it. And of course, it's gonna be the top trainers in the world. And it looks like we are locked in to battle number 1 between Magic Mason and the B-Day. It is gonna be the Tinkatong versus the Annihilate. This is not terrible for the Annihilate, and that's why Magic...
Yeah, I mean, not clear answers there because Tinkaton does have a lot of play into both the Dene and the Shadow Draftman. This is a non-Shadow Annihilate, so it's not going to be able to muscle through this matchup nearly as well. But these are still neutral counters, and they are getting boosted. The Bulldoze, not enough. Magic Mason likely going to throw up a shield here. A very easy bait for Dabide, but Annihilate still going to be able to outpace in this situation here. You can survive with Bulldoze here. As again, charge attack priority. Magic Mason going to throw the Raytress. The B-Day, if you shield this, it's good, but if Magic Mason shields, it's even better because he's going to get double boosted at this point in time too.
can win the switch advantage, and Magic Mason making the big call here, shielding the super effective play rough.
And now do you pivot? Do you go into the Shadow Sableye to try to Shadow Claw down? There is the second Protect Shield, no pivot. That means Magic Mason is going to be able to counter down here, and this is going to be tough because Magic Mason has his Annihilate double boosted. Now pivots actually, holds onto energy. Now the Shadow Drapion is met by the Shadow Sableye, but remember, there is the Power Gem. You can endure one Power Gem. You're going to throw the Crunch. You pick up the Protect Shield here, but this is huge. Now you can set the pace here because you can farm up a little bit in Power Gem, and that might be enough to knock out.
And we get the debuff as well. The debuff chance is lower this Go Battle League season, but it is still looking good for Magic Mason here. And Shadow Sableye in a kind of tough position. Magic Mason is going to throw the Aqua Tail. Do that crunch. The Beat doesn't have shield, so not too bad, but this is debuff.
Oh, that choked!
Shadow Sableye, and now comes the Credillia. You need energy here. Can you get the full?
Oh, gets the Aqua Tail!
Not quite. Some chip damage. Great for Magic Mason as well because he has energy on the Annihilate. Can he get the move off? I don't think he's going to get to Ice Punch in time.
Oh, but he can't get the Rage Fist. He throws the Rage Fist. He needs as much chip damage as possible. The B-Day is maybe thinking it's an Ice Punch, but he's going to be relieved to find out it's just a Rage Fist here. You have a charge attack remaining, but you're so low at this point. Even though the Dene gets beat terribly by the Cradilly, look at the health of this Cradilly. Able to throw the Grass Knot into the Annihilate, knock it out. Now suddenly you're at such low health, I don't think you're going to be able to endure Play Rough even if you Rock Tomb debuff. But can you get to enough damage between the Sableye and this Cradilly? Remember that Sableye does have some energy in the back, so it's not over for the B-Day.
It's not over yet. Doesn't have the Power Gem, but I think Magic Mason playing this smart, farming up as much energy as possible.
Oh, the swap!
Wait for the down play, but the Dedenne gets the Parabolic charge off first.
That is crucial. Wasting all that energy from the B-Day, knocking it out. Does he also have the Play Rough? No, he's one away, but so was the B-Day, able to outpace, reach the Play Rough, and Magic Mason able to take game number 1.
Wow, what a back and forth there. Magic Mason, a really great line composition there, and that's the power of Annihilate. I got a Mankey pin here, but it's going to evolve soon because Annihilate is here in this meta and is that matchup against the Fairy type, and it put the B-Day in such a tough position because if he swapped to Sableye in that matchup to pivot out, Magic Mason gets what he wants. He can swap out and get the Annihilate on the Credillia, so the B-Day staying in there, but it put him in a tough position because Magic Mason able to get so much energy with the Annihilate and make the backline matchup super hard for the B-Day.
Fantastic point. Because Annihilate was able to muscle through a matchup that you would think is a counter. It's a fighting type into a fairy type. On paper, you think, oh, of course, fairy types is super effective into fighting types and resists fighting type damage. But no, because you have the subtyping of steel, you're taking neutral damage from that counter, plus the boost of the Rage Fist. You're able to just 2 Protect Shield through that opening fairy matchup of the Tinkaton. And then the crucial part was the pivot to hold on to some health, and not only to chunk the Cradilly, he also was able to get to that desperate Aqua Tail on the Shadow Drapion that got that Cradilly low enough in the end game to knock it out. It was really a team effort there to take out the Cradilly. All 3 Pokemon on Magic Mason's team had a fight against that Cradilly.
Yeah, I don't think Magic Mason could have played that any more perfectly. He did everything he could. Left with energy through the Parabolic right before the foul play was thrown from the Shadow Sableye, farming up extra energy against Credillia, and like you said, getting that chip damage.
A mirror matchup meta. Because he was able to dominate the Trevenant, Lantern, Noctowl meta, you have to be efficient. You have to be exactly precise. If you're gonna play an opponent's team that's exactly the same as you have to outmaneuver him. So you're able to take that skill set that he developed in a previous season and now utilize it here at 2025 Pokemon World. I feel like he's well positioned to get one more game victory to get on to day number 2, but the B-Day still has that opportunity to reverse sweep.
Yeah, and it's a tough thing with Annihilate is that even though you think you have a counter for it, it can muscle through with shields. Game number 2 here, Magic Mason 1 game away, but here comes the Toad Screw from Davide. He's going to lead it into the Diggersby ground versus ground matchup. These are going to be super effective fire punches, so it is going to add up in damage, but you do have the super effective Seed Bomb as well from Davide's side.
Remember, this is a ground and grass type, so you're going to be able to take super effective damage from this fire punch, but you're going to be able to battle back with your own super effective Seed Bomb. Do we see a swap? No. Now you're going to be able to chunk with this Seed Bomb. The problem is you don't have the best stat product, so just taking one super effective fire punch is pretty much getting you at half health. Diggersby is just going to outpace. Davide knew that, swapping into the Cradilly. This is devastating. Is now met by the Annihilate, and he's gonna go for the grass knot, not messing around, and it's a no shield from Magic Mason.
And a perfect line read from Magic Mason. Yes, he has the Annihilate for the Credility, but he has the Shadow Drapion for the Shadow Sable as well. Davide's thinking, all right, if there's a Drapion, I could draw it out. But he draws out the Annihilate instead, and this is absolutely brutal for this Credility. Can it hang on from the Ice Punch is the real question. It's the non-Shadow, and it doesn't. It's not enough health still. And Annihilate now getting a lot of energy, going to throw a Parting Rage Fist, but things are about to get from bad to worse for Davide as Shadow Drapion is lurking in the back.
Davide in a hole in this matchup. Can he dig himself out of it? He's going to be able to take that Rage Fist, get the Shadow Claw down. Now he has some energy versus the backline, but a devastating counter in the Shadow Drapion. All Protect Shields are still left in the battle and not messing around, not going for the bait. Magic Mason maybe trying to call the foul play, and he's actually going to last second Protect Shield. Proper call on the Power Gem.
And Toad Scroll, super effective Mud Slap damage, but Magic Mason has a lot of energy here. Davide in a tough position. Diggersby still has energy loaded, so let's not forget about it. And that neutral upgrade is going to do quite a bit of damage as Magic Mason going for the combo play as well. Fire Punch coming through here. Davide has the shield, something here, going to throw up a shield. But do you have enough juice in the tank? I don't think so.
Magic Mason's Pokemon just unleashing charge attack after charge attack, and actually on charge attack priority, deciding to save the last Protect Shield, get the knockout, waste the Fire Punch, and it's gonna be this Toedscruel at low health, and it's gonna get Poison Sting down by the Shadow Drapion. There's one Protect Shield remaining from both trainers, but Davide's Shadow Sableye has no energy remaining. All Magic Mason needs to do is get to one more Aqua Tail, and Davide knows it, and just lets it go. Magic Mason secures stay number 2.
Dream Eater is back, and Magic Mason punches his ticket to top 32 here at the World Championships. He's going to take out Davide, and he is going to take the 2-0 victory in this winter semifinals.
Oh, what an epic demonstration of Pokemon GO PvP from Magic Mason. He has reformed his game. He took this season off a little bit, but it doesn't look like it at all. He looks like the Toronto Regional Champion right there. He was just precise in both of these battles. A dominant series victory for Magic Mason to secure top cut on the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, Magic Mason is back, so is Diggersby, as you can see him leveraging it, but also the line reads as well. Perfectly countering Davide however you can. We haven't seen a lot of Shadow Drapion on this meta, but Magic Mason reminding everyone why it's still one of the staples of the 2025 season.
Oh, wow, just amazing plays from Magic Mason to just have the upper hand with the energy generation, being able to just chip his opponent, swap out, chip it some more. That was just an amazing display. Awesome to see Magic Mason. Davide is not out of it quite yet, though. Does go down to that loser side of the bracket. Still has a decent chance of making it to day number 2. Remember, there still are a lot of trainers that can secure that top 32 tomorrow on Saturday.
Yeah, and you know, great performance from Davide as well, but I feel like both those matchups really tough. I don't think Davide made any mistakes, but Magic Mason just one step ahead in the team planning, in the prediction, and that's the tough thing, right? When you face a trainer as good as Magic Mason, if he has you hard countered, there's no wiggle room. He's not going to let you out of his grip until he grabs the victory, and that's exactly what he did, and we have another name added to our top 32.
And remember, Davide is definitely not out of it yet. He has the strength and the power to take out a top trainer like Marto Gaude. You can never count him out. Speaking of Marto Gaude, let's look at his journey this season, and of course, we're gonna have more Pokemon action on the other half of this break.
It's time for a quick recap of the Latin America International Championships 2025. I'm Tomahawk UK, and I was in Sao Paulo when Mato Galde took Brazil by storm against many of the best Pokémon GO players in the world. Famous for its electric atmosphere, LAIC was a showcase of some of the best talent, support, and sportsmanship that Pokémon GO has to offer. Dominating the scene were meta staples, including Clodsire, Azumarill, and Shadow for Alligator. However, LAIC was also ripe for spice, as Primeape, Jumpluff, and even Shadow Alolan Marowak found their way into trophy placements. Championship Sunday kicked off with a face-off between friends, which saw fan favourite Mato Galde take a quick victory over his teammate Richie1409. Richie dropped into the losers finals for a sensational set of 5 against local hero 12 Vitorello. In fascinating fashion, Vitorello and his Galarian Moltres recovered from a 2-game deficit to secure his place in the LAIC Grand Finals. Vitorello went on to stun the crowd as he steamrolled his way through the first 3 games against Mato Galde, resetting the bracket and leaving everything to play for. In one of the most closely fought finals the game has ever seen, Mato Galde and Vitorello took the series to a final game of 5. An immensely climactic charge attack priority event saw Azumarill and Galarian Moltres exchange heavy blows, with Mato Galde coming out victorious.
Mato Galde is your 2025 Latin America International Champion! Give it up for the Tercero del Mundo!
Off the back of his 3rd place finish at the 2024 World Championships, his 1st place finish at the 2025 Lima Special Event, Mato Galde sealed his name as a legend of the game, as he became the 2025 Latin America International Champion. Make sure to keep up with all of the incredible action and Pokemon champions this season at Pokemon.com/compete.
It's a beautiful day to do some battles, and we are continuing to do just that at the 2025 Pokemon GO World Championships. We've seen upsets, we've seen upheavals, we've seen Turtonators and Toadscrolls and everything in between, and we've only been through day 1, so there's so much more in store. Speedy's Chief 2 with Amanda Lundberg.
Good to see you guys back again, and I know that there's been quite a few different players, quite a few different Pokemon that you named, and there are now some players who are going to be coming to the field who are quite well known in each of their regions.
I'm sorry, Amanda. I'm getting word from production. One of these players actually took down the reigning world champ. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. We're talking about Colin 6. We call him the final boss in Europe. It looks like he's trying to make it to be that here at the World Championships in Anaheim, California as well, but he has to go through Pokémichi.
All right, I'm ready to see these trainers whenever they are set on stage. But in the meanwhile, Amanda, you and I have had some time in the green room, watching some battles, watching some plays being made. Anything standing out to you so far?
I mean, the spice so far, we started off the show, and that was the big question, because this is technically the second big tournament in this meta. It's like, how much spice are we going to see? It did not disappoint. There's been some very meta picks, but there have also been some Pokemon that we did not expect to see. Straight from the beginning there, we saw a Shadow Charizard running Ember. We've seen Toadscrolls, like you said. We saw a Turtonator doing so well, and I am here for it all.
Absolutely. Shout out to San Judigo, I think our only Turtonator in the tournament to date. But as these players get set, why don't we talk a little bit about the teams? Some of these picks we've seen time and time again. Cradily, Tinkaton, Shadow Kenta Marowak, Galarian Corsola, Talonflame. Maybe you could argue even the Galarian Moltres. We've seen those picks, but I want to make 2 points. The first is Pokémichi's Shadow Sableye. I guess that's how it acts. We've seen it once before, but on the flip side of that, look at Colin's team. It's expected to see either Talonflame or the Galarian Moltres. But what about both? What about both on the same team? Amanda, if you could speculate, when you have those 2 flying type Pokemon, one being dark and flying, the other being fire flying, what kind of different roles do they actually fill?
I mean, so there's the thing with Galarian Moltres, how it doesn't really have as much strong play into a Steel Fairy type like Tinkaton. However, if you have the Pokemon that has a fire typing like the Talonflame, it can really just melt those steel. So they do have some different utility, and they also don't have the exact same weaknesses. Moltres having that fairy weakness and Talonflame doing actually very well against it.
Yeah, I almost figured that Colin is probably bringing that Galarian Moltres into the ghost-heavy teams. If there's an Annihilate, Galarian Corsola, a Dusclops, whatever it might be, I think that is a really good answer. But what honestly surprised me the most are the move sets, because I suspected if you have both of the flying types, I would see a Flame Charge Talonflame. But no, they're identical charge attack movesets in Fly and Brave Bird on both of those Pokemon. So now that we've kind of gone over the two different flying type Pokemon and we take a closer look at Pokemichi's team, I don't know. I feel like that Talonflame probably has a bit more play just because you do have the Tinkaton on the opposing side.
Now, also another Pokemon that has been doing kind of well, wasn't on that top 12 usage, but has really been making some plays is the Blastoise. If you have two flying type Pokemon, if you have things that the Hydro Cannon, that Community Day attack can really hit hard, I think that Pokemichi has a really interesting team composition of things that people aren't always bringing, and Blastoise might be the way to go. Can really only doesn't want to face the Credilli.
Blastoise is definitely what I would describe as a wedge for a team, right? You kind of slide it in where you need it. It's not going to have any kind of big firework finish. It's not going to sweep teams in most cases, but it does do its job very, very well, and especially if you are running a Blastoise with the Skull Bash, which is exactly what Pokemichi has. So it allows you to buff your defense, deal a lot of normal type damage. I'm basically like hitting something with a return or a Hyper Beam levels of damage, and just kind of stay in the matchup, spam the Hydro Cannons. And when you saw earlier on today, Zweilous taking on Arrow, we saw that Blastoise roll out literally into a Talonflame, and it made short work of it. So
doesn't even matter if it's a full health Talonflame. If there's no shields to hide behind, that Blastoise really can go to town. It'll be interesting to see because it has the same sort of team composition for Colin's team. They're having a Talonflame, also a Blastoise, and there's still a lot of other targets. So I wouldn't be surprised if we would see it at some point within these matchups. We are in the winners semifinals for Group G. That means whoever wins this matchup will be going on to date number 2. So this is big for both of these trainers.
Huge matchup. The stakes only get higher from here. Let's jump right into game number 1. And this is why you bring the hammer-swinging Tinkaton. That's a Galarian Moltres on the opposing side, and it's got to bail out immediately.
Now blink and you'll miss it because now that Credilli is in, and that is being used often as a safe swap because it's going to be able to hit whatever comes in with a Rock Tomb. And it's very interesting to see actually someone pivot a Credilli into a Tinkaton because neither one of the charge attacks do very much. And you can see Pokemichi content to stay in for a little bit longer, knowing that it can take this attack. It's probably going to get its defenses lowered. It could even store up some more energy before swapping out himself.
Exactly right. Rock Tomb connecting, slowing down the Tinkaton just a little bit, but as you alluded to, a lot of damage raining in from the Tinkaton itself. We're going to see another play rough come through here. It's probably not enough. Colin knows his damage calculations, and he says, yeah, go ahead and let it through. Swing as hard as you want. You are not going to KO the Credilli here.
This is now double debuffed with this second Rock Tomb going through, but this actually might just be what Pokemichi wants. He can go ahead and just swap out at this point, try to get an energy advantage, but Colin says, I see that gameplay. Game recognizes game. I'll start to do the same. However, Pokemichi is able to get to this Rock Tomb first.
As my friend Michael Scott would say, my how the turntables, as now the Credilli matches up against the Tinkaton on the opposing side. Play rough coming through here. We're going to expect some really good timing from our trainers. That's kind of the standard at this level of play. 4 Fairy Winds convert that into the play rough. That will connect for some neutral damage, but it's so underwhelming after the Rock Tomb.
Yeah, swing, bada swing, but still not making much of a difference. Neither one of these Pokemon are really doing that much damage. They're there at this point just to start bulking away. If you're keeping track, look at the grayed out Pokemon. That's how close the switch timers are up to being one more time. And think about how many charge attacks have been thrown between the Credilli and the Tinkaton on both sides.
An easy hack to remember is that every one of these charge attack mini games takes about 10 seconds. So if you spam off 3 or 4 of those, if you account for the fast attacks in between, you are right back at your timer. To your point, Amanda. Another Rock Tomb. Now the swap, trying to get a Sucker Punch down, and the fast pivot pinning this Galarian Moltres against the Fairy and Steel type.
But I tell you what, at this range, it's a lot more comfortable for that Galarian Moltres, especially with 2 shields to hide behind. It is going to be that heavy-hitting play rough that is the thing that hurts the Galarian Moltres. Even so, Pokemichi puts up a shield, and he goes for this bait, because this, if goes unshielded, would potentially do absolutely nothing but waste the shield, and that's exactly what he got, and he got the defense fall.
Wow, incredible plays on Pokemichi, able to get to the play rough to boot, and Colin has to make a decision. Does he save his Galarian Moltres, or does he sacrifice it here? And he allows the play rough through. The Dark type goes down, and now it's his own Tinkaton and a very weakened Cradily in the back.
Go ahead, Tinkaton now has a lot of energy, hasn't even seen the 3rd Pokemon. This is actually a pretty dangerous position because Sableye doesn't want to face a Tinkaton either, especially with energy, but it's so low in health that it might be able to just completely Shadow Claw down.
Tries to make the catch, goes into Cradily, Bullet Seeds are resisted by the Steel typing, banks 100 energy, swaps into his own Cradily for the simultaneous KO. You need to bait Bulldoze and land a play rough, but there's just not enough HP left in the tank. Colin just YOLOs the play rough across the stage.
I think that is the condition, right? It's like, okay, maybe Pokemichi for some reason doesn't shield, the Sableye goes down, it is a shadow, but unfortunately for Colin 6, Pokemichi just outplayed just a little bit at the end, managed to squeak by that win for game number 1.
Tinkaton can sculpt and it can smash, and Pokemichi just chiseled in a beautiful victory over Colin there in game number 1. But the series isn't over yet. Again, Colin 6, aka the final boss, did take down Yakai earlier on in the tournament. This is no laughing matter. I think Colin could storm back here if Pokemichi's not careful.
And if you looked at the lineup between the two of them, it was really about alignment there. Because Tinkaton, if it was lined up against that Moltres like it was, that sort of helped out, right? But if Colin's Tinkaton was lined up on the Sableye earlier on in the game, it would have been exactly that way.
But let's just talk about it, right? In my mind, Colin had a choice between the 2 flying-type Pokemon. I thought Talonflame was coming out, but instead he went for the Galarian Moltres. Again, sometimes it looks obvious, but then you say, oh, my opponent's probably predicting that, so I'm going to go the other way.
One other thing that you have to potentially think about is when you have teams with, say, double flying types, or if we're looking at like Pokemichi's team, and you have a Shadow Marowak and you have a Blastoise, the 2 things that are weak to grass-type Pokemon, we could potentially see some ABB lineups for this sort of thing, where you have one Pokemon in the front that handles a grass type very well, and then
2 Pokemon in the back that are weak.
Exactly.
You might go ahead and make a swap to lure out that grass type and find yourself in a favorable position later. But that being said, I think Colin needs to put himself in a better position to win game number 2. And we talked about this earlier on when we were sharing the booth. A lot of it's about management, managing risk, not being too bold on your calls. And we saw Pokemichi absolutely nail the lead call in game number 1. So it's up to Colin to kind of maybe slow things down a bit, find his own footing, find his own pacing, and get back into the series.
Go see, that's exactly what he's going to try to do, as he has a really good connection here for game number 1. He's got that Galarian Moltres lined up perfectly against the Shadow Sableye. This time it's Pokemichi who's going to swap out as quickly as possible.
Wow.
Now getting the exact target Colin 6 is looking for here. No Ice Beam on this Blastoise. Going to have to go for the Hydro Cannons here, and no shield from Colin 6.
I'm just going to say, I want to quote our friend Home Size Henry. It's a little bit early, but I'm starting to see the writing on the wall here for Colin. This team composition looks perfect in this situation. And you know what? He doubled down on the Galarian Moltres. It was a very decisive battle. He said, you know what? I'm fishing for Sableye. Let me cast my reel one more time. Grass Knot connects. Heavy damage into the Blastoise, and the Hydro Cannon gets fired off.
Hydro Cannon coming through, not enough to knock off, but it is going to do some nice, heavy chip damage, and this could prove vital later. However, Cradily has a lot of energy. It's going to be able to throw and lower the defenses at whatever's coming in. Instead of doing that, going for the heavy-hitting Grass Knot and still no Protect Shield.
Honestly, I would argue that Colin's playing this perfectly, soaking the Hydro Cannon, not giving much farm, and still getting his charge attack. This is what EU comes to expect from one of their top trainers, and now he's got his alignment. He goes to Moltres, fast pivot, Talonflame takes to the skies versus the Tinkaton.
You see him breathe a sigh of relief as he recognizes, I think that I I might have this game. Play Rough can come through. Play Rough doesn't even matter. Talonflame is just going to start continuing to melt away at the Tinkaton here, not even bothering to throw a charge attack yet.
I think it might if it wants to avoid a second Play Rough, but Colin would rather farm all the way down, exit with double charge attacks to try to take away the shields from Pokimichi, and close this game out with his full health. Galarian Moltres, what a dominant position for Colin in game 2.
Going ahead and now going for that fly. Fly is definitely enough at this stage to protect shields, but it's still going to be very difficult for Pokimichi to climb back from. Recognize it in himself, doesn't do the shield, and Colin 6 takes game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Pokimichi realizing there, I mean, you could see the gears turning, right? You say, okay, well, maybe if I double shield this and Colin makes a mistake, and right there, make a mistake. That's just, it should not be in your vocabulary against a trainer of this level. He knew that Colin would execute perfectly, so instead of, going through the motions, it goes ahead and lets it fly right through. But I want to point out something you mentioned, Amanda. You mentioned ABB.
I was just about to say it, so I'm so glad you're bringing this up, Will.
With a shared weakness in the back, but let's talk about this ABA team. Galarian Moltres in the lead, Talonflame in the back, the shared weakness of Blastoise. Colin took a risk, and it paid off.
Yes, it is a high-risk, high-reward scenario because let's say that Blastoise was in the front against the Galarian Moltres. It's not the best matchup for the Moltres. However, it was the smart play because it was more of a soft ABA. So if it was a Blastoise in the front and say he had led that Talonflame instead, it would have been much more disastrous because he couldn't have swapped out.
I agree with you. Yeah, I think the Sucker Punches and the Flies will still threaten the Blastoise, and the Hydro Cannon's not quite enough to KO, so it would have been a pretty close competition, and you make such an incredible point, because if Colin, does a risky play, says, I want to catch the Tinkaton, I think Pokimichi will run it back, and that Tinkaton doesn't come out, it could have been disastrous for his Talonflame lead. So we're heading into game number 3 here. We've seen a little bit of everything, but we have not seen the Galarian Corsola from Colin. Honestly, I don't expect it to come out. What do you think?
I mean, it does have some utility, yes. There is some targets, but also in the same breath, it's not like it's going to be doing as heavy of damage. I think Colin has a plan, and you saw it against Pokimichi in game number 1. He's recognizing what Pokemon are strong, or at least the best utility Pokemon, the ones that can get the most damage output, and that is not going to be the Corsola in this case.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the downsides outweigh the upsides when we look in terms of potential. Colin already locked into a decisive game 3 in the winter semis. Like you said, this determines day 2. So there's a lot on the line here, and I know Pokimichi, hailing from Japan, really, really wants to represent his region well. We're gonna head right into the battle. It's wild to lead a Pokemon twice. How about 3 times in a row? Let's go down to the field. We've got Colin versus Pokimichi. Galarian Moltres yet again.
Galarian Moltres from the sky, staring down at the Sableye as another quick pivot into the Cordillera. This time met with the Tinkaton, and guess what? We've kind of seen this before. Neither one of these are going to be doing that much damage, but Tinkaton is the best answer here for the Cordelia on the team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just from a defensive perspective, right? If you're a steel-type Pokemon, it's going to help negate that weakness to any kind of acid shenanigans, but the Bullet Seed just goes nowhere in terms of fast attack pressure against the Tinkaton. So Play Rough does get fired off here. It's going to be 1 stage debuff by the Rock Tomb from Cradilly, but it's still a manageable amount of damage.
And I think Colin is so happy about this here. We talked about how Cradilly is such a good safe swap, but the thing is, all the players know it by this point. So his lineup was perfect because he knew if he got the good lead, Cradilly was most likely coming in the back. And look how he arranged this lineup here with the Moltres in the lead who doesn't want to get a Rock Tomb, and also that Shadow Quagsire in the back that doesn't want to take a Grass Knot.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I mean, this is looking really good in the early and mid-game goings, but I have my eyes personally on those backwater-type Pokemon. I don't know, honestly, how this is going to turn out because those Pokemon are relatively matched. And in the meanwhile, Tinkaton's getting pretty low. Colin needs to go ahead and throw this Bulldoze pretty soon.
Yeah, it's like, oh, did we say that it's not a good matchup? Well, look how low both of these are getting. Finally throwing an attack to put that Cradilly out and still having enough energy that he's most likely going to get to another attack, at least a Bulldoze here as that Sableye comes in. He's even able to reach the Play Rough, but this is charge attack priority. Sableye, much higher attack, doesn't want to use his shield here and just takes out the Tinkaton.
And it's so tempting to shield to get the Play Rough and take the final shield away from Pokemon. Pokemichi, or excuse me, the first shield away from Pokemichi. But again, the patience here from Colin is so good. In comes the Blastoise, instant pivot into the Shadow Quagsire. And like I said, I think this matchup is very, very close. Still 2 shields in play. Quagsire needs to land at least a Stone Edge here, and the Hydro Cannon is gonna sting.
Both of these trainers still have 2 shields. Though the first matchup, the Galarian Moltres against that Sableye looks so good, this middle matchup is getting dangerous here. Going for the heavy-hitting Stone Edge. This is a big attack, and Pokemichi does use his shield at the very last second. Great call. This puts him in a much better position.
Insane call there. Trying to YOLO the Stone Edge through 2 shields is something that a lot of top players do because you never see it coming. But Pokemichi sniffed it out. Now we see a shield exchange on Colin's side as well. That makes total sense because Hydro Cannon would be enough to knock out. Oh, a little bit curious timing there, going for the Stone Edge. Are we going to see a swap after this?
Might see it. The switch timers look like they are going to be up, and at this point, both of these trainers are recognizing not only their win conditions, but also what their opponent's win conditions could be. Pokemichi staying in, saying, this is an okay matchup. This is what I want. This is what I would rather have. Okay, Blastoise has a ton of energy here, going almost for a next one at the same point as the Fly.
Gonna go for the Fly here. Honestly, Amanda, this is gonna be really close. I think Fly will be enough, but this Blastoise is sturdy and it hangs on.
It hangs on enough to be able to get this Hydro Cannon off. Colin has 1 shield left. The Moltres is so good against that Sableye, but no shield is used at this point. They're going for the 2 Pokemon in the back, and there's just a little bit of health left on the Quagsire, but will it be able to get there?
Quagsire trying to get to the Stone Edge, but Colin runs out of gas. Pokemichi 2-1 here over the final boss. He says not so final after all.
Final run.
As he moves on to day number 2. Collins will still have a chance. He's still alive in the bracket as he moves down to that loser side. But if you're Pokemichi, you have to be walking on cloud 9.
I think that is such a good indication. You talked about that earlier on where you're like, I just don't know how it's going to play out with those 2 water types in the back. And as hard as it is to try to figure out what you want to play in those moments, I don't know if I think Colin was expecting maybe that Pokemichi was going to try to swap, or just trying to predict something that didn't happen. Blastoise being able to just hang on to put off that Hydro Cannon was enough to put him through for game number 3.
I mean, this series was a really good showcase of game 1. Pokemichi just had a better plan going into it, outmaneuver Colin. Game 2, Colin had the perfect plan. I mean, you really could not have drawn it up any better. And then game 3, Colin was forced to try to manufacture a win condition, which is super uncomfortable, especially at this level. And against Pokemichi, he just didn't allow Colin his win conditions, which is so important. We talk about offense quite a lot, you know, throwing your charge attacks, landing super effective, maybe landing a Stone Edge through a shield, all that kind of stuff. That's important, but that's the offensive side of Pokemon Go. There's also playing great defense, being able to pressure your opponent and not allow them big openings. That's exactly what Pokemichi did in game number 3. This was so pristine, this was so perfect to get the play rough, but Colin just let his Tinkaton go.
Yeah, at the point, it was like, I think he was maybe wondering if it would have been a shield KO or just thinking that he needed the shields for later, but this was the problem, right? I mean, even from the middle game, it was looking good for Colin there because the Tinkaton has such a good matchup into the Cordilli, and naturally, your inclination is, well, I don't want to shield this, right? Like, why would I ever shield in this position? But then when you saw it get down so low that it actually couldn't do any damage to any of the other Pokemon, it kind of put Colin on the back foot instead.
It did, absolutely. And you look at the team compositions, and I think the Blastoise from Pokemichi makes a ton of sense, right? If you're seeing Galarian Moltres every single game, you're seeing Talonflame at least once, you got to bring the Blastoise just to check those Pokemon. But then you look at Colin's team, the Shadow Quagsire. I think maybe the Shadow Kanto Marowak of Pokemichi was the target for that. But when you have so many different modes of attack built into your team, when you have the Mud Slap threat, the Talonflame threat, the Tinkaton threat, you really can pull your opponent into being, spread too thin, and they don't know what direction to go. And I do think the Blastoise coming back made sense for Pokemichi, and the Shadow Quagsire was just slightly off in terms of adjustment.
I think that the one thing that we can sort of say from, we haven't seen so many Blastoise, but the ones that we have closed out the decisive game 3 for both of the trainers that we have seen. So, I mean, this could be a big play and a big moment for that Pokemon.
I mean, Blastoise does what Blastoise does. Every Blastoise fan knows. We're gonna close those games out, Blastoise fans. Let's go. We got Kazim and Lyle Jeffs taking the stage here. This is gonna be really exciting. A trainer from the UK versus a trainer from Canada. And what is going on here? Kazim must have studied or must have looked over Colin's shoulder when he was building his team or something, because this looks oddly familiar.
I will say, knowing both of them, it was most likely the other way around.
Oh, it was the opposite.
Colin loves to be able to take teams of other people that he feels are very good, but again, if you have so many teammates and friends who are at such a high caliber, I think a lot of them are training together, a lot of them are exchanging, notes and tips.
Yeah.
And what better way to train than using the exact same teams?
I mean, they might even keep their teams private and then just bring them to a regional and shock everyone.
That could happen. That could happen.
Stranger things happen, I guess. But Kazim, I don't want to delve too much into the teams while the players don't have the headsets on yet, but I do think this is interesting. Talk to me about Shadow Dust Noir, because I'm going to admit it, I've been a bit of a doubter when it comes to that Pokemon. But we saw Wolfpack very early on today, absolutely crushing with it. We saw it earlier on stream when you and I were backstage. What do you think? What's your verdict on this Pokemon?
I was not expecting it as much, but as I was talking to the players and seeing some of the practice tournaments, seeing some of the scrims that people were playing, a lot more of the Shadow Dust Noir ended up being on teams, and it really surprised me. But then when you look at the coverage, I guess it shouldn't be that surprising. It doesn't have the bulk of the Dusclops, but a lot of Pokemon don't have the bulk of Dusclops. So, I mean, if you're really using that as the main excuse, it's not an excuse at all. It's got great coverage, like you said, and the Dynamic Punch just hits so hard because most people are definitely using that Shadow, so it's just hitting even harder when it connects.
I think the two primary ghost types of choice are, as you mentioned, Dusclops, but also Galarian Corsola. Both of them very, very defense and HP weighted. They're very sturdy. They stay in matchups for a long time, and you do get a little bit of offensive potency with the Galarian Corsola's Astonish. But I think these trainers looked across the board. They looked at the Pokemon that were available, and they said, what if I want to hit really hard with Astonish? What if I want to just whittle down and annihilate in 15 turns or less, and then Dynamic Punch a Cradillia or a Lapras? What if I just want that coverage and that dynamism that the other ghost types are lacking? And maybe Shadow Dust Noir is the answer. I mean, I feel like it's that Pokemon that is going to get shields no matter what, and I feel like it needs protection. And I almost am remiss to mention that there's also a way throwback on Lyle's team. Is that a Feraligatr?
It is. You almost expect to see a Clodsire with it if you're thinking of good duos. We've seen a lot of Feraligatr today, but mostly on the transition screen. So it's actually cool that we could potentially see it in the game as well. One thing I want to point out between these two trainers is it's sort of old guard versus new guard here, because Lyle Jeffs last season won 3 different regional competitions, and he was a trainer that everyone was really eyeing because he's such a good, meticulous player, very well known in the community. Kazim 33 won the very first event in Europe for this season, and it wasn't even like the first event that he won. It was the first event that he had a top placement in. So this was a really exciting moment. And he is a trainer that he's been so good. I compare him a little bit to like an Elam, where it's like everyone knows that he's a good trainer. He just didn't have those truly breakout moments. And once he put his pedal to the metal there, I mean, there was no stopping him.
Wow, that's an incredible story, and I think it's so serendipitous as well for trainers to show up, maybe for the first time and have a lot of success. I hope that whoever shows up to their first tournament takes it as a sign of encouragement, whether they do well or not as well as they had hoped. We're all building this together. We're all helping each other improve, and I mean, yeah, Kazim, he must feel like this is his season. This season belongs to him if he was able to win that first event, and now he is deep into Group G in day 1 at Anaheim.
One thing I also want to point out about Kazim, watch his battles because it is very hard to catch. On
wait,
Kazim.
just to catch them? But I can watch the VODs.
No.
On the
waiting a turn and noticing when his opponent waits a turn to be able to know when to throw his charge attacks.
Oh, I get what you're saying, yeah. Well, if you do want some more Kazim action, you can check the VODs. But right now, we're going right into this battle number 1. Shadow Quagsire taking on the Tinkaton.
Interesting matchup here, an immediate pivot out to that Shadow Feraligatr, now met by the Moltres. This Shadow Feraligatr is running Ice Beam. It will do so much damage to that Galarian Moltres, enough to most likely threaten a shield. And you can see Kazim debating because he wanted to think, no, wonderful call here. Let's let Hydro Cannon go through.
Wow, I love that play from Kazim. I think he recognizes Lyle needs 2 charge attacks regardless to pick up the KO, so the Hydro Cannon is more efficient and safe to no shield. Looks like the fly is going to be respected, though, by Lyle Jeffs, and this has already been a tough matchup to kick it off. Lyle Jeffs is trying to use that safe swap for Alligator to fight his way back in.
I like this play. Kazim, knowing that he wouldn't win charge attack priority, didn't even bother throwing the fly at that point, but neither did Lyle. He went over as well, so there's a bunch of energy. A shield has now been deployed, and now there's a Galarian Moltres with just a little bit of health left, and it looks like Lyle is going to let the Feraligatr go. Do you think this is just a big farm for the Tinkaton? That's what's coming in.
Yeah, and I think trying to avoid that, Kazim is going to make the counter swap, but he goes back to the Shadow Quagsire, and now Lyle is able to bring out the Tinkaton, excuse me, the Cradily in order to counter the Shadow Quagsire. I got my wires crossed because we have a Tinkaton in the back there.
Yeah, going ahead and using that last Protect Shield, this is pretty good because the Stone Edge would do a nice chunk of damage, and Lyle going up just a little bit more. This is a big baiting game because sometimes people like to end up going for the attack that will lower the defense because they know they're going to get the shield anyway. No, it doesn't even matter. Lyle says, okay, I know that 2 Grass Knots is going to be enough, but first, the Stone Edge is going to connect.
Yeah, and we saw as well Kazim throwing the Stone Edge on the charge attack priority. He knows exactly where this Cradily is for Lyle Jeffs. Trying to get back to that switch timer, still about 5 seconds left, and Lyle Jeffs, recognizing that, throws the double super effective Grass Knots. Quagsire fans, look away. This is not pretty.
It screams when it gets its charge attack off, and then it just goes back into the ball. At this point, we haven't seen the third Pokemon, but now it comes in on Kazim's side because he knows that it can handle whatever that Cordelia is going to throw. It's going to be that Raccoon. It's going to lower the attack of the Tinkaton, but at this stage, still in a good commanding position for Kazim.
And I really like the position here for Kazim because he does have the Galarian Moltres in the back. Lyle Jeffs just switch-locked his Tinkaton here, so any kind of defense drops from the Bulldoze would stick. He swaps in the Galarian Moltres to reset the debuff from Cradily. Can't get to the fly, but let's see if he can do something with his Tinkaton.
Wow, at this point, he just wanted to make sure his attack is a little bit more. Looks like he didn't even bother going for the bubbles because he recognized how much energy he gave Lyle Jeffs by not being able to get to an attack on that Moltres there.
Yeah, I think Kazim is recognizing, and like you said, the win conditions are few and far between, and against somebody like Lyle Jeffs, he's not going to give you any openings to exploit any advantages. Bulldoze coming through here from Kazim. Tinkaton mirror match on the field. This might be the first time I've seen this.
At least here for this point, we know that it's been a big thing earlier on. When Tinkaton first got introduced, we saw it everywhere. It kind of dropped off for a bit, but it looks like it's definitely back. It's definitely swinging the hammer here. It's definitely taking out Kazim's Tinkaton and definitely getting game number 1 for Lyle Jeffs.
Absolutely. Kazim kind of punting, so to speak, on to game number 2. Wants to try to eke out some form of advantage. But honestly, this was looking really good in the early game for Kazim. Great lead, forced the instant pivot from Lyle. Lyle goes to that Shadow Claw for Alligator, which the Shadow Claws are all resisted by the Galarian Moltres. It felt like the first half of that game belonged to Kazim. Lyle Jeffs, he's tenacious.
I think that it just also goes to show that you should never give up, right? Because if you're Lyle Jeffs, maybe you feel a little bit discouraged and you say, oh my goodness, now my Feraligatr got caught on the Moltres. I can't seem to be getting any of the alignment that I'm looking for. But after that, I really think once that Quagsire got taken out by the Cordelia, it was a big moment for Lyle Jeffs.
I think so too. Kazim with the head shakes, the knowing nods. He recognizes that it was a hill too tall to climb to get back into this battle. So instead, he'd rather commit his energy over to game number 2 as Shadow Feraligatr stings us back over to the stage.
And I think this is a big moment for both of these trainers because, once again, we are in the winners' semifinals, and maybe that doesn't seem so big on the grand scheme of things, but what it does show is whoever wins this is guaranteed to be in day number 2 in Worlds, and that, my friend, that is huge.
It's absolutely massive, as our friends would say. Lyle Jeffs looking over the team here. Very, very talented trainer. Like you said, multiple-time regional champion. He's definitely earned all of his victories. I believe he won Louisville this season with Shadow Kanto Marowak. Very, very exciting grand finals. And you can tell, there's a lot of expectations on Lyle. He bears them really well, but he holds himself to incredibly high standards.
And he should, because he's a player who everyone has been kind of keeping an eye on throughout the seasons, especially after his breakthrough moments last year. Kazim, another trainer who did really well at EUIC.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested to see how far that he can take it. And we have to remember, this is winner's side of the bracket. So whoever loses this still has opportunities to be making day 2 on that loser's side bracket.
You pointed out something really important earlier on in the cast. You said that Kazim won the first event of the 2025 season. You've got to ask yourself, that was 4 metas ago. That was almost a year ago. when all of the pieces have changed, when all the key Pokemon are different, how does a trainer like Kazim adapt? How does he come out, basically explode onto the scene, win his first event, and then almost have a year where he just has to kind of recalibrate and figure out what's going on with the new meta? Is it this constant practice? Is it kind of his teammates and friends? What do you think the key has been to his Worlds run so far?
Well, I think for Kazim, winning the regional really gave him the confidence boost that he has that skill to be able to do so. He's been very high on the Go Battle League leaderboards. He's been a trainer who's done a lot of practice in this show since pick 3 as well. And it's not like he just went away after that win. He had some top placements this year. He was actually quite high up on the leaderboard. And he took the pressure off of himself a little bit, knowing that he already had that Worlds invite. I think that allows you to have a little bit more play and a little bit more fun with some different Pokemon. But now they're at Worlds. This is a serious competition moment. This is the point where you know that it is go big or go home. This is what the whole season has been building up to.
It's a question of bend and not break, and I feel like Kazim is already bending a bit here under the weight of that Feraligatr and Tinkaton duo from Lyle Jeffs. But we talk about a lot of hypotheticals when we commentate, especially when we're kind of, postulating what's going to happen next. But let's talk about what we do know, and that's the fact that Kazim does have that Galarian Moltres on his team. And as long as you see such a dominant, powerful Dark-type Pokemon, I think it kind of sidelines its hardest counters. For example, if you look at the Shadow Dusknoir, I feel like when there's a Galarian Moltres on the other side,
yeah, you just say nah.
And you know if those two Pokemon see each other that you're gonna get sucker punched down as Lyle Jeffs. You just don't bring it. And that, again, goes back to the mind games. But honestly, most players can start to narrow things down and say, well, actually, if I'm Kazim, I'm kind of playing 6 versus 5 here.
I think that's a good point. One other thing I want to point out between the two teams, a little bit of the differences, because there's obviously a lot of similarities, with the Cordilli and also with the Tinkaton. There's also a water-type Pokemon. But the fact that there is the Galarian Moltres on one side and the Mandibuzz on the other, we haven't seen so much Mandibuzz play, but Mandibuzz, it doesn't have that fast attack pressure that the Galarian Moltres does, but what it does have is bulk, so it can stand up to get some of these harder hitting attacks, while a Galarian Moltres would not be able to do so.
I agree with you completely. Let's go ahead and head down to the stage because we have our trainers locked in and ready to go. Could be a decisive game 2 here for Lyle Jeffs. He's got a sticky situation to start things off. He's got Diggersby into Galarian Moltres.
Going ahead and just getting into this here, and neither one of the attacks from that Diggersby is really going to be doing too much, but he's still just getting a ton of energy, and even still, how does this happen? Throwing right as the switch going in and catching onto the Quagsire.
I mean, some trainers claim that they don't count the fast attacks. I think Kazim is running purely on vibes here, as he's able to read exactly, like you said, the Fire Punch coming through. It looks like the Feraligatr will get to the Hydro Cannon here. Gotta anticipate the Stone Edge. It might be a bait. Lyle Jeffs with an important decision to make. Does use the shield.
Shield comes up the last second there, and it looks like going ahead, just getting even more energy. And I tell you what, we haven't seen Shadow Feraligatr in a while, but watching Lyle play it, I'm sort of like, why haven't we been seeing it? Because it is such a good save swap, even if there's a Cordilli on the other team with potential with the Ice Beam, and just this fast pacing overall really kind of puts the other trainer on the back foot.
I mean, either Feraligatr is back or it never left. We're going to see a Hydro Cannon get Protect Shielded up here by Kazim as the Galarian Moltres comes back out onto the field. We have not seen the third Pokemon for each of these trainers, that being the Talonflame from Kazim, but we do see the Tinkaton, and Kazim looks across the stage. He says, that is what I was waiting for.
This is exactly what I'm talking about, where it is so hard to catch on Kazim. Kazim knew it, he's paused, and Lyle Jeffs tried to be able to catch on the Tinkaton, wasn't able to do so, and Kazim has the best counter for it here. We saw it in the last games with Colin 6. It doesn't matter if play roughs go through. It's still not enough to knock out a Talonflame at this health.
Exactly right. I mean, 2 play roughs is not going to do it. The Fairy Winds are definitely not going to KO the Talonflame, so it's able to exit this matchup with literally 100 energy, and it's going to deploy all this damage onto whatever comes in next.
Energy spilling over essentially from this Talonflame here, coming in with the Diggersby, and Diggersby goes for another attack first. This is a potential Brave Bird, which would do a ton of damage here, and it is not enough to knock out. A quick pivot into Galarian Moltres here to be able to catch that next Fire Punch.
And he's so swift. You see that? He goes right back into the Galarian Moltres. He knows his defense drop from the Brave Bird, does not even want to soak a resistant Fire Punch. Comes in now, looking for the Sucker Punch down. can't quite get it, but look at how much energy he has on both of his flying types.
At this point, the next fast attack will be able to knock out that Diggersby, and Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Claws just don't do anything to this Pokemon. Lyle Jeffs doesn't even bother shielding up this time, sort of a reverse position from game number 1, because Kazim is going to take this one, tying up the series.
Kazim urging the crowd to get behind him there as he ties it up 1-1 in our winners semis for Group G. This is such a fascinating series because in game number 1, Kazim was like, oh, for Alligator's got hands, right? And then we see
Actually, he's got claws.
Got claws, and then we see game number 2, and Lyle Diff says, oh my gosh, Talonflame's got talons.
There's been too much fun between these two, and it looks like it's going to come down to a very decisive game number 3. And these are moments that I think are very, very big. They're so impactful because both of these trainers now have momentum behind them. If you lose game number 1, it's so easy to get discouraged. Maybe you make one small misplay and then you say, well, it's over at this stage. But Kazim just put his head down, recognized, okay, I still can be in this. I have a good team composition. Look at that. There was 2 flying type against so much energy on that for Alligator, and he still manages to pull it through.
Galarian Moltres finishes off this battle here, but that Talonflame in the back for Kazim still had a fly ready to go for whatever eventuality transpired. And I just gotta say, if you're Lyle Jeffs, if you just put yourself in his shoes for just a moment, you're probably thinking about that Talonflame. You're thinking, I disrespected it. I swapped the Tinkaton. I locked it into a matchup that it could not win. I kind of left it out to dry. So as Lyle, the challenge now is to not think too much about the Talonflame because Kazim could change things up. You got to anticipate all the threats.
I mean, we've seen it time and time again so far throughout today. There's been a lot of Pokemon that have been usually used as a safe swap. Like we see like the Credilli. We actually, not so much from Lyle's team because we haven't seen Lyle's team so much. But because Credilli is such a good safe swap for his team, or also perhaps the Shadow, or for the, not even Shadow, a regular for Alligator, his options are sort of limited for the other ones. Now that you swap in a Tinkaton and it hits a Talonflame,
wow, I really like this situation. We've got a Feraligatr lead into the Tinkaton. Shadow Claws ripping through. Fairy Winds trying to charge up some energy. I think that this Feraligatr has a slight edge in even shields, even energy, but we'll find out.
Going ahead, going for that heavy hitting attack, going for the play rough, no protect shield used. You're gonna see it do a nice chunk of damage here, but Shadow Feraligatr doesn't even care, just charging up a ton more energy before letting that first Hydro Cannon go through.
You saw that. Lyle Jeffs built perfectly to double Hydro Cannons. If anything comes in, he's just gonna blast it right off the field. In comes the Cradily. He's so close to the Ice Beam. Does he choose to pull the trigger here? He's got so much energy, he's overcharging so much, he goes for another Hydro Cannon.
What is really nice about this of Lyle Jeffs is recognizing even though Credilli is a hard counter here, no protect shield from Kazim. Wonderful play here, but there's another one already coming in, swapping to his own Credilli. They're both on Acid. If it was on Bullet Seed, I think we would have seen a pivot immediately from Lyle Jeffs' side. He wouldn't have been able to bank that Hydro Cannon.
Exactly. Lyle Jeffs banks a Hydro Cannon, saves it for a rainy day, and also in the process chips down this Cradily and puts it within single charge attack plus acid down range. I gotta say, Lyle Jeffs looks like he is executing really, really well. Kazim on the back foot here.
Going ahead, throwing another Rock Tomb, just wants to get as much damage off as he can. He wants to lower the attack of the Credilli, but at this point, with the switch timers as well, he might just be giving this Credilli a ton of farm to then swap out, because he is going to be able to completely farm down and come out with an attack of his own. He's got to throw something, I think, because he wants to get these switch timers a little more misaligned, and now he's going to be able to debuff this Tinkaton.
Kazim basically forced to allow alignment to go back to Lyle Jeffs there because he cannot bring out the Galarian Moltres against that Tinkaton. But here we go. We're going to see the Galarian Moltres taking on the Diggersby now, and all it can do is reach up from the ground and try to singe this Galarian Moltres with some Fire Punches.
Fire Punch doesn't look like it's going to be doing that much, but we have to remember how bulky both of these Pokemon are, and the charge attacks from the Moltres aren't going to be doing that much to a ground-type Pokemon. So while it doesn't look like it's the best thing for the Diggersby, it actually isn't so horrible, and still no Protect Shield on Kazim's side.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised surprised to not see at least one Protect Shield here. That Galarian Moltres is getting very, very low, and I think Lyle recognizes it's just barely outside of Brave Bird range, but you have to respect the Sucker Punches. That's why we see the shield here, because if you take a fly there, you risk getting fast attack down.
Going ahead and just both of them continuing to charge away, going for another fly at this point. Look how low that Moltres is, but there's so much energy on this Diggersby in the back.
Do we see the switch here? Switch timer's up for Lyle. We actually see the pivot from Kazim going into the Tinkaton, forcing the charge check party tie with the Play Rough. This is going to be really close.
Play Rough is going to be able to connect to this Diggersby. It is not enough. It hangs on by just a thread, enough of a thread to potentially take this out. There's still 2 protections on Kazim's side, and his both Pokemon are so low health.
How did I not realize he still has 2 shields? He hasn't used either of them. It looks like the Diggersby will go for the Fire Punch here and will get knocked out by the Sucker Punch and try to win this for Kazim.
I think Kazim's saying, if only my Moltres had just a little more health, neither one of these attacks are going to be doing too much. Oh, he's going for the fly. He's going for the fly here. It will be enough to knock out the Credilli, but there might be just too much health on that Shadow Feraligatr.
Well, the thing is, if it's able to resist a Shadow Claw, we might get a simultaneous KO. It's within 2 Sucker Punches, but no! Lyle Jeffs brings back the Feraligatr. Lyle is back, baby.
Close games, you see Lyle popping off there. I keep calling it a Shadow Feraligatr because honestly, that's how often we used to see them. But again, just as a reminder, this was a regular Feraligatr, giving it just a little bit more bulk and really helping prove how vital that could be, because look how close it got there in the end.
If it was Shadow,
exactly,
it would have been knocked out. So Lyle must know exactly what he's doing there, being able to endure the Sucker Punches to get the Shadow Claw damage through. And I gotta tell you, Kazim is probably gonna look back at this game, probably replay it dozens of times in his mind and say, where did I go wrong? Where should I have shielded? What should I have done? Should I have pivoted? This was a really, really close matchup, and I mean, the Feraligatr versus Tinkaton matchup to start things off was already a little bit precarious, and Kazim just couldn't hold on in the end.
It's so difficult to know, especially when some of the charge attacks aren't doing as much damage. You always want to be able to shield up the thing that's going to be most impactful for the game, right? You want to be able to shield up something that's super effective, or that's going to be able to get you that switch or the alignment that you're looking for. There was none of these big moments for Kazim in this actual round.
Right?
By the end, when you just have just a sliver of health left, it's not enough to be able to pull through. He still goes down with 1 shield, and at that point, it was sort of a bummer for him in that regard.
It's like when you watch a movie, right? And there's a big character reveal or a plot twist, or there's some kind of turning point in the story. That's not at all what we got in that game number 3. It was almost like a slow burn. They just kind of crescendoed all at the end. Everything started happening all at once, and by that time, it just kind of slipped out of Kazim's fingers there. He was unable to win that game. But I will say that he does fall to that loser side bracket, still very much in the World Championships. And I mean, we set such a precedent back in 2022 when our first World Champion fell to that losers bracket early. So all the Kazim fans need to keep an eye out for that trainer.
And one other thing that I want to point out, he did go down with the shield at the end, but if you saw, Lyle also had energy on the Feraligatr. He had a Hydro Cannon loaded. So here's the thing.
That's true.
If he didn't have the shield, I mean, he would have just thrown the Hydro Cannon. But Lyle also recognized his win condition was he had to get the Shadow Claw damage, which basically is nothing. He had to be able to fast attack down, because if he threw that Hydro Cannon, the Galarian Moltres might have been able to knock him out. Yeah, be taking notes. Take
Sorry,
notes,
yeah, just 1 second. Chat, you should be taking notes, because that honestly was an incredible breakdown. Again, recognizing the win conditions, the fast attack pressure, throwing charge attacks. A lot of the time, you just kind of eyeball the HP of your opponent. You say, you know what? If I just keep on Shadow Clawing, I think I can get this done.
On clawing, keep on clawing.
Is that how it works? Wait, you didn't do the jingle earlier, but now you want to choreograph a dance.
I thought we practiced it. It was 1, 2, 3, Shadow Claw. Oh, you did it!
You know what? I'm not going to leave you out to dry every time, Amanda. Come on.
Speedy is cheap too, everyone.
We have 2 new trainers taking the stage here. Looks like it's going to be Ice Chris taking on DVS Daniel SMB. Let's just call him DVS Daniel for short. It's going to be an interesting matchup as well. A Lapras, actually, for Ice Chris. Pokemon we have not seen, at least for me personally, in probably 2 or 3 different sets.
I think it's definitely been a popular Pokemon, but it has sort of taken a back seat. Meanwhile, I mean, we talked about cores. We saw it earlier on in the show with the top meta Pokemon. We're saying Azumarill was always there. It dropped off just for the North American International Championships, but it's been back, and it's paired with a Pokemon that we've seen it paired with so often, and that is a Shadow Drapion. So this team has some throwback to it, now mixed up with the new meta as well.
That's the thing. A lot of these trainers bringing the Galarian Corsola or the Dusclops, they were not anticipating many dark types outside of your Galarian Moltres, your Mandibuzz. Seeing the Shadow Drapion, I really admire that you pointed that out. That actually changes quite a bit about how Ice Chris is going to approach this matchup because honestly, you know, it's not just one problem in terms of the Galarian Corsola's matchups. You have to deal with that Galarian Corsola. You have to deal with that Galarian Moltres and the Shadow Drapion. And then you look at the rest of the matchups and say, you know what? Maybe I'm not going to bring the Ghost type.
We also talk about good safe swaps. So if you lose that first lead, what is a Pokemon that you can safely swap into to be able to maybe secure alignment for later or at least do some meaningful damage? Credilli has been very popular in this tournament. In the past, Shadow Drapion was basically that Pokemon because if you gave it a little bit of energy, it was such a menace to deal with. I can understand that it's probably not used quite as often now, especially with Shadow Kanto Marowak being essentially the biggest pick of the MVP of a lot of players. But there is not one on Ice Chris's side, so I think that we're going to see a lot of Shadow Drapion play.
I'm looking here at the movesets for these Pokemon, just trying to take a closer look at what these trainers are going to probably decide to do. And a couple of surprises here. We do have the Lapras running Ice Beam on Ice Chris's team, and it looks like he's also running Acid Cradilly. Outside of that, if you've been watching the stream all day, which I know you have, because you're the best.
And you want those switch drops.
Exactly. These other trainers Pokemon look relatively standard to what we've seen so far at the 2025 World Championships. So let's take a look here down on the stage as our trainers are getting locked in and ready to go. Are there any Pokemon that you think are like must brings or maybe, you know, look key or pivotal in this matchup?
If I'm Ice Chris, I'm really wondering how to deal with that Drapion because even, I mean, nothing handles it, right? There's a lot of Pokemon that can do damage into it. It can definitely be some tag team efforts to take it out, but I mean, nothing really wants to take a crunch besides the Galarian Moltres. It just, it does a lot of damage and it has the potential to debuff your opponent. And honestly, when you're the opponent, you feel like the crunches from your attacker always get to debuff on you, but it never seems to go in your own favor. So I think that the Shadow Drapion is going to have a lot of play into this team.
I almost feel like as DVS Daniel, if you're able to lure out the Quagsire, you can really clear the runway for your Shadow Drapion, to your point. For example, if you were to safe switch his Shadow Kanto Marowak, that would likely pull out a water type in the back, whether it's the Lapras or the Shadow Quagsire is uncertain, but I do think it would pull out one of the main threats to the Shadow Drapion. So when Ice Chris is looking at his opponent's team across the stage there, he's got to have that on his mind. He's got to say, what is my opponent trying to do? What is their win condition? How are they trying to execute and make their MV Pokemon as strong as it can possibly be?
Now, on the flip side of that, if I'm looking at Ice Chris's team, Credilli has so many targets.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Like Azumarill definitely can hit it with the Grass Knot. It's going to be doing so much. Also with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, Rock Tomb for the Moltres. I mean,
and
go on and go on.
For the Quagsire,
Only
right?
thing that can really handle it is the Tinkaton.
Going right into battle number one, everybody. We've got Ice Chris, and Amanda must be a psychic type Pokemon because she used Future Sight. Now we see the swap into the Lapras, and honestly, this is not a very comfortable position, but it just got worse because not only does the Tinkaton resist the Side Waves, now the Galarian Moltres double resist the fast attacks from the Lapras.
A lot of times you see trainers bait here. Not Ice Chris going straight for the Ice Beam. He said, oh, it's in my name, guys. Going ahead, but even still, even that does super effective damage, these Side Waves are just doing nothing.
Exactly. You connect an Ice Beam onto a flying type Pokemon and say, you know what? I think I can farm down. And then you see it's got double fly ready to go. So at what price is Ice Chris going to do it? Instead, he's going to pivot, use that Sparkling Aria, give up some of that precious energy, but try to maintain the shield. And DVS Daniel's not having it.
At least he's saying, okay, he got a shield out of this scenario. But honestly, if you double shield this, you can't Side Wave down, I think. At this point, this is so crazy here. Even going for the Brave Bird, so it's going to lower defenses even more. But that's because the switch time is up. Daniel's already switched out. And if Ice Chris wasn't paying very meticulous attention, he might not even notice that that Galarian Moltres didn't go down.
That's honestly so clever. Galarian Moltres bailed out for a sacrificial swap potential later on in the battle, but it allows that Shadow Quagsire to come out and line up against the Tinkaton. I gotta say, if you're DVS Daniel with that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back, you are happy to see this Quagsire out right now.
Quagsire going to try to do as much as possible to be able to get attacks off here, but since Tinkaton had such an energy advantage, it's able to get off 2 charge attacks here. Not the play rough, so not enough to knock out the Quagsire, but Quagsire is going to walk away with a lot of energy or get a shield advantage here as he goes for Aqua Tail number 1.
It's not really a walk to me, it's more like a waddle.
Yeah, waddle, 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 going for the tail.
It's going to waddle away with quite a bit of energy. Aqua Tail number 1 connects into that Tinkaton. Gotta watch out for the peekaboo play. Ice Chris looking at the screen. Don't blink. Don't look away. It could happen at any moment. DVS Daniel deciding what to do. Sends in Glaring Moltres, trying to force the energy, but it gets a swap instead.
Oh my goodness. Great play there. Being able to get that acid off, knock out the Moltres, and now it's a Cordilli up against a Marowak. Marowak does have a shield to hide behind, but it is the last Pokemon standing for DVS Daniel.
I almost wonder, as Ice Chris, do you have the bandwidth? Do you have the HP? Do you have the time to bait a Rock Tomb here, or do you have to go straight for the Grass Knot? DVS Daniel has to consider the win conditions.
This is a big moment here. Only 1 Protect Shield remaining. He doesn't use it! It connects, it knocks it down so low!
Ice Chris connects, and that might just freeze out this game. Game number 1 going to our Chilenian on the left side of the screen. Ice Chris takes it in stunning fashion.
Again, this is just a key reminder that just because you lose the lead does not mean that you are going to lose the game. We talked about Cordilli, we talked about Tinkaton, we saw them matched up. Tinkaton even got a ton of energy in that mid-game. But that, oh wow, Ice Chris just really masterfully played through, managed to get so much energy on the Quagsire to do a nice chunk of damage.
I was a little bit surprised to not see the Shadow Drapion come out. That was a little bit interesting to me. DVS Daniel left that Pokemon on the bench, instead opting for the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and fortunately for him, it was not able to win the game. But Shadow Quagsire, such a wedge here for Ice Chris, able to kind of give him the buffer he needs, and then swapping now. DVS Daniel couldn't surprise him. Ice Chris was ready. And the Cradilli here just did the rest.
Yeah, Cordilli really put in work, kind of like we discussed right before the matchup started. It has such good positive matchups into basically the whole team. At least it can throw something that's going to hurt everything, except for that Tinkaton. Even getting it matched up, he was able to use that Cordilli to secure game number 1 for him here. But that's just the first game. He's got to really win this one too to be able to make it to day 2 cleanly, going for that sweep.
Ice Chris building momentum here. DVS Daniel working to stay centered, looking over his opponent's team sheet, trying to figure out exactly what Ice Chris is likely to do in this battle number 2. And how can DVS Daniel make more out of the Pokemon at his disposal? How can he leverage that Shadow Quagsire? How can he get that Galarian Moltres to be as useful as it was in game number 1? Let's find out here, jumping right in.
Into game number 2 here. We saw this in the middle part of the matchup earlier on, but we got that Lapras against the Moltres in the lead, and Ice Chris is still continuing to stay in. He lets the Moltres get a lot of energy here, but to what end?
Good question. Going for the Ice Beam. He went for the Ice Beam the first time. This might be a bait the second time around. Sometimes trainers change it up, but Ice Chris stays icy, hitting that Galarian Moltres for a lot of super effective damage.
Meanwhile, still just continuing to charge away on DVS Daniel's side, going for that heavy hitting Brave Bird. This would do quite a bit of damage to that Lapras, and he has that potential to swap out. Doesn't protect, shield it up. Down goes the Lapras, and still, I think, at this point, do you pivot out or do you just let your Moltres go?
Well, seeing the Cradilli, I think you stay, right? Seeing what Ice Chris is planning to do allows you to bring out the Tinkaton, and that is definitely the matchup you want. Quick pivot into the Shadow Quagsire. Now we're in the Shadow Quagsire mirror, but Ice Chris's is too much shots ahead.
Yeah, you say quick pivot, but it was still, like you said, giving your opponent even 1 extra fast attack in a mirror matchup is such a dangerous position because you know what they're going to be throwing, and you know that they're going to be able to throw it right before you.
That Shadow Quagsire from DVS Daniel is gargantuan. That is definitely an XXL Shadow Quagsire, one of the first size variant Pokemon I think we've seen on stream. It is towering over Chris's Quagsire on the other side.
That might be why it took a little bit longer to come into the battle. He says, I'm coming here. Going for that Aqua Tail, getting the Protect Shield off of Ice Chris's side. And now this is really when we're start stripping away the shields one after another because these charge attacks come so quickly from the Quagsire.
It's all fun and games until you see that looming Quagsire-shaped shadow coming over your shoulder. Aqua Tail can be through. This will be enough to KO that Shadow Quagsire from DVS Daniel. He keeps it in the battle here, giving it, I believe, his final Protect Shield of the game, and it is gonna go for the Aqua Tail of his own.
Both of them now are out of shields, and we have to keep an eye on the timer. We have to keep an eye on the Pokemon in the back, because once again, that's that Credilli against the Tinkaton. But he's going to be able to get a little bit more damage off on the Quagsire. But is this what you want at this stage?
And the question is, does Ice Chris stay in this matchup and look for a couple of mud shots, or does he instant pivot? He's going to do the latter, going right into the Cradilli, trying to race to that Rock Tomb and debuff the Tinkaton. And the swap pays off, because now all these attacks will be debuffed.
I like this play a lot. The question will be, will it be enough? We have to remember, there's still a Quagsire with a little bit of health in the back, not anywhere near an attack, but Tinkaton might not be able to fast attack it down, especially now that it's been debuffed.
And it's going to get more than one stage debuff. It's going to get hit with at least another Rock Tomb. I adore this play from Ice Chris, because he's trying to put himself in the best possible condition to win the battle. Second Rock Tomb is going to get fired off here, slowing down this Tinkaton even more.
Tinkaton is already known for its defenses. It's not very attack weighted to begin with, but he wants to try to get as much damage off. But again, he might need 3 for this. So this is the second attack coming through. He might need 3 to knock out the Credilli, and he might need 1 to knock out the Quagsire. Rock Tomb number 3 coming through, and actually going for a little bit of a heavier hitting Grass Knot at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. He's satisfied with the double stage debuff. Going to go for the Grass Knot here for some additional damage. It thumps against that Tinkaton. In comes the Quagsire, trying to finish it up, but the Bulldoze gets fired off. This might be crucial.
This point, this will knock out the Quagsire. Still double debuffed. The acid of the Credilli could be brewing more vital.
My gosh! Wow, Ice Chris able to take the 2-0 here with his trusty Cradilli in a nail biter of a series against his opponent. My goodness, Ice Chris.
Ice Chris icing out the competition, sliding into day number 2 with really fantastic plays. And again, just recognizing the strength of his Credilli against his opponent, I think that really helped prove vital for him, because those were fantastic plays. And obviously, when you see Credilli against the Tinkaton, you might feel a little bit worried. Not Ice Chris. At the end of that game, he was just recognizing, I know exactly what I need to do to secure my victory for this game.
He was under so much pressure. It was weighing down on him, but he was able to find the win conditions and pilot his way through choppy seas. Brave Bird scraping off that Lapras. A big blow to his ambitions there in game number 2, but the Credilli comes out early. It comes out late. It comes back over and over and over again, and that was the key to this series.
Sometimes people are arguing about, like, okay, the different move sets here. Do I want to have Acid for my Credilli? Do I want to have Bullet Seed? I think that cases definitely could be made for both, but I think definitely in this case for Ice Chris, having Acid was what proved it vital for him. Just basically 1 HP and a Dream, being able to take that game and slide him into day number 2.
I think this is just such a clinic of recognizing win conditions at the mid-game, switching out instantly to that Cradilli, not staying in with the Quagsire for the mud shots on the front end, but instead using that Quagsire at the last moment when you need it the most to absorb the Bulldoze and keep yourself in the battle. Again, Chris was like at a fork in the road. He had 2 different paths, and he knew exactly what he wanted to do, committed to the win condition, and executed flawlessly.
These are the plays that a champion would make. And when we're in the World Championships, this is what all of the trainers are trying to achieve. We've had different champions throughout the season. We had Yakai last year. We had It's Axon being that first person to get a regional championship, a North American International Championship, and Worlds. But we can't forget our first ever World Champion. You know who that is?
Dancing Rob.
That is Dancing Rob. And if you want to know a little bit more about him, he's here in the venue, but he's also up in this video.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon GO World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon GO's inaugural season in the Pokemon GO Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon GO's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6.
But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 European International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the third round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the grand finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The grand finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers, to the official broadcast of the World Championships 2025 in Anaheim. We are about to reach that top 32 that's going to advance to Day 2 tomorrow, Saturday, on this stream as well. If you've missed anything, my name is Martijn Versteeg. I am joined here by Farid Anis. How have the battles been so far?
We've had so many battles. It's been a long, grueling day for so many of these players. And we've had massive names come all the way, massive names dropping out, and massive names still to come. Our next matchup, Alejandro against Tonton Batus. 2 players from the European region, players that we know very well. And I think this will be a very exciting matchup.
Tonton Batus, we call him the master of seasoning in Europe because he always brings the spice. Greninja has become like one of his signature Pokemon because he is the trainer that brought it so often. And many trainers have stepped in his, like how the way he plays, right? Also at Batoman at NASC brought Greninja at the time, got to top 4 with it.
Now, there's no Greninja on the side of Tonton Batus this match, and instead, he has replaced it with something very, very interesting. What we are seeing is a selection of Pokemon that I think Tinkaton is obviously a favorite. And then there's the Azumarill, but I wonder here, I'm seeing on my screen as well, quite a selection of Pokemon that Tonton is currently scrolling through. So I'm very interested to see what kinds of lines he's going to opt for against Alejandro. Now, Tonton, he was the Gdansk winner this season, and his best placement was that gold medal. Alejandro, on the other hand, his best performance so far was the most recent event, a top 16 in Bologna.
He has been super consistent, right? I think the first 3 or 4 regionals that he played were all about top 4. And after that, he struggled a little with the meta, but he's here at the World Championships. We are going to get these teams up soon, but he did bring some spice again. The Master of Seasoning brought a Dragapult on your right.
Yeah, that is right. So Tonton Batus, we're waiting for the teams to update. The sprites aren't quite right yet, but there is going to be a Dragapult available to Tonton Batus, and he is going to be up against Alejandro. We can see that he's actually got a Toedscruel on that team. So as soon as those teams come up properly, we can go through, we can analyze for you, but I think we will have a very, very fun, exciting, and spicy matchup here.
Well, I can already start analyzing the Dragapult. You know what this Pokemon really reminds me of? Of Giratina.
It really, I wonder why that is.
Yeah, it's a Ghost and Dragon type Pokemon. It's quite fragile, but it has that coverage in both Dragon and Ghost, which I think can be really valuable in the current meta. And I'm curious to see if Tonton Batus is going to bring that. And of course, on Alejandro's side on the left, he's going to bring that Toedscruel.
So I'm going to quickly go through the teams for each of these players. Alejandro, he's running a Toedscruel, a Shadow Dusclops, Feraligatr, the regular version, Shadow Drapion, Tinkaton, and Talonflame. Tonton Batus, on the other hand, he'll be running a Talonflame, a Diggersby, Tinkaton, a Dragapult, Cradily, and a Lapras.
And we're going to see right now if those Pokemon are going to show up in the first game. This is Winner Semis Group H. We have Shiny Feraligatr from Alejandro into the Lapras from Tonton Batus on the right. And it is Lapras without Skull Bash, but I think that Psywave and Sparkling Area honestly already does so fine into a Feraligatr.
Yeah, I really, really find this matchup interesting. Both Pokemon are using neutral fast attacks, Shadow Claw available to the Feraligatr, Psywave available to the Lapras, but they both resist each other's charged attacks. So the question is often, what is the pacing and what is the bulk available?
And we also see Ice Beam on that Feraligatr. It has access to Crunch as well, which would hit for neutral, but because Hydro Cannon already is such a strong charge attack, it is about as efficient as even when resisted, it is about as efficient as a resisted Crunch. So you don't really need that charge attack. As you can see, with all these Psywave, Lapras is still going to win this matchup into the Feraligatr. But Alejandro doesn't mind. He's going to let it go and get a far down on his backline Pokemon. However, I do think that Lapras might be able to get another charge attack out.
Yeah, that would be really, really valuable if Lapras can reach another Sparkling Area, which it does. And the Hexes aren't enough on this Shadow Dusclops. Sparkling Area is going to land. This could take the Dusclops into the yellow health. That's less than 50%. No, not quite. Dusclops is still bulky enough, so that's a great position for Alejandro, because now the Diggersby comes in, and you might be able to hold on to one Scorching Sands and still fire off these super effective Ice Punches.
This Ice Punch feels cold for Diggersby. It's gonna hurt a bit, but the Hex Fast Attack from Shadow Dusclops does not hurt at all. Tickles rather, and going for the Ice Punch on the alignment there. Alejandro going for it on surprising timing, I think. However, the timing doesn't matter. The switch clock isn't far from up for Tonton Batus because he hard swapped out. He has two Pokemon that don't do super well into the Dusclops. And it looks like Alejandro is just going to let the Shadow Dusclops go from here.
So I really like this play from Tonton Batus. What he does there is he builds up to Scorching Sands. He doesn't throw it straight away. He knows that he can tank energy, but he wants to come out with residual energy so that whatever happens here, if his opponent were to swap, the Diggersby wouldn't necessarily get outpaced. Alejandro wants to protect this Shadow Dusclops and land this next Ice Punch. Tonton Batus has a little bit too much energy and play for this Diggersby to let it go just yet, and there comes the Shadow Drapion, charging up for that Aqua Tail as quickly as possible.
Oh, attempting to make the catch there on the Aqua Tail, but unsuccessful. control. Alejandro didn't go for the charge tech just yet. Now the crunch is coming through, and this is going to deal the full brunt on this great daily before any Rock Tomb debuffs. But do keep in mind that this Diggersby has a Scorching Sands loaded, so Alejandro technically cannot really use a shield here, and this is an Octo bait. Tonton is calling it, he's not shielding here. This crunch otherwise would have almost knocked out.
Yeah, really, really nice no shield from Tonton Batus, and that means another attack might be needed to take out this Cradily. It is a really, really bulky Pokemon. Rock Tomb is going to land hard. It's a shiny Shadow Drapion. Can it hold on? Yes, it can. It's still in the red as well. It's got the guaranteed attack debuff, and now it's a case of really managing your energy and ensuring you don't lose out on this Aqua Tail that's about to land now.
Aqua Tail's coming through. Tonton is letting this go. Keep in mind, there's still the Lapras with a sliver of health left as well. The Dusclops doesn't have any energy. Quick attack is double resisted. Going for the first Fire Punch. Tonton is one quick attack off another Fire Punch here, and Alejandro is one hex off another attack here as well. The Tonton Bateus know that. He is going for a quick attack, and then, oh, he makes the catch, and he does catch the double resisted Ice Punch.
Superb catch from Tonton Batus. This Dusclops is now on 1 HP. One quick attack should be enough to take it out, and then the Diggersby has enough energy to take out that Shadow Drapion. There is still a shield available in any case on the Diggersby. Meticulously played by Tonton Batus, and he will take this game number 1.
Very well played from the master of seasoning on the right. Diggersby has decreased in usage. It is that trending down Pokemon, but it shows it really still has that value into so many of these Pokemon. Yes, Shadow Marek might be the ground type Pokemon of choice currently, but Diggersby does a few things better. One thing that it really does better and makes it safe to bring the Diggersby is it's not walled by the Toedscruel that Alejandro brought to the tournament.
So we've seen over the years so many different water-type Pokemon feature in the Play Pokemon circuit, and Lapras seems to be one of, if not the most popular option at the moment. For Alligator, on the other hand, it used to be a staple. It used to be the best of the best, but we saw that Zero Shield matchup. We saw that Lapras not only took out the Feraligatr, but also had enough health and energy to reach another attack on that Shadow Dusclops, maybe showing that Lapras is the best water type available to these players.
I think that if Alejandro timed his charge attacks a little bit better from the Dusclops, he may have actually already had that charge attack loaded versus Diggersby, and it wouldn't have been caught potentially. The way timing works, if you have Hex versus Quick Attack, you basically want to always throw on uneven counts. So 1 Hex, 3 Hex, 5 Hex. You use that rule of thumb, and never will a quick attack sneak through, so you give a minimal amount of turns away. If Alejandro did that, he didn't let 2 quick attacks sneak through, you would gain that full hex back.
It's always really interesting to watch exactly when these players choose to throw their charge attacks. They want to optimize as much energy as possible and minimize the amount of energy that their opponents are gaining. This is an energy game, this is a time game, and these players need to be super, super sharp, especially at this stage of the tournament. They look locked in for game number 2.
And we have the Shadow Drapion from Alejandro against the Tinkaton from Tonton Bateus. This is a relatively neutral matchup, but Tinkaton normally wins this, so we see Alejandro swap out into the Feraligatr and making the catch on the Lapras. Here's the thing though, Alejandro would have thrown the Hydro Cannon anyway, because it is the more efficient charge stack into the Lapras. But great play from Tonton Bateus. He now stored some energy on Tinkaton as well.
Yeah, a great lead for Tonton Bateus. Tinkaton is a fairy steel type. It resists the poison stings and the crunches from a Shadow Drapion. And so a very bulky Tinkaton has a very dominant matchup there. Feraligatr comes in, and as we've said, the water typing of that Lapras means it resists all of the charge attacks available to Feraligatr. Psywaves plus Sparkling Arias really do add up as well. But Feraligatr's Hydro Cannons, it could start to pressure a shield now from the side of Tonton Bateus.
Do we see the Protect Shield come up here from Tonton Bateus? I think you can barely hang on to this Hydro Cannon, or it might just knock out on the dot. Looks like Tonton Bateus is not taking any chances there. Farming up more on the Lapras, counting perfectly on the Feraligatr, and just right before the next Hydro Cannon launches the Sparkling Area. And I think this will also ensure that if Alejandro lets this go, he would get to another Sparkling Area into the next matchup.
And again, we see the utility of this Lapras able to reach another attack. It's actually
the Ice Beam.
But the Ice Beam Remember, Lapras is a water and an ice type Pokemon. That means Ice Beam would do even more damage with that same type attack bonus, shielded up by that Shadow Drapion. But remember, the Tinkaton has energy banked, so this is a strong position for Tonton Batus.
And Tinkaton has access to the super effective charge deck Bulldoze. Bulldoze is not a very strong charge deck, but it will help ease this matchup a little bit better. One of the best things about Tinkaton in exactly this matchup is that it kind of slows Drapion down. Drapion is just getting so fast with his Aqua Tails, but because Poison Sting is single resisted and Aqua Tail is neutral, Tinkaton can hang on quite well there. We see Tonton throw the player off into the Shadow Dusclops, and let's see how he continues from here, because the Credilli is kind of iffy to use. Looks like he chooses to align it to the Shadow Dusclops.
I really like this play from Tonton Batus. There was a lot of energy available on that Tinkaton. Throws one attack into the Shadow Dusclops and puts it in a range where Credilli can now start to threaten a knockout. The Tinkaton still has a ton of health available in the back. As we've said, it's got a really good defensive profile against the Shadow Drapion, and now the Credilli reaching that Grass Knot. Will Alejandro shield up his Shadow Dusclops? No, he's letting it go.
And this knocks out. Remember how we've been talking about Rock Tomb being so good the whole time? Grass Knot actually does a little bit more damage. Yes, you don't drop the attack, but Grass Knot knocking out there is huge, and this is a charge stack priority tie. Tonton Batus not looking too happy with that, but putting out the protection anyway, because this Rock Tomb that he's throwing now, neutral into the Shadow Drapion, will guarantee the attack drop.
I love this play from Tonton Batus. He knows that Tinkaton is strong in the back. It's going to be even stronger after this guaranteed attack drop. Now this Tinkaton can maybe just go straight for a play rough and Fairy Wind down. This is a superb showing from Tonton Batus. Not before an Aqua Tail, but a debuffed Aqua Tail isn't going to threaten a knockout from on the Tinkaton.
And even if the second would, it might not even matter, because the play rough, it is neutral, but it's going to hit harder on the Shadow Drapion loaded on this Tinkaton. Comes through, and it knocks out the Shadow Drapion. Tonton Batus, he takes game number 2.
Master of Seasoning, Tinkaton, Cradley and Lapras are actually the full meta. We didn't see that Dragapult in the end. If you wonder when it's these Pokemon with that bench pressure, Tonton Batus goes, I don't need you for this game. I know I can play with neutral, strong meta picks, and he comes out 2-0 in this series against Alejandro.
I think that Tonton was just kind of bluffing that Alejandro wouldn't bring neither the Toad Scroll or the Talonflame. Tinkaton was just kind of a tough Pokemon to bring in, but Tonton saw from the first game, oh, my opponent is bringing Feraligatr and Drapion, Tinkaton, easy.
Tinkaton is such a strong addition to the meta, especially when Shadow Drapion and Azumarill were really prominent. Tinkaton came in as a core breaker to those, and that's probably one of the major reasons why Tinkaton has reduced the usage of Azumarill and Shadow Drapion. We really don't see it anymore, but Credilli, I think that is the Pokemon, the real talking point of this Delightful Days meta. Dominant usage at 74%, and Tonton Batus using it to basically close out that game. Rock Tomb, such a superb attack.
We've seen it with both Bullet Seed and Acid, and honestly, to me, both Fast Attack look very viable. Acid for some better Fast Attack pressure, but Bullet Seed dealing more damage as a Grass-type Pokemon into other Water-type Pokemon, also neutral into Ghost-type Pokemon. Also just charging up a little bit quicker. Credilli makes Credilli a pretty versatile Pokemon in my opinion.
Yeah, I really like Credilli. It's always been a Pokemon that's had a very interesting play style, and that's because the grass and the rock cover each other really nicely. And I think to now have prominence in the play Pokemon scene has been such an exciting addition. And I think I love that about Pokemon Go. There are just random Pokemon that suddenly become very meta very quickly, and all of the players have to adapt. And the play styles are different, the energy generation and the timing is all different. But Cradley, Tinkaton, Lapras, those have been some of the best Pokemon over the last couple of months, and Tonton Batus will be hoping that he can use them to go all the way here in Anaheim at the Pokémon GO 2025 World Championships.
And we'll see who are going to be the best Pokemon and the best trainers this World Championships. We talked early before this match that we've already progressed quite a little bit, and some of these trainers have either progressed or have been knocked out already. The previous world champion, Yakai, has been knocked out. He got knocked out by Paulasha. That is the trainer we're going to see next as well. And it's Axon, the 2023 world champion. We may see him later on stream. He is still, I believe, in losers round 6 right now. So there's still a lot going on. And
faces that you know or support might still come on stream.
It's incredible. There are so many really, really strong players that you will have been watching all season. You might be wondering, how are they getting on? Make sure to check the bracket. All of these players have been playing all day. Winner side of the bracket, if you lose once, we're in double elimination format. That means you drop down into the loser side of the bracket. And it's difficult because we're dealing with a number of players that are so used to being in day 2. They're so used to competing for those medal positions, but they're not used to having to play the world champion in round 1. And that makes it very, very tricky, but very, very exciting for us behind the desk.
And if you want to see where we are exactly in the bracket, use !bracket in the chat. It will pop up a challenge link, and then you can see it there. And of course, if you miss any action, make sure to check out the VOD on Twitch or YouTube. Follow all the channels to stay up to date.
Now, you mentioned Paulasha. She is available on stage. She is up against Kazim33, and this is the player that put her in the losers bracket. So it is a redemption opportunity for Paulasha. It is also an opportunity for Kazim to show the first time was not a fluke. I am here and I mean to stay. This is a losers round match. That means whoever loses is out of the tournament.
I would say that between the two players, Kazim may have been the player that's been better informed over the season. He won the first regional championship in Europe of the season in Dortmund with an very impressive and meticulous gameplay and not allowing anyone to catch his charge stacks. Paulasha is also a great player. We call her the queen of PvP, and she's also used to winning. However, she hasn't won anything yet this season. Last season, she won championship after championship, and the season before, it started in Turin, that was. So we have two veterans here. And yeah, like you said, let's see if it was a fluke from Kazim or not.
We saw 2 Europeans in the match before with Alejandro and Tonton Batus. We've got 2 more Europeans on stage now in Kazim and Paulasha. And you mentioned that she hasn't won an event yet this season. And what's been particularly interesting for the European circuit is we had so many new winners. So many players that prior to this season had never won a gold medal. Kazim, before he won his gold medal, had never even made a day 2. And look at him now. He wants to go all the way. He wants to make day 2 here in Anaheim. And this is one more opponent that he has to get through who is of the very highest caliber.
And I'm curious to see how Paulasha is going to use that Greninja here, because I think it actually is really good into the team of Kazim. It has positive matchups into Galarian Corsola, Talonflame, Quagsire somewhat, just be careful with Stone Edge, Galarian Moltres, and even Credilli is quite playable. Even Tinkaton, you could go for Hydro Cannon and switch out. Greninja, the Pokemon that Tonton Batus really loves, now on the team of Paulasha, I think has a lot of options here.
These are quite similar teams, both very, very meta teams. Obviously, that Greninja is a little bit more of a spicy pick, but overall, both of these teams are likely to be compositions that each player is relatively used to playing against. They should have strategies in the bag. They've also got to a stage of the tournament where they are warmed up. They are ready to go, and they have the experience of playing against each other already. So they will be thinking back. They will have checked their notes. What happened in the first time we played against each other? What adjustments do I need to make? Paulasha almost saying, look, I know what I didn't do right the first time. I'm willing to try something new. Kazim, it's difficult because he's thinking to himself, well, I've already shown her the strategies that won. So how do I find something new? How do I adapt, knowing that you are already going to?
Well, these trainers have been backstage for a little bit waiting for this match, so they may have had some time already. It's like Kazim still needs some time to think it through. Like you said, having revealed your first strategy, it's kind of tough to use that again. Because if you use your first strategy, your opponent might recognize it immediately, recognize your backline and what you're going to do, and it makes it just a little bit more difficult.
So here we go. These players look to be locked in. They are very much hoping that they have the team lines right. Credilli comes out on the side of Kazim, and it's up against the Galarian Corsola on the side of Paulasha.
In theory, this would be a decent matchup for the Galarian Corsola. This Credilli has the poison type fast attack
acid, so that is resisted by the Ghost type Corsola. However, because you have Rock Tomb, which keeps dropping the attack of Galarian Corsola, Credilli's actually not that bad here.
Yeah, Rock Tomb, it's got same type attack bonus because it shares the typing with the Credilli, which is a grass and rock type Pokemon.
Oh, the catch!
And there is the catch there. Not only is there a catch, there's also the Sucker Punch that comes through from Galarian Moltres. This is a resisted Nightshade. It does little to nothing against the Galarian Moltres. However, in comes the Greninja. Greninja is a water and dark type Pokemon. It resists the dark type Sucker Punch from Galarian Moltres, but it does need to shield up these really hard-hitting flying type charge attacks.
I think this is exactly where Palasha wants the Greninja, because this is where you resist fast attack damage. Any matchup where the fast attack damage is not that much, it gives Greninja the time to build up energy. If this Hydro Cannon knocks out, or the next Water Shuriken will, I think that this Greninja is in a really good spot because it has so much energy. What are you doing with Kazim now? You do have a Protect Shield still, so you had an advantage, but this Greninja is almost at 2 more charge stacks.
Greninja with that water and dark typing makes it really difficult for Kazim to bring in the Shadow Quagsire. Here is a Night Slash bait. This wouldn't do a lot of damage.
Shields!
Kazim calls it. There is the Night Slash. It lands. There isn't a boost available, but there is another attack. This Night Slash could get really, really close. Will Kazim put it all onto the Quagsire? No. He's going to preserve that Cradilli, and he's now going to start to pressure the last shield of Paulasha.
And now going to knock out with the Rock Tomb. You think Grass Knot is super effective, but Rock Tomb drops the attack, so in case Paulasha would shield, Rock Tomb is a little bit better here. He's shaking his head, not sure what could be in the back. And oh, going in with the Cradilli. This is actually pretty good for Kazim, because his Cradilli would be really good into the Quagsire, but his own Cradilli is getting quite low as well.
Now, if Kazim were to start charging up towards another attack, if he is one fast attack off his next attack, he could go for a catch, knowing it might be a Rock Tomb. He doesn't. He just fully commits to this next Rock Tomb. And now he has to think, how do I protect this Quagsire? One Grass Knot will knock it out. It would be double super effective.
In comes the Quagsire. Palasha is nodding, and in comes the Grass Knot. I think Kazim has to call a potential Rock Tomb. This does so much damage. Oh man, heavy damage that hits straight into the red. In comes the Galarian Corsola, just barely being able to get to an Aqua Tail here. This is going to chip the Galarian Corsola, but I don't think that Kazim's Cradilli can do much here anymore.
Look at that, the Galarian Corsola, despite having a Nightshade caught on the Galarian Moltres early in this game, Paulasha still takes game number 1. She does make the adjustment that she needed to make, and now she is in this driving seat. One more win needed, and she will progress on the loser side of this bracket.
I think that the plan that Kazim had here was that he attempted to bait out the Cradilli with that Galarian Moltres catch. If he did that, then the Shadow Quagsire could have been a little bit more free in the back. But instead, Paulasha came in with the Greninja, and it only allowed Greninja to farm up more and more energy. In fact, I'd even say that that Nightshade caught was just about enough damage to allow a Hydro Cannon plus Water Shuriken to knock out.
It is really, really tricky when you are up against a Pokemon that we often call a core breaker. It isn't usually one of the hard meta options. It is a Pokemon that makes it really difficult to run those hard meta options, and that is the Greninja for Paulasha. With such a dominant matchup against Pokemon like Galarian Corsola, against that Galarian Moltres, and a really good matchup as well into the Talonflame and the Shadow Quagsire, it compresses the line options that Kazim is able to bring. He's trying to work out which order of my 3 do I want to go with to ensure that I have the safest team possible against that Greninja, while still being able to account for the strong meta options of Galarian Corsola and Cradilli.
This is something how it went for Patman at NAIC as well. The thing is, it's difficult to play a core like Cradilli and Tinkaton to tackle the Greninja as good as possible, because Paulasha also has Shadow Scissor, but it's unlikely that Paulasha plays both of them on one team, because both Pokemon are very fragile and need shields. So that's kind of the choice. Do I tackle either Greninja or do I take risks against Shadow Scissor?
I think at this point, Kazim now needs to start making reads. He needs to start getting into the head of his opponent and calling her lines. He is going to be up against the Galarian Corsola once more. He does call the line. It's the Galarian Moltres. This is a great lead for Kazim.
And Paulasha is likely going to swap out of this matchup straight into the Greninja, answered by the Tinkaton, which does have super effective Fairy Wind. You can actually force this matchup very well as the Tinkaton. However, Greninja is going to output solid Hydro Cannon damage here.
Hydro Cannon coming through, one more Hydro Cannon
Oh,
from a
shield.
Greninja. I like this shield a lot from Kazim. You know that you are likely to need to shield at some point, and you would rather shield what is almost certainly to be a Hydro Cannon than having to shield a potential Night/Bait.
And going for this Hydro Cannon right before a play rough, I think at this point Paulash is kind of satisfied with the work that this Greninja has done. Bulldo's not going to knock out. However, can you get it down the Greninja within 3 Fairy Wind? Otherwise it will get to another charge stack here. And I think you can.
Really, really close. And Kazim gets that absolutely perfectly, only using a bulldoze amount of energy, and now with tons of energy still to throw into this Galarian Corsola. Play rough coming through, going unshielded. Can the Tinkaton reach another attack? That could be really, really valuable.
Galarian Corsola can get some energy here. I think that this Tinkaton will get to another play rough. It still won't be threatening. I don't think that Palasha really values this Galarian Corsola because it will be aligned to that Galarian Moltres, which is a terrible matchup. However, you can farm a full Power Gem off. And now swapping into the Credilli to get an energy advantage. Palasha now has her own Credilli versus the Galarian Moltres and the Credilli from Kazim with a shield advantage. But I think Kazim might still be in a good match as long as he can debuff this Credilli as soon as possible. However, Paula has one asset up, so she can start debuffing first.
Yes, Kazim has a slight energy disadvantage, but also only has one shield available. So he needs to work out, when am I going to use this shield? When is the most efficient use of it? We know that Credilli Rock Tomb will do a ton of damage. However, this is already getting debuffed. So Kazim is thinking there's a Power Gem available on the Galarian Corsola, but my Moltres still has full health. What do I want to lean into to close out this game?
Here's the thing, if as Kazim you can lower this Credilli as much as possible, and I think that's exactly what he's going for, you can perhaps just Sucker Punch it down, because Sucker Punch hits really hard on the Galarian Moltres. And I think as Palasha, you need to get as many charge stacks possible into that Galarian Moltres.
So come in now with the Galarian Moltres while it's debuffed. This Galarian Corsola will reach a Power Gem, but you need to preserve your shield for the Credilli's Rock Tomb. That will do the most damage. So it makes a lot of sense to no-shield this. And now, do you start to commit to this Sucker Punch down? Is the Credilli low enough? Can you get it there? I don't know if you can. It's going to be really, really tight here, but there is a shield available on either side. Kazim might actually just reach 2 flies.
I think that this Credilli does not have enough energy to outpace this Galarian Moltres. Kazim is looking to be in a really good spot. He kept the Protect Shield for this Galarian Moltres and knew that the Rock Tomb would do more than the Power Gem from the Galarian Corsola. Rock-type attacks are thrown all over the place, but this bird doesn't care. It's gonna go for the fly and flying for that knockout.
Galarian Moltres coming in hot and strong, taking out this Credilli, sealing up this game and drawing a tie. And you can see Kazim puts his head in his hands very quickly. He knows that everything is so tight now. Paulasha knows that everything is on the line as well. We are going to go into a decisive game number 3.
He had all the alignment he needed there, and even despite that, Paulasha made that really close. Can you make those calls again as Kazim? It might just be necessary. Having your Galarian Corsola on, your Galarian Moltres on the Galarian Corsola made that battle so much easier because you could also align your backline on the Greninja instead.
Now, Credilli was doing a ton of work for both players there. And I don't think we've seen this charge attack priority situation yet. So we don't know, and the players might not know who would win charge attack priority unless they had that in the first time they played. So that's also interesting information that we actually don't know. We didn't see them on stream for their first matchup. So Paulasha probably going to lean into that Credilli again. It looks like it's doing a ton of work for her. And what I've noticed is the CP of her Credilli. We know that the highest rank Credilli has a CP of 1494.
Okay.
Neither player is using a 1494 CP Credilli, so neither player is using what we know is a rank 1. The question is, just how much attack have they chosen for when they're building these Credillis, and what difference will that make if we see a Credilli mirror?
If you see the Credilli mirror, really comes down to who wins charge stack priority tie. But I think that in the mirror, it also is the best setup for a farm down on your backline Pokemon. So it really may not be unplayable. It really comes down to the alignment in the back in that case. And yes, if you have Galarian Corsola again and there's a Galarian Moltres on it, that can be on either side to be honest, yeah, then you have that advantage. But let's say it's a completely neutral match in the back and you get the farm down on the triple debuff Credilli, it might not matter. But we'll see what does matter. We're gonna go to decisive game number 3. We have the Galarian Moltres again from Kazim, but this time it meets the Credilli.
So it's the same line again there. Galarian Moltres, Tinkaton and Credilli on the side of Kazim. Paulasha has made an adjustment. Instead of it being Credilli in the back. Credilli is now in the lead. Galarian Corsola in the back, still with the Greninja available. The first attack coming through from Kazim. Will this go shielded? No, Paulasha knows it's only a fly, and Credilli can hold on.
Just a fly, and now the Rock Tomb, super effective, is coming through. Will Kazim put up the Protect Shield here to value this? And no, this is a no-fly zone. Galarian and Moltres taking a lot of damage here, and this is very helpful for the Corsola of Paulasha in the back.
The Galarian Moltres looks to be relatively high rank, able to take both the Rock Tomb and all of the assets, and he will now take alignment. Paulasha, are you coming in with your Greninja for an early farm down? We know how good Greninja can be with an energy advantage, only taking 3 Sucker Punches, all resisted in the process. What will Kazim predict is in the back? How are you going to take out this Galarian Corsola?
I just want to tell you that I really love what's on the TVs now and then in the back, because you just see like the screens rotating, right? We see the Greninja going for the Hydro Cannon just before Kazim can get to a play rough, and this would do a lot of damage. It kind of sets up the Corsola already. I think Kazim kind of knows that this would be the attack that does the most damage.
A strong shield there from Kazim, but can you give up your second shield already? No shields used so far on the side of Paulasha, so Kazim is going to let this go. One more Hydro Cannon will be enough to take out the Tinkaton. Kazim again is going for that Bulldoze. If it lands, I think Paulasha has to hard swap into the Galarian Corsola. You can't allow a farm down from here.
I don't think so either, as she does swap immediately into the Galarian Corsola. It has a shield advantage, but Kazim is going for the Bulldoze. Do you put up the protection here? Yes, she does fall for the bait. There's a 50% chance this drops the defense, and it could be crucial in this game.
Will it get the debuff? Let's have a look.
Oh,
yes, it does. That is massive for Kazim. He now has to really try and put pressure on with this Credilli. Galarian Corsola reaching a Nightshade. Credilli's super bulky. It doesn't need to shield this. Kazim also agrees, and now Credilli might start going either for Rock Tomb for a guaranteed debuff, or going for Grass Knots to put this into potentially another Bulldoze range for that Tinkaton.
I think you definitely go for the Rock Tomb. I'm kind of surprised to not see a protection here from Paulasha, because perhaps you could have cleared that debuff later on, and then Rock Tombs would do less damage, but looks like you need 2 attacks here anyway. Now going for another Nightshade. Do keep in mind that asset from Credilli still doesn't do a lot of damage on this Galarian Corsola, so you're not exactly pressured there, and still keeping the protections Kazim, but he's running out of health at this point.
Look at the immense amount of bulk on this Credilli going for that next Rock Tomb. This could threaten a knockout. It could be really, really close. Paulasha is going to preserve the Corsola, and now she could be going for a full Astonish down, because the Tinkaton comes back in, and you do reach a Nightshade here. The Greninja also has some health. This could get really, really tight.
I think Paula would have to switch out here, but can Greninja get to a charge again, or is she gonna try for a catch? She does try to go for a catch, and in comes the Bulldoze for the knockout, but now the debuff has been cleared from this Galarian Corsola. It might be able to get to an Astonish down.
I don't think this Tinkaton can reach another Bulldoze. I think Kazim knows it can't reach another Bulldoze. He does. He gets it.
And now, do you get the acid down? This attack is not the strongest. Here we go. Bulldoze coming through. It doesn't knock out the Galarian Corsola yet. And Credilli just is barely enough health.
Kazim takes it! He wins this game number 3. He takes the series 2-1. That was so desperately tight, but he's done just enough to prove that his first victory against Paulasha was no fluke. He beats her again in this losers round. She is knocked out of the World Championships, and he will proceed onwards in Group G.
Paula gained so much momentum after defeating Yekai, but Kazim's team and his plays were just a little bit too strong there. Greninja looked so good into the team, but Kazim was prepared. He knew how to deal with that. He knew from the first encounter with Paulasha just how to deal with that Pokemon. And yeah, no surprise from our Dortmund regional champion that he just played so well and just barely won against the queen of PvP there.
He is a superb player, and he has locked in here. You go down into the losers bracket, but this is double elimination. That means your journey is not over, and Kazim did not want it to stop anytime soon. The pivotal moment in that game, the Bulldoze, debuff, and shield. That was massive, and the momentum shifted entirely when that happened. A huge moment for Kazim.
Well, I think, again, if you shield that first charge attack, you might have more health at the very end, right? Because you could clear the defense drop later on, perhaps. I do agree that this Bulldoze debuff from the start on was so impactful, because you would have had a little bit more HP and perhaps even have the attack there.
It's so critical in these moments to get every second right. This game works in half seconds. That's just how quick these players have to be. They need to see the swaps, they need to consider the catches, they need to think about their energy management. There's so much to think about. And they're on stage here at the World Championships in Anaheim, California. The pressure is real, but my goodness, look at the joy when Kazim takes down Paulasha, and these are the moments that it's all about.
Definitely some adrenaline that came out there. The explosion from Kazim after he won that game that looked so difficult. Greninja is just such a staple. The water and dark typing on this Pokemon is so valuable, and just coming so quickly to those Hydro Cannon is incredible.
It is a massive moment for this player. Both of these Europeans have done so much to get to this stage of the World Championships. They respect each other, they know each other, they understand everything that is at stake. And you see the heart, you see the passion, and that is what we love to see. That's what we're here for. Kazim 33 taking down such a high caliber opponent, and it will mean the world to him.
And we're gonna see so much more of that. And just keep watching the stream too. There are timed research that you can get through Twitch drops here. You can get the Skarmory inspired by Yakai's 2024 World Championship winning team. I remember this Pokemon very well.
You do remember that Pokemon very well. You were so close to beating that Pokemon. If only your Giratina Origin had come in.
If it was like better into Lickitung, yeah, perhaps.
It was a massive moment, but make sure to take full advantage here of the stream. If you're watching from home, this has been a great day. We've got a great weekend still to come. Make sure you're getting all the rewards for the time that you're investing watching. It's not just amazing battles on show. We also have amazing rewards.
And this is for tomorrow. You can choose your pet and get these Pokemon that will be good for PvP if you get the Twitch drops from watching the stream here. And use this code on the the Redemption website. You can get this shirt, this Anaheim shirt from the World Championship stream.
Yeah, so many items available, so many Pokemon available. We saw Lilip there, that's the under-evolution of Credilli. We've seen Credilli dominate the world stage so far, so definitely a great Pokemon to have in your roster. Squirtle and Sentret available as well. Sentret evolves into Furret. That has been another really interesting option available to players. A great type against Ghost-type Pokemon. And then we know Big Man Blastoise. It can also Mega Evolve if that's something that you want from your Pokemon.
And you know, you saw you get Lilip from Twitch drops. It's going to be very valuable for PvP. As you see here, the day one usage of this weekend, Credilli, 72% usage. I feel like we've seen it pretty much every single matchup.
Yes, such a dominant Pokemon. And Tinkaton, the rise of Tinkaton that we have had here at the World Championships has been something that a few of us had predicted, but perhaps none of us expected to be quite so high. 40% usage here on day one in Anaheim, California. Such a great Pokemon, such a great option, and we saw Kazim use it to take down that Greninja and to put his name further along in that group.
It just really makes sense because Tinkaton is one of the very few Pokemon that can wall Credilli. Shadow Caesar can also do really well there. It doesn't wall Credilli exactly, but as a Steel type does really well there. The thing is, Tinkaton doesn't need shields as
see, players had no idea what they wanted to use. Everything was shifting, and now players from across the world have had 2 months to work out what they think the best Pokemon are. And that has given us such a wide array of Pokemon here, and that's what's been really exciting. We've seen Shadow Dusknoir, we've seen Dragapult, we've seen Turtonator. Now, not all of the Pokemon are succeeding, but they're definitely exciting to watch.
And if we take a look at the teams, or we can just talk about them while we see these trainers on the screen here, Colin versus Jacoloco. Colin has a pretty similar, I believe it's the same team as Kazim, actually. It is the Moltres Galarian form. It is the Tinkaton, Galarian Corsola, Talonflame, Shadow Quagsire, and Credilli.
Now, I believe that PvP David, Colin, and Kazim all team built together. They all came into this event with that exact same team, and we are seeing that team do well.
Maybe they had some team pizza together to make some teams. Yeah, that makes sense. On the other side, Jacoloco has Blastoise. We're going to see Blastoise again. And this is a favorite pick of mine. Shadow Primate. It's going to be really good. It faces so quickly to its charge attacks. He does have Ice Punch, though. He has close combat.
So what was particularly interesting, when we saw that usage graphic come up earlier, this event is one of the first events in such a long time that there has been no fighter at all in top usage. So let's see if Jacoloco has made a good read that even though no one else seems to be bringing a fighting type, can his Primate put the work in against Colin 6 here?
I think it's a Pokemon you definitely need to reserve shields for. That's what we call shield management in the general community. That is something where you have to think about, okay, how do I maintain my health and energy and shields exactly to a point where I gain the advantage? Using shields on a bulky Pokemon usually doesn't make a lot of sense because you have the bulk to take energy. But using shields on a fragile Pokemon, that usually helps that fragile Pokemon perform to its maximum. So most of the time when you see a Pokemon like a Shadow Primate or a Shadow Scizor on the stage, most trainers are not going to shield their Lapras. They want to keep the shield for the Shadow Scizor, because otherwise it just gets one-shot by... It gets almost one-shot by a Dusclops, and almost nothing gets one-shot by a Dusclops.
I think the Shadow Primate will be everything for Jacoloco in this matchup. It has play, so we know that it has access to Rage Fist. Rage Fist is a ghost type attack. It also has Karate Chop, and I think it's probably running Close Combat, which is a fighting type attack. Many players have been opting for Ice Punch for broader coverage, but Close Combat now starts to really, really threaten knockouts immediately against Pokemon like Tinkaton and against Pokemon like Credilli.
I think it's a nice niche to have, but I think generally you give up coverage without Ice Punch. It would be much easier to tackle the Galarian Moltres with Ice Punch, because if you throw a close combat, you drop your defense by 2 stages, which isn't exactly helpful. But I think that Jacoloco just really picked that charge stack close combat to make up for some weak spots in his team.
I really like the close combat pick. Let's see if we see it on stage. These players are ready. They're into game number 1. We've got Galarian Corsola on the side of Colin number 6, and he is up against Blastoise for Jacoloco.
Colin probably happy to see the Blastoise here. He has the Talonflame in the back, and Blastoise is a nightmare for the Talonflame. And on the other hand, Jacoloco is probably hoping to see the Talonflame otherwise on the Credilli, because Shadow Primate doesn't exactly have a great matchup there either. In fact, I would say that Colin went triple strong into the Shadow Primate.
Colin 6 knows this Shadow Primate is coming somewhere, and he's probably also thinking, do I need to reserve shields for it? Now, he's throwing on charge attack priority here, Blastoise with a much higher attack stat than Galarian Corsola, which means its attack will go through first. Galarian Corsola, a massive amount of bulk, so it won't get taken out, whereas this Nightshade will be enough to take out the Blastoise.
And this will give Jacoloco the opportunity to get a nice farm down on anything on the back line. And I think, as Colin, you probably don't want to... Oh, going for that Primate. I'm pretty sure... Can you get the Karate Chop down here? That'll be wicked. And I think this Corsola can barely get there, so he goes for the catch on the Credilli. But now you have revealed your entire hand to Colin. Colin can just realign his team to you now.
It is an interesting playstyle there. The Tinkaton's going to come in. Tinkaton, it is a Pokemon that is resisting all of the attacks from this Credilli, but Credilli's Rock Tomb is just so good that as soon as you start debuffing this Tinkaton, you can actually start to pressure it.
this is looking pretty tough in my opinion for Jacques Loco. The Shadow Primeape in the back is already at half HP. Yes, it does have a lot of energy, but Talonflame might just be able to close out with fast attack pressure, especially after you let this play rough through on the Cradilly, which is going to put it into the red.
I really like this play from Colin6, that Galarian Corsola put so much pressure on Jackaloco because once that Blastoise went down, Jackaloco didn't really have a way with Cradilly or with Primeape to fast attack down. So Galarian Corsola has had so much value, and now Tinkaton is dealing with this Cradilly. The Talonflame in the back could be everything Colin needs to close out game number 1.
I think at this point, Jackaloco just hoping for anything but the Talonflame. In comes the Primeape again and going for a final Bulldoze. Rage Fist is coming through. I think the trainers already talking a little bit on what could be in the back. This Rage Fist likely going to knock out because Primeape is so attack weighted, even though Rage Fist is not that strong of an attack. But in comes Talonflame and an Incinerate does like 20% damage almost.
Maybe that's the reason we haven't seen many fighters so far in this tournament. That Incinerate puts a huge amount of pressure on the Shadow Primeape. It's not going to throw another attack. There's just no point. 2 shields available for both players. Neither player shielding in that first game.
2 shield keepers on the stage and Colin comes out victorious. He takes the first game as Talonflame incinerated down the rest of the team of Jackaloco there. Jackaloco trying to put all his shields on the Shadow Primeape, but in the process forgets that he is very prone to fast attack pressure.
Really smartly played from Colin. The fast attack pressure from both Galarian Corsola and the Talonflame was more than enough to deal with the Shadow Primeape. We talked about Shadow Primeape being a Pokemon that you have to rely on shields. Jackaloco saying, I preserved both my shields for Shadow Primeape. I didn't get a chance to use them.
And that's kind of what I mentioned with the shield management. You have to think about where are you going to use them. You don't want to use them on your bulky Pokemon, and that's why we didn't see Jackaloco use any shields on either the Blastoise or the Cradilly, because Shadow Primeape doesn't take charge stacks that well. And in that scene, the Talonflame was just opened up the way for Talonflame there to fly in. And well, if you don't use any shields, you're not even gonna get to use them.
I think the exciting thing for Colin6, as soon as he started that game number 1, is he saw Blastoise in the lead. And if Blastoise is out of the way, Talonflame for Colin6 looks so good into the side of Jackaloco, especially if it has shields available to stop attacks like Rock Tomb coming through or Rock Slide from that Shadow Kanto Marowak. So Jackaloco now needs to have a little think. On the one hand, you want to lean into the offensive pressure of your Shadow Primeape. On the other hand, what do you do defensively to ensure that Pokemon like Galarian Corsola and Talonflame can't take fast attack advantage against you?
Honestly, I think you might even want to bench the Shadow Primeape. If Colin is going to use the Talonflame and the Galarian Corsola, you're just getting destroyed by those fast attacks. Here is Shadow Dusclops lined up against Tinkaton, and this is a fairly neutral matchup. Shadow Dusclops generally does quite well in some matches. We see a catch attempt there from Colin, perhaps trying to build a potential Cradilly. There's no Cradilly on the side of Jackaloco.
Yeah, I do like this play from Colin6. He's gone for an ABB style. His leading Pokemon strong against Cradilly. He comes in with the Water Ground type, trying to draw it out. He draws out the Blastoise instead, and that actually could be a really effective strategy of ABB as well, because Moltres also doesn't necessarily want to see Blastoise. That rollout is super effective. Hydro Cannon paces really quickly.
A full rollout snuck through there, giving Blastoise the advantage, farming up as much energy as possible before the next Stone Edge. We see no shield from Colin here. I think at this point he might be thinking, okay, maybe there is no Cradilly in that case. My Moltres in the back could be free. But now, Jackaloco is keeping the shields again. Galarian Moltres is gonna be lined up into Shadow Primeape soon.
So what we're looking at, if you look at Colin's expression, he keeps looking over to the team sheets. He is trying to make decisions based on what he expects Jackaloco to have in the back. Does it make sense to have Cradilly? Does it make sense to have Shadow Primeape? Depending on what's in the back, how should I use my energy? How should I use my shields? Shadow Primeape is a fighting type Pokemon. That means it will resist the dark type sucker punches from this Galarian Moltres, but it is so squishy that they still seem to be doing the same amount of damage as the Karate Chops.
because there's 2 shields in play on both sides, so everyone, now just 1 shield has been used. You can still go straight Rage Fist here as the primate just to buff your attack and play it safe. I think rather if you go for the close combat and Colin starts to shield, the Sucker Punch will just keep doing more and more damage. Do we see a shield here from Colin? I think at this point you have to call close combat, and he does call the close combat. Perhaps you can get the Sucker Punch down now.
Colin 6 so pleased to see that close combat coming through, and the Sucker Punch is now doing even more damage. The Shadow Primate has had its defense dropped, it's going to shield, it's going to try and get more energy off against this Galarian Moltres, but Jackaloco up to 2 close combats now. That means even if you shield this first one, Colin 6 might have to go straight into Tinkaton to try and bank the second.
The timer is up. Do you go for the catch attempt? And no catch attempt there, hoping that the Sucker Punch would knock out, but it doesn't. Shadow Primate just barely hangs on, and now it's going to be that Tinkaton versus the Shadow Dusclops. Dusclops has so much energy already. There's some energy here as well. Can you get the knockout on the Shadow Dusclops? I think it's just slightly too bulky.
I think Jackaloco's in a great position here. That Shadow Punch coming in, putting so much pressure on the Tinkaton. Another Shadow Punch already banked. Jackaloco has played this game superbly. We thought he might drop the Shadow Primate. Absolutely not. Tinkaton goes down, and Jackaloco evens the series.
No Galarian Corsola and no Talonflame this time from Colin. He thought Shadow Primate might be benched, but Jackaloco doubled down on it, and that just made... That was the right call here, because the Shadow Primate in the back was just exactly what he needed. Going straight close combat here, I don't think was exactly necessary. However, it didn't matter with the energy that the Shadow Dusclops had, because it was valuable everywhere. Even if that Galarian Moltres would get a farm down, you can probably still knock out the Galarian Corsola, or sorry, Galarian Moltres with an Ice Punch that's super effective.
Really superbly played from both players so far. In this series, we know that the next game means everything. This is a loser's match. It means that whoever wins will proceed, whoever loses, that is their run here at the World Championships in Anaheim. It will be over. Neither player wants to go home just yet. Everything on the line. Will we see Shadow Primate again? Will we see that Galarian Moltres again? It's so difficult. You want it up against that Shadow Dusclops, but Primate seemed to have such a dominant matchup there.
I think that Colin wants to bring that Talonflame again. The only thing you really fear are the Blasters and the Credility. The thing is, Jackaloco does keep bringing them, so you kind of need the alignment with the Talonflame. The other good thing about Talonflame is, however, is that if you manage to get energy somewhere, it will be useful anywhere on the team of Jackaloco. There's nothing that walls the flying type damage output. Like, the worst you can throw it in is that Blastoise and then resist your Incinerate, but if you have 2 fly, you can potentially get a knockout or a shield.
Now, where is the momentum? Is Jackaloco thinking, okay, I've got this cracked, I know how to take advantage, I know which Pokemon my opponent wants to lean into, and I know how to best utilize my Shadow Primate against him. Shadow Primate with that Shadow Dusclops has so much coverage, but the Blastoise seems to be causing a lot of problems for Colin because it has great matchups into Pokemon like the Talonflame, like the Galarian Moltres, and also was causing problems for that Shadow Quagsire. So Colin might have to jump into the head of his opponents before we jump into this decisive game number 3 and come up with a line composition that gives him as much flexibility as possible. The players are wishing each other good luck. We are super excited to see how this game goes. It's everything on the line.
Decisive game number 3, here we go, and we have a great lead here for Colin. Tinkaton's going to resist all the charge stack damage, and Jackaloco is kind of in an awkward spot here because you also don't want to swap your Primate in here, so I expect him to just start chipping this Tinkaton and actually throwing energy immediately here. At any point, could open the door for Jackaloco to swap out into the Primate.
Yeah, Primate can always come in really aggressively to try and force your opponent to make a mistake. Now, we're noticing that Colin has opted for neither of his flying-type Pokemon. There's no Galarian Moltres, there's no Talonflame, so Blastoise doesn't have any dominant matchups. It might want to be up against that Quagsire, but remember, Rollout is resisted, but I think that this overall is a really nice line from Colin 6.
Oh, and see the catch on the Blastoise. Jackaloco predicting that Colin would throw when he's maxed out on energy on the Tinkaton. This player is resistant, going to deal less damage than normally, and now you have caught some energy on the Tinkaton. This can again open the door for the Shadow Primate.
Really, really well played by Jackaloco. That Blastoise charges up to Hydro Cannon so quickly, especially after the first one is thrown. Colin will be counting the energy meticulously. He doesn't want to let another one go through, so the Nightshade is going to come through now. If this lands, it should take out that Blastoise.
This will get really close to knockout because Galarian Corsola is very defense weighted. It does knock out the Blastoise, and now what do you come in with? It looks like it's time to start up building energy on the Shadow Primate. Do keep in mind, Astonish damage is doing a lot here.
Shadow Primate with that first Rage Fist, it's entirely unboosted. It might not be enough to take out the Galarian Corsola, but Jackaloco is trying to charge up as much energy as possible, put itself into a great position so that Colin 6 isn't able to reach another attack. First Rage Fist coming through. This could be really close.
This is going to ramp up the Prime even more. Oh, Galarian Corsola doesn't go down yet. Going into the Shadow Quagsire now. This is, again, pretty awkward. You're building up energy, but the Mudshot damage adds up on the Primeape.
First Rage Fist coming through. This might not be enough to knock out, but Colin 6 has to remember that there is an attack banked on that Cradilly. So by no shielding this, you can shield up this second Rage Fist, and you might be able to shield up the Cradilly's attack.
Was that a charge security tie? I think it was, and Colin lets it go. He doesn't want to give up a protection there, but now you get some Karate Chop damage in there. Can you get to a charge stick? No. The thing is, you have two Protect Shields as Colin, and Cradilly, even though it has a lot of energy here, it can only throw resisted charge stick damage.
Cradilly coming through. Jackaloco could really push for a farm down, but Tinkaton is just so bulky, and it's already throwing this play rough. Jackaloco might think, do I try and no shield a Bulldoze? No, he will correctly shield up this play rough.
As it is only single resisted here, as it's super effective on Poison, on Fairy type, but double resist by Steel and trying to make a catch there. It doesn't matter, clearing the team up. Play rough is coming through, and Colin's going to day 2.
Colin 6 with a wry smile. He's played out of his mind in this series. He's wearing that Pokemon baseball jersey. He is over the moon. That was such a close battle. Great play from both players, but that is the end of the run for Jackaloco, and one more day here in Anaheim for Colin 6.
One of the most consistent players from Europe does it again. He's moving to day 2 here at the World Championships. Last season he did the same. I believe he got to top 24 at the 2024 World Championships, and now he has secured a top 32 finish again.
I feel bad that you brought that up. Do you know the two players that knocked him out at Worlds last year?
Anyway, moving on. Jackaloco, a really good performance there as well. Of course, hasn't played in as many tournaments as Colin, and as we take a look again at the replay here, we saw the Tinkaton being so important into that Primeape and Cradily core.
Yeah, Galarian Corsola really showing that it could just be the best Ghost-type Pokemon in this meta. Just because we've mentioned it so many times, the Diggersby usage drops, Galarian Corsola starts to shine. If you don't have a Galarian Corsola, try and trade one, especially when you're at some of these events. There's so much opportunity to meet new players, make new friends, and trade for great stat product Pokemon.
And stat product is just so important to add to the bulk to some Pokemon. You hear about this all the time in the community. The stat product is basically having a Pokemon with a pretty low attack, and then there's more room to fill up that combat power formula with defense and HP, so you have way more bulk and you can take charge stacks better.
Yeah, it's always really interesting seeing which Pokemon players opt to build. Some players, they see, oh, I've got wonderful attack, defense, and HP, a perfect Pokemon. Will that be amazing in PvP? Sometimes it's actually not. Sometimes you don't want any attack. You just want all of the defense, all of the HP, and you can hold on to those attacks like we saw with that Tinkaton. So much bulk there, and that can make all the difference.
We've had so many great battles, and we have a few more battles to come, including a special guest as well. But before that, stay tuned. We're gonna show you some highlights, and we'll be back right after.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US.
There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon GO
World Champion!
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. Last season, I came top 8. This season, I finally was able to break through the grand finals, and then to finally win it today, it's just unbelievable. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but that's for a reason. You know, it's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see like a Sableye, you got play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a great call by Rubik's to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. My advice to other trainers is to just put yourself out there, to go to these tournaments and just try. When you're here at these events, you know, you just have all these people around you who are just so supportive, so happy to be there, and it's just such an amazing experience. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championships. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
The Tinkaton Metashift arrived to North America at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, with 160 trainers registered for a chance at the crown. Tinkaton ruled the Day 1 and Day 2 usage, and Shadow Jumpluff and Lapras proved their worth as effective teammates to the powerful Fairy type. Trainers Snots and Nighttime Clasher felt unstoppable, making quick work of the winner side of the bracket with 2-0 victories. While all eyes were on the winner's bracket, Out of Pocket was blazing a path with Malamar as he won 8 consecutive matches. Out of Pocket faced a major challenge when he met Nighttime Clasher in the losers finals, as they were running the exact same team that they built together before the tournament. In a nail-biting series, Pocket won 3-2 to advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, Pocket set the tone with a quick 3-0 victory to reset the bracket. The bracket reset, however, was a tense series. Pocket's MVP Diggersby led the way as he became the Milwaukee Regional Champion.
And Out of Pocket with a sigh of relief is your Milwaukee Regional Champion.
Ready to begin your path to a regional championship? Join the action at Pokemon.com/compete and find events near you.
Hey there, trainers. Welcome back to Anaheim, California. It's the Pokemon GO World Championships. Unfamiliar voice, perhaps? No, it's me, Wholesome _ wrapping up the evening for you, and I have a very special guest joining me on the caster desk. It's none other than Michael Steranka. Michael, say hello to the broadcast.
Hey everyone, I am making my casting debut today. I'm very, very excited to be here. For those of you who don't know me, I am on the Pokemon GO team, and I am a huge, huge fan of PvP, Go Battle League, you know, Show 6, Pick 3, all of the above. And so I'm so thrilled to be here at the World Championships with my friend Jim.
Absolutely. Thanks, Michael. We've been chatting up a storm regarding the meta and some of our favorite things that we've seen so far at the tournament, and it has been an incredible tournament. But hey, let's take a look here. A special guest appearance coming in. It is none other than Machamp here.
It is. This is the Pokemon Center exclusive Machamp that you can get on site here at the World Championships. For those who don't know, Machamp is literally my favorite Pokemon of all time. And when I saw this first drop, I knew I had to get my hands on this. So I don't know if this is a gift for me. I might have to take it.
It's a gift for you, Michael.
Great, great, perfect.
Absolutely.
Taking this one home.
Well, a gift for the viewers. We're ready to get over to the stage here. Our trainers are ready. Let's move over to the stage here. And Michael, I gotta say, big fan of Machamp as well. One of the Pokemon that I loved running in the Go Battle League as well. But let's take a look at these trainers. We've seen both of them very recently. Alejandro DL from Italy. We've also got our NAIC 2025 champion, It's Axon. This is a really exciting matchup, Michael.
It is so exciting. I love watching both of these trainers battle. Very well versed in PvP, especially, you know, everybody probably at home is familiar with It's Axon, former world champion himself, recent NAIC champion from this year, and Alejandro is also no stranger to competitive Pokemon Go.
Yeah, we've actually seen, I believe it was the 2023 Torino Regional Championship over in the EMEA region where Alejandro took 4th place, so no stranger to the podium as well. And he's running a pretty signature Pokemon there as well, as you can see, the Toad Scroll up at the top of your screen there.
Yeah, Toadscroll just recently came out in Pokemon Go. I was wondering if we would see it on the competitor stage today. So very, very excited to see how it will perform. It does have some polarizing matchups sometimes, you know, if it gets caught up against a particular flying type. But I'm looking at Itzaxon's team right now, and he doesn't have a lot of flying types there to resist a lot of Toadscroll's charge moves.
Yeah, I think he's got some targets for sure. If we can get it locked in versus that Dedenne, versus the Shadow Drapion, even versus that Lapras, I think there's lots of play for that Toadscroll. However, if it gets lined up versus maybe one of the Bug or Ghost-type Pokemon on Itzaxon's team, it is going to be very challenging. So like you said, Michael, it can be a very divisive Pokemon.
Yeah, and something that I love seeing in these tournaments is when people use new Pokemon, you often have a little bit of advantage because your opponent oftentimes won't be as familiar with it. Now, I'm sure someone like Itzaxon, who's very, very well versed in Pokemon Go, has practiced a lot with a lot of different Pokemon, but I wouldn't be surprised if Alejandro took a lot of surprise victories using that Toadscroll in his run today.
Yeah, I think that if you have to look at these matchups specifically for who's more familiar with the other's team, it's probably Alejandro, because Itzaxon is running a very similar team to what he actually ran at NAIC, so maybe something that Alejandro had some time to study up on. All right, well, these trainers, they're taking a deep breath. They knew this is win or go home. Let's get into these matchups. Michael, take it away.
All right. Oh, Itzaxon switching out immediately to his Lapras to have a better matchup into that Tinkaton. I'm not sure how this matchup goes right now, especially because Itzaxon is locked into this battle. Definitely resisted fast moves and Psywave from Lapras, but you have that incredibly strong Sparkling Aria that's going to hit for neutral damage.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Alejandro because obviously he wants to maintain that matchup versus that Araquanid, an incredibly positive matchup. However, he doesn't have a great response to Itzaxon's Lapras safe swap. His Feraligatr is going to struggle, and that Dusclops will struggle as well. So I think Alejandro is content just to keep his Tinkaton in, lined up versus his Lapras, resisting those Psywaves.
Yeah, it's always challenging when you have this format of Bring 6 Pick 3. So I think Itzaxon did a great job of building a backline that would be able to take on a negative matchup in something like Tinkaton.
What'll be interesting, though, is that Araquanid, how it realigns versus Alejandro. We've seen it versus Pokemon like Dusclops. Despite those bug bites being resisted, you can still win several of those shielding scenarios. But for now, we're still in this Tinkaton versus Lapras. Both Protect Shields have been used for Alejandro. He wants to make sure that he maintains switch advantage, and he may be even... Yeah, he's already taken both shields from Itzaxon.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. Switch advantage, clearly something that both players want to take advantage of, but I think Lapras is going to get really close to being able to KO this Tinkaton right here.
This is significant because not only is Itzaxon going to knock out Alejandro's Tinkaton, he has a bit of residual energy as well. So any Pokemon that now comes in for Alejandro is going to have to take one of these Sparkling Arias as well.
Absolutely, but you know, with Dusclops, it has such a great neutral matchup into so many Pokemon in the metagame here. It's a very balanced Pokemon to bring. I wouldn't be surprised if Alejandro is able to find some way to reclaim some advantage here.
Yeah, he's firing off these shadow punches from his Shadow Dusclops. These are doing some meaningful damage into the Araquanid, but Itzaxon knows now that this Tinkaton is out of the way, this Araquanid has a lot of play, and despite a bug into a Ghost type, you can see how much these bug bites are adding up.
Absolutely, but I'm also looking at the back line here, and if things play out with this matchup, what we're gonna see is Diggersby against that Feraligatr. And as you know, with Feraligatr having that super effective Hydro Cannon, it's gonna be really challenging for Diggersby. So I'm curious to see how Itzaxon will navigate his way out of this this backline matchup.
It's gonna be a tough spot for his Diggersby, but let's not forget Itzaxon still has, I believe, nearly a Sparkling Aria loaded on his Lapras as well. Potential for a combo play. However, now we do see the Araquanid taken off the field by Alejandro's Dusclops. A quick swap into the Feraligatr, and while these quick attacks are going to be adding up, Shadow Claw double resisted.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always surprised to see this matchup play out because, as you mentioned, even though Hydro Cannon is super effective, those Shadow Claws do almost no damage against Diggersby, and it's incredibly bulky.
Well, if we look at the situation currently, Itzaxon, he's now taken this Feraligatr into Sparkling Aria range. I don't know when he's going to go for this combo play. Alejandro's going to be over farming as much as possible. Here we go, those Sparkling Arias loaded combo play. Itzaxon gets to the charged attack.
Is this going to KO? We're going to see. This is going to determine the first match over here.
It is enough to KO. Down goes the Feraligatr. Just a sliver of HP left on the Dusclops. Game number 1 going to Itzaxon.
Wow, that is our current NAIC champion, showing why he is a force to be reckoned with here at the World Championships.
Absolutely, and I love talking about the stories of both of these trainers, right? I think for Alejandro, he's made that he's made that top 4 before. He's trying to have a return to form here on the grand stage, and he is just 1 game away from making day 2. A bit of a dark horse candidate. Meanwhile, though, it's Saxon. He is on the loser side of the bracket, but it wouldn't be the first time that he ends up winning a major tournament on the loser side. Don't forget that going into Championship Sunday at NAIC, he was actually on the loser side of the bracket. But let's look at these replays, Michael.
Yeah, see, this is the moment that I was talking about earlier where the Diggersby got matched up against the Feraligatr. But with shields down like that and Diggersby's bulk and the resisted Shadow Claw damage, you're still able to get off that Scorching Sands and put it in range of Lapras, as you said.
It's interesting, Michael. I don't know if you've played a lot of Feraligatr, but I think the trendy pick for a long time was Shadow Feraligatr. Now we're seeing a little bit more purified, the non-Shadow Feraligatr. Any preference for you?
You know, I tend to like a lot of glass cannons when I build teams, and Shadow Feraligatr just packs such an incredible punch. You almost don't even care if the move is resisted or not. So, you know, you can really lean on that bonus damage that you get from the Shadow Pokemon. But I will say, regular Feraligatr always surprises me when I play because I'm used to playing against Shadow Feraligatrs, and the regular Feraligatr always lives moves that I'm never expecting.
There's so many situations where a Shadow Feraligatr, after taking 1 charge attack, will simply get farmed down. That, to your point, that non-Shadow Feraligatr just has a bit more bulk, takes 20% less damage, so it's going to be able to hang on and typically get to 2 of those hard-hitting, very energy-efficient Hydro Cannons. That said, it did not work out for Alejandro in game number 1. He's going to have to go back to the drawing board. He had a great lead matchup, though. Don't forget, the Tinkaton into the Araquanid. But when Zaxxon safe swapped his Lapras, there was no answer. Michael, take us into game 2.
Here we go. We're off to another positive lead start for Alejandro, but it's Zaxxon making an incredible catch on this Aqua Tail on his Lapras.
It's Zaxxon yet again predicting that there is no response to the safe swap Lapras, and he catches a resisted Aqua Tail. A great situation for him. Alejandro responds, though, with his Shadow Dusclops. And while this is not a necessarily positive matchup, I think it's probably the best matchup that he has available right now. He's going to be happy to get a couple of these Shadow Punches off into the Lapras.
Yeah, this Lapras is really proving to be a real problem for Alejandro. I'm curious to see how he's going to be able to turn this one around. It seems like such a safe swap for Zaxxon, especially when you're able to catch a resisted move and negate all of that charge energy gained.
Absolutely. I have one word to describe this Lapras for Zaxxon. It's a menace. Absolutely. It was wreaking havoc in that game number 1. It's about to knock out this Dusclops. Alejandro says no, going to use that first Protect Shield.
Yeah, this is looking really rough on Alejandro's side. I see him shaking his head. This is definitely, you know, what it's Zaxxon was hoping for by having, again, a lead that was losing, but then having an incredibly safe swap in Lapras.
And it's Zaxxon with great energy management, nearly has that parabolic charge, gets the 1 Thunder Shock to reach the charge attack. Alejandro, despite using that shield, gets no additional impact out of the Shadow Dusclops. Things are quickly unfolding in a very negative capacity currently for Alejandro.
Yeah, and what's incredible about this Dedenne is after it gets enough of these parabolic charges off, it's going to shrug off even, you know, neutral, sometimes super effective damage. And that's what you're seeing right now. It's Zaxxon using his shield so that he can... Oh, actually, he's not even parabolic charging here. He's going for the heavier hitting move, and it took Alejandro by surprise.
Got the full knockout there into the Shadow Drapion. Just the Feraligatr remaining for Alejandro. You can see the look of despair on his face. No shielding the parabolic charge. A nod from it's Zaxxon. He's feeling the energy to catapult him into day number 2.
Wow, not even shielding there. Alejandro understanding that the fate of that game was sealed. This was an incredibly calculated performance from Zaxxon.
He is looking like the world champion. He's certainly in world championship form here in the loser side of the bracket. Congratulations to him. He will be moving on to day number 2. We'll see him on Saturday. But let's get some love in the chat as well for Alejandro. A great performance from him. 1 game short of coming up for day number 2, making top cut, we'll say, for the world tournament. And it's great to see some of these underdog dark horse stories, Michael, because these are trainers that don't necessarily get the same platform or spotlight as Zaxxon, but it's great to see them perform in such a great capacity.
Absolutely. And, you know, every single player who's at this tournament today, has already proven themselves. You know, they had to go through a gauntlet of the entire season to earn enough championship points to make it to the World Championship stage. So nobody should be counted out in any of these matches. We've already seen players who are considered favorites end up getting eliminated early in the game, or early in the tournament, and we've also seen players who might not be as big of a name, of a household name, make really long runs so far.
There's always a new story at every tournament, and that's what makes Pokemon Go so great. But I think the story in both of these games is there was no response for Lapras. Itzaxon was just able to freely save swap it, and Alejandro constantly on the back foot. Couple that with a couple flashy plays from Itzaxon, he was firmly in control of both Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, that's what I really love about watching Itzaxon play, is he will identify a lot of different, you know, flowchart strategies for if he sees this lead, he knows what specific, you know, safe swap to bring in that will, you know, turn the tide for him.
It's almost like he's got a playbook that he's simply just taking notes and making plays out of. But yeah, absolutely, he seemed completely calculated, cool, calm, and collected in those two games. Now, I wanted to ask you a question, Michael, actually. So we talked about how similar Itzaxon's team, it might be actually identical to his NAIC team. Are you the type of trainer that likes to play the same Pokemon over and over and over, and you're most effective given that familiarity advantage, or do you like to swap things up regularly?
As a player, I like going to my comfort zone, to be honest with you. I like really knowing the deep matchups with every single opposing Pokemon. But as a spectator, I do love seeing the new flashy stuff. So I was really hoping to see some action from that Toedscruel on Alejandro's team there.
Well, let's see if we have any spice on this next matchup. I'm waiting to see the team reveals here. But I think we're going to be having Trainer Steiner from Brazil on the LNDS team that we've seen so much success for. I think that he's a trainer that has had a lot of spotlight on the world circuit. We can't forget that he had a top 4 finish at NAIC 2024. He's won a regional tournament as well. So I'm very, very excited to see how he's going to perform in this next match.
I am as well. You know, he's definitely a household name at this point in the Pokemon Go competitive circuit. But like I mentioned, everybody that's here today has already taken on a gauntlet of really tough opponents, both in getting the championship points to qualify, but also to make it this far in the run for day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's actually going to be facing off versus his, you know, one of his probably familiars, a trainer also from the LATAM region, DVS Daniel, who has taken top 8 at the Latin America International Championships as well. But this is another situation where you've got a trainer that's known as one of the best in their region versus more of an underdog type of competitor.
Absolutely. And you know, it's always a painful thing to watch, or I'm sure to play, when you come all the way out to the World Championships like this, and you find someone that you're familiar with sitting across the competitor's table with you. You never want to be the one to eliminate a friend of yours or a local of yours. But you know, only one of these two will be advancing. We are in the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of a frenemy type of relationship where you can think that it's actually interesting. I was just chatting with another competitor. I was actually at dinner yesterday with Howie and with Alpha Phoebe sitting across from each other discussing their team compositions, and they found themselves up against each other in today's tournament. So maybe some advantages they were able to decipher from some of those conversations.
That's always such a risk, you know, but you have to do it. You have to lean on your friends and your you know, local competitors to test teams with each other, make sure that you have strong opponents that you can practice battle with. So, you know, that is the risk that you run, and it's always, there's always a little bit of a metagame, mind game that happens when you find yourself against them in an official tournament battle.
Well, Michael, one of the Pokemon that I'm excited to see here, this is on the side of Trainer Steinar, it's going to be the Lantern, bringing back a 2023 vibes, we can say here. One of the staples of the meta for so long, seemingly just disappeared for maybe the last 6 or 7 months, but it's back, and he's running Water Gun Lantern.
Yeah, that is so shocking to see. I definitely was not, you know, on my bingo card for this World Championships to see Lantern make it this far into the run. But, you know, with really top competitors like Steiner, they always are able to find these off-meta picks that will be able to, again, you know, take their opponents by surprise. And sometimes that surprise factor can really knock people, you know, off balance because they're not prepared for it.
Yeah, I think that most trainers, they're looking at maybe a top 20, top 30 most common Pokemon that they're building their teams around, that they're preparing for those matchups, that they have that playbook of exactly what they know what to do. Lantern, like you said, it's not on your bingo card. It's not what you're preparing for. It's not meta by any means. So a lot of trainers may be caught off guard. And if you look at some of these matchups against DVS Daniel, you've got a ground type, you've got a Zoomeril, which is a water type. You'll have some great opportunities for Thunderbolts. The only real hard answer to this Lantern might be the Quagsire, or maybe a situation where you're getting a lot of Mud Slap pressure from that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, I think the Mud Slap pressure is going to be key here. But again, Lantern has super effective charge attacks and fast attacks to really apply the pressure to Daniel.
Yeah. All right, well, these trainers are still getting locked in here, trying to determine what their team of 3 is going to be. Keep in mind, this is going to be loser side of the bracket. It's win or go home, best of 3. We've got DVS Daniel versus Trainer Steiner, and we have the Bug type into the Steel Fairy type. This is a tough matchup for this Golisopod.
Yeah, tough matchup for the Golisopod, but again, as you called out earlier, we see that Lantern in the back. I think Golisopod is here to draw out any sort of checks or counters that Daniel might have to water-type attacks to soften them so that Lantern can clean up afterwards.
Now, the one thing this Golisopod has an advantage against this Tinkaton is pacing. It's able to reach these Aqua Jets quite a bit faster compared to the Play Roughs for the Tinkaton. But as you can see, with Fury Cutter, this Tinkaton's actually able to withstand 2 Aqua Jets and reach that next Play Rough.
Yeah, Golisopod's going to need to get to 3 if it plans to take out this Tinkaton. So, you know, Daniels already has a shield advantage here.
We have a simultaneous swap.
There we go.
Yeah, we have the Lantern now on the field for Trainer Steiner. DVS Daniel bringing in the Drapion. Crunch is going to be coming through. There is a chance for a defense drop here. Trainer Steiner lets the Crunch go. Will we see a debuff? No, not this time.
No debuff. Actually, this is probably what Daniels is hoping to see in terms of that Lantern matchup. It's such a huge threat for him, but he got it in with a shield advantage and a neutral matchup from his Shadow Drapion.
I think Steiner was trying to throw that Surf prior to that Crunch and was unable to get the move off. So he did invest that Protect Shield. This is now a little bit of a tech move here, throwing this Surf, trying to get a bit of an undercharge and farm down with this Water Gun. Beautiful undercharge.
Wow, that is such an advanced strategy, and you see it so commonly at this stage of the competition. Being able to not do the full damage of a charge move so that you can get additional energy afterwards with your fast move.
What's going to be challenging now, though, is that Steiner has no remaining Protect Shields, and he's going to be taking his Steel type into a Ground type. This is going to be the Shadow Quagsire. Aqua Tail's going to come through, do a nice dent into the Tinkaton.
Yeah, this is really tough. Steiner's going for the bait move with Bulldoze here. It's a little bit of an obvious one, but I think Daniels, you know, want to play it safe. You have 2 shields. It's time to spend one.
Yeah, no, this has been a tough match for Steiner. He definitely has an uphill battle to come back. His Golisopod is still quite healthy, and it does, of course, resist not only the Mud Shots, but the Aqua Tail as well. I don't know that this Aqua Tail is quite enough to KO. It does hang on. Do you have the charge attack ready to go? Yes.
There it is. Are we going to see the second Protect Shield come up? No. Daniels is letting this one go.
He doesn't have a lot of HP remaining on either of his Pokemon. Takes the Quagsire down all the way. Okay, now there's a quick throw and the catch onto the Play Rough. The Golisopod is still quite healthy. You can see a nod of acknowledgement from Steiner. A great play.
This is incredible. Steiner knowing that he has enough fast move pressure. He doesn't need to worry about the shields remaining on Daniel's side.
Almost able to get to the Play Rough. You can see the sigh of relief from Steiner there, able to double resisted Fury Cutter down that Tinkaton. And what was a very close game number 1, it does go to Trainer Steiner.
Wow, that was an incredibly dynamic game. It was honestly hard for me to even keep track of the win conditions for both of these players. Really high-level battle we're seeing unfold in front of us.
I think the key moment there is Trainer Steiner, knowing that Daniel has that Play Rough loaded on his Tinkaton, he brings in his Golisopod, which has a good chunk of health left. He knows he needs to preserve that HP to win. He does that quick 1-turn wait and switch to the Lantern, catches that Play Rough, and then he's able to Fury Cutter all the way down. It was narrowest of margins, but he was able to perfectly execute.
Yeah, being able to bait out that charge move and drain the Tinkaton of all of its energy was the final move that sealed the deal for Steiner. I'm really curious to see how Daniel's going to adapt to this. I thought he did an incredible job at neutralizing that major threat in Lantern, but it still wasn't enough.
That's what's so great about Pokemon Go battles. You see Daniel early in the lead with a great matchup. You've got your Steel Fairy into a Bug type. You're able to take 2 Protect Shields from Steiner, but then one moment and one moment only, Steiner getting that beautiful catch, getting that farm down, changed everything, and now he finds himself 1 game away from day 2 at the World Championships.
I love that you could see that huge sigh of relief from Steiner as he made that catch. He knew that that was the move that he needed in order to seal the deal, and now he's sitting comfortably with just one more game away to clinch this series.
That's right. Well, now you have to think, as DVS Daniel, I just had a great lead and I lost the game. I really need to make sure that I am locked in. Do I need something that's going to be even more divisive? Do I need something that's going to be more safe? What did we just see from Steiner? He liked the Lantern. He liked that Golisopod, 2 water-type Pokemon. How am I maybe going to counter that? I don't know that he has a great answer. There's no grass, there's no electric. Let's find out here. Another great lead for Daniel.
This is an incredible lead. Steiner had to switch out immediately. I'm assuming Daniel might shoot off this crunch before deciding what he wants to do next.
Yeah, Daniel wants to maybe do a chip and dip strategy here, able to reach the crunch before Steiner is able to reach the Aqua Tail here, throws the crunch and immediately swaps now to the Tinkaton, gets the alignment that he had from game number 1, but this time in the middle matchup.
Yeah, that chip and dip strategy is going to be really important here because now Golisopod is in an HP range where Play Rough is going to really threaten the knockout.
That's right, and as you called out earlier, Michael, 2 Aqua Jets are not enough to knock out, whereas this Golisopod is very close to being in knockout range from the Play Rough. Daniel lets both of these Aqua Tails go, and I don't know that you can Fury Cutter down at this range. Daniel definitely in the driver's seat.
Definitely in the driver's seat, building up some extra energy here to help him for the next matchup, and pulling a shield from Steinar.
Yeah, this is the second shield as well, so there's eerie flashbacks to what we saw in game number 1. Yet again, going down 2 shields, swapping out, bringing in the Corsola, trying to get the full farm down, and he does! Denies all the energy!
Amazing. And now Steiner has, he's back up into this lead matchup here. It's not a good one for Corsola, and he also has 2 shields to try to take away from Daniel.
Yeah, but you have to keep in mind, though, Daniel last time let his Pokemon get too low. He let all the HP evaporate still relatively early into the game, so he still has 2 Protect Shields. This time he needs to make sure that he gets good impact from them.
That's right, and Steiner, again, if you look at his backline, both the Golisopod and the Lantern have incredibly strong fast move pressure. So those shields are not going to be able to stop that fast move damage from coming in.
2 shields and a Quagsire. Daniel says that's going to be his key to victory. He will be able to get to this Aqua Tail before the Corsola is able to reach its move, but will Steiner go for a catch? No, not this time. He's content to just get that fast attack damage, and look how much of a dent it's already put into the Quagsire.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really interesting to see how this finishes out. The Golisopod here is going to take super effective damage from the Stone Edge unless Steiner's able to make a catch.
Yeah, here comes the Aqua Tail. This is going to pull the first Protect Shield, and look at the Fury Cutter adding up. And don't forget, this is Water Gun Lantern. It's not Spark, so these are going to be neutral attacks. There is no Earthquake, there is no Mud Bomb, there is no ground damage whatsoever except for the Mud Shots. I think Steiner still has play in this match, Michael.
I think so too, and you can see Daniel there shaking his head a little bit. He was maybe expecting a catch to come in, which is why he didn't throw the Stone Edge immediately, and it cost him his last shield.
Unorthodox plays from Steiner, but he's putting himself in a position where he simply just needs to reach 1 charge attack or just get a Water Gun down, trying to get to the Surf, but Daniel has the Stone Edge ready to go, but this isn't enough to knock out.
This is going to be a lot of damage, but Quagsire has such low health at this point. We have to see if Steiner's going to make it to this charge move. And there it is. There's the Surf. That seals the deal for LNDS Steiner.
You can see an exchange of hands there. A quick handshake, a fist shake of triumph from Steiner as he's going to be moving on to day number 2. We have Brazil versus Brazil, but in this case, it was Steiner that came out the victor on the back of that Water Gun Lantern. We talked about how iconic of a Pokemon that it was, how strange it was, frankly, to see it in this meta. But Michael, it worked so well.
It worked so well. You could really tell that Daniel was, not thinking about Lantern at all when he built this team. And why would he? This is not a Pokemon that many people expected to see in the tournament today.
I think the key for me there was trying to find the balance between shields and switch advantage. And really, I think Daniel maybe kind of having a misinterpretation for just how much fast attack pressure that Steiner's team could pump out. There was the Astonishes, there was the Fury Cutters, there was the Water Guns, just tick, 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 adding up, and Quagsire couldn't do it all.
Yeah, you know, it's actually rare to see players be comfortable with going down 2 shields in Pokemon Go. You always are usually trying to stay within 1 shield of your opponent, but Steiner clearly confident in knowing that if he uses these 2 shields now, it doesn't matter. He'll find a way to break past the remaining 2 shields of his opponent, either through fast move pressure or through forcing them to use shields and inefficient energy.
Well, it was great watching those battlers. We got to see some of the biggest names in Pokemon Go. Of course, it's Saxon, Trainer Steiner, but Daniel as well as Alejandro. Great battles for them as well. Unfortunately for them, their tournament run is over, but we will be seeing more from Saxon as well as from Steiner tomorrow. So we're super excited for those battles. All right, Michael, I know you've been watching a lot of this tournament, trying to sneak away and get some glimpses at some of these battles whenever you can, when we're not bugging you, of course. Were there any standout Pokemon to you that you think that you were not expecting to make such a splash here in Anaheim?
I will say seeing so much Corsola was a little bit surprising to me. I think coming into this tournament, there was lots of talk about, you know, Dusclops and Dusknoir being really dominant ghost-type Pokemon, but Corsola really has polarizing matchups, and if you don't have something that is strong into Corsola, it'll really rip your team apart.
We even saw it into that Drapion. It was able to mostly neutralize it, one of its hardest counters, and I think it's just completely underscored by the strength of Astonish, not to mention the bulk of Galarian Corsola as well, so it's been a standout for sure. I have to call out San Judigo's team as well for probably the spiciest team that I saw all throughout Worlds. We saw the Turtonator, which we said Lantern was not on your bingo card.
Oh man.
Turtonator was never on my bingo card for any tournament ever, yet he was able to have a lot of success with it, and it was cool seeing some Toadscruels as well.
I legitimately don't know what I would do if I saw a Turtonator on the other side of the battlefield from me. That would be almost a, you know, I would forfeit on principle, shake your hand for being as bold as you are to bring a Turtonator, because yeah, I would not know what to expect from that one.
Well, Michael, was this your first Pokemon Go casting?
This was my very first Pokemon Go casting. I hope I didn't butcher things too much. I was very much carried by my good pal Jim over here. You know, if you were paying attention at home, he was very generous in saying that I called out that Tinkaton can live two Aqua Tails at one point. He was the one who called that out earlier. I appreciate you giving me credit for that, but you know, credit where credit is due, and it is due to Jim over here.
Thank you for noticing, Michael. Well, I thought you did a great job, and it was a ton of fun as well. Thank you for making time for us, and I know that, you know, obviously a popular face in the Pokemon Go community, and thank you for your involvement here as well as outside as well. That's going to be all the battles that we have for today, though, so it was a great day number 1. We're going to be wrapping up at the lounge here, but that's it from Jim and Michael.
See you later.
Thank you, Jim and Michael. A lot of first time Turtonator, first time Michael Staronka on the cast, and first time Pokemon Go in Anaheim for World Championships. I'm Caleb Pang. I'm joined with my wonderful co-casters, Jewel Butters, Amanda Lumberger, Speediest Chief, the Giovanni of Pokemon Go in many ways. And for those that are tuning at home, if this is your first time watching Pokemon Go Championships, World Championships, what do they do for day number 2, Two Waters? What time can they tune in?
You can tune in at 9 a.m. local time, so make sure to check what that time will be in your region. You don't want to miss day number 2. Anything can happen here, and it's all leading to Championship Sunday, of course.
Right, and there's a lot of places to tune in, but you gotta make sure you're in the right place to tune in. And I think, Amanda, you got all the deets on that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can check it out below. You're gonna want to make sure that you're following our social channels there. We can do mostly on YouTube or Twitch. That's where you're gonna be able to catch the live streams, but there's also gonna be action on the other channels. Make sure to use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds, because we've been featuring some of the social posts, and it's been so cool to see what's going on, not only with Pokemon Go, but this whole tournament.
That's absolutely right. And, you know, it's a lot of fun to be at the venue, to tune into it. But even for those of you at home, there's something for everyone. Be sure to tune in for those Twitch drops. We had some today and all weekend too. Speedy Chief, what you got for us?
I'd love to talk about this. You can pick up Yakai's Championship Skarmory from last season, as well as Stardust, Candies, and an Elite Charge TM. And Caleb, I don't know if you realize this, but this is actually incredible. If you grab this drop today and combine it with the drop
drops that you'll get tomorrow, you can actually use that Elite Charge TM on your Blastoise to get Hydro Cannon. Not to mention Cradily or Furret. You can choose your own path, choose your own journey as you gear up for the 2026 competitive season.
Yeah, what are you going to choose, Caleb? Which path are you going to take?
I mean, I got to go with the Squirtle. I know my co-caster Chuba is really hyping that up, but we got something for everyone here. For those, I know a lot of Pokemon fans, they don't just play Pokemon Go, they play VG as well, and we got some VG drops and TCG. Chua Butters, I know you know all about the cards.
Oh, I do. You can receive special illustration rares in-game. You do not want to miss this drop. I know I will not miss this drop. Make sure to take advantage of all the titles that we have because we do have another drop as well.
That's right. You know, whether the FOMO, a fear of missing out, well, this is SHOMO. You don't want to miss any of the shows because they all have certain drops, certain things that you can obtain by watching those streams.
I adore that Hydreigon art. That is so wicked with the thunderstorm that is flying through. And not only that, you can also get a World Champions for Rigoraph for the video game competitive circuit. So definitely pick that up. Use the code. Be very conscious if that's a 0 or an O. All right, everybody? Make sure you enter it correctly so you can claim that drop.
Right, it's not 2-0 Butters, it's 2-0 Butters, and that's going to be our first day of production here. One final one for each of you. How is day number 1? One word only.
Amazing.
Incredible.
Fortress.
Love it. I love it. Mine's going to be Terminator. But that's going to do it for us. Thank you all for tuning in. Whether you're watching the VOD or you're watching from the beginning to the end, we appreciate you all. Have a good rest. We start tomorrow, 9 a.m. local time. See you all there.